everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime crossover, saving the world starting as a fake hero. Chapter 61 to 100, The Snowy Mountain. With a dull thud, dust rippled outwards and Luca landed steadily on the shattered stone slabs in the center of the arena. He looked up. The figure of Koopa, or rather, Aluelma, did not appear with him. He stood alone on the empty field, a fact that in itself declared the ending. The surroundings were silent. It was not that the final match lacked excitement. On the contrary, it was too shocking, so shocking that it transcended the audience's scope of understanding. When the level of battle leaped from a competition of skills to the rewriting of celestial phenomena, and the tearing of space, all mortals could do was stare in astonishment. The regulars of the arena had never imagined that so-called combat could reach such a realm. The referee stood dazed at the edge of the arena, having forgotten to wave the flag in his hand. He opened his mouth, his gaze moving blankly back and forth between the empty sky and the only victor in the arena. After a full half-minute, he suddenly shuddered and shouted in a distorted voice. The winner, Luca Hine. Cheers erupted like a dam bursting. The humans and monsters in the stands seemed to regain their breath and voices simultaneously, screams, cheers, stomping, whistling, and even the unique shrieks of certain monsters blended into a fanatical wave that nearly overturned the dome of the arena. Luca! 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 Rhythmic chanting began to converge. At first scattered, it soon spread into a roar that swept across the entire arena. Many people stood up, waving everything they could hold, hats, scarves, and even the packaging of snacks they had just bought. The monsters expressed their excitement in their own ways. The harpies collectively flapped their wings to create small whirlwinds, and the mermaids emitted high-pitched, melodious chirps. After today, the name Luca Hine would be carved into the Grand Noah Arena. In the VIP box, Queen Noah X's expression experienced a brief blankness. When something completely exceeds the framework of cognition, even the Queen's first reaction is not excitement, but a kind of almost numb inability to process it. She had witnessed the end of that battle with her own eyes. The two turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky, 6 crimson suns rose over the distant sea, and the shockwave even caused the ground of the arena to tremble slightly. She took a deep breath, put on the elegant smile of a ruler again, and stood up to walk toward the awards podium. Since my coronation, the Queen's voice echoed throughout the arena through amplification, suppressing some of the clamor. I never imagined that a human warrior could accomplish such a feat. She paused, her gaze falling on Luca. This young man had just experienced such a battle, yet at this moment, he stood there calmly, his breathing steady, and although his clothes were damaged, his eyes were as clear as before. In a way that I could never have predicted. The Queen added, this sentence containing a complex meaning that only she understood. Thank you for your praise. Luca bowed slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. The Queen took the green jewel, which emitted a warm and moist luster, from the velvet tray held by an attendant. It was about the size of a palm, and inside it, liquid brilliance seemed to flow slowly. Just looking at it made one feel at peace. This is the green jewel, the treasure of the Noah royal family. The Queen handed over the jewel. Now, it is yours. He put it away calmly and bowed again. I am deeply grateful. The award ceremony ended amidst another wave of cheers. Just as Luca was preparing to turn and leave, the Queen suddenly stepped forward half a step and said softly in a volume that only the two of them could hear. When you come to Noah again in the future, be sure to come to the palace to find me. You are the hero who fulfilled my dream. I will treat you well. Luca nodded, it is an honor. For the next few days, Luca and Alice did not leave Grand Noah immediately. Luca wanted to see for himself how this city, hailed as a model of human-monster coexistence, actually functioned in daily life. What he saw and heard often made him unable to hold back a smile, and he felt deeply impressed. For example, in the Central Park, a bee girl was chased for 3 streets by an Anouin with vines because she wanted to steal nectar, and it was finally settled only after alerting the guards. Or, for instance, during the maintenance of the drainage system, it was discovered that the sewer entrance was tightly blocked by a group of slime girls who had drunk their fill of rainwater and become round and bloated. The guards had to carefully scoop them out one by one as if digging out jelly. The scene was both chaotic and funny. And in the fountain square, a mechanic was sweating profusely while repairing a bronze statue that had been knocked crooked by a drunken Minotaur girl. Watching the busy figures of the local administrators wiping sweat while putting out fires everywhere, Luca couldn't help but sweat for them, and at the same time, he truly felt that so-called coexistence is not a distant, unreachable concept but is constructed from these trivial, troublesome, yet vibrant daily details. Walking on the street, he began to be recognized. It's that Lord Hero from the finals. A human boy rushed over with bright eyes, clutching a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. Please give me an autograph. Then came more, the young, the old, human girls, monster girls. There was even an old grandmother leaning on a cane who said with a smile that she wanted to take the autograph to show off to her neighbors. Luca agreed to them one by one, and looking at his name on the paper, a small, genuine sense of pride welled up in his heart. In contrast, Alice's state was somewhat unusual. From the day the finals ended, she had seemed unhappy. Not only did she talk less, but she also couldn't muster the energy for her most beloved activity, foraging for food. You have to know, she used to eat at least 5 meals a day, plus countless snacks. But these past few days, she actually only ate 3 meals. Luca saw it all. He knew what she was struggling with, the private invitation given by the Queen, and that sudden kiss from Aluelma at the end, although Luca had repeatedly explained that it was purely an impulsive act by the other party. The demon lord might seem like a tsundere, but she was actually very sensitive. So Luca pulled out all the stops. The spatula sparked in the inn's kitchen. He made various dishes she loved: honey-roasted ribs drizzled with wild berry sauce, creamy deep-sea fish stew, a small mountain of vanilla pancakes that were a specialty of Noah. Every meal was different, and the portions were generous. I tried a new recipe today, it's said to make people feel better. Luca placed a steaming plate of food in front of her, saying casually, if you don't eat it, I'll have to throw it away. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Alice huffed. While eating, Luca would also mention what he had seen and heard over the past few days: the bee girl chased by vines, the slime army blocking the sewer, the drunken Minotaur. He told the stories vividly, occasionally imitating the flustered appearance of the monsters, making Alice unable to hold back a smile. Gradually, her appetite returned, and her smiles increased. One evening, while eating her third dessert, she mumbled vaguely, I guess you're still somewhat useful. Luca knew the crisis was over. A few days later, the two packed their luggage and set off on their journey again. The next destination, Yamatai Village. Back in Noah City, they had heard of this village, whose village chief was recruiting powerful adventurers, as they seemed to have encountered some tricky matter. The details of the commission were vague, but the reward was quite generous, attracting many adventurers to give it a try. Looking at the map, we need to cross this snowy mountain. Luca spread out the parchment map in the inn room, his finger tracing a winding route. Alice leaned over to look, hummed softly, I have no trouble walking even in harsh environments. What about you, a mere human, are you prepared? Of course. Luca showed his equipment: a fleece-lined waterproof cloak, snow boots with steel studs, warm gloves, goggles, and a bundle of carefully treated climbing ropes and ice axes. This is my first time climbing a real snowy mountain. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. There was a rare excitement in his tone. Alice looked at his shining eyes, turned her face away, and muttered softly, Idiot. After entering the snowy mountain area, the world suddenly became quiet. The bustling city was left behind, replaced by endless pure white. Snowflakes fell silently, covering ridges, pine forests, and rocks, gently wrapping everything in soft edges. The air was clear and cold, and every breath carried a biting freshness. Snow. Alice reached out to catch a snowflake, watching it melt slowly in her palm, her lips curling up unconsciously. She squatted down, gathered a handful of snow, and molded it into a solid snowball, a mischievous light flashing in her eyes. Luca was bowing his head to check the ropes when he suddenly felt a chill behind his neck. Wah! A snowball slid precisely into his back collar. The cold touch made him jump 3 feet high on the spot, frantically patting his back. Pfft! Alice looked at his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Luca shook off the remaining snow, grimaced at her, and suddenly squatted down too, rubbing a snowball while pretending to ask nonchalantly, "Is this your first time seeing snow too?" "Pretty much." Alice patted the snow off her hands and answered subconsciously. Just at the moment she answered. Whoosh! A snowball traced a precise arc and hit perfectly into her open mouth. MMPH. Alice's eyes widened, her mouth full of cold snow foam. She spat out the snow, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Lucia. The next second, she waved her hands rapidly, and the surrounding snow seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, quickly condensing into a giant snowball as big as an adult. Hey, do you want to kill me?" Luca was shocked and jumped back quickly. Alice didn't care, pushed hard, and the giant ball came rolling over with a rumble. Luca dodged with a clumsy side dive, and his competitive spirit was ignited. "You asked for this." The air current rolled up a large amount of snow, piling it into a mound almost as tall as a person in front of him. He pushed with both palms. "Take this." 2 large snowballs collided in the air, exploding into a sky full of snow mist. The two went back and forth, laughter and exclamations echoing through the snow valley. The snowballs were thrown bigger and bigger, and the battle gradually escalated from playfulness to a small-scale avalanche creation site. On a snow slope not far away, a slender white figure stopped quietly. That was a snow woman. She seemed to have just been passing by, wanting to see if she could catch an adult male to feed on. Just at this moment, Alice made a mistake. The super-large snowball she threw deviated from its intended trajectory, and whistled toward the location where the snow woman was. The snow woman was slightly stunned, and before she could react, she was hit head-on by the giant snowball. Ah! A slight exclamation was drowned out by the roar of the snowball rolling. The snow woman, along with the snowball, rolled down the steep hillside, rolling faster and faster, further and further, and finally disappeared into the pine forest at the end of the field of vision. "Did you hear any sound?" Alice stopped her movements and tilted her head in confusion. Luca glanced at the direction where the snow woman disappeared, then withdrew his gaze. "No." The right hand hidden behind his back quietly condensed a new snowball. "Ha, you were careless. Eat my giant snowball." Ooh-wah. Alice was caught off guard and was buried solidly by the snowball as tall as a person thrown by Luca, with only 2 hands left fluttering outside. Deep in the pine forest, the snow woman, dizzy from rolling, struggled to crawl out of the snow pile, shook her head, looked at the path she came from, and sighed gloomily. And on the hillside, Luca was laughing while digging the pouting Alice out of the snow pile. Both of them were covered in snow, their cheeks frozen red, but their eyes were shining with bright light. Chapter 62 Yamatai. After traversing the final stretch of the mountain path, where the snow was thinning, the view of the valley below suddenly opened up. A lush forest surrounded the heart of the valley, where wisps of cooking smoke could be faintly seen rising from the trees, blending with the mountain mist. The air was moist and fresh, carrying the fragrance of soil and vegetation. Yamatai village should be around here. Luca stood on a protruding rock, looking out, his gaze sweeping over the trails faintly visible through the trees. "Judging by the map markers and the terrain, we will reach it once we pass through this forest." Before that, Alice's voice came from behind, sounding matter-of-fact. "Let's eat first. There should be some dried fish left." Luca nodded. He did not rummage through his backpack, but instead extended his right hand, fingers held together like a blade, and made a light slice in the air before him. Zzz, sounding like fabric being torn, a pitch-black rift the size of a palm appeared out of thin air. Fine, star-like specks of light flowed along the edges of the rift, while inside was a bottomless void, from which a serene and vast aura faintly emanated. Alice was long accustomed to this. Ever since the last time in St. Ilia, when Luca had completely purified that alternate dimension eroding reality with his purification power, he had inexplicably come to understand certain fundamental concepts regarding spatial coordinates. That purified alternate dimension had not completely vanished, but had instead transformed into a stable hollow interlayer. Luca, thinking that it was empty anyway, decided to simply use it as a portable storage locker. It must be said, it was indeed convenient. Luggage, weapons, ingredients, and even the miscellaneous items collected along the way were all tossed inside. Whenever he needed something, he just reached in and pulled it out, so he didn't even need to carry a backpack. Luca reached his hand into the rift to fumble around. Within the void, there was no concept of up, down, left, or right, but relying on the sensation of the mark, he quickly touched his target. Found it. He withdrew his hand, holding the oil paper-wrapped dried herring between his fingers. Just at that moment. Meow. A soft cry came from the bushes nearby. The grass rustled as a cat with a peculiar appearance crawled out. To say it was a cat, it was quite different. Her size was similar to that of an adult woman, her fur was moon-like silver, and two tails swayed gently, with faint ghostly lights at the ends. A pair of green eyes, clear and lively, stared unblinkingly at the dried fish in Luca's hand. This was a bacanico. Do you want this? Luca crouched down and shook the dried herring in his hand. Meow meow, the bacanico nodded, her voice soft, and her eyes filled with longing. Luca smiled but didn't give it to her immediately. He reached into the rift again, fumbled for a moment, and pulled out another item, a skewer of grilled sea anemones, threaded on a thin twig, dark red in color and covered in suspicious bumps. This was a specialty he had bought back in Natalia Port from that overly enthusiastic mermaid merchant. The taste could be described as shocking. Even Alice, who was always tolerant of food, turned pale after trying one bite and adamantly refused to touch it again. Do you eat this? Luca held the grilled sea anemones out to the bacanico. The bacanico curiously leaned in, her nose gently brushing against the dark red, unidentified object. She sniffed, her eyes widened slightly, and then... Meow-o-o. She let out an incredibly joyful cry, rubbing her entire body against him, her furry cheek affectionately nuzzling against the back of Luca's hand, and his cheek, her tails wagging happily like fans. The bacanico carefully took the grilled sea anemones from Luca's hand, stepped back a few paces, held it down with her front paws, and began to nibble on it in small bites, her narrowed eyes and slightly twitching ears showing her satisfaction. After finishing, she licked her paws and walked up to Luca again. This time, she raised a front paw, a faint light flashed in her palm, and an antique copper bell appeared out of thin air, gently landing in Luca's palm. The bell was exquisitely crafted, with fine cloud patterns engraved on the surface, and it emitted a crisp sound when gently shaken. For me? Thank you. Luca was somewhat surprised. He took the bell, and gently rubbed the bacanico's head with his other hand. The bacanico narrowed her eyes in enjoyment, a purring sound rumbling in her throat. Luca tied the bell to the buckle of his belt, and the crisp chime rang softly with his movements, creating a strange sense of rhythm. After being well fed and giving her gift of thanks, the bacanico rubbed against Luca's calf one last time, before her figure gradually faded and disappeared. Continuing along the increasingly clear path, it wasn't long before a distinct village appeared at the end of the horizon. An ancient torii gate stood at the entrance to the village, its wooden pillars weathered by time to a deep color. Just as the two were about to step into the area of the torii gate, two figures landed silently like falling leaves, blocking their path. They were two female monsters, but their attire was completely different from that of ordinary villagers. One wore a white and black outfit, covered by a haori embroidered with maple leaf patterns, with a long sword at her waist and her hair tied in a high bun, her expression as stern as a drawn sword. She was an elf warrior. The other wore a deep purple ninja outfit designed for concealment, with a mask covering the lower half of her face, revealing only a pair of sharp purple eyes, holding a kunai in a reverse grip, her presence almost blending into the surrounding environment. She was an elf ninja. Faint magical fluctuations surrounded them, clearly indicating they were the village guards. Faces I haven't seen before, outsiders. The elf warrior placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes scanning Luca and Alice vigilantly. Do not proceed any further. The elf ninja stepped forward half a step, her voice cold, and raised her hand to gesture a stop. Please wait a moment. Luca quickly raised his hands to signal he had no hostile intent. We just want to visit Yamatai village, we mean no harm. Having traveled to so many regions, Luca had long understood that many places had guards protecting their territory. Hidden Village Enrica had patrolling fairy warriors, and Harpy Village had aerial sentinels. The two before him were clearly the guardians of Yamatai village. It would be best not to fight. He was quite confident in the communication skills he had honed during this time, and believed he could obtain permission to enter the village through peaceful means. 5 minutes later. Looking at the elf warrior and elf ninja lying motionless on the ground, they had been temporarily immobilized by the sealing effect of Luca's Gog sword. Luca sighed helplessly. He had clearly explained his intentions sincerely, expressed respect, and even mentioned meeting the Bakaniko outside the village and receiving the bell, but for some reason, the other party's gaze became increasingly sharp, and finally, they drew their blades against him. Do you know, Alice laughed from the side, her shoulders shaking, finally catching her breath, the tone and words you used just now sounded exactly like I am very strong, you had better not stop me, otherwise I will beat you up. Luca's face darkened. I was clearly expressing friendliness. But it sounded like a provocation. Alice wiped away the tears of laughter. Forget it, let's go into the village first. Stepping past the torii gate, the scene of Yamatai village revealed itself before their eyes. The village was quiet and rustic, with wooden bungalows distributed scattered along the hillside, their roofs covered in thick thatch. Between the houses were stone-paved paths, dotted with stone lanterns on both sides. In the distance was a clear pond, its surface reflecting the mountain scenery and the blue sky. The overall atmosphere was peaceful, with magical energy flowing gently and calmly. Just as Luca was observing the environment, he noticed that the Bakaniko he had met in the forest earlier was now walking swaggeringly down the center of the village's main road. Several villagers, including a white-haired old woman and a middle-aged farm woman, were holding bowls and plates, respectfully kneeling on both sides of the road. Lord Cat God. This is today's offering, fresh mackerel. The old woman held a prepared fish high above her head. Meow. The Bakaniko walked over elegantly, bowed her head to take the fish, and swallowed it in a few bites. Other villagers also offered fruits, rice balls, and other items. The Bakaniko refused no one and accepted everything. Ah! It's a snake body. An old man resting by the ridge of the field happened to look back and saw the long, slender snake tail Alice was dragging behind her. He was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up, and with a thud, he knelt directly on the ground, pressed his hands together, and bowed with great piety. Lord Snake God. I did not know you were visiting our village, we failed to welcome you properly. What offering do you require? I will go prepare it immediately. The old man's voice trembled with excitement. Alice clearly hadn't expected this, and was somewhat bewildered by the sudden bowing. But upon hearing the word offering, her instincts immediately kicked in. She quickly straightened her face, and pretending to be majestic, mused First, soba noodles. Ah! Soba noodles. Lord Snake God, please wait a moment, it will be here right away. The old man scrambled up and dashed toward his house, running with swift strides, shouting in a loud voice as he ran, a new divine spirit has descended. Everyone, come and pay your respects. This shout was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Villagers gathered from their houses, fields, and the pond. Upon seeing Alice's snake tail, they all displayed expressions of mixed surprise and joy, and a whole crowd knelt down. Bless us, Lord Snake God. Please grant us a bountiful harvest. Long live Lord Snake God. The noise of people, the scent of incense, ah no, the atmosphere of piety instantly intensified. Luca. Alice. The two fell into a brief silence under the gaze of countless eager eyes. Soon, the old man came running back with a bowl of steaming, beautifully plated soba noodles, and offered it respectfully. "Lord Snake God, your soba noodles." Alice gave a light cough, found a clean stone stool to sit on gracefully, took the noodle bowl, and began to eat in small bites. The villagers gathered around, not daring to get too close, but the reverence in their eyes was almost overflowing. Just then, "Ah! It's Lord Fox God!" An exclamation came from another direction. An old woman was bowing toward a figure who had just walked out from around a corner. That figure had 9 fluffy golden-brown fox tails, was dressed in an elegant kimono, had a beautiful face, and a gentle temperament. It was Tam Amo. "Please wait a moment, Lord Fox God. I will go prepare your favorite fried tofu right away." The old woman hurried to get up. Tam Amo nodded slightly, but her gaze had already fallen on Luca and Alice, who were surrounded by villagers. She walked over with elegant steps, the bell at her waist emitting a crisp and pleasant tinkling sound with each step. "Oh my! It's you!" Tam Amo stood still in front of Luca, smiling gently. "What a coincidence." "Yo, Tam Amo." Luca also smiled. He had a good impression of this 9-tailed fox demon. She had an elegant temperament and polite speech, unlike some monsters who were full of aggression. "What are you doing here?" "This is my hometown, you know." Tam Amo blinked, her tone soft. "Is there a problem with me returning to my own home?" As she spoke, the old woman had already come running back with a plate of freshly cooked, golden, crispy fried tofu. Tam Amo thanked her, took the plate, elegantly poked a piece with a bamboo skewer, popped it into her mouth, narrowed her eyes, and revealed a look of satisfaction. The villagers around her also pressed their hands together, bowing piously, creating an interesting contrast with the crowd bowing to Alice not far away. Chapter 63, Sacrifice. An old man with a hunched back and hair as white as snow approached slowly, leaning on a peachwood cane. "I am the village chief of Yamatai village." The old man bowed slightly, his voice aged but clear. "Honored guests who have come from afar. You have likely heard that our village is troubled by a certain matter." He looked up, his gaze sweeping across Luca, Alice, and Tam Amo. He paused for a moment on Tam Amo, a complex expression crossing his face. "This isn't the right place to discuss it. Would you care to step aside and speak elsewhere?" "Certainly." Luca nodded. He had come here for this very reason. Under the chief's guidance, the group passed through the crowd of worshippers and headed deeper into the village. Tam Amo walked with light steps, her 9 fox tails swaying smoothly as she naturally followed behind. Luca glanced at Tam Amo beside him and asked directly, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Tam Amo used her cypress fan to gently cover the lower half of her face, revealing only a pair of smiling golden eyes. "Era, you shouldn't speak to your elders like that, Luca." Luca was taken aback, then quickly realized. "My apologies." It was truly because Tam Amo's appearance was so young and beautiful, and her temperament so gentle, that one often unconsciously overlooked her true age and status. As a great fox who had served 5 consecutive demon lords, her seniority was likely staggeringly high. "No matter." Tam Amo folded her fan, and looked toward the mist-shrouded mountains behind the village. "I heard that a misbehaving fellow from my hometown has appeared, and is disturbing the peace. As an elder, I cannot simply ignore it." The group arrived at the chief's home. After they were seated, the chief brewed some green tea, and began to recount the 5-year nightmare that had plagued the village. About 5 years ago, an extremely powerful monster arrived on the mountain. A look of helplessness appeared in the chief's clouded eyes. "That creature has 8 heads and calls herself Yamata no Orochi. She entrenched herself on the mountain and demanded that the village offer her 1 adult male as a sacrifice every year. Otherwise, she would destroy this place." The room fell silent for a moment. Alice raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Tam Amo gently waved her fan, her gaze turning slightly cold. Forced by her power, the village had no choice but to comply, the chief said, his voice full of bitterness. "Every year, we select a young man and send him into the mountains. However, that Orochi does not take their lives," the chief explained. When the new sacrifice is offered the following year, she returns the previous year's sacrifice. Completely intact. Returns them. Luca was stunned. The chief hesitated to say more, finally standing up. Please follow me. You will understand once you see for yourselves. The chief led them to a relatively luxurious house on the edge of the village. As they entered, the inner room was filled with the faint scent of medicinal herbs. Lying on a thick futon on the floor was a young man in his early 20s. He was thin and gaunt, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mouth constantly muttering to himself. Ah. Lady Yamada no Orochi. Lady Yamada no Orochi, where are you? The young man's voice was hoarse and hollow. A young woman dressed as a village girl sat nearby holding a medicine bowl, softly comforting him. Yamada no Orochi isn't here anymore. You've come back. You're safe. I don't want it this way. The young man suddenly turned his head. Lady Yamada no Orochi, please, drain me more, even more. It doesn't matter if you kill me. I want to see you again so much. He reached out, grasping wildly at the air. The village girl turned her face away, unable to watch any longer. The chief heavily closed the door, cutting off those unsettling moans. As you can see, although he returned, he has become like this, a hollow shell of a man. With medicine and rest, he might recover in a year, but the village is currently short-handed and lacks people to care for them. He paused, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Furthermore, there is an even more pressing problem at hand. He motioned for everyone to look toward the other end of the hallway. There was a sliding door there, and from behind it came the sound of a heated argument. In that meeting room, they are currently deciding who will be the sacrifice this year. The chief said helplessly, they are arguing quite fiercely. Luca expressed his understanding. Even if it's not fatal, no one wants to come back in that state. Hearing this, the chief's mouth twitched, and he made an indescribable expression. Sai, please come inside. The chief slid open the door to the meeting room. About 7 or 8 young men were sitting together, all red-faced and emotional, almost coming to blows. Everyone, rest easy. This year's sacrifice will be me, Goro, a burly, dark-skinned youth shouted, patting his chest. No way. Goro, you still have your mother to support. You can't go. It should be me, Sato. Another youth wearing a cloth head wrap stood up abruptly, striking a pose he thought was very heroic and cool. No. Sato, you're the best carpenter in the village, you can't go. Let me go instead, I contribute the least to the village. An honest-looking youth hurriedly grabbed Sato, even squeezing out a couple of tears. Stop arguing, all of you. A fourth youth, tall and thin, jumped up with an expression of it has to be me. I, Inoue, am the laziest and most useless guy in the village. This sacrifice business should obviously be given to me. Don't any of you try to steal it from me. Luca. Alice silently took half a step back. Tamamo covered her face with her fan, her shoulders shaking slightly. Don't be ridiculous. Your family had the best harvest this year, you're a vital labor. This year's sacrifice must be me. Goro shouted indignantly. Work hard in the village, Goro. I can't let your mother cry. I will bear this sacrifice. Sato once again struck a tragic, heroic pose. Sato, you're truly a good person. But I can't let you sacrifice yourself for everyone. Yamato wiped away moved tears. I will protect the village. The sacrifice is me, Inoue. The tall, thin youth spread his arms wide. The scene was incredibly touching. The chief whispered bitterly to Luca and the others, as you can see, everyone is fighting to be the sacrifice. Alice rolled her eyes beautifully and scoffed, a bunch of idiots. Might as well just pack them all up and send them over. The chief quickly shook his head. We can't do that, we can't. The village's labor force is precious, we can't lose that many. He paused and muttered, if I were 60 years younger, I would also cough. Luca, The chief immediately straightened up and coughed twice. Cough. I meant to say, if it were 60 years ago, I would have personally taken up my blade and gone up the mountain to slay that monster. He straightened his hunched back for a moment, then slumped again and sighed. Now, in order to be chosen as the sacrifice, these boys are getting lazier by the day. No one does farm work anymore, and their relationships have soured. Looking back, the rule we set to choose the laziest person as the sacrifice was truly a mistake. Luca thought for a moment and suggested, then why not change it to choosing the most diligent person as the sacrifice? That way, wouldn't everyone be racing to work? Hearing this, the chief's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, that's right. Ah, no. He quickly covered his mouth, looked over at the still arguing youths, and lowered his voice. He pulled Luca and the others quietly to a corner of the hallway and pleaded in a near whisper, Lord Hero, I'm truly at my wit's end, please, whatever it takes, go and defeat that Yamada no Orochi. If this continues, the village will be ruined. If even you can't do it. A tragic look of desperation appeared on the chief's face. We'll have no choice but to. No choice but to what? Luca was curious. No choice but to make the most diligent young man the sacrifice for Yamada no Orochi from now on. The chief looked deeply pained. Luca. Why are you speaking so quietly? Luca also subconsciously lowered his voice. You saw for yourself. The chief pointed quietly toward the meeting room with lingering fear. If they found out you were going to subjugate Yamada no Orochi, they would surely attack you en masse. Luca felt a wave of speechlessness. I see. So the reward will be a grand feast. You have no objections, right? Alice suddenly spoke up, her snake tail swaying gently. Regarding the reward, the village will do its best to satisfy you, the chief quickly promised. This is my hometown, after all, Tamamo said, gently waving her cypress fan. I can't let such a misbehaving fellow disturb the peace here. Luca, I will also lend you a hand. Luca was a bit surprised. Is that Yamada no Orochi, very strong? Strong enough that we need to team up. The fact that even Tamamo, one of the 4 heavenly kings, had proactively offered to help made him raise his estimation of the enemy. Tamamo gently tapped Luca's forehead with her fan, her smile as elegant as ever. One thing at a time. When elders are speaking, children shouldn't interrupt. Luca. He finally understood, this great fox was likely bored out of her mind, and wanted to find some fun. Then what is your brilliant idea? Luca asked. Sigh. Tamamo let out a mock sigh. I have a plan. This year let's send you, Luca, as the sacrifice to Yamada no Orochi. What? The chief was shocked. Tamamo explained unhurriedly, Luca will disguise himself as the sacrifice, and be sent to the Orochi's lair. Firstly, he can see the situation for himself, and secondly, he can catch her off guard and take the opportunity to subdue her. She paused and added, and even if he fails, it's just being a sacrifice for a year. There's no danger to his life. Right, chief? The chief wiped his sweat. Well, when you put it like that. Luca automatically ignored her last sentence. Fine. Seeing that the 2 deities and the hero had reached an agreement, the chief felt a weight lift from his shoulders and bowed repeatedly. Wonderful. I'll leave everything to you. So shall we proceed with the plan tonight? Luca nodded and looked out the window at the mountains as twilight began to fall. Chapter 64, Fox, the 5K update is here, how? Taking advantage of a lull in the preparations for the sacrificial ceremony, Luca wandered casually through Yamatai village. The village appeared exceptionally tranquil in the twilight. The stone paths had been worn smooth by the passage of time, and the lanterns hanging under the eaves on both sides lit up one by one with a warm, yellow glow. Unlike many human villages, the air here drifted with the faint, gentle scents belonging to various monsters, mingled with the smell of cooking smoke and vegetation. An old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face sat on a wooden stump in front of his house, looking toward the assembly hall in the distance, where voices of argument could still be faintly heard. He shook his head and sighed, honestly, the young people these days are truly disheartening. Luca stopped his steps. Why do you say that? The old man pounded his waist. If I were still young, I wouldn't tolerate them just flapping their lips like that. I would have charged in long ago, and used my fists to decide who stays and who goes. The young people today only know how to argue with empty mouths. They don't even have any backbone left. Luca. No, I don't think the problem is quite that. He walked away silently and encountered a young man squatting by a pond, feeding the fish. The young man looked to be in his early 20s, but his face wore a look of melancholy. Everyone is arguing endlessly about who should become the sacrifice for Yamada no Orochi. The young man sprinkled fish food into the water, his tone heavy. They are truly a group of short-sighted, incredibly foolish people. Luca raised an eyebrow. Short-sighted? The young man looked up, his eyes shining. When people live, shouldn't they have grander dreams? To be trapped in this tiny village, fighting for the qualification to be drained by a snake demon, how pathetic. Luca vaguely felt that the other person's grand idea might be different from what he had in mind. Then what is your dream? The young man stood up abruptly, pointing toward the layered mountain ranges to the north, his tone passionate. To the north, there is a legend of a nightmare village. It is the gathering place of succubi, a paradise leading to endless dreams and pleasure. Going there is my lifelong dream. Luca. So the short-sightedness you mentioned, was that what you meant? He rubbed his brow and decided not to delve any further into the mental state of the young people in this village. An old woman mending clothes under the eaves saw him passing by, smiled kindly, and initiated a conversation. Young man, you're an outsider, aren't you? This village looks peaceful, but the surroundings aren't exactly safe. Luca stopped. Why do you say that? In the mountains and forests around the village, there is the elf village, the territory of those elves. The old woman put down her needle and thread and pointed to the distant forest. They are very unwelcoming to outsiders and are often uncompromising with visitors, which gives quite a headache to many foreign merchant caravans that want to pass through or trade. Luca immediately thought of the two elf warriors and the ninja at the village entrance who drew their blades at the slightest disagreement. So it wasn't that my negotiation skills were the problem, it's just their style. This realization made him feel a little relieved, and he even inexplicably regained a bit of confidence. He knew it. How could the social skills he'd learned from dealing with various humans and monsters along the way be the problem? His play this time must have been flawless. Why are the elves like this? He asked. The old woman wore a nostalgic expression. A long time ago, the elf village and Yamatai had a close relationship, having concluded a marriage alliance. Even though the alliance isn't as tight as it used to be, the elves often still come to the village to choose suitable husbands. She paused and lowered her voice. Guarding the village entrance to drive away outsiders, rather than saying it's aimed at us, it's more like the elves are using their own way to protect this human village, which has deep ties with them but is relatively weak. After all, humans are too frail when facing real danger. Luca was lost in thought. Luca followed a small stone path slightly covered in moss, and arrived in front of a quiet shrine on the mountain behind the village. The shrine was not large, but it was kept very clean, and a brand new Shimenawa hung on the torii gate. Meow. A familiar cry came. That two-tailed Nikomata was squatting on a stone lantern in front of the shrine, tilting its head to look at him, its green eyes shining in the twilight. Is this your shrine? Luca walked closer. Meow. The Nikomata jumped down lightly, rubbed against Luca's face, and acted affectionately. It really was a worshipped cat god. Luca couldn't help but take out some snacks to feed it. The Nikomata squinted its eyes in enjoyment, purring in its throat, its two tails gently hooking around Luca's wrist, and then its figure gradually faded, as if merging into the twilight of the shrine. Continuing forward, another older, slightly larger shrine appeared amidst the trees. The atmosphere of this shrine was more secluded and solemn, and one could faintly sense a cold magical aura fluctuation. "Hello. Is anyone there?" Luca stopped in front of the torii gate and asked. There was silence in the shrine for a moment, and then a slender white figure slowly walked out from the veranda next to the main hall. It was a female monster. She wore a pristine white silk kimono, and on both sides of her short silver-white hair, there was a lifelike blue bellflower pinned. The most eye-catching thing was the white tail behind her, and the two small silver bells tied to the end of the tail. Her steps were light, and with every step she took, the bells made a clear, distant jingling sound, strangely harmonious with the twilight of the mountain forest. "I am Luca, a passing traveler." "You are?" Luca asked politely. The woman stopped a few steps in front of Luca, nodded slightly, and her voice was ethereal and pleasant. "I am Lady Whitesnake, little one." Luca. Good grief, the name comes with an automatic seniority suppression, doesn't it? He coughed lightly. The people in this village seem exceptionally friendly toward monsters. Lady Whitesnake, or rather, this snake-type monster revered as Lady Whitesnake, looked calm, her gaze distant. "Humans who hate us will not choose to stay in this village. Therefore, the humans who can take root and multiply here are naturally those who are willing to coexist with monsters and are kind-hearted." She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of sadness. In the past, this village also had monsters who hated living with humans. Then what happened to them later? Luca asked curiously. "They left," Lady Whitesnake said concisely. "They walked out of the village, scattered into the mountains, and now they are probably living alone on some remote hilltop. Some of them might do things that aren't so good, like attacking passing travelers." Her gaze dropped, falling on her own white sleeves. "My sister was also among those monsters who left. She chose a path completely different from mine." She sighed softly. "How pathetic." Luca did not ask further, he could feel the complex emotions deeply hidden in her words. Finally, Luca and Alice followed the scent of fried tofu and arrived at a fox shrine in the village, which was particularly popular with incense offerings. Just as they arrived in front of the shrine, they saw Tamamo sitting on the veranda, with several empty plates in front of her, holding a skewer of golden, crispy fried tofu, eating with her eyes curved into crescents. "There's endless fried tofu here," Tamamo sighed contentedly, her fox tail wagging happily. Seeing her like this, Luca couldn't help but ask, "Do you foxes all like fried tofu this much?" "Yes." Tamamo took another bite, answering without hesitation. "Fried tofu is the most delicious food in the world, bar none." Around her, several little foxes with different colored fur were gathered. Some were playing, while others were looking longingly at the tofu in Tamamo's hand. Alice stood to the side, and while Tamamo wasn't paying attention, she quietly used the tip of her snake tail to poke at the fluffy tail of a little fox. Watching the little fox jump away in surprise, she curled her lips into a wicked smile. Honestly, Tamamo glanced at Alice and shook her head helplessly, still the same as before, like a child. Luca asked Tamamo in a low voice, "Why is she so fond of teasing foxes?" He changed to a more euphemistic way of saying it. In reality, Alice seemed to have a subtly complex attitude toward the fox race. Whenever he asked her before, she would always be vague or directly change the subject. Tamamo put down the bamboo skewer and elegantly wiped the corners of her mouth with a silk handkerchief. "You may have already heard that the education of the successive demon kings has always been my responsibility." Luca nodded. "Because of this relationship," Tamamo continued, her tone tinged with nostalgia, "when Alice was still very young, I used to raise and teach her alongside the children of the Fox clan." She looked toward Alice, who had caught another small fox, and was currently trying to tie its fluffy ears into a bough. A gentle yet helpless smile appeared in her eyes, perhaps. The Demon King was just fed up with being surrounded by a bunch of little foxes since childhood, and being nagged by this old woman about various rules, history, and power control. Luca understood. I see. Tamamo gently fanned herself with her cypress fan, her expression becoming complex. To be honest, my teaching methods perhaps weren't quite appropriate. But in order to keep the young demon king from hating humans, and from being consumed by hatred, I truly went to great lengths. By this point, Luca fully understood. He recalled the reason Alice had mentioned for her travels. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the coexistence her mother had given her life for was possible. He also remembered the painful memories she occasionally revealed about her mother being killed by humans. Oh my! Tamamo keenly captured the change in Luca's expression, a flash of surprise in her golden eyes. You already know about this. It seems. The Demon King really trusts you. She smiled teasingly. Luca's face flushed, and he looked away. Tamamo stopped teasing, her tone becoming serious. That is a very dangerous path. If the guidance is slightly off, given the Demon King's status and power, she could very likely become a terrifying avatar of vengeance against humanity. Her voice lowered, just like Alice Fitz ate 500 years ago, bringing long and profound disaster to the entire world. So. She sighed softly. I once forbade her from leaving the Demon King's castle, implementing a strict education that was almost like a cage. The result was that she was isolated from the world, and her understanding of human affairs and ordinary life was quite limited. Tamamo looked up at Luca, her gaze filled with deep meaning. You should have a profound understanding of this, right? Recalling Alice's unabashed gluttony, her fear of ghosts coupled with her stubborn mouth, her vague concept of money, and her occasionally overly blunt words and actions, Luca couldn't help but smile, nodding honestly. To be fair, that is true. All right, let's not talk about the past anymore. Tamamo tapped her palm lightly with her fan, changing the subject, her eyes revealing curiosity. I also have something I really want to figure out, and I need to ask you about it, Luca. What is it? That ring on your left hand. Tamamo's gaze fell upon his ring finger. Could you let me take a closer look? Luca hesitated for a moment. Sorry, I can't take this ring off, but you can look at it like this. He extended his left hand. Tamamo held Luca's left hand with both of hers, leaning in slightly, her golden pupils focused intently on the seemingly simple silver ring, and the gemstone within it. Luca explained, Alice has looked at it before, and she said that other than sensing a faint feeling of longing, she couldn't perceive anything else. However, he pondered for a moment, then decided to be honest. He briefly and concisely told Tamamo about the process of the ring accidentally falling off during the St. Ilia incident, and some kind of power awakening within him as a result. As Tamamo listened, her brows furrowed slightly. After a long while, she let go of his hand and straightened up. Indeed. I can't perceive any magical fluctuations. She mused, but this is not because the ring is ordinary, on the contrary. The Demon King said she could only feel longing, that is because her academic knowledge is not yet profound enough. Speaking of this, Tamamo rubbed her forehead somewhat helplessly. I clearly urged her to study hard, but she always slacks off once she learns enough to get by. She looked at Luca seriously. Not being able to feel any power is, in itself, extremely contrary to the laws of nature. Even the most ordinary, or will contain some residual elements. But the gemstone on this ring. Inside, it seems to be a void, and not a single ripple of spiritual energy can be captured. So, what exactly is going on? Luca pressed. I have some theories. First, the Demon King did not notice a key detail. Earlier when you fought with Seven Tails, your Gog sword was clearly ineffective against her, yet you managed to forcibly seal her using your own power. She paused, emphasizing each word. This means that the power awakened in your bloodline has, at the very least, a partially identical essence and priority to the holy element power of the Gog sword. Otherwise, it cannot explain why you were able to do what the Gog sword could not. So the question arises, Luca, why would you, a human, possess such a unique power with the nature of the holy element? Her curiosity was clearly completely piqued. Can you control that power and let me see it with my own eyes? Tamamo requested. Luca nodded. I can, but I cannot maintain that state for long. I have a premonition that overusing that power will lead to something very bad. Upon hearing this, Tamamo showed an expression of approval. Your intuition is very accurate. Although it is not pure holy element power, long-term, unbridled use will still cause your physical body to be gradually eroded and replaced by high-concentration holy element. Eventually, you will no longer be you, no longer be human, and will become some kind of non-human existence. Her gaze drifted toward the Gog sword at Luca's waist. I knew a man who abused holy element power without restraint. As a price, his own flesh and blood body was eventually completely transformed into a pure holy element body, becoming one of the countless existences that this sword is supposed to destroy. Luca was shaken, and instinctively gripped the hilt of the sword. Is that so? He murmured, his mood complex. The two walked to a quiet, deserted corner behind the shrine, and Luca took a deep breath, slowly removing the ring from his left hand. In an instant that familiar pulsation, as if stemming from the very source of life, surged forth again. He controlled it precisely, drawing out a strand of pure white power as thin as a hair from his fingertip, letting it swirl around the fingertip Tamamo had extended. Tamamo held her breath, her golden pupils reflecting that strand of pure white. Her expression shifted from curiosity to surprise, and then to deep contemplation. Truly, marvelous. She whispered to herself, it is not pure holy element, and intertwined within it is a unknown energy with a peculiar nature that I have never seen before. The fusion of the two has actually formed this brand new, balanced, and powerful form of energy. She looked up, her eyes flashing with eager light. Luca, could you let me examine your body more carefully? Seeing the look in Tamamo's eyes that seemed almost to glow, Luca felt a chill run down his back and refused without hesitation, no. Thank you for your kind offer. All right then. Tamamo said with some regret. She collected her thoughts and returned to the main topic. Let's put that unknown power aside for now. The fact that you can control holy element is enough to prove that the essence of an angel flows in your bloodline. She looked straight into Luca's eyes. Do you know if anyone among your ancestors was an angel, or closely related to angels? Luca shook his head blankly. I don't know, my mother never mentioned these things to me. Tamamo pressed, what is your mother's name? Luca replied, Lucifina. The moment this name was spoken, time seemed to freeze. Although Tamamo's memories had always been somewhat blurry due to the sealing. But upon hearing this name, the gentle, composed expression on Tamamo's face suddenly froze. Her golden pupils suddenly contracted into thin lines, and the 9 fox tails behind her uncontrollably poofed out with a bang, their fluffy fur standing on end. The cypress fan in her hand clattered onto the wooden floor of the veranda. The great fox spirit, who was always elegant and composed, as if everything were under her control, now had a face full of unbelievable horror, her voice slightly altered by extreme shock, even carrying a hint of a tremor. Who? Chapter 65. Why not just say Ilias killed Lucifina? Lucifina. The moment that name was calmly uttered from Luca's mouth, Tamamo felt her calves tremble uncontrollably. No, it wasn't just her calves. An almost instinctive vibration, rooted deep in ancient memories, climbed up her spine. She had lived for a long time, and there were few things that could make her lose her composure like this, but this name, this was completely different. To be honest, this name carried immense weight in the demon realm. Or rather in the celestial system that had long since faded into legend yet still influenced the foundations of the world, its weight was perhaps even more terrifying. Any high-ranking monster or special existence, who had lived long enough to know the secrets of the ancient era, would have their legs shake upon hearing this name. Is your mother doing well lately? Tamamo's voice carried a rare hint of a tremor. She didn't even realize she had used such a clumsy opening line. Luca fell silent for a moment and replied in a low voice, she passed away a few years ago. Huh? Tamamo snapped her head up. Who could possibly kill her? This was no exaggeration. In her mind, and in the minds of countless existences who knew that name, the name Lucifina represented something almost akin to a natural disaster. She was a primordial existence once revered as the brilliant morning star and feared as the angel of calamity. Legend has it that during the great war between gods and demons that swept heaven and earth in a distant era, there were even cases in the evil god's army where soldiers took their own lives in despair after hearing news of her arrival on the battlefield. Such an existence, you're saying she's dead? Luca shook his head, his tone calm. She died of an illness. Tamamo's expression instantly became extremely odd and complex, a mixture of absurdity and skepticism. Died of illness. For such an existence, saying she was personally executed by goddess Ilias would be 10,000 times more believable than dying of illness. Seeing the almost distorted, strange look on Tamamo's face, Luca quickly followed up, "You knew my mother?" Knew her? Tamamo took a deep breath, trying to calm her surging emotions. Her lips curled into an expression that was somewhere between a smile and a sigh. Who doesn't know her, the brilliant morning star, the angel of calamity? Her fearsome reputation is world-renowned. Ha! Luca was dumbfounded. The mother in his mind, gentle, loving, always looking at the world with compassionate eyes, humming songs to coax him to sleep, and still trying to smile even when gravely ill, could not be reconciled with the weapon of mass destruction like lunatic Tamamo was describing. Could it be the wrong person? Luca held onto a final sliver of hope. Maybe just the same name. Impossible. Tamamo shook her head decisively, her gaze falling back on Luca. Your very existence is the most conclusive evidence. If not for her bloodline, how could there be such a pure and powerful holy element origin within you? This concentration has already reached the level of a seraph. Luca fell silent. In an instant, countless memory fragments came rushing back. His mother's meaningful words on her deathbed that he hadn't quite understood at the time. The depth and desolation that flashed in her eyes when she occasionally gazed into the distance, which didn't belong to an ordinary village woman. And that ring, the one she never let him take off, the ring that sealed his power and also sealed a certain past. Many details he had once ignored were now connected by Tamamo's words, pointing toward a truth that made his heart race. After a long silence, Luca spoke again, his voice somewhat dry. She died of illness in the form of a human, with a human body. This time, it was Tamamo's turn to be silent. Is that so? After a long while, she softly uttered those words, the shock in her eyes gradually replaced by a complex emotion that bordered on enlightenment. To live as a human, and to die as a human. To discard the great power and eternity of an angel and choose to live out one's life as a fragile mortal. With Tamamo's vast experience and wisdom, she almost instantly understood the path Lucifina had insisted upon and chosen. It was a path more resolute and gentler than any struggle she had ever known. And your father? Tamamo asked softly. Marcellus, Luca answered. Tamamo's breath hitched again. What a twist of fate. She could only manage those few words, her tone full of the sentiment that destiny toys with people. Of course she remembered Marcellus. The high-spirited human hero who led a party to fight their way deep into the Demon King's castle back then. At that time, she was in the Demon King's castle, trying to stop Alice 15, Alice's mother, from her almost martyr-like, resolute actions. She had failed. And the hero who had swung his sword for the sake of humanity back then had ultimately fallen in love with the brilliant morning star, who represented the ultimate power of the celestial realm. Now their son was embarking on a path toward the coexistence of humans and monsters alongside the next generation's Demon King, whom she had taught. The primordial angel chose to pass away as a mortal. The descendant of the hero and the angel was walking side by side with the successor of the Demon King. The turning of the wheel of fate was so unpredictable, yet it faintly revealed a touching possibility that transcended old grudges. Tamamo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She looked up at the young man before her and reached out to gently pat his shoulder. Don't resent your mother. Her words were gentle yet firm. She chose her path. That path was perhaps more difficult than we can imagine, but it is also more worthy of respect. Luca nodded. He understood, of course. Even though the truth was shocking, his mother's smile, her teachings, and that deep-seated gentleness and persistence in his memories had never changed. It was her own choice, he could only respect it and continue forward with what she had left him. A brief silence fell between the two, broken only by the soft chime of the wind bell on the shrine's eaves as the evening breeze blew past. Ultimately, it was Tamamo who broke the silence. Her tone became exceptionally solemn as she looked directly at Luca. "I'm leaving Alice in your hands. She's still very young, sometimes impulsive and simple-minded. She may face even more difficult choices in the future. Please look after her a bit more." Luca met her gaze and nodded solemnly. "I will." After leaving the shrine, the night had grown thick. Luca stood alone at the village entrance, looking up at the starry sky, his mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. The information from his conversation with Tamamo was too much to take in, he needed time to digest it. His mother's identity, his father's past, the source of his own power, and the secrets that goddess Ilias might be involved in. "Aunt Michaela, just how many more things are there that you can't tell me for now?" He shook his head, temporarily suppressing his swirling thoughts. For now, there was a more pressing matter to handle. He adjusted his breathing and focused his state of mind on the upcoming quest. According to the plan, he would be used as this year's sacrifice and carried to Yamata no Orochi in a palanquin. Sigh. Luca suddenly sighed and turned his gaze toward the nearby bushes. "Take this." Several aggressive young men wielding wooden sticks suddenly jumped out from the bushes. They were the same ones who had been arguing until they were red in the face in the meeting room during the day. Brandishing their clubs, they lunged at Luca from different directions, attempting to knock him unconscious. However, just as their weight shifted forward and they were about to strike, a sudden, precise gust of wind swept across the ground, brushing past their charging ankles. Ouch! Ack! The young men, who were already charging too fast, lost their footing. They tumbled into a heap with cries of alarm, their clubs flying from their hands in a pathetic display. Luca stood where he was without even moving his feet, simply looking at them calmly. "So what is the meaning of this?" The young men scrambled to their feet, shouting all at once. "Traveler! We heard you were chosen as this year's sacrifice. It's okay. We won't let you go to your death. Let us handle this. The sacrifice must be chosen from among us. That's the rule. We absolutely can't let an outsider like you go. We weren't trying to kill you just now. We just wanted to knock you out and go in your place." They were Goro, Sato, Yamato, Inoue, and the others. Luca. He looked at this group of guys who were saying cool things, but whose actions were completely off track, momentarily speechless. "Sorry," Luca said no more. With a flick of his wrist, before the Gog sword was even fully unsheathed, he used the scabbard to lightning-fast tap each of them on the side of the neck. The men groaned, their eyes filled with reluctance and regret as they slumped to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. "You guys should get some good sleep first," Luca said, sheathing his sword. "The matter will be resolved soon. I suppose this can be considered a strange form of coexistence between humans and monsters." Alice had quietly appeared not far away at some point, her snake tail shimmering slightly under the moonlight. She looked at the fallen young men, her tone somewhat subtle. Why they are so obsessed is truly a question worth pondering. "Ah, Alice, good evening." Luca turned around. "By the way, where's Tamamo? Didn't she say she was going to help?" Alice's expression became a bit complicated. "She said she went back to the Demon King's castle first." She paused. From her position as one of the 4 heavenly kings, and the Demon King's mentor, it's indeed not quite appropriate for her to openly help a hero subjugate a monster, even if that monster is of poor character. Luca. Then what was with the presents she had left here? But Alice took something out from behind her, and handed it to Luca. "She left this and asked me to give it to you." It was a fluffy, golden ball of fur about the size of a palm. It felt warm and soft to the touch, rising and falling slightly as if it were alive. Luca instinctively took it and gave it a squeeze. It felt great, warm and fluffy. "Ahaha, that tickles," the fur ball suddenly made a crisp, pleasant, and very familiar voice. "Luca." No matter how you looked at it or heard it, this was Tamamo, right? Alice. She was also momentarily speechless, and turned her head away with a light cough. Anyway, as usual, I shall take my leave." With that, her figure flickered and vanished into the shadows. "Okay." Luca nodded, holding the warm fur ball. He naturally tucked it into his shirt, even sliding his hand into the fur to keep warm. "Ow. So cold." A fair, small hand suddenly reached out from the fur ball and pinched Luca's cheek. Luca patted her hand away, lifted the fur ball to his nose, and sniffed it. "It smells like a weird mix of flowers and fried tofu." "No way." Tamamo immediately protested. She undid her disguise right in his arms, turning back into her human form. She grabbed the collar of her elegant robes and shoved it under Luca's nose. "I bathe in fragrant water every day, and my clothes are scented with incense. How could there be a weird smell?" "Smell it again." Fine, there's no weird smell." "I smelled it wrong." Luca turned her body, which was almost pressed against his face, around. He pulled out a skewer of golden, steaming fried tofu from somewhere and skillfully stuffed it into her mouth just as she was about to protest. "Lady Fox, god of Yamatai, please sit quietly for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." "Humph, that's more like it." Tamamo narrowed her eyes contentedly as she nibbled on the fried tofu. Noticing Luca's gaze occasionally drifting to the fluffy fox tails swaying behind her, she smirked. With a little hop, she sat in Luca's lap and generously handed him one of her tails. "Since you're offering such a devout sacrifice, I'll make an exception and let you touch my tail." Luca didn't refuse. He took the fluffy, warm tail and gave it a satisfying rub, even burying his face in it. Tamamo narrowed her eyes comfortably, nibbling on the fried tofu while her 9 tails swayed gently and unconsciously. Just then, the sound of footsteps and the light of lanterns came from the direction of the village entrance. Tamamo reacted quickly. With a soft poof, she shrank back into the warm golden fur ball and curled up snugly in Luca's arms. The village chief arrived with several villagers, carrying a rather ornate palanquin decorated with gold and silver patterns. "Ah, Lord Hero, sorry to keep you waiting." Seeing only Luca, the village chief looked around in confusion. Where are the snake god and the fox god?" "This time, it's enough for me to go alone," Luca said calmly. "I see." The village chief didn't ask further, his eyes showing both worry and hope. "Then please step into this palanquin. Every year, this is what we use to send the sacrifice." The palanquin looked quite old, but it was well maintained, reflecting a dim luster under the lantern light. Luca nodded. Holding the warm hand warmer for ball in his arms, he stepped into the palanquin without hesitation. The curtain fell. The palanquin was lifted steadily and began to move slowly toward the dark, deep forest path on the mountain behind the village. Chapter 66, Yamada no Orochi. About an hour later, the palanquin came to a stop. The village chief's hushed voice came from outside. "Lord Hero, we can only take you this far. Ahead is that person's domain. Next, Yamada no Orochi will use her power to send you into the depths of the cave." He paused, his voice full of earnestness. "Please be extremely careful." The sound of footsteps and the glow of the lanterns gradually faded away, and the surroundings fell into absolute darkness and silence. Only the faint sound of dripping water came from the depths of the cave, along with the rustling sound of scales rubbing against rock as some massive creature moved slowly. Suddenly, the body of the palanquin vibrated slightly. As if being gently lifted by an invisible giant hand, it floated into the air, and then drifted smoothly toward the depths of the cave. "This is..." Luca was slightly surprised in his heart. He keenly perceived that the entire cave space was permeated with a majestic magical power, as thick as fog and almost physical in substance. Yamada no Orochi spread her vast magical power evenly through every inch of the air in her territory like breathing, making the space itself like an extension of her limbs, allowing her to control the movement of objects within it at will. To release and solidify magical power so extravagantly to form a new domain control. This fighting style is truly self-indulgent. Luca evaluated privately, this required an extremely profound foundation of magical power, something no ordinary monster could achieve. While Luca's thoughts were wandering, the palanquin gave a light jolt and landed on solid ground. The surroundings suddenly opened up. The depths of the cave were a massive natural cavern with a high ceiling, where stalactites hung like an inverted forest, emitting a faint blue shimmer. In the center was a bottomless cold pool with dark water, and coiled at the edge of the pool was the target of this trip, Yamada no Orochi. So it's this year's sacrifice. Let this concubine have a good look at your appearance. 8 female voices, slightly different yet harmoniously blended, rang out simultaneously, echoing in the vast cavern. Luca looked up. 8 thick giant pythons with green-colored snake bodies wound out from the rocks by the pool, and at the end of each snake body was the upper body of a woman. Their appearances were extremely similar, all possessing eerie beauty and pale skin, with ink-black long hair scattered like seaweed. But upon closer inspection, their expressions and even the curves of their smiles had subtle differences, as if 8 independent souls shared this terrifying body. 8 pairs of snake pupils of varying shades focused on the palanquin curtain at once, their gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. The palanquin curtain moved without wind, lifting to both sides. Oh! The 8 voices let out a soft cry of surprise in unison, which then turned into unabashed admiration and pleasure. This year's sacrifice is actually such a handsome and good-looking youth. Truly, a pleasant surprise. Different snake bodies leaned forward slightly, and the gazes they cast also took on different colors. Some were full of interest, some were playful, and some already showed explicit desire. Come, get a little closer, let us have a good look. One of the voices was particularly soft and seductive, carrying a tone of coaxing. But another voice followed immediately, wait, you aren't from Yamatai village. Luca stopped hiding and stepped out of the palanquin, standing firm on the cold rock floor, meeting those 8 gazes with a calm look. I am here to subjugate you. A brief silence. Then, the 8 heads simultaneously erupted into laughter of contempt and desire. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Subjugate us. What a boastful brat. Once you fall into this concubine's hands, I'll be sure to shower you with affection. To let you know what true bliss is. And then you'll never be able to leave. The words became increasingly explicit, and the light in the 8 pairs of snake pupils grew more dangerous. More words would be useless. Luca reached back and, with a clang, drew the Gog sword. The blade reflected the faint light of the cavern, shimmering with a cold luster. He could clearly feel the thick magical power belonging to Yamada no Orochi permeating the air around him like an invisible swamp. In this environment, if the opponent were to launch magic, the speed of mobilizing magical power would be startlingly fast, almost instantaneous. But Luca did not intend to compete with the opponent in the precision of magic control. He would just try out his recent understanding of the Earth Spirit Gnome's power. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. A thick snake tail, carrying the force of 1,000 tons and the momentum to split mountain rocks, suddenly swept across, aimed straight at Luca's waist and abdomen. This strike was simple and crude, yet it pushed strength and speed to the limit, tearing the air and producing a piercing whistle. Luca neither dodged nor avoided it, and he didn't even have the intention to parry. He just lowered his waist slightly, his feet firmly rooted to the ground like a tree, and the earthy yellow magical light within his body flashed slightly. Bang! A dull impact sound that made one's teeth ache exploded. The airwave spread out with Luca as the center, making his robes flutter loudly, and the rock floor beneath his feet cracked with a kacha, spreading out fine spiderweb-like fissures. However, Luca himself did not move an inch, and even his arm holding the sword did not shake once. He looked down at the spot where the snake tail had just hit. His robe had been torn open by the strong wind, revealing the unharmed skin underneath. Nice strength. Luca raised his hand and patted the dust off his robes. 8 pairs of snake pupils widened simultaneously, filled with unbelievable daze and astonishment. That strike just now was enough to tear a mountain apart like a piece of paper, yet it couldn't even make this human youth take half a step back. What on earth is this guy? Sigh. A familiar sigh, tinged with helplessness and laziness, rang out in a corner of the cavern. At some point, Tamamo had returned to her human form, standing elegantly by a stalactite, her 9 foxtails swaying gently behind her, fanning herself lightly with a cypress fan. Feeling the aura of the earth spirit on you so condensed and stable, I originally wanted to show myself and teach you how to use earth power more exquisitely. Tamamo glanced at Luca, her tone somewhat regretful. It seems I worried too much. You're already using it quite well. I appreciate the sentiment, Luca thanked her sincerely. Then, his gaze turned back to the still-shocked Yamada no Orochi, and he flicked his wrist. Swish! A simple and unadorned silver sword light flashed past. With a thud sound, one of the snake bodies that had just attacked slumped down, hitting the edge of the pool, temporarily losing its ability to move. How about you do it? Luca suddenly handed the Gog sword in his hand toward Tamamo's direction. Oh! Tamamo's eyes lit up, and she instantly became energized. She walked over elegantly and took the Gog sword. You're quite sensible, Luca. She weighed the fallen angel's sword, which was quite heavy for a human, and turned her gaze toward the coiled Yamada no Orochi. I haven't been back to my hometown for centuries. I didn't expect such an arrogant girl with such peculiar taste to appear. Tamamo said softly. Before her voice had even faded, her figure had already disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, Tamamo appeared in the air above the cavern, holding the Gog sword high with both hands. At the moment she swung the sword, the underground of the entire Yamatai region seemed to have an invisible pulse resonating with her. The majestic and vast earth power was drawn in and gathered, all of it poured into the blade of the sword. Before the sword even arrived, the terrifying pressure already made the pool water boil and the rocks groan. The remaining 7 heads of Yamada no Orochi let out terrified hisses, wanting to dodge but unable to find the strength. My power. This. No. The brilliant earthy yellow light submerged Yamada no Orochi's massive body. Rumble. The entire Yamatai region shook violently. Sleeping villagers in the village were startled awake, livestock hissed in unease, and even the distant mountain forests were filled with countless startled birds. The light dissipated. By the cold pool, the massive Yamada no Orochi had disappeared. In its place was a multi-headed small snake that had shrunk countless times, barely a few meters long, curling up aggrievedly in a corner, its 8 heads all drooping, eyes filled with terror. All right, the source of evil has been dealt with. Everything is resolved. Tamamo landed lightly, tossed the Gog sword back to Luca, and somehow produced that cypress fan again, fanning herself elegantly. Amazing, hero Tamamo. Luca caught the sword, sheathed it, gave Tamamo a thumbs up, and said solemnly, You have saved Yamatai village. Pft, ha ha. Tamamo covered her mouth with her fan, laughing so hard she trembled. Hero Tamamo. That's the first time I've heard such an interesting title. When everything had settled, Alice finally appeared leisurely, still holding a half-eaten rice ball in her hand. The village chief also arrived with the villagers in fear and trepidation. After confirming that Yamada no Orochi had truly been sealed, they immediately held a grand banquet. At the banquet, the village chief's eyes filled with tears as he held Luca's hand and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much, Lord Hero. The village is finally saved. We really don't know how to repay this kindness. The village isn't very wealthy, you see. No, it's already enough. Luca interrupted him with a smile, his gaze turning to those beside him. Alice was devouring mountains of rice balls and various dishes at an alarming speed, her cheeks stuffed full, while Tamamo had a variety of fried tofu in front of her, eating slowly but with high efficiency. Seeing the eating habits of these two deities, the village chief and the villagers felt even more awe and piety, offering food even more diligently. Just a fake hero, that's all. Tamamo swallowed a piece of golden, crispy fried tofu and muttered softly under her breath. Hearing this, Luca could only respond with a helpless, bitter smile. The sealed Yamada no Orochi was temporarily placed in the White Snake Shrine. Lady White Snake and her companions were gathering magical power and expected to be able to undo the seal before long. According to Lady White Snake, although she was greedy and self-indulgent, she hadn't actually harmed anyone's life. The state of those returning youths was more of an addictive dependence in spiritual worship, which could be recovered through treatment. Luca approved of this disposal plan. After the banquet, Luca also heard new worries from the village chief. Some village youths who learned that Yamada no Orochi had been dealt with were greatly disappointed, and were planning to leave the village to pursue new dreams. Some wanted to go to the Forest of Elves to find an elf partner, some wanted to head to Natalia Port to encounter mermaids, some couldn't stop thinking about the Nightmare Village in the north, and some planned to go to Harpy Village to experience life. The village chief was frowning over this. The village already had a labor shortage, and this was making things even worse. Luca could only offer a few words of comfort. The next day, Luca and Alice bid farewell to the villagers. Well then, I should head back too. Tamamo stood at the village entrance, having regained her dignified and gentle posture. Thank you very much for your help this time, Luca said. I didn't help with anything substantial, no need to keep this favor in mind. Tamamo shook her head slightly. However, when you one day set foot on the road to the Demon King's castle, as one of the 4 heavenly kings, I won't show any mercy. After speaking, she gave a slight smile, performed a nimble backflip into the air, and her figure turned into points of fireflies in the morning light, vanishing from sight. Luca gazed in the direction she disappeared for a long time, silent. Everyone is using their own way, he spoke softly, as if to himself, or to Alice beside him, trying to extinguish the sparks that might ignite the flames of war, even if the methods are different, or even a bit clumsy. Yeah. Alice rarely didn't retort, her snake tail swaying gently. It's just that the way they express their will might all be just a little bit too bellicose. More than just a little bit. Luca chuckled and shook his head, but his gaze became firm and clear again. I will still choose to fight. Using the sword in my hand to carve out a path to my ideals. The wind blew from the mountains, carrying the scent of new vegetation. Chapter 67, Paranset Village. After leaving Yamatai Village, Luca spread out a map, his fingertips tracing northward along the Noa region before finally landing on a point marked as Paranset Village. He remembered the Arachne proprietress of the spider silk fabric shop in Noa City describing her hometown. It was a village where monsters of many different races gathered. It was those words that sparked Luca's deep interest in this legendary multiracial village. Harpy Village, Mermaid Port, Yamatai, he had seen monster communities composed of single or a few races, but what would a village built together by numerous monster races with vastly different habits, forms, and needs look like? How would different customs be reconciled, and what kind of sparks would fly in daily life? Are you really going there? Alice asked, her voice trailing off as if she wanted to say more. Luca looked at her, feeling a bit helpless. There you go again. This demon lord seemed to enjoy playing the part of a riddler at certain times. Seeing Luca's expression, Alice curled her lip, her snake tail lightly tapping the ground. Fine, it's better if you see it with your own eyes. She paused, a complex and unreadable emotion flashing in her golden eyes. Some things are not as simple as they appear on the surface, and what happened isn't necessarily the whole truth. That place, it's hard for me to judge. More of this vague, half-spoken talk. Luca felt a wave of frustration in his heart, like a feather lightly scratching an itch he couldn't reach. If you're going to say it all, if not, don't mention it at all. Of course he was going. Not only to see it, but to understand the other side of Paranset village that Alice was hinting at, and the Arachne proprietress hadn't mentioned. Crossing vast plains and stepping into increasingly dense and humid jungles, according to the map and directions from villagers, Paranset village was nestled within this forest. Walking along the path to the village, Luca had once envisioned a scene like this, monsters of various forms coming and going leisurely under the sun, insect girls perhaps helping plant-type monsters with pollination, land-type monsters helping to tidy up houses, flying monsters delivering messages. Though they had different habits, they would have formed a unique symbiotic order through mutual adjustment, an ideal portrait of cross-racial harmony. However, Alice's words had already acted like a drop of ink in clear water, quietly tainting this fantasy, and preparing him mentally for a less-than-beautiful sight. Yet, when the actual scene hit his eyes, that preparation still felt insufficient. At the edge of the forest, there was a complete mess. The clearing in the woods that should have been a crossroads of paths now looked as if it had just endured a storm. Broken branches and fallen leaves covered the ground, while undried plant juices and insect fluids, emitting various scents, were splashed everywhere. The air was thick with the pungent smell of vegetation, and a hint of sickly sweet odor. The confrontation in the center was even more shocking. 3 insect-type monsters stood in a triangular formation, cornering 2 scarred plant-type monsters against the roots of a giant tree. The leader was a moth girl, hovering low in the air, her large and gaudy wings flapping slowly, shedding fine scales. She looked down from above, mocking, "Hee hee, is this all the resilience the plant race has left? How pathetic." Beside her, a white bell girl, pure white and seductive in form, landed lightly on a broken log, covering her mouth and giggling. "Ahaha, why don't you contribute all your sweet nectar? It looks quite delicious." On the ground, a green larva girl crawled forward sluggishly, letting out a laugh. "Hee hee, we won, we won." The ones cornered were 2 Anna Winds. Anna Aram leaned against the rough bark, her body covered in bruises and bite marks. Her petal-like dress was severely damaged, her face was pale, and her aura was weak. "Honestly, I didn't expect to be pursued to a place like this." The other, Anna Root, was in even worse shape. One of her arms had been severed at the base by some sharp mouthpart, and clear juice flowed from the wound. She used her remaining arm to shield her companion, her eyes full of despair. "We're already injured like this. At a time like this, how can we fight back?" Looking around, they weren't the only ones. In the clearing and by the bushes, over a dozen monsters lay scattered, some plant-based, some insect-based, all having lost the ability to move, either groaning in pain or already unconscious. Clearly, this was the aftermath of a significant conflict. Luca's brow furrowed deeply. Alice's warning had made him give up his naive fantasies, but the naked bullying, injury, and racial hostility before him still felt like a cold needle piercing his heart. "Oh my, who are you?" The larva girl was the first to notice Luca walking out of the woods. Her plump body turned toward him, her compound eyes reflecting the figure of the human youth. "A human coming here, that's quite a rarity." The white bell girl also sized Luca up curiously. She emitted a soft glow, making her particularly conspicuous in the dim forest. The hovering moth girl was clearly startled, the frequency of her wing flaps suddenly increasing. "I thought it was reinforcements for the plant race. I didn't expect an unexpected intruder." She regained her composure, her voice regaining its condescending tone. "Hey, human, this is none of your business. Leave at once." Luca ignored their attempt to drive him away, stepping steadily in front of the 2 injured Annawins and shielding them behind him. He looked up, his gaze calmly scanning the 3 insect monsters. "Can you tell me exactly what happened here?" The moth girl's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Since you want to help these useless plants, then you are our enemy. Sisters, let's deal with this meddling human first." She flapped her wings violently, purple scales spreading like mist as she dove down, her forelimbs transforming into sharp scythes aimed straight at Luca's face. The other 2 monsters followed suit, the white bell girl's fingertips lit up with concentrated points of light, while the larva girl opened her mouthparts, which looked clumsy but possessed incredible biting force. "Sigh." Luca let out a soft sigh. After such a long journey and dealing with all sorts of monsters, he had already summarized an experience that, while not a rule, was tried and true. Most monsters, upon first contact, rarely listen to reason or questions. Power dictates their first reaction. Want to talk? Want to know the truth? Usually, you have to make them quiet down first. The next instant, the two injured Anowins only felt a blur before their eyes as a light breeze brushed past. When they blinked and looked closely, the three insect monsters that had been so aggressive just a moment ago were nowhere to be seen. And that strange human youth had somehow returned to his original spot, as if he had never moved. He was slowly pushing a longsword, which had been unsheathed by only an inch, back into its scabbard. Anna Aram and Anna Root stared with wide eyes, their faces blank, completely failing to register what had happened in that lightning-fast moment. Luca didn't give the three insects at his feet a second glance, turning to face the two startled plant girls. His tone remained peaceful. Rumor has it that Paranset Village is a place where many kinds of monsters live in peace. Why has it become like this? His question pulled the two Anowins back to reality from their shock. They exchanged a look, both seeing the relief of having survived a disaster, and offer the powerful strength of the human before them. That is already a thing of the past, powerful human. Anna Aram's voice was weak, but she tried her best to maintain a respectful tone. Due to some complex reasons, the once peaceful Paranset village has now split into two opposing camps. Anna Root supported herself with her remaining arm and added, "It's what you just saw. A war has broken out between our plant race camp and their insect race camp." War, huh? Luca repeated the word softly. He had seen the pure side of humans in this world and felt the innocence and kindness of monsters. That experience had once made him immerse himself in the expectation that the world could become a better place. However, this scene and the word war acted like a bucket of ice water, waking him from his warming fantasy. He had almost forgotten that in this vast and complex world, conflict and war were never far away. They existed not only between humans and monsters, but were also deeply rooted within humanity and among monster tribes. Competition for resources, conflicts of ideology, historical grievances, imbalances of power, any spark could ignite a prairie fire of war. Why must there be war? Because of interest. Because of fear. Because of misunderstanding. Or because of simple difference. Conflicting thoughts surged and crashed in his mind like a tide. It shouldn't be like this, he murmured unconsciously, his voice as light as a sigh. His whisper was caught by the Anowins. Hope flared in the eyes of the two plant girls. The powerful strength this human displayed gave them a glimpse of the possibility of turning the tide of battle. Powerful human. Anna Aram struggled, using all her strength to plead, "Please, please help us. This foolish war must be brought to an early end." Anna Root also echoed urgently, "Please lend us your strength. We know that as a human, you might hesitate to suddenly get involved in a war between monsters, that is completely understandable. We won't force you to agree immediately." She took a breath and continued, "But at least, please go see the current leader of our plant race, Lady Priestess. She will explain everything to you. It won't be too late to make a decision after you've heard her out." Luca snapped back from his chaotic thoughts. He didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse. He looked into the two pairs of eyes filled with expectation and pleading, and finally nodded. "Lead the way first," he said, his voice returning to its usual steadiness. "Take me to see your leader." "Thank you so much." The two Anowins were so emotional they almost shed tears. "Lady Priestess is deeper in the forest, at our gathering place. Please follow us." Under their guidance, Luca set off, heading toward the heart of the dense forest where the plant race camp was located. Behind them, the three temporarily incapacitated insect monsters and the messy battlefield were gradually obscured by the thick trees. Chapter 68, Anna Priestess. Following the two injured Anowin, Luca ventured deep into the heart of the forest where Paranset village was located. The deeper they went, the denser and more bizarre the vegetation became, Thick vines coiled around ancient trees like giant pythons, and bioluminescent fungi dotted the damp moss. The air was thick with a rich scent of life and a faint, sweet fragrance of pollen. This was clearly the home turf of the plant race monsters. Passing through an archway formed naturally by hanging vines, the view suddenly opened up. It was a forest clearing surrounded by towering trees, with the ground covered in thick, soft lichen. In the center of the clearing, sitting upon a throne woven entirely from living vines and adorned with tiny flowers, was the target of their journey. She was a petite, green-haired girl. She wore a dress cleverly stitched together from broad leaves and flexible tree bark, while her feet were wrapped in deep green vines that formed the shape of exquisite long boots. She sat there quietly, hands folded on her lap. Her posture appeared dignified, yet it betrayed an unmistakable exhaustion. "Nice to meet you, traveler from afar. I am Anna Priestess." Her voice was soft, carrying the gentle rhythm characteristic of plant race monsters. Surprisingly, when Luca first looked at her, he felt as though he could vaguely see the shadow of dark circles under her eyes. Plants can have dark circles. Luca was slightly surprised. He blinked instinctively, and when he focused again, the shadows had vanished, as if they were merely an illusion caused by the interplay of light and fatigue. Setting aside that oddity, Luca could clearly sense that the seemingly delicate plant race leader before him possessed magic power far more surging and pure than that of ordinary monsters. It was like an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth, with a profound foundation, though at this moment it seemed dim, as if lacking nutrients. "I have heard," Anna Priestess nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon the two battered kin behind Luca. A hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. "It is thanks to your rescue that these two important members of my kin were able to escape danger. I and the entire plant race extend our sincere gratitude to you." She paused, her gaze shifting to Luca, filled with newfound hope. "At the same time, I am truly in awe of your strength, being able to so easily subdue 3 insect race warriors." She seemed to muster her strength, sitting up straighter as her tone became earnest. "As you can see, due to the continuous and intense fighting, too many of my kin have fallen. Nowadays, even having one more companion to fight alongside us is an incredibly precious hope for us." Luca did not immediately respond to this implied invitation. He needed to sort out his thoughts first. "Before I answer, I would like to understand," Luca said, getting straight to the point and looking her directly in the eye. "Why has Paranset village, once famous for the peaceful coexistence of multiple races, devolved into this state of armed conflict and division?" Upon hearing this, deep exhaustion and sorrow appeared on Anna Priestess's face, and she let out a soft sigh. "All of this stems from the collapse of trust," she said slowly, her voice low. "The leader of the insect race, Queen Bee, and I were once both appointed by the great Her Majesty Alice Fitz-14 to jointly manage this fertile territory and maintain the order of coexistence between the different monster races. 10 years ago or even longer, this village was indeed as wonderful as the legends say. Even though the plant race and the insect race have differences in habits and needs, and even some natural antagonism, under the majesty and wisdom of the Demon King, everyone learned to tolerate each other, take what they needed, and live in harmony. That was a peaceful time." Her eyes gradually grew pained, and her folded hands tightened slightly. "But I don't know when, but everything started to change. Queen Bee, she changed. She and the insect race she leads began to brutally and senselessly attack our plant race. They cruelly tear apart our branches and leaves, consume far more sap than they need, and destroy the roots and flowers we rely on to grow. They spare no one, not the old, the weak, the women, or the children. My kin have fallen one after another under their relentless attacks, and their emerald blood has soaked the land of the village." Luca listened quietly, his brow furrowed slightly. Faced with such tyranny, we had no choice. The leader's tone became firm again, yet she could not hide the sorrow. "Either sit by and watch our race go extinct, or rise up and resist. In the end, we chose the path of battle, even though it deviates from the original intention of protecting coexistence that Her Majesty 14 entrusted us with." Luca suddenly asked, "Since you and Queen Bee are both leaders appointed by the 14th Demon King, why, when such a serious conflict arose, did you not file a complaint or request mediation from the Demon King's castle from the current Demon King? That should be the proper channel for resolving conflicts between subordinates appointed by the superior. Anna Priestess fell silent. That brief pause seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet forest clearing. She lowered her eyes slightly, and after a few seconds, she raised them again, her tone calm. I tried. I sent a message to the Demon King's castle pleading for mediation. But she shook her head gently. The current Demon King, Alice Fizz 16, did not provide any response. How coincidental. A thought flashed through Luca's mind, but he remained outwardly calm. The current Demon King beside me has never received a request for mediation from Paranset. Did she overlook it? Was the communication intercepted? Or did the leader before him never actually send such a request? He did not immediately expose this doubt. Is that so? Luca murmured as if digesting the information. A moment later, he looked up and made his decision. In that case, I agree to join and help you end this war. Anna Priestess seemed surprised that Luca had agreed so readily. She was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of genuine, relieved joy bloomed on her face. Ah, really? That's wonderful. This is absolutely the best news the plant race has heard in a long time. She quickly adjusted her emotions and began to introduce her side's assets. Please rest assured, we are not without a chance of winning. After the war broke out, we sought help from the Canaan Three Sisters, a famous plant race mercenary group from a distant land. They possess extremely rich combat experience and their strength is above mine. It is thanks to their assistance that we have been able to barely stabilize the front line and resist the insect race's attacks. With the addition of a powerful helper like you, plus the Canaan sisters, we will definitely be able to win the final victory and restore peace to Paranset. Her tone was full of confidence. The Canaan Three Sisters? Luca asked. Where are they now? I would like to meet these strong reinforcements first. They just went through an exceptionally intense defensive battle 2 days ago and are exhausted. They are currently resting and recovering their strength at a safe point deeper in the forest. Anna Priestess explained, her tone natural. They are the key to our victory. For the upcoming decisive battle, we must let them rest and recuperate, so it is not convenient to disturb them. I ask for your understanding. Luca nodded and did not press further, instead quietly spreading his perception. His perception swept delicately across the forest. Due to the long period of coexistence and the war, the auras of the plant monsters and insect monsters had become intertwined and somewhat difficult to distinguish, so he could only sense them roughly. He could see 3 magic light points gathered in the direction of the insect race camp in the distance, slightly restless, carrying the aura of insects, as well as a relatively powerful magic source, an aura in their center, carrying the rhythm characteristic of a swarm. He could also clearly sense the plant-type magic fluctuations and plant auras, both strong and weak, in the surrounding plant race gathering area. However, within his range of perception of the plant race, he did not capture any powerful or special plant-type magic sources that matched the description of the Canaan Three Sisters, whose strength is far above hers, and who possess rich combat experience. In the surrounding plant race area, the strongest plant-type magic was that of the leader herself. Luca's eyes narrowed slightly, but his face remained calm and ripple-free. He did not voice this discovery, merely pushing his doubts aside for the moment. So what is the specific battle plan? Luca asked, changing the subject, as if he had accepted the current situation. Anna Priestess perked up, clearly having had a plan all along. Although with the addition of the Canaan sisters, our plant race has gained the ability to resist, neither I nor my kin wish for this cruel battle to continue endlessly. War itself is a harm to this land and all life. Her eyes revealed a deep longing. What we have always wanted is just a peaceful and tranquil life. Therefore, our strategy is decapitation. Her tone became resolute. As long as Queen Bee, who is the source of the war and the absolute core of the insect race, is defeated by you, the insect race, having lost their unified command and fighting spirit, will have their threat greatly reduced. At that time, everything else can be left to us. Luca listened quietly. Meeting her earnest and hopeful gaze, he pondered for a moment and finally nodded decisively. Understood, he said. Let's do that. Anna Priestess smiled again. Thank you for your trust and your great help. Chapter 69, Queen Bee. According to the plan agreed upon with Anna Priestess, the plant race would launch a massive feint at the edge of the forest at a designated time to draw the attention of the main force of the insect race. The real killing blow, however, would be executed by Luca alone, sneaking into the central hive, the core of the insect race, amidst the chaos to carry out a decapitation strike against their leader, the queen bee. The plan was simple, even a bit crude, but for two sides with such a disparity in strength, and for Luca himself, the simplest path was sometimes the most effective. Following the hidden path provided by the plant race, Luca sped toward the most conspicuous tree deep in the forest, a towering ancient tree like a giant green tower. That was where the queen bee's hive was located. After confirming they were far from the site of the plant race, the air beside him fluctuated slightly, and Alice's figure emerged from the shadows, quietly walking by his side. Her snake tail glided over the damp moss, silent and invisible. The one you want to contact first is actually the queen bee, right? Alice spoke, her golden eyes glancing at Luca with understanding. From the moment he had secretly contacted her earlier to ask whether the plant race had ever sought help from the Demon King's castle, she had vaguely guessed his intentions. Yes. Luca did not deny it, his pace never faltering. Anna Priestess's words about the tragic state of the war and the attacks by the insect race are likely true. But she is indeed hiding something, the most critical part has been blurred. She said she sent a request for mediation to you, the current Demon King, but received no response. And you know that you never received it. Luca analyzed. I see two possibilities. First, the communication was intercepted by an unknown force. Second, she lied to me, and she never sent a request at all, or at least, not one with the goal of ending the war. He paused and looked at Alice. I leaned toward the latter. Paranset is not isolated from the world, it's even famous for the coexistence of many races. Communication channels with the outside wouldn't be easily cut off, and news wouldn't be that easy to block completely. In fact, you clearly knew a war was happening here long ago, didn't you? His gaze held a hint of resentment as he remembered her previous hesitant appearance. Alice turned her head slightly, acknowledging it by default. She did know the general situation, but the details and inner workings seemed more complex than she had anticipated. Moreover, the foreign mercenaries, the Canaan Three Sisters, Luca's eyes darkened. Their very existence and the plant queen's emphasis on them are very suspicious. Various points of suspicion indicated that the plant race's account was not the whole story. This war was perhaps not a simple drama of victims resisting a tyrant. Since both sides truly want to fight, perhaps not interfering is the best choice. Alice said softly after a moment of silence. Her tone was not cold but rather complex. In the past, there were precedents where blindly pursuing superficial peace and forcing mediation only intensified conflicts, ultimately leading to more complete destruction. Sometimes, hatred and conflict need time, or a state of complete exhaustion, to find an exit. Luca heard the deeper meaning in her words and understood that as the Demon King, her perspective on problems necessarily included more macro and realistic considerations. She had perhaps seen too many similar disputes, and knew the price of external forces trying to twist the outcome. But if he just let it be and watched the war continue, more monsters would die. Perhaps some joined the fight with resolve, but more were likely innocents swept into the torrent, powerless to control their own fates. He still had power now, and his heart still burned with uncooled passion and conviction to change the injustice he saw. He wanted to protect the weak struggling in the flames of war. As for those monsters who had already made their choice, and were determined to solve the problem through war, if they insisted on letting the conflict explode in the most intense way, then Luca didn't mind using his own method to let them reach the conclusion quickly, and ahead of schedule. An ending defined by him, which might not be the one they desired. Alice understood him. She knew that once he set his mind on something and decided on a direction, no amount of advice could make him turn back. Therefore she said nothing more, only giving him a deep look before her figure faded again, merging into the shadows of the forest. Luca withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming as sharp as a sword. He was no longer as leisurely as usual, his mind locked onto the unique and powerful Queen Bee's mana fluctuations coming from the top of that giant tree in the distance. In the next moment, he turned into a clear breeze. The scenery along the way blurred into blocks of color. The insect race sentries guarding the outskirts of the hive only felt a breeze pass by, unable to even see a silhouette. This was not a normal trip, where he could leisurely spar and kill monsters along the way. This was war, and every second of delay could mean more lives lost on the front lines. He had to deal with the source before the plant race's faint force engaged the main body of the insect race. The interior of the beehive was not the dark insect hole one might imagine, but a magnificent palace constructed from countless hexagonal waxy structures, emitting the sweet fragrance of honey and pollen, with light falling softly through the translucent walls. In the deepest part of the palace, on a throne cast from translucent amber and golden beeswax, sat the queen of this land. She had the curvaceous upper body of a woman, skin of a healthy honey color, and four wings behind her as thin as cicada wings and shimmering with light, with an exquisite crown atop her head. It wasn't until a strange, clear breath like a cold wind appeared in the center of the hall that she suddenly snapped awake. No alarm, no obstruction, not even a sign of violent mana fluctuation. It was as if he was supposed to be there. A human youth, standing with a sword, calmly watching her. A flash of shock and unbelievable chill passed through the queen bee's golden compound eyes. It wasn't until he spoke that his calm, steady voice pulled her back to reality from her momentary paralysis. "Are you the queen bee?" Luca asked. "That's right." The queen bee slowly stood up from her throne, her wings vibrating slightly to produce a low hum as a powerful mana pressure began to permeate the hall. "I am indeed the ruler of this place, the queen bee of the insect race. Human, why have you appeared here? And how did you break into my sanctuary?" Luca did not answer her question, directly posing the core issue: why did you start the war? The queen bee was visibly stunned, seemingly not expecting him to be so direct, let alone asking that question. Immediately, the shock and anger of having her palace invaded, along with long-accumulated grief and indignation, erupted like a volcano. "War? So you broke into my hive for this, to question why I started the war?" Her voice rose sharply with a piercing tremor. "You should ask the plant race that. Go ask their lord, Anna Priestess." Her emotions were nearly out of control, her eyes burning with heart-wrenching anger and sorrow. "Over 100 of my children suddenly disappeared, devoured by the plant race, and you ask me why I started the war? When my children were turned into nutrients for their roots, whoever asked why? Why shouldn't I start a war?" She flapped her wings, the resulting wind pressure blowing Luca's hair. "I am the queen of the insect race. Protecting my children is my sacred duty. Am I supposed to wait for them to devour my entire race?" Luca fell silent. The queen bee's accusations were intense and sorrowful, forming a completely different second version from the one described by the plant lord as a one-sided, brutal invasion. After a moment, he looked up, his tone still steady: "Stop the war against the plant race. I will intervene to handle the subsequent matters, including finding out the truth, holding those responsible accountable, and seeking compensation and reconciliation. You'll handle it." The queen bee laughed as if she had heard an absurd joke, her laughter full of sarcasm and despair. "Then who will pay for the lives of my 100+ children? How will their souls find peace? Who do you think you are? A mediator? An arbitrator?" Her gaze was sharp as a needle as it pierced toward Luca. "The human reinforcements for the plant race, you think I don't know who you are? Still standing here with your hypocritical sweet talk, you're just trying to buy time for your employer, or directly remove me as an obstacle for them." The negotiations had broken down. Positions, hatred, and distrust formed an unbridgeable chasm. Luca lowered his eyelids. It seemed that words could not calm the queen bee, who was shrouded in hatred and pain. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Gog sword. "Then, please calm down for a while." "Arrogance," the queen bee shouted. Her figure instantly vanished from before the throne, turning into a streak of golden light that lunged straight at Luca, at a speed difficult for the naked eye to track. Her four wings vibrated at high frequency, emitting a piercing hum enough to disturb the mind. Her fingertips extended sharp stingers, aiming for Luca's vitals, the wind pressure she brought as sharp as a blade. However, Luca's movements seemed slower, yet they were precise beyond her speed. He took a half-step forward with his left foot, his body slightly turned. The Gog sword in his hand didn't even leave its scabbard, he simply swung it, still sheathed, in a simple horizontal slash to both sides. There was no magnificent sword light, no surging explosion of mana. But along the path of the scabbard's swing, the air suddenly became heavy and viscous, as if it had instantly turned into an invisible wall of bronze and iron. The queen bee's lightning-fast pounce slammed into this skillfully manipulated field of airflow like charging into transparent amber. Her speed plummeted, and her figure showed a moment of stagnation in the air. While she was unable to move, Luca's wrist flicked, and the Gog sword finally left its sheath by an inch, a flash of pure light passing through the blade. He swung a third strike toward the trapped queen bee in the air. "This is..." The queen bee only had time to let out a short cry of terror before the light submerged her body. In the light, her curvaceous figure rapidly shrank and changed. Finally, the light receded, and a slightly larger bee queen, entirely golden with wings shimmering slightly and looking somewhat listless, landed gently on the cold floor. Luca did not immediately step forward to collect the sealed queen bee, nor did he even spare a second glance at the angry, wing-fluttering bee on the ground that could no longer fly high. He slowly turned around, casting his gaze toward an empty, shadowy corner on one side of the hall, as well as toward the two porch-like entrances leading to the inner chambers. The Gog sword was still in his hand, the blade tilted slightly, reflecting the soft light of the Amber Palace. "You three," his voice echoed clearly in the suddenly silent hall, "you can come out now, can't you?" He paused, his nostrils twitching imperceptibly, his eyes cold. "That thick, inseparable smell of blood on you, I've been enduring it for a long time." As his voice fell, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. Shadows writhed, and the presence behind the porches no longer hid itself. Three figures slowly revealed their outlines. Chapter 70, The Canaan Three Sisters. As Luca's cold words fell, the presences hidden in the shadows of the great hall no longer concealed themselves. From the shadows behind the porches and pillars on both sides, three tall and robust figures slowly emerged. Their appearance bore some resemblance to Anowin, belonging to the plant-type monsters, but their aura was entirely different, lacking a bit of softness and gentleness, and possessing full-blown wildness and aggression. Their petals were more like sharp mandibles or insect traps, their leaf edges were serrated, and their vine tentacles were thick and powerful. Their entire bodies were surrounded by a dense magic power that mixed life vitality with a bloody, murderous aura. These were the so-called foreign mercenaries, the Canaan Three Sisters. "Sisters, he's discovered us." The youngest sister, Dorothy Canaan, whose upper body was female while her lower half seemed embedded in a sundew, was the first to speak from the far right. "Truly impressive to even be able to deal with the queen bee," echoed the middle sister, Raffi Canaan, from the center. She was the most burly, with long deep green hair, and her lower body connected to a giant pitcher plant, her tone carrying surprise. "But even as powerful as you are, after defeating so many guards along the way, forcing your way into the core nest, and then fighting a fierce battle with the queen bee, your physical strength must be nearly exhausted, right?" The eldest sister, Dina Canaan, located on the left, had the edges of her green leaves shimmering with a cold light. "Meddling hero, you're doomed to lose." They had been lurking here, and to remain completely hidden from the guards and the queen bee, they hadn't released their perception to directly observe the battle in the hall. Only sensing the sudden drop in the queen bee's magic aura, they subconsciously assumed Luca had reached this point after an arduous and bloody struggle. At this moment, they spoke with the leisure of victors, even somewhat contemptuously, to this intruder who was at his wits' end. Luca did not explain how he had walked in, nor how he had sealed the queen bee. His cold gaze swept over the three sisters, lingering especially on the nauseatingly thick scent of fresh insect blood mixed with magic power on them. Is it absolutely necessary for you to prey on humans or the insect race to survive? Luca's voice sounded as if it had been quenched in ice. Since entering this palace, that revolting smell of blood on you has been stimulating my nerves every single second. Oh my, please don't lump us in with those low-class, mindless, purely carnivorous creatures. The youngest sister, Dorothy, covered her mouth and chuckled. We are high-level plant monsters, you know. We can survive on just sunlight, water, and air. Praying? That's just entertainment. Entertainment. Luca's eyes grew even colder. The middle sister, Raffi, let out a sneer and took over. Your question is truly naive. Why pray? Does that need a reason? Just like you humans, don't you also like to flood ant nests with water or throw stones at frogs, watching them struggle for fun? Watching the weak slowly lose their resistance in your hands, being devoured, being melted, that pleasure of controlling life and death, that satisfaction of life essence merging into oneself, how wonderful it is. He. Luca remained silent. If they were forced to prey on other intelligent lives for survival, he might have felt it was troublesome and contradictory. But Alice had clearly told him that in this world, there were no monsters that had to rely on devouring humans, or other intelligent monsters to maintain their lives and sapience. Those who acted solely on predatory instinct were merely low-level animals. Moreover, even low-class mindless creatures had ways to survive in this world. But these three in front of him possessed clear reason, cunning schemes, and great power, yet they treated bullying the weak, creating pain, and instigating war as entertainment and enjoyment. This was a desecration of life. The 100+ insect race subjects the queen bee mentioned as missing, Luca spoke slowly, were your handiwork, weren't they? He wasn't asking, he was stating a fact. The scent of insect race blood on them, so thick it wouldn't dissipate for a long time, was the best evidence. Attacking and devouring those of the insect race, then framing on a priestess and her kin for it. Luca's voice was flat, you calculated that the insect race would seek revenge and start a war because of it. Then you appeared as foreign reinforcements, letting the plant race lord hire you. This way, you could rightfully join this war, turning the battlefield into your playground, enjoying the fun of hunting and slaughtering to your heart's content, while also collecting payment. He looked up, wantonly provoking conflict, fueling the flames of war, dragging countless lives into your game, toying with emotions, manipulating life and death. This is the consistent business model of you Canaan three sisters, isn't it? A brief silence filled the great hall. Oh my, what wonderful reasoning. The eldest sister, Dina, finally spoke, her tone carrying a hint of surprise, yet without the slightest panic at being exposed. Instead, there was a kind of excitement. Spot on, but unfortunately. Her words were interrupted by a sudden burst of noisy waves from the forest, coming from far to near. The sounds of shouting and killing, the roar of magical collisions, and the sharp noise of plants growing wildly and swarms of insects vibrating their wings intertwined like a tide, instantly breaking the peace outside the nest. Listen. Dina smiled, listening intently as if appreciating a symphony. The decisive battle initiated by the plant race has already fully begun. The angry insect race and our brave fighting plant race kin, it's quite lively. She turned back, looking at Luca mockingly, what can you do now? Even if you manage to defeat the three of us here by some fluke, the monsters of the two races outside are slaughtering each other, and lives are perishing every second. By the time you drag your exhausted body there, I'm afraid you'll only be able to collect their corpses. Oh, or maybe there won't even be time to collect corpses, most of them will be eaten clean by each other. Her smile was cruel and gleeful, as if she could already see the powerlessness and rage Luca would eventually show. However, the defeat or fury she expected did not appear on Luca's face. On the contrary, his expression was exceptionally calm. It's very simple. Luca suddenly spoke, interrupting Dina's smugness. What? Dina was stunned. I said, solving all of this is very simple. Luca repeated, his right hand once again gripping the hilt of the Gog sword. Invisible air currents were swirling and condensing on the blade. It only takes 1 second. Luca's voice was calm as his gaze swept over the three sisters. Before you complete your next breath. The moment the words fell, Luca moved. He didn't rush toward the three sisters, but instead spun around abruptly, facing the empty space toward the palace entrance. Death's sword, modified, scattered stars. His arm vibrated and swung at a terrifying frequency completely uncapturable by the naked eye, within an extremely small range. With every imperceptible thrust, the tip of the sword precisely tore open a hair-thin, instantaneous spatial rift. He locked onto the precise location of every monster on the forest battlefield that was currently fighting and emitting strong hostility and intent to attack. Hundreds of thrusts were completed in less than a second. In the vision and perception of the Canaan three sisters, they only saw Luca turn around and perform a series of blurred, tiny movements against the air. The space ahead rippled like water for a moment, then returned to normal. Did nothing happen? However, at the very same instant that thought arose. In the Paranset forest on the vast battlefield where the east and west wings were fiercely engaged. Whether it was the moth girls diving and biting, the bee warriors vibrating their wings and firing poisonous needles, or the Anawin swinging vines to whip, or the giant flowers spitting paralyzing spores. Beside every monster that was actively attacking or in fierce confrontation, space split open without warning into a tiny void rift. Immediately following, a beam of sword light as solid as substance flashed out from the rift, precisely sinking into their bodies. The moment the sword light touched them, those monsters felt an irresistible force sweep through their entire bodies. Their wild fighting spirit, boiling magic power, and even their movements themselves were forcibly frozen. Thump! 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 Like puppets whose strings had been cut simultaneously, on the battlefield, warriors of both the insect race and the plant race collapsed to the ground in large swaths without warning, turning into ordinary plants or insects. Only a few who hadn't participated in the battle, as well as logistics personnel and younglings on the edge of the battlefield, looked on in bewilderment at this eerie and sudden stillness. The forest, which had been filled with earth-shattering clamor, fell into a deathly silence in less than a second. Only the rustling of the wind through the treetops and the puzzled chirping of birds in the distance who hadn't been affected filled this sudden tranquility. Luca slowly turned around, facing the Canaan three sisters once more. The cruel and gleeful smiles on their faces had long since frozen, replaced by boundless shock, bewilderment, and a fear that gradually spread and seeped into their very marrow. They could perceive that outside the nest, the ore of war that had been boiling like lava had vanished. Completely, cleanly, and eerily vanished. Now. Luca slowly drew half of the wooden sword, his voice breaking the frozen air in the hall. What are your last words? Chapter 71, Points of Suspicion. Luca walked out of the beeswax palace carrying 3 severed heads. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the 3 faces frozen in expressions of terror and distortion. Luca did not feel that everything had been resolved. On the contrary, there were many suspicious points behind this. After subduing the Canaan three sisters, Alice used her evil eye for hypnosis and interrogation. Luca's reasoning was basically confirmed. They were indeed the masterminds and instigators of the war, taking pleasure in devouring and creating pain, and had incited hatred between the plants and insects through framing. However, just as Alice ordered them to confess all past crimes, especially when questioning them about accomplices, a strange name was tremblingly uttered from the mouths of the 3 sisters. Prometheus. The moment that name was spoken, a sudden change occurred. The bodies of the 3 sisters suddenly stiffened, and a dark light simultaneously erupted from deep within their pupils. Following that, their bodies were like powder kegs ignited from within. In a burst of dull explosions, they turned into 3 clouds of crimson blood mist, leaving behind not even a trace of residue, completely dissipating into the air. Alice's face instantly turned ashen, and a cold fury burned in her golden eyes. She had been unaware of the Canaan 3 sisters roaming around and harming others. That there was a mysterious existence named Prometheus systematically guiding and inciting monsters toward corruption and mutual slaughter, she was also completely unaware of this. This touched upon her core duties and dignity as the Demon King. Luca, Alice's voice lost its usual composure for once, carrying urgency. We must head to the Spring of Undine as quickly as possible to find the water spirit. She looked at Luca, her gaze solemn. When she met Aluelma privately in Noah City last time, she had already become vigilant. Ever since personally encountering that dark power-eroding royal authority in St. Ilia, she had issued a secret order to Granbelia, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings. The 4 kings were to immediately and secretly investigate any suspicious signs or items similar to the aura of the Black Sword within their respective jurisdictions, tracing the source of the dark erosion. She had asked Aluelma about the progress of the investigation, and the reply she received was, so far, the 4 heavenly kings had not found any clear relevant clues in their respective areas. At the same time, Alice also grasped the current movements of the 4 heavenly kings. She knew that Elbody, the water heavenly king among the 4 heavenly kings, was currently active near her hometown, the Spring of Undine. And Undine, the water spirit, was their next target and might also reside at the Spring of Undine. Therefore, urging Luca to find Undine as quickly as possible was not just to gather the power of the spirits. More crucially, Alice needed to immediately convey the intelligence she had just obtained, concerning Prometheus and the potential systemic crisis within the monster ranks, to Elbody, one of the 4 heavenly kings. She wanted Elbody to rush back to the Demon King's castle, summon the 4 heavenly kings, and list the existence of a mastermind instigating conflict among monsters and the pursuit of rogue monsters like the Canaan 3 sisters as secret investigation matters. This was no longer just a local conflict, but a massive hidden danger that could shake the very foundations of monster society. So why didn't Alice immediately return to the Demon King's castle herself to preside over all this? Because of a fact that made her feel uneasy. When she was alone, she was almost entirely unaware of these undercurrents lurking in the shadows. Whether it was the dark erosion in St. Ilia or this carefully planned racial war in Paranset, her intelligence network and subordinates seemed to have coincidentally ignored or missed them. She vaguely felt that an invisible vortex was quietly forming, drawing in conspiracies, darkness, and strife. And Luca, whether by fate or some special reason, was at the center of this vortex. By traveling with him, these abscesses hidden under the surface of peace would be exposed one after another. Therefore she did not dare, nor did she wish, to leave Luca's side for a single moment. She had to witness it all with her own eyes and personally grasp the pulse of this vortex. I understand. Looking at the rare anxiety and determination in Alice's eyes, Luca didn't ask much and simply nodded. He knew how to distinguish priorities. For Alice to push the schedule to find the water spirit so urgently, there must be a major reason. Without a detailed explanation, he could roughly guess. She needed to quickly relay the intelligence that an individual or force was secretly undermining the internal stability of monsters and mobilize the Demon King's army to respond. As for why she wanted to relay the message by finding Undine, he had a vague suspicion in his heart. But since Alice didn't say it explicitly, he didn't ask. He understood her. If she didn't want to speak, questioning her would be useless. The 2 stepped into the forest. The scene before them was quite strange. In the forest clearing, the sealed Anowins were sleeping in various poses, piled up into a quiet and eerie garden. In the air, countless insect race monsters hovered, their wings slightly spread, dancing wildly. Luca and Alice walked through them. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating mottled light and shadows, forming a scene that was both shocking and unique. This time, it's finally truly over. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, but her brow remained furrowed. Finish handling the aftermath here as quickly as possible, and then we will set out immediately. Yeah. Just then, a slight rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, and then, a small face filled with fear and vigilance cautiously poked out. Woo! It was a young Anowin, her petal-like cheeks still stained with mud, her eyes filled with tears. She wasn't the only one. Behind her, amidst the shifting shadows of the trees, more figures appeared. There were plant race monsters tightly clutching their own branches, and insect race monsters with wings folded and antennae twitching uneasily. They were all deserters of this war, or rather, ordinary villagers who refused to participate in the violence and just wanted to survive. Excuse me. The leading Anowin plucked up her courage, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Is the war already over? It's over. Luca's answer was concise and certain. As if a heavy burden had been lifted, that Anowin almost went limp. She turned back and shouted toward the shadows behind her with a trembling voice, It's over. He said the war is over. Really? We don't have to hide anymore. Can we go home? A tarantula monster slowly crawled out from behind a tree trunk, hope shining in its compound eyes. The war is over, Luca repeated once more. Everyone. Did you hear that? The tarantula monster raised its voice, shouting to the surroundings with a sob, It's over. The war is over. As if some invisible shackles had been released, more monsters came out from their hiding places. They were of various forms and different races, but their faces all wore a similar look of dazed relief after surviving a disaster, as well as unbelievable joy. But in this final battle, many companions must have been injured. Another Anowin said worriedly, We have to hurry and help with the rescue. You're right. I'll go check the east side of the Parenset forest, you guys go to the west, and the injured insect race also. The tarantula had already begun to spontaneously organize a rescue. There is no need, Luca interrupted them. The monster girls all looked at him in unison. Not a single monster was injured, Luca stated calmly. At least, not in this final battle. Exclamations rose and fell one after another. What did a war without casualties mean? Luca didn't offer much explanation, simply turning around and sweeping his gaze over these survivors. All of you monsters, come with me now. He set off, walking toward the heart of the plant race territory where Anna Priestess was located. Chapter 72, Jewel of Friendship. Anna Priestess stood dazed under the ancient tree, at the heart of the plant race's territory, her thoughts in total disarray, barely able to comprehend everything she had just perceived. Just moments ago, she had been anxiously awaiting news of the decisive battle, prepared to commit her reserved strength at the critical moment. However, the expected tragic clash of magic did not continue to escalate. Instead, at a certain moment, it felt as if an invisible giant hand had pressed the pause button, and the fluctuations of intense combat throughout the forest stopped abruptly and eerily in unison. She hadn't seen with her own eyes who had done this or how, but one person instinctively leaped into her mind, that outsider, the human hero. Only he, that mysterious boy who was ridiculously powerful, could possibly do something so beyond common logic. When Luca's figure actually appeared at the end of the forest path, followed by a group of Anowin and insect race monsters whose faces showed both fear and hope, and holding the heads of the Canaan three sisters who had died with their eyes open, Anna Priestess's first reaction was fear, a cold chill creeping through her roots. She instinctively took half a step back, her back pressing against the rough bark of the tree. Immediately after, a sense of shame and anger at being fooled, and having her plans completely disrupted by forced intervention surged into her heart, temporarily overwhelming her fear. She straightened her body, her leaves rustling with agitation, her voice trembling. What exactly do you want to do? You've turned this place upside down. What dissatisfaction do you have with Parenset, with us? Luca's gaze swept calmly past her, over the uneasy plant race compatriots gathering behind her, and the surviving insect race monsters who had followed. What I am dissatisfied with, his voice wasn't loud, but it reached every monster's ears clearly, is everything here that has been twisted by conspiracies, lies and hatred. He tossed the three heads casually onto the clearing in front of Anna Priestess's feet, with a dull thud. Then, he revealed in detail how the Canaan three sisters had attacked the insect race and framed the plant race, how they had lured both sides into war, and their true purpose of taking pleasure in devouring and creating pain, holding nothing back. His narrative was not exaggerated, he merely stated the facts, yet it was more powerful than any accusation. The anger on Anna Priestess's face gradually froze, turning into unbelievable shock, and then the intense agony of realizing she had been used. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, her body swaying slightly as if she might collapse at any moment. The plant race monsters behind her let out low gasps and sobs, while the insect race monsters who followed erupted into bouts of commotion. You all, Anna Priestess looked at the heads at her feet, then at Luca, her gaze shattered. Calm down first. Luca interrupted her meaningless justifications, his tone still flat. It's not over yet. A few days was enough time to handle many things. The monsters sealed by Luca gradually returned to their original state after the plant race and insect race survivors injected them with a large amount of magic. The process of unsealing also became a process of screening. The vast majority of monsters, whether plant race or insect race, having experienced the frozen state on the brink of life and death, and learning the truth behind the war, sincerely agreed to stop this absurd and cruel slaughter. Their seals were removed. The atmosphere in the forest remained delicate. Former allies and enemies now looked at each other, the cracks in trust not something that could be mended overnight. But under the silent understanding of the survivors on both sides, a fragile desire for peace, a wish not to repeat the same mistakes, began to sprout. Of course, not all monsters were willing. Some monsters were merely forced to accept the reality that the war could not continue. The resentment in their hearts toward the other side had not vanished, only been temporarily suppressed. They were also unsealed, but the distance and wariness in their eyes were obvious. The most troublesome were those who remained stubborn and refused to be at peace. For example, Her Majesty, she still refuses to have her seal removed. A wasp girl guard's voice was bitter. We tried to communicate, but she insists, unless the plant race pays a sufficient price, or the war ends in an insect race victory, she will never compromise, nor will she ever swear to give up her revenge. They looked troubled. We will continue to find ways to persuade the queen, but it might take a long time. Luca found Anna Priestess sitting alone by a cluster of moonflowers, looking haggard. Having not seen her for a few days, she seemed to have thinned even more, and the luster of vitality surrounding her had dimmed. In front of you. I feel utterly ashamed. She didn't even look up, her voice hoarse, as the plant race queen of Paranset, entrusted with a heavy responsibility by His Majesty the 14th. I was so easily blinded by lies and driven by hatred, pushing countless compatriots into the flames of war. I am truly, incredibly foolish. She smiled bitterly, her leaves drooping weakly. To realize my own stupidity and mistakes so clearly, this might be the first time in my life. There's no need for that. Luca's voice was still flat. He had long understood a fact: most monsters in this world were simple and direct by nature, with intense emotions, easily driven by instinct and mood, sometimes appearing a bit too single-minded. They were not good at complex conspiracies and calculations, and thus were more easily exploited, falling into cycles of black and white hatred. Accusing them of being foolish was pointless. Anna Priestess suddenly raised her head, her gaze falling on Luca's waist, a hint of doubt flashing through her eyes. Are you carrying something special? I feel the resonance of two incredible powers. She was referring to the pixie acorn and the Nicometa bell that Luca carried with him. Could you give these two materials to me and let me fuse them? A bit of spirit returned to her eyes. I have a premonition that I can definitely turn them into a beautiful gem. Luca hesitated slightly. These are mementos given by friends, carrying our bond. I'm not very keen on consuming them merely as materials. Please rest assured, Anna Priestess's tone softened. Precisely because they are proof of friendship, I want to fuse them even more. I can guide the power within them to forge a gem that truly represents friendship. This might actually be one of the deeper meanings behind them being gifted to you. When your friends entrusted them to you, perhaps they also expected that in the future, they could protect this bond in another form. Luca was silent for a moment, remembering the pure smiling faces of the pixies and the affectionate nuzzling of the Nicometa. He nodded, unfastened the acorn and the bell, and placed them gently in Anna Priestess's open palm. Then, I'll leave it to you. Anna Priestess's expression became solemn. She pressed her hands together, cupping the two items in her palms, closed her eyes, and a soft emerald light emanated from her body. An ancient plant language chant flowed from her lips, low and rhythmic. Friendship residing in mortal things, hear my call. Under the guidance of my soul, shed the shackles of form, and let your essential radiance bloom. Emerald magic poured into the acorn and the bell like living water. The two items vibrated slightly, emitting a faint golden glow and silver radiance, attracting and intertwining with each other. The light grew brighter and brighter, finally merging into one, turning into a warm sphere of light. The sphere of light slowly contracted, and a strange gem about the size of a pigeon egg, crystal clear and warm throughout, with what seemed like nebulae swirling inside, lay quietly in her palm. The gem's color was beautiful, emitting a reassuring and friendly fluctuation. This is the jewel of friendship. Anna Priestess handed the gem to Luca, her eyes filled with a soft smile and emotion. Try praying to it sincerely, perhaps there will be a miracle. Praying, Luca took the gem. It was cool to the touch, but a wave of warmth flowed from his palm into his heart. He closed his eyes as instructed, cleared his mind, and prayed sincerely with longing for his distant friends in his heart. A wonderful scene emerged in his mind. It was the pixie forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows. Several familiar tiny figures were playing among the flowers. Suddenly one of them looked up as if sensing something, waved toward the empty space, and a crisp voice crossed through time and space. Wow! It's Big Brother. Where is Big Brother now? It feels so far, far away. Is that so? Then you must remember to come back and play with us, it's a promise. The scene shifted to the front of a peaceful shrine in Yamatai. That two-tailed Nikomata was lying lazily on a stone lantern. Suddenly her ears twitched, she opened her green eyes, looked toward Luca, and let out an affectionate meow. Meow, her tail swayed gently. The vision faded, but the warm feeling remained in his heart. This is, Luca opened his eyes, somewhat moved. A gem that allows friends' hearts to connect, Anna Priestess smiled, and also a witness and bridge of the sincere friendship between you and the monsters. Looking at Luca, the last trace of doubt in her heart vanished. A human who could be truly recognized and gifted mementos by so many pure and kind monsters, everything he did naturally had its reasons. Her previous resistance and anger seemed so narrow-minded. Are they still resentful? Luca asked suddenly, his gaze turning toward the depths of the forest. Anna Priestess's smile dimmed. She was silent for a moment and then said softly, although the cause of the war was the insect race being harmed by the Canaan three sisters first, the subsequent slaughter, we of the plant race are indeed not good at fighting, and the sisters who died were too many. In the hearts of many clansmen, the hatred for the insect race is hard to eliminate. Likewise on the insect race's side. She didn't go on. I see, Luca whispered to himself. He put away the jewel of friendship and looked at the leader. Go and gather all the monsters of the plant race and insect race. All who can come should come. I have something to say. In the wide forest clearing, a dense crowd of figures gathered once more. This time, there were not only the plant race but also many of the insect race, including those who, after being unsealed, still bore faces of indignation and resentment. The queen bee was also among them. Her seal had been personally removed by Luca. At this moment, her face was cold and her gaze sharp as a knife as she stood at the front of the insect race group, facing Anna Priestess from a distance. The air was heavy, permeated with lingering sorrow, confusion, suspicion, and threads of suppressed hostility. Luca walked to the center of the clearing, his gaze slowly sweeping over every face, taking in all those complex emotions. He sighed softly. I know, his voice spread clearly, carrying a strange penetrating power that suppressed all the whispering. Everyone has many thoughts hidden in their hearts. Gratitude and resentment are not things that can be easily erased, and a truly lasting peace won't just fall from the sky because of the death of one or two people or a few words. Hatred won't be let go, and it shouldn't be let go. But for peace, someone must eventually bury their hatred deep in their heart. The queen bee sneered and interrupted him, her voice icy, and so? Does the Lord Hero intend to stand as a guarantor for these plants, and demand that I let go of the blood feud for hundreds of my children? No, Luca's gaze met hers, then slowly swept over the plant race monsters present. It's not just to stand as a guarantor for the plant race. He paused for a moment, his voice becoming even steadier as he stated a vow he had already decided upon. I, Luca Hine, will bear this past hatred for all of you, the plant race and the insect race. The words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the silent clearing. All the monsters, including the queen bee and Anna priestess, were stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Your blood feuds, your resentment, the loved ones and compatriots you lost because of it, the Canaan three sisters have already been executed, but the scars they caused will not disappear. Luca's voice echoed in the forest, clear and firm, Queen Bee, Anna priestess, I will not ask you to let it go immediately. If hatred could be easily asked to be let go, then it wouldn't be true hatred. He took a step forward, straightening his body. Therefore, I will take it upon myself. From today on, the insect race's blood feud against the plant race's blood feud against the insect race, all hatred born from this war, will be borne by me, Luca Hine. Whether it's the insect race or the plant race, any monster whose resentment is hard to soothe, and who wishes for revenge, you no longer need to swing your blades at your former neighbors. His gaze swept the field. Come find me. Whenever, wherever, whether it's a direct challenge or a sneak attack, poisoned hidden weapons or cursed magic, coming alone or gathering a mob. I will take on all methods. He finally declared loudly. I am Luca Hine, a human who is traveling, and will eventually head to the Demon King's castle. I have noted your hatred, I await your revenge. The wind blew through the treetops, carrying away his words and leaving a deathly silence. All the monsters stared blankly at that figure in the center of the clearing. He wasn't tall, yet at this moment, he seemed more towering than the ancient tree in the center of the forest. In the most direct, heavy, and incredible way, he had forcibly intercepted the hatred between the two races and transferred it onto himself alone. Alice stood in the shade of a tree not far away, looking at Luca's back, her snake tail unconsciously curling tightly. She understood why he was doing this. By using himself as an attractor for hatred and a safe discharge valve, he was forcibly severing the chain between the two races to buy time and space for Parenset to heal. This responsibility was so heavy it made her heart throb, yet it was also so brilliant that she couldn't look away. The queen bee stared fixedly at Luca, the light in her compound eyes flickering violently, finally turning into a complex, unidentifiable cold snort. She turned her head away but did not speak any more words of ridicule. Chapter 73, The Spring of Undine. With the ties and troubles of the Noah region temporarily settled, Luca and Alice did not linger, and headed straight north, their goal clear, the Spring of Undine. After a long journey, on a quiet evening, they passed through a dark forest growing strange fluorescent plants, and the view suddenly opened up. The moonlight was exceptionally bright, piercing through the thin layers of clouds and the treetops, pouring down its clear radiance like liquid silver, illuminating the incredible waters ahead. Is this the Spring of Undine? Luca looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh softly. It's much larger than I imagined. Rather than a spring, Luca felt it was more like a serene and mysterious lake. The water's surface was vast, making it difficult to see the opposite shore at a glance, shimmering with a deep and smooth ink-blue luster under the moonlight, like a giant obsidian set into the forest valley. Glimmering moss and low shrubs grew along the lake shore, and the air was filled with thick water vapor and a crisp, clean scent. The true entrance is beneath the water's surface. Alice's voice rang out beside him. This time she didn't keep him in suspense and pointed the way directly. Jump in, and you will enter the underground labyrinth leading to the core area. Luca nodded and cast his gaze toward the deep lake water. Understood. Are you coming down with me? Alice frowned slightly. I dislike such soggy environments, and besides. She paused, giving Luca a meaningful look. Quite a few monsters dwell in the labyrinth below. Luca understood. As with many similar situations in the past, this involved Alice's position and principles as the monster lord. She was unwilling and unable to easily take action against monsters. I understand. Luca asked no more and began to check his equipment. Just as he was about to walk toward the water's edge, Alice suddenly spoke again. Don't be too hard on Elbody. After saying this, her figure merged into the night and quietly faded away. Luca nodded silently toward the direction she vanished, then turned and stepped toward the ink-blue water without hesitation. Just as the tip of Luca's boot was about to touch the cool lake water. Stop! A cold, ethereal voice, like a water droplet falling into a deep pool, rang out from the lake without warning. Humans are forbidden from stepping into this place. Luca paused, sensing a vast, boundless magical power faintly resonating with these waters. He steadied himself and responded to the lake, "Are you Undine?" The female voice disappeared without an answer, leaving only the sound of the night wind blowing fine ripples across the lake. "No, it's not her." A tiny, cheerful voice flew out from Luca's chest. The wind spirit sylph transformed into a streak of green light, condensing into a small girl-like form on his shoulder, fluttering her translucent wings. Although the voice feels like Undine's watery tone, it's still different. This one is thicker and colder. Gnome remained silent, watching the conversation between the man and the spirit. It's not. Luca mused. He immediately thought of the name Alice had specifically mentioned before leaving. Elbody. But. Sylph spun excitedly in the air. Undine's aura is definitely down there under the water. I can feel it, she's in the depths. She suddenly flew to the lakeside, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted cheerfully toward the bottomless lake, "Undine, Undine, come out and play." "It's me, Sylph. Gnome is here too." The lake water remained calm, without any response. Did she not hear? Or is she sleeping too soundly? Sylph tilted her head, then flew to Luca's other shoulder, encouraging Gnome, "Gnome, shout for her with me. Come on, get ready, 3, 2, 1. Paw." A short, muffled sound. Sylph's words were cut short as she was bonked on the head by Gnome's small fist. With a flash of green light, she shrunk back into Luca's body. Luca. Without further hesitation, Luca leaped into the cool lake water. The moment he entered the water, there was no expected suffocation or pressure. A beam of soft light blue radiance gushed from the lake, quickly enveloping his entire body. The light formed an oval bubble, sealing out the lake water and providing fresh air. Sensing no hostility or danger, Luca relaxed his body and allowed the light to carry him down. "Proceed at your own risk." That cold female voice rang in his ear again. The next moment, the light flickered slightly, and Luca felt his feet touch solid ground. He opened his eyes and found himself in a space completely different from the outside world. It was a vast and dark underground cavern, the air damp and cool, with rock walls covered in slippery dark moss and water stains. The sound of dripping water could be heard in the distance. The source of light was unknown, a ghostly blue shimmer that seemed to come from the water itself, barely illuminating the path ahead. The atmosphere here reminded him inexplicably of the Forest of Elves and the Safara ruins. An extremely faint air current brushed past his ears and the tips of his hair. Luca nodded slightly, following the guidance of the wind, and stepped forward into the depths of the cavern. The passage wound downward, and the native inhabitants of this labyrinth began to appear, various types of slime girls. They were of different forms, some were transparent like water droplets, some glinted with a mineral luster, and others bore the green of algae. Unlike the slimes Luca had encountered before, who were relatively mild, and at least capable of communication, the slime girls here showed intense aggression and rejection. Human. Leave. Polluter. Not allowed. To advance. Vague but hostile thoughts came intermittently, accompanied by their continuous, if not overly powerful, attacks, acid bullets, water arrows, sticky bindings, and icy mist. Luca remained silent throughout, swinging the Gog sword to parry, dodge, or temporarily seal them with precise sword chi. His brow furrowed slightly, carrying the information he had heard from Elbody's warning, and the hateful fragments of words from the slime girls. A vague hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. After clearing the last batch of slime girls blocking the way, Luca arrived at the deepest part of the cavern. This was a massive natural grotto with a deep blue pool in the center that emitted thick magical power and a chilling frost. Just as he stepped into this area, a sudden change occurred. The ground that was originally solid beneath his feet suddenly became wet, and then a large amount of viscous, cool blue liquid seeped out. A bone-chilling frost suddenly filled the air, and tiny ice crystals condensed in the atmosphere. The blue liquid quickly gathered, took shape, and slowly rose, eventually condensing into the form of a woman standing quietly between Luca and the pool. Her face was beautiful and cold, devoid of any emotion. Her red eyes stared straight at Luca, and she radiated a vast and piercing magical power. The temperature inside the grotto seemed to drop several more degrees. Albity. Luca, feeling that immense pressure, spoke her identity, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Monster Lord's army, the Heavenly King of Water. Are you waiting here for me for some reason? Albity's voice was cold and clear, completely ignoring my warning and insisting on coming here. Human, your stubbornness is loathsome. She slowly raised a nearly transparent hand, pointing to the surroundings. This is the sanctuary where I and my compatriots can finally live in peace. In the outside world, the water sources are polluted, occupied, and destroyed by you humans. How many monsters have lost their homes, wailing and dying in the dry and filthy waste? In the end, the only place we can take shelter is here. Her gaze was like an ice pick piercing into Luca, her voice suppressed with a deep, perennial ice-like fury. Why? Human, why do you never listen to warnings and still insist on laying hands on this last pure land? Have you not plundered enough? Luca met her gaze and tried to explain. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to disturb your peace. I came here to find the water spirit Undine. I have important matters that require her help, which concerns. Undine is the same as I. Albity interrupted him, her tone categorical. She does not want to see humans, nor does she have any interest in humans. Your prayers, your desires, the conflicts you bring, none of it has anything to do with us. The frost around her suddenly intensified, and the blue liquid beneath her feet began to surge as if boiling. So accept it, accept the price that must be paid for stepping into this sanctuary. Her figure slowly floated into the air, the red light in her eyes flaring up. Intruder, no matter who you are or what purpose you hold, you will surely not escape the fate of being completely melted by the pure water. As her words fell, the magic within the grotto began to grow wildly restless. The will of the entire lake was condensed upon this heavenly king of water. Chapter 74, Albity. The feeling Albity gave Luca was completely different from the 4 heavenly kings he had encountered before. Granbelia, whom he first met in Iliasbaruku, possessed the pride and fighting spirit of the dragon race, but that felt more like a spar. The flames were scorching but lacked a cold, killing intent. Aluelma at the Queen's Cup had further elevated combat to a dance. Amidst the howling gales, there was only the exhilaration of meeting a worthy rival, and a tacit understanding to stop at the right moment. Tamamo of Yamatai had maintained the consideration of an elder and a playful mindset from beginning to end, never truly showing hostility. But the Albity before him was different. Her gaze, the chill radiating from her body, and every drop of water she controlled all carried a bone-deep coldness and resolve. It was a cold and incredibly firm fighting will, burdened by a heavy fate, willing to perish together with the enemy to protect the last pure land. Luca could clearly feel that she would truly kill him, without a hint of mercy. Don't be too hard on Albity. Alice's words upon their parting echoed in Luca's mind at this moment. Luca gazed at the beautiful figure opposite him, and the fingers gripping the Gog sword hilt slowly relaxed. He sighed softly, lowered the tip of his sword, and tried to communicate again. Regarding what you said about humans taking away your habitat, could we talk about it in more detail? Perhaps. Shut up. Albity interrupted sharply, a flash of anger in her red eyes. Pointless words are meaningless. Accept the retribution you deserve. She gave no further chance for explanation, opening her arms to embrace the entire body of water as an ethereal chant echoed through the grotto. Melt, return to purity, let yourself feel our anger, and the sorrow we have suppressed for 1,000 years. Following her chant, the cavern walls, the ground, and even the stalactites overhead began to ooze a viscous, ice-blue translucent liquid. The liquid gathered and surged rapidly, filling the entire space in the blink of an eye like an out-of-control tsunami. Carrying a bone-chilling cold and a terrifying corrosive aura, it surged toward Luca, covering everything. Luca did not dodge. He lowered his stance slightly as an earthy yellow light flowed and covered his body, rooting him firmly to the earth. The torrent of slime slammed into him with a dull roar, splashing ice-blue water everywhere, yet it could not budge him an inch. "You can use the power of spirits." Elbady's voice rang out from within the tide of slime. "Why would spirits be willing to lend their power to a human like you?" She herself was an existence of complex aggregation and coexistence. As the Slime Queen, Elbady's essence was a massive collective consciousness formed by the fusion of over 10,000 slimes, other monsters, and even spirits. Most of these individuals had voluntarily fused with her when they were on the brink of death, seeking symbiosis and continuation, though a few had been forcibly absorbed during conflict. Thus, she had long since transcended the scope of a single slime, becoming a unique collective life form carrying countless memories and emotions. Relying on her own powerful will and absolute control over water, she maintained the clarity of her primary consciousness and governed the diverse voices within her. At this moment, the slime-soaking Luca was not just a weapon of attack, but an extension of the thousands of consciousnesses within her. As the slime enveloped Luca, countless tiny fragments full of negative emotions were transmitted through it, flowing directly into his heart. The sorrow of losing a clear home. The fear of the encroaching human expansion. The pain of their bodies being eroded by polluted water. The despair of watching companions perish in the drought. The resentment of having everything taken away. The deep-seated rage toward the destroyers. And the unending hatred. These emotions were like a cold tide, battering Luca's soul. This was not Elbady's anger alone, but the collective trauma and cries of thousands of monsters accumulated over long years. Luca's body trembled slightly as he truly felt this weight of pain as heavy as a mountain. He lowered his eyelids and opened his heart, enduring it all completely and letting it flow through his mind, trying to understand the story behind every piece of sorrow. You could take the first wave, but can you easily take this endless tide as well? Elbady's voice remained cold. "I'm sorry." After a long time, Luca finally spoke, his voice low. He opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils reflecting those emotional waves, clear and firm. He suddenly moved. He stepped forward, walking toward the most turbulent part of the slime tide, the source of the largest, most central consciousness fluctuation where Elbady's own consciousness resided. The impact of the slime lost its effect on him. His steps were steady and composed. Elbady felt her condensed core of will being locked onto by the other's gaze, a gaze that pierced through the barrier of slime, and saw her directly. Her body stiffened slightly. In the next second, Luca broke through the final barrier, and took a mass of slime into his embrace. "I'm sorry," he whispered softly. "I felt it, your pain. Please trust me once." The slime enveloped his body, and his consciousness seeped into it, directly touching her core consciousness. "I want to save you all." Elbady felt these words and was completely stunned. In her long years, she had heard human pleas, threats, and lies, but she had never heard a promise. At the moment she felt these words, she also captured the equally deep sorrow within Luca's heart. At some point, drawn by that warmth, the slime transformed into Elbady's body, and she subconsciously embraced Luca back. But immediately, the wall built by reason and long-standing pain jolted her awake, and she pushed Luca away forcefully. "We don't need human pity." She turned her face away, her voice still cold but carrying a slight tremor. "This isn't pity." Luca steadied himself and shook his head, his gaze still earnest and firm. "This is what I want to do. It's something I cannot ignore after seeing and feeling it, something I want to change." The tsunami of slime slowly receded, seeping back into the ground and rock walls. The grotto became empty again, leaving only the two of them standing silently a few paces apart. Elbady looked at the youth before her, the light in his eyes felt foreign to her, and it caused her solid defenses to waver. She didn't know what to say or what to do. The reason for fighting seemed to have been softened by that empathy, but a bridge of trust could not be built in an instant. Luca's heart was also surging with emotion. Countless ideas, plans, and promises rushed through his mind, ways to find clean water, the possibility of negotiating with human kingdoms, using magic to improve the environment, but when 1,000 words reached his lips, he felt any specific promise would seem hollow at this moment. In the end, he only repeated that simplest and heaviest determination once more. I want to help you. No, it's that I will help you. Silence filled the air between them. Albany could only stare blankly at this human, coldness and confusion intertwining in her red eyes. Albany. A voice like a flowing spring, ethereal and pleasant to the ear, rang out at just the right moment, breaking the delicate silence. In the center of the grotto, ripples spread across the small, deep blue pool. Stalactites hung like icicles, refracting the deep blue light within the cavern. That light seemed to possess life, gently washing over the figure slowly rising from the pool. She had an almost transparent light blue body, as if carved from the purest spring water and moonlight, with a warm aqueous glow surrounding her. Her waist-length light blue hair was like a melting glacier, the edges of the strands tinted with a hazy watery luster. A few strands clung to her soft-lined cheeks, making her unique emerald green eye appear even clearer and deeper, as if tiny starlight and babbling water were gently swaying within its depths. She floated quietly in the ice-blue halo, seemingly surrounded by invisible, gentle ripples that resonated in harmony with all the water in the cavern. She was the spirit of water, Undine. Seeing her appearance, Albany's tense heartstrings inexplicably loosened a bit for some reason. She bowed her head slightly and said to Undine, "Since you are willing to appear, then I will leave this human to you to handle." Before she could finish, her body began to liquefy, turning into a pool of deep blue liquid that quickly seeped into the cracks of the stone floor, her presence vanishing with it. "Albany!" Luca shouted toward the direction she vanished. "Wait for me. I, Luca Hine, will help you." The last trace of the seeping liquid paused slightly, and then, Albany's residual thought turned into a soft sigh, dispersing through the grotto. "Blood slime girl, release that fisherman who entered here a few days ago." A slime with an ominous dark red body, which had been hiding in the shadows of a corner, wriggled out reluctantly. It glared at Luca with resentment, then with a sound, it spat out a gaunt, unconscious human male onto the ground, before also turning into a pool of blood water and vanishing into the earth. Undine's gaze did not linger much on the rescued fisherman, her emerald eye turned quietly toward Luca. "Come, human." Her voice was calm and without ripples. "Since Sylph and Gnome have chosen you, then I must personally judge whether you are qualified to bear my power." She paused slightly, her eyes clear as lake water seeming to see through Luca's heart. "Furthermore, that wish you harbor in your heart, regarding the coexistence of humans and monsters. I also feel it has the value of being tested." Chapter 75, Undine. "Don't think of me as being as naive as Sylph or Gnome." Undine's voice flowed like spring water, calm yet possessing a clarity that pierced the heart. Her emerald eyes gazed at Luca as she continued. "Though it seems even Albany couldn't dissolve you, if you do not possess the qualification yourself, I would never entrust my power to you, even if I were to dissipate right now." "That is only natural." Luca drew the Gog sword, its blade reflecting the dim light of the cave. "Do you need me to demonstrate my strength first?" "No need." Undine lightly raised her hand. "Everything that happened during your confrontation with Albany is already reflected in my heart. Your power, your choices, the tragic wish you bear. I have seen it all." She paused slightly before stating the true content of the trial. "Now, for the second step, summon the powers of wind and earth simultaneously, and let them dance in harmony upon your person. If you cannot even achieve this basic coordination, it proves you lack the capacity to wield multiple elemental powers, and naturally, you have no right to obtain the recognition of water." "Is it that simple?" Luca was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated all sorts of arduous tests, but he hadn't expected it to be a check of the powers he had already obtained. Simple. Undine's expression became somewhat subtle. Regardless of the difficulty, this is merely a confirmation. If you can do it, I shall lend you my power. Luca felt a sense of relief in his heart. The next second, a gentle breeze, without warning, fluttered the strands of hair beside Undine's cheek. Almost at the same instant, Luca's figure vanished from several meters away, arriving as quietly as the wind and coming to a steady halt in front of Undine. He extended his right hand, palm upward. The verdant light of wind circled him lightly, while the steady ochre glow of earth supported him like the ground itself, also surrounding him. The two forces flowed harmoniously around his body, intertwining without interfering with each other, as if they were naturally a part of his own body. "Come, Undine," he said softly, his eyes reflecting the clear image of the spirit, "lend your power to me as well." Undine quietly watched the human before her, observing the blended wind and earth upon him. That was not merely a display of power, but a testament to the unreserved trust of two spirit hearts. She remained silent for a moment, and finally, an extremely faint smile rippled across the corners of her lips like a disturbance on the water's surface. "Wielding two spirit powers simultaneously," she whispered, "then, you truly possess the qualification to use my power." She reached out her nearly transparent hand, and placed it gently on Luca's palm. At the moment of contact, a cool and moist sensation flowed into Luca's body through the touching skin. Water is the mirror that reflects the inner heart. Undine's voice resonated directly within Luca's mind, every word carrying the rhythm of water ripples. Clear mirror, still water, the heart must be as flat and clear as a mirror, and as transparent as water. Her figure began to emit a soft blue light, gradually becoming transparent and finally dissipating, but her words continued. "Long ago, there was a swordsman who could wield the powers of all four spirits simultaneously. His talent was extraordinary, and his will was like steel. In just 1 year, he completely mastered the profound mysteries of the heart of water." Her voice gradually became like distant flowing water, finally turning into a lingering echo in his heart. "If it were you, how long would it take?" The blue light completely converged, and Undine's figure vanished entirely, turning into a streak of pure light that merged into Luca's chest. Luca closed his eyes, feeling it carefully. Inside his body, a brand new flowing power was being born. It was not like the lightness of wind, nor the thickness of earth, it was more like the pulse of one's own thoughts. A calm and deep sense of flow welled up from the depths of his heart. No, it wasn't limited to his heart. That sense of flow rapidly spread outward, as if his consciousness were being infinitely extended. He felt it, every trace of water in the entire spring of Undine, the ripples on the surface, the undercurrents in the depths, the connections to the underground river veins, even the swaying trajectories of the water weeds. With just a slight thought, the water of this entire lake could rise and fall according to his will. Is this entrusting water to the heart? He opened his eyes and, following the guidance from when he arrived, led the emaciated fisherman back to the shore. Alice was squatting by the lakeside, drawing on the ground with a branch with a serious expression. Luca approached and saw that the ground was covered in doodles and crooked writing. His gaze fell on an especially abstract face, one eye large and one small, the mouth twisted to the base of the ear, with a line of text annotated beside it. "Idiot fake hero," crossed out. "Temporary meal ticket," circled for emphasis. "Luca." He pointed at that indescribable mass of lines. "This face, is that supposed to be me? Tamamo, does she usually not teach you anything about the arts, like drawing or something?" "Humph." She threw away the branch, clapped her hands, and stood up, finally getting to the point. "More importantly, how does the power of water feel?" Luca tried to describe that mysterious feeling. "I feel like something is flowing in my heart. It's very calm, but it never stops, and this flow isn't just in my heart, it spreads outward as if it's connected to some kind of flow in the surrounding world." He was somewhat at a loss for words. "Exactly what it is, I can't say for sure." Alice nodded with a serious expression. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Luca was about to try and explain further when just then It's okay. Sylph's cheerful voice popped out from Luca's heart, fluttering around him. In this world, fire, wind, earth, and water all have their own fixed flows. Everyone actually has traces of these four flows on them, it's just that you can now see them directly and feel them clearly, Luca. It's all thanks to Undine. Undine, who had just settled down, silently gave Sylph a look. Luca was lost in thought, clear mirror, still water, heart like a mirror, clear as water. What Undine said refers more to the flow of mental consciousness, right? But why do I? With a slight thought, he casually swept his finger toward the lake surface. An astonishing scene occurred. The calm lake surface instantly bulged, and a massive flow of water gathered into a giant, clearly outlined palm, which waved at the group on the shore. Undine. Gnome. Alice. Eh? Sylph jumped in fright, spinning around Luca at high speed. Could it be that you're actually Undine in disguise, Luca? It's not just that. Luca shook his head, feeling surprised himself. He looked down at the dirt by his feet, and concentrated his will. A small clump of dirt automatically rose and took shape, quickly becoming a lifelike mini Alice clay doll with its hands on its hips and pouting. Sylph's gaze switched frantically between the clay doll, Luca, and the silent gnome. You're also gnome in disguise. And this? Luca smiled, lightly tapping his finger toward Sylph. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing Sylph's pale green hair to flutter slightly, then it swirled in the air, circling around her. Wha? I'm dizzy. Sylph clutched her head, stars spinning before her eyes. You're also me in disguise. You're Sylph. Then who am I? Then who is Sylph? Undine seemingly couldn't stand the noise anymore. A transparent water sphere silently emerged, enveloping the disoriented Sylph. The little thing inside blew bubbles with a gurgle, and finally quieted down. WH. Why can you do things that only spirits can do? Alice finally found her voice, her face full of disbelief. Directly manipulating nature was beyond all her knowledge of the hero of the four spirits. The moment I touched Undine's power, it was as if everything became clear. Luca himself was somewhat confused. Just like Sylph said, I can see the respective flows of wind, earth, and water. Then, naturally, I can guide them. Isn't this normal? No, it is not normal. Undine's cold voice sounded in Luca's heart. The four spirits are the incarnations of nature, acting on behalf of the order of nature. Controlling wind, water, earth, and fire is our instinct, and also our responsibility. She paused and emphasized. Humans who contract with spirits should obtain attributes, entrusting wind to motion, speed and agility, entrusting earth to body, defense and strength, entrusting water to heart, insight and calm, entrusting fire to skill, burst and destruction, not the direct manipulation of nature itself. Luca remembered the person Undine had mentioned earlier, that highly talented previous swordsman. Could he directly control the elements? He could not. Undine's answer was categorical. The lakeside was silent, save for the gurgling of Sylph blowing bubbles in the water sphere. Tamamo's words flashed through Luca's mind. In your bloodline, there is the essence of an angel, and also an unknown power. Did this abnormal talent stem from the divinity inherited from his mother, or from that unknown power that even Tamamo couldn't identify? Let's not talk about that for now, I have an idea myself. Luca shook off his chaotic thoughts, and looked at Alice. Alice, about that matter, did you explain it clearly to Albany? Yes, it has been conveyed. Alice nodded, her expression regaining some of the demon lord's composure. You should have seen her too. How did it feel? She has a very deep hostility toward humans. Luca spoke truthfully. Yes. Alice sighed softly, her snake tail unconsciously sweeping across the ground. For lower-tier slimes, clean water is everything. Their requirements for water quality are almost harsh, but human activities, as you have seen, even in a place as rich in water veins as Noah, they only have this one place left to stay. As a high-level monster, Albany herself doesn't depend on a specific water source, but as the slime queen, her anger and ruthlessness stem from a desperate defense of her clan's living space. Her original personality was not like this. It was long-term pain and sorrow that tempered her into her current form. She suddenly looked up, staring directly at Luca, and posed a heavy question. Regarding the problems faced by Elbody and her people, how do you think they should be solved? Luca didn't answer immediately. He looked at the lake, which was peaceful yet isolated under the moonlight, and thought for a moment. I think we can work in two major directions. He spoke slowly. First, do our best to appeal to people and promote reducing pollution and encroachment on water resources. Second, whether through technology or magic, research and popularize methods to purify water quality and restore water environments. Alice shook her head slightly. Too idealistic, Luca. You can't make the entire human race follow the first point. It involves countless interests, habits, and barriers of perception. But it's up to us to try, isn't it, Alice? Luca turned his head and gave her a smile. How many people have we met along this journey? The residents of Iliasbaruku, the villagers of Happiness Village, everyone at Natalia Port, the king of Sabesa, the queen of Noah, and those people in St. Ilia. Do you think that within their capabilities, they would be willing to do a little something to protect a water source and for the survival of another race? Alice was stunned. The scroll of memory unfolded in her mind, those faces, those words, those glimmers of humanity. Within their capabilities, they would be willing. She admitted in a low voice. Yes, they definitely would. Luca's smile deepened, his eyes reflecting the moonlight and the water's glow. So, what we need to do is provide a beginning. Even if we can only affect a small area of water and persuade a small group of people for now. His tone became solemn and full of determination. I will write letters to all the places and people we've helped and who trust us along the way. I will truthfully tell them about the current situation of Elbody and the slime race. Those willing to act will join in, and those who don't understand for now might make slight concessions because of past sentiments, even if this might be seen as using favors for personal gain. As long as the result is good, I can bear the process. He looked into the distance, as if seeing that long yet hopeful road. Goodwill and change are like a snowball. As long as you find a starting point and push it firmly, it will grow larger and larger, and eventually, it can move a snow mountain. Alice listened quietly, looking at the profile of the young man beside her, outlined by the moonlight. Alice listened quietly, looking at the profile of the young man beside her, outlined by the moonlight. His almost naive determination seemed to possess a tangible weight at this moment, pressing on her heart, and quietly loosening some of the boulders in her mind regarding what was impossible. This idiot. He's always like this, taking the heaviest stone and carrying it on his own shoulders first. She turned her face away, looking at the shimmering lake surface, and said softly, add the signature of Alice Fizz 16 to the end of the letters. Luca was slightly taken aback, then he placed the little clay Alice in her hand and said with a light laugh. So who do you plan to write the first letter to? The night wind blew, bringing the scent of the distant forest and also bringing a new beginning. Chapter 76, The Demon King Election. Our next destination is... Luca's finger slid slowly across the somewhat aged map, finally stopping at a rugged area marked in dark brown to the north, the Goad region. We need to gather enough information there to find the exact location of the fire spirit, Salamander. Alice nodded from the side, her tail swaying gently and unconsciously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I wonder what kind of delicious delicacies are waiting for me this time. Luca glanced at her and cruelly shattered her fantasy. The Goad region is mainly barren mountainous terrain, and its resources aren't as abundant as Noah. As for gourmet food, I suggest you don't get your hopes up too high. How can this be? Alice was struck as if by lightning, her shoulders instantly slumping, and she seemed to lose all color. Even though we've walked so far. Luca suppressed a smile, dragging the dejected Demon King along as they continued toward the northernmost tip of the continent. A few days later, they arrived at the northern edge of the Noah forest. Once they passed through the final mountain pass ahead, they would enter the starkly different territory of goad. The scent of the forest gradually thinned. Walking along the forest path, Luca looked at Alice's back ahead of him, and a question that had been circling in his mind for a long time suddenly surfaced. Alice, he spoke up to call her, how exactly is the Demon King chosen? Alice paused slightly and turned around, her golden eyes looking at Luca, seemingly surprised that he would suddenly ask this. But she did not refuse to answer. Her snake tail coiled around a clean rock, and she gestured for Luca to sit down and rest as well. After the previous generation's Demon King passes away, the election process for the next Demon King is initiated. Her voice became steady and clear. Usually, similar to human kingdoms, the monster race tends to adopt a hereditary system to ensure a smooth transition of power and bloodline. Therefore, the first in-line candidate for the next Demon King is, without suspense, the direct daughter of the previous generation's Demon King. She changed the subject, however, unlike the simple inheritance of humans, if the heir to the Demon King wants to be officially crowned, she must pass an iron rule. She must participate in a public competition. The heir of the former Demon King will engage in one-on-one elimination duels against all-powerful monsters gathered from all over the world who aspire to compete for the throne of the Demon King. In the end, the sole winner standing on the battlefield becomes the new Demon King. Luca nodded slightly. This did not surprise him. The monster world essentially believed more in the laws of strength and direct power. But he raised another concern. In the process of competing, if those powerful monsters suffer casualties, wouldn't that be a huge loss for the monster race as a whole? Alice shook her head. The vitality of monsters generally far exceeds that of humans, especially those high-ranking beings who have the qualifications and courage to covet the position of Demon King. Their vitality and recovery abilities are astonishingly tenacious. Therefore, in the elections of previous generations, cases of actual death are extremely rare. Most are defeated by exhaustion or take the initiative to surrender. She continued to explain, the so-called Demon King must be an absolute existence whose strength stands above all monsters. Monsters are naturally proud and have extremely strong self-esteem. To govern such diverse tribes and make them truly submit, bloodline alone is far from enough. One must demonstrate indisputable, overwhelming power. A peak one-on-one duel is not just for seizing that position, but also the most direct and effective way to show all monsters, whether participants or observers, exactly how strong the new Demon King is. Simple, crude, but incredibly clear, that is the method of Demon King election that has continued to this day. At this point, Alice unconsciously straightened her back, her small chin slightly raised, and a proud expression appeared on her face. Since the great first-generation Demon King voluntarily abdicated, her voice became high-pitched and full of pride. The position of Demon King has always been held by our Alice Fitz family for generations, never falling into other hands. My ancestors of every generation, my mother, and I all take pride in inheriting the noble bloodline of the first generation. Every generation aims to become the strongest monster of the era, honing themselves through hard work to protect this glory and responsibility. Her gaze was burning. No matter what kind of challengers we faced, no matter how the times changed, the daughters of the Alice Fitz family have successfully defended the throne and defeated all competitors. This is the heritage and pride of our Alice Fitz family. Luca was affected by her emotions and couldn't help but ask curiously, then, when you inherited the position of Demon King, who did you duel with? It must have been a remarkable powerhouse, right? Hearing this, a hint of complex and excited sentiment mixed into the proud expression on Alice's face. The election when I succeeded was a rare first in the history of the monster race. It could even be called a golden age. Her eyes sparkled with light, because top powerhouses with the qualifications, strength, and ambition to challenge the Demon King actually appeared at the same time. Including me as the heir, there were 5 people. These 4 people. She smiled slightly. You are already very familiar with them. The once-in-a-lifetime genius of the young Dragonaut race, known for absolute strength and swordsmanship, Granbelia. The Queen of the Nightmares, who possesses amazing magical power, and has honed extraordinary physical techniques to their peak, Aluelma. The one who has taught several generations of Demon Kings, whose wisdom and power are both unfathomable, hailed as a living legend, Tamamo. And the sovereign of a collective monster race born from a special mutation, merging tens of thousands of wills and controlling the vast power of water, Elbody. Alice took a deep breath, including myself. The five of us engaged in an unprecedentedly fierce melee around the Soul Throne. That scene is unforgettable to this day. The first to leave the fray was Aluelma. Alice gave a helpless smile. The description, a wind that follows its own path, couldn't be more appropriate for her. After several rounds of dazzling and magnificent offense and defense, she smilingly took the initiative to jump out of the circle, claiming she was tired of fighting, and that it was more interesting to watch us fight. And then she really did sit to the side to watch the battle. Not using her full strength, doing as she pleases, that is indeed her style, Luca said, nodding. Subsequently, Tamamo and Elbody were also defeated one after another. Alice continued to reminisce, but it wasn't that their strength was inferior to Granbelia's. In their respective fields of expertise, they could all be called the ultimate. It's just that in that kind of rapidly changing melee that requires extreme burst and pressure resistance, their characteristics were not the most suitable. As for Granbelia, her dragon physique and ultimate sword techniques gave her too much of an advantage in a melee. Granbelia's super-secret technique, its power was earth-shattering, and it once made me kneel. She paused specifically to add, I mean in the physical sense, my knees touched the ground. Luca couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to specifically explain that detail, at a time like this. I thought you were telling some kind of bad joke. Alice's cheeks turned slightly red and she coughed twice. It's not a specific explanation. It's just stating the facts. In any case, it's impossible for the same move to make me kneel twice. After that. And then Alice went through a hard battle, finally won, and was fortunately crowned as the 16th generation Demon King. Luca smiled and clapped his hands. Exactly. Alice raised her head again, regaining that proud posture. After that battle, the four of them all sincerely acknowledged my strength and swore their loyalty to me. Therefore, I appointed them as the four heavenly kings, to serve as the Demon King's left and right hands and jointly rule the Monster Kingdom. Her tone returned to its initial solemnity, to demonstrate the Demon King's matchless power to all powerhouses who intend to compete for the throne. Only in this way can the monsters be made to truly respect and obey, ensuring the stability of the throne and the unity of the monster race. This is both the iron rule set by the first generation and the King's way practiced by the Alice Fitz family for generations. Chapter 77, Glangard City. Crossing the final barren, gravel-strewn ridge, the view suddenly opened up. A city stood upon the vast Goad Plateau, its style starkly different from the lush, verdant aesthetic of the Noah region. It lacked the delicate beauty of Grand Noah, which nestled against mountains and water. Instead, it was full of ruggedness, solidity, and a strange sense of order. The towering walls were not made entirely of brick and stone. They were embedded with numerous components shimmering with metallic luster and complex magical patterns, reflecting a cold, hard light under the midday sun. So that is Glangard City. Luca stopped in his tracks, gazing at the city skyline in the distance, which was filled with an otherworldly industrial feel. Thinking about seeing the legendary, more advanced coexistence society for himself, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Grand Noah is just humans and monsters living under the same roof, each following their own rhythm. He muttered to Alice beside him, but this place is described as being a step further. What will it be like? Specialized laws? Shared facilities? Or some brand new social structure? I'm really looking forward to it. MHM. Alice's response was on a completely different wavelength. Her small nose twitched slightly, trying to catch a hint of aroma from the dry wind. What do they eat here? Goad region specialty roasts. Flavorful stews. Or perhaps northern ice fruits preserved with magic. I am also looking forward to it. Luca gave her a helpless look, deciding not to shatter the demon lord's culinary fantasies for the time being. Let's go. We'll find out once we're inside. The two of them walked toward the city gate along a road that had clearly been maintained. The closer they got, the more they could feel the city's unusual nature. there were no bustling merchant caravans or guards inspecting people at the gate. It was exceptionally quiet, even a bit lonely. Just as they were about 100 meters from the gate, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. A heavy vibration rose from the ground. In the shadows by the city gate, a gargantuan object slowly stood up, blocking the only path with earth-shaking steps. It was a giant humanoid creation, over 5 meters tall and rugged in appearance. Its body was a patchwork of rough rock and dark metal, with crystals emitting a faint yellow glow embedded in its joints. Complex magical patterns spread across its body like blood vessels, flickering with light as it moved. Warning! A stiff voice, mixed with the sound of grinding metal, came from within it. Ahead. Glangard City territory. Unregistered life form. Passage not permitted. Depart immediately. The sound waves carried a strange vibration that made their eardrums tingle. A species of monster I haven't seen before. Alice narrowed her golden eyes slightly, sizing up the big fellow as the tip of her snake tail tapped the ground. No, the concentration of magical elements in this thing is abnormally high, and the structure is very regular. She made her judgment. This isn't a naturally born monster, it's an artificial product. A construct driven by magic and given commands. Ha! Luca was truly taken aback. He turned to look at Alice, then back at the imposing stone giant. Is the tech tree of this world that high? His impression had always been that this world was roughly at the level of a medieval agricultural civilization, supplemented by wondrous magic. Farmers used hoes, and knights used swords. Suddenly, such a massive, intelligent person appeared, and he was told it was man-made. The impact was no less than suddenly seeing a Gundam on a rural path in his previous life. If we used this big guy to reclaim wasteland, transport stones, and build city walls. Luca's thoughts couldn't help but wander. How high would that efficiency be? Repeat warning. Unregistered life form. Depart immediately. Or execute exclusion protocol. The person locked onto the two of them, especially Alice with her clearly non-human traits, and raised its heavy rock arm. This is a bit troublesome. Luca frowned as he looked at the construct, which was clearly possessed of immense strength. This must be Glangard's city defense magical device. If I use the Gog Sword's sealing ability, the power impact might directly damage its internal structure. It looks quite precise, after all. He rubbed his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Perfect, I'll try out my newly acquired power. Luca took a step forward, his mind focusing. In the next instant, the originally hard ground beneath the person's feet suddenly softened and surged like a wave of water. A large amount of soil and rock gathered and shaped itself at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it formed a thick, solid, airtight hemispherical earthen dome, like an inverted bowl, sealing the entire person tightly inside. A muffled, confused mechanical voice came from inside the dome, visual module obstructed. Energy perception limited. No clear biological signal detected. After a few seconds of silence, the voice sounded again, returning to its original steady, dull tone. Target lost. Entering standby mode. Then, there was no more movement from inside, only the faint hum of the magical core running. Luca was deep in thought. He manipulated the soil to smear 2 extra layers of thick mud mixed with gravel over the person's eye area inside the dome, ensuring not a single ray of light could get through. Then, he snapped his fingers. The hemispherical earthen dome rapidly disintegrated and collapsed like weathered stone, turning back into flat ground. The person remained standing where it was, motionless, as if it had become an odd statue. Only the magical patterns on its body continued to pulse rhythmically, proving it hadn't been shut down. The target detection and judgment logic of this doll. I think there's still quite a bit of room for optimization, Luca commented. Just as Luca and Alice were about to bypass the statue and enter the city, a series of hurried, noisy footsteps and the clatter of armor came from inside the gate. Several soldiers in armor ran out in a hurry, their faces filled with tension and confusion. They immediately saw the motionless person, and the composed Luca standing nearby. Monster ahead. Halt. Don't move. The lead soldier captain nervously drew his sword, his voice cracking from tension. Don't get close. This monster. She has a strange power, another young soldier pointed at Luca, incoherent. They had clearly witnessed or learned through some means how Luca had subdued the person. Luca felt a wave of speechlessness. Judging by this display, the city didn't seem to be in a high alert state of war, yet these soldiers' reactions were so unprofessional. Leaving a powerful magical guard alone outside the city while the soldiers hid behind the gate to watch. This welcoming ceremony was truly baffling. One would think it was some kind of entrance power test. After a laborious explanation, the soldiers remained skeptical. They couldn't understand how a human could manipulate soil. Ultimately, Luca was politely invited into a simple reception house by the city gate to wait for a while. The soldier captain hurried off to verify their identities. The wait was shorter than expected. About half an hour later, the captain returned, his face plastered with an embarrassed yet warm smile. In his hand was a simple identity certificate bearing the seal of a certain village, sent back via a magical carrier pigeon unique to the Ilias region. Oh my! What a huge misunderstanding. My deepest apologies, respected Lord Hero. The captain rubbed his hands and bowed repeatedly. Come to think of it, we were really muddled. How could there be a male monster in this world? Ha ha, how rude of us, truly rude. Luca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Being mistaken for a monster was a first for him, and it felt quite novel. However, as city guards, maintaining vigilance against unknown powers was their duty, so he wasn't angry. I don't mind, Luca waved his hand. Could I ask a few questions? Ask anything. As long as I know the answer, the captain said eagerly. That big guy at the gate, was it made by Glangard City itself? Luca pointed out the window at the person, which had resumed its slow patrol. That's right. At the mention of this, the captain puffed out his chest, a clear look of pride on his face. That is one of the prides of Glangard City. The magical technicians in the city can create all sorts of practical artificial monsters. The stone guard you encountered is one of the applications of magical science, an artificial monster specifically for city defense. Magical science, artificial monsters. Luca repeated these unfamiliar terms, the shock in his heart still not fully subsided. He came from a rural background, and the things he had seen on his travels were mostly natural pastoral scenes or traditional castles. This concept, clearly colored by industry and research, clashed with his original worldview. So they really are man-made. But Luca thought of a key question: isn't it dangerous to have that kind of big fellow guarding the gate? What if it misjudges and attacks ordinary travelers or merchant caravans? The captain had clearly been asked this many times and explained fluently, please rest assured on that point. There are strict identification commands set within the Stone Guard's core magical circuit. It will not attack anyone whose identity information is registered, whether they are local residents or foreign merchants. The Stone Guard can identify them after registration. He continued, as for unregistered strangers, the Stone Guard's primary response is deterrence and expulsion, just as it did to you. Its programming is set to only attack monster targets that refuse to disperse. For ordinary humans, if they flee out of fear, the Stone Guard will not pursue. It has been very safe for all these years. The captain looked at Luca, his tone filled with wonder. However, a case like yours, where you not only didn't flee but also persuaded the Stone Guard into standby mode, is a first for us. Only attacks targets judged to be monsters. The relaxed expression on his face tightened slightly. Wasn't this Glangard City, hailed as a more advanced model of human-monster coexistence? Why would the underlying commands of the city's core defense unit include attacking monsters? Even with the prerequisite of refusing to disperse, this was a subtle and unsettling deviation from the philosophy of coexistence. Was it a necessary precaution for safety? Or a reflection of some underlying attitude? Luca suppressed the questions suddenly surging in his heart, and followed the increasingly eager captain out of the reception house with a normal expression. Walking along the wide main thoroughfare of Glangard City, they were flanked by orderly buildings with a distinct Gode style. "Lord Luca," the captain suddenly suggested warmly, "would you like to have an audience with our King of Glangard? His Majesty, well, he very much welcomes well-traveled visitors like yourself." Luca's heart stirred. He was indeed puzzled by the many contradictions of this city: advanced magical technology versus slightly primitive city defense management, the legendary advanced coexistence versus the underlying command to attack monsters, and the captain's overly casual description of the king's state. Meeting the supreme ruler of this city might provide some answers, or at least allow him to feel the true atmosphere. "Then I'll trouble the captain to pass word along," Luca nodded in agreement. "Wonderful." The captain looked genuinely happy. His Majesty has actually been quite free lately, he's bored out of his mind. He especially loves hearing travelers tell stories of adventures and local customs from all over. A hero like you, who is powerful and has traveled to so many places, surely has countless wonderful stories to tell His Majesty. He will definitely be very happy. As the head of a nation, he should be occupied with a myriad of affairs. How could even a soldier know he was bored out of his mind? The suspicion in Luca's heart deepened another notch. He chatted with the captain as they walked, and the more they talked, the more he felt that this seemingly brilliant, futuristic city was shrouded in an indescribable mist. "Well then, while we wait for the summons, let me introduce you to our great Glangard city." The captain opened his arms enthusiastically, pointing toward the street ahead, his face beaming with pride. Chapter 78, The Most Harmonious Coexisting City. In the bustling city, one could indeed see many monsters moving through the crowds. Morning light spilled through the eaves onto the flagstone road, as ant girls lined up in two neat columns, moving cargo crates from the warehouse district toward the market. Their carapaces shimmered with a matte dark brown under the light, their arms lifting the wooden boxes in coordination, and their antennae twitched slightly as if receiving some kind of command, yet they did not speak to one another. Unlike the scene of natural blending in Noah, the monsters here seemed to be embedded into a set of fixed operational tracks. Earth and stone-type monsters, beings known as mud magical golems, were repairing the streets with their hardened arms. Every strike landed precisely on the cracks in the road, their rhythm so uniform it was unsettling. Following Luca's gaze as he observed the ant girls, the soldier captain said in a matter-of-fact tone, "In this city, all the heavy and menial labor is left to the ant girls." He pointed toward the mud golems building a wall nearby. Those mud magical golems are also artificial monsters created through magical technology. They are all working for the prosperity of Glangard. Just then, an ant girl broke away from the work queue and walked straight up to Luca. Her compound eyes faced Luca's direction as she mechanically extended her arms. "Luggage, let me take it." She is an ant girl who coexists with us in Glangard." The soldier captain replied with an expression that took it for granted, without even glancing at the ant girl. "They are controlled by our magic to serve the people. Just let her carry your luggage." This word felt like a cold gear jamming into Luca's thoughts. He thought of the harpies in Harpy Village who chose to cooperate with humans freely, and the monsters in Noah who were naturally integrated. But coexistence here meant turning living beings into tireless tools. Luca sighed inwardly but maintained his outward courtesy. "I see, then thank you." "Sorry for the trouble," Luca said to the ant girl. He handed over his spare pack, which wasn't too heavy. Hearing this, the ant girl paused slightly, her arm joints letting out a faint click, the sound of carapaces rubbing together. Taking the luggage, she held it tightly in her arms. "Received," she said in a flat tone, then turned to stand behind Luca's side, maintaining a distance of 1 pace. The soldier captain nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward with Luca into the palace. Like a servant, the ant girl followed respectfully behind them with perfectly identical strides. Luca glanced back and saw the corridor's wall lamps reflected in her compound eyes, yet there was no spark of life within them. A certain languid fragrance permeated the palace, like a mix of incense and the scent of desserts. The audience hall was not grand, instead, it was arranged like a comfortable drawing room. A young man dressed in magnificent robes leaned against the throne, his elbow resting on the armrest in a relaxed posture. He looked to be only in his 20s, with a gentle and even somewhat boyish face. "So you're the traveler who knows powerful magic." King Grangord sat up a bit straighter, curiosity appearing on his face. "I heard from the soldiers' report that you can manipulate natural elements." "That's truly impressive." Luca's first impression of him was that he was unreliable. He had neither the battle-hardened spirit of King Sabesa nor the steady majesty of Queen Noa. He felt none of that kingly aura from him. On the contrary, he seemed more like a noble young master who had been suddenly thrust onto the throne. Come to think of it, his appearance. Luca carefully observed the man before him. Those eyes, the curve of the bridge of his nose, they did indeed bear some resemblance to Queen Noa. King Grangord's joy was evident on his face, and he even leaned forward. "It's not often I meet an adventurer like you. Hurry and tell me about your bloody adventures. I love hearing those the most." Luca had no reason to refuse, and began selecting some experiences from his journey to recount. He omitted the stories of fighting the 4 heavenly kings, and naturally didn't mention Alice, merely saying he was a traveling hero, who helped mediate disputes. But King Grangord listened with great interest. When Luca described encountering a giant plant monster in the forest, and how he used the terrain to outmaneuver it, the king's eyes lit up. When he spoke of crossing stormy seas by boat and witnessing mermaids navigating through the waves, he let out a soft exclamation of wonder. During this time, Luca also tentatively mentioned things like the coexistence of humans and monsters in Harpy Village. The king listened without the slightest hint of disgust or any other negative emotion, simply nodding as if listening to yet another interesting story. "Pardon me, your majesty." A flat voice interrupted. Luca turned and saw an ant girl who had somehow walked up to the side of the throne. She maintained a slight bow, her carapace dusted with a bit of dirt, appearing as though she had just come from a construction site. "What is it?" King Grangord's brow furrowed slightly. "Can't you see I'm talking to a guest? Whatever it is, it can wait until later." He had just reached the climax of Luca's tale about fighting Yamata no Orochi in Yamatai. He looked a bit displeased at being interrupted, yet his tone remained habitually soft, as if even losing his temper was too much trouble. The ant girl handed over a paper report, the edges stained with a little mud. "This is the Water Conservancy construction and maintenance plan for this year. It requires the king's review and signature. Just leave it all to you guys to handle." King Grangord didn't even take the report, simply waving his hand to cut her off. The ant girl's movements didn't falter for a second. She immediately pulled another document from a pouch-like structure on the side of her carapace. "There is also the procurement list and budget allocation for the Hinos district's commercial street. It also requires your majesty's inspection." Do that yourselves as well," King Grangord waved again. "Draw up the plans and execute them yourselves. I trust your judgment." The ant girl's antennae twitched very slightly, a signal of receiving a command. "Understood. I shall take my leave." She turned and left the audience hall, the sound of her carapace rubbing fading into the distance. Luca was dumbfounded. Along the way, he had noticed a sense of laziness among the residents and ministers, people sitting in street cafes chatting all day, officials in the government office slowly organizing documents. He had thought it was due to some kind of leisurely culture in this country. As it turned out, he had found the source. This was how a king managed his country. No reviewing plans, no signing documents, not even willing to listen to the end of a report. The key was that Glangord was indeed managed very orderly. The streets were clean, buildings were in good repair, markets were prosperous, and all machinery operated normally. This massive urban machine was running with precision, while the king who supposedly steered it was like a mere bystander. Whose country is this anyway, hey? Seeing Luca's hesitant expression, King Grangord scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that. You've seen a rather embarrassing side of me." He leaned back into his throne, his tone as light as if discussing the day's weather. Actually, the affairs of this state are entirely entrusted to the ant girls. They analyze data and formulate optimal plans. Their execution efficiency is much higher than that of humans. And he paused and smiled. Ant girls are tireless, emotionless tools. They don't engage in corruption, they don't complain, and they don't let personal preferences influence their judgment. Thanks to them, I can be this leisurely as a king. Ha ha ha. That laughter echoed in the audience hall, mingling with the sound of the carapaces of the ant girls working in the hall. Before Luca left, King Grangord rose from his throne and personally escorted him to the door. The young king patted Luca on the shoulder and said proudly, "You saw it too, didn't you? In Glangord, humans and monsters coexist in harmony. We've found the perfect model." "Ah, I saw it," Luca's voice was very soft. "I saw your harmonious coexistence." Not noticing that Luca's expression had soured, King Grangord continued, his arm tracing an arc. "Because of the monsters, the people of the entire nation have been liberated from heavy labor. People can pursue art, entertainment, philosophy. That's why Glangord is called a society where humans and monsters coexist harmoniously. This is the future, wouldn't you say?" Luca did not answer him. He simply nodded and turned to walk out of the audience hall. Outside the hall, that ant girl was still waiting there holding his luggage, her compound eyes staring blankly at the sky. When Luca took the luggage, his fingers accidentally brushed against the carapace of the ant girl's arm. Cold and hard, like actual machinery. Whispering a thank you, he walked quickly out of the palace, the bustle of the city rushing toward him. The sunlight shone on those busy ant girls, on those precisely working mud golems, and on the human residents strolling leisurely and chatting on the streets. A picture of harmony. Chapter 79, Doubts. After leaving the royal palace, Luca found Alice by the fountain in the central square. The demon lord was staring at the fountain, her brow slightly furrowed. And that's how it went. Luca recounted the entire scene of the audience, including the king's remarks about tools and the image of the ant girls executing orders like machinery. Alice did not respond immediately. She folded her arms, her index finger lightly tapping her arm, her golden slit pupils reflecting the shimmering water of the fountain. After a long while, she let out a short syllable. On the other side of the square, a team of ant girls was carrying building materials that had just been unloaded. Their movements were terrifyingly synchronized, the swing of their arms was perfectly identical, like multiple projections of the same body in a mirror. Treating monsters entirely as slaves. Luca's voice was heavy with disappointment. This isn't what they call coexistence between humans and monsters. Alice's gaze followed those ant girls. Ant girls have a habit of acting in swarms, she suddenly spoke. They have a social hierarchy with a queen at the apex, they only obey the queen's orders. She turned her head and looked at Luca. So here's the question, what kind of means did the humans use to separate them from their colony one by one? And how can they drive them like slaves with such high authority? Luca had no clue at all. Alice shifted her gaze to the mud golems building a wall on a nearby road. The sunlight hit their earthen bodies, and glowing magic-conducting crystals were embedded in their joints. Every movement brought a slight ripple of magical power. And then there are the man-made monsters. Alice narrowed her eyes. The magic technology in this city is indeed advanced, but the way it's being used is improper. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. At the very least, I don't understand how they have such a high level of magic technology, yet the city's construction is no different from an ordinary kingdom. Seeing Luca's confused expression, she pointed at the man-made monster building the wall. For example, building a wall, with such high magic technology, they could have easily created specialized tools like automatic wall-laying machines or magic solidifiers. Instead, they spend a huge amount of energy and materials to create a large monster just to have her build a wall. She looked around and pointed to the magical patterns embedded in the city walls. Those patterns were indeed glowing, but the lines were stiff, as if they had been forcibly engraved onto the surface of the bricks, completely out of place with the architectural structure. Look at these walls. Although they are built with some magical patterns mixed in, they've just been crudely shoved in. The magic conductivity of the patterns doesn't match the materials, and the nodes are set up roughly. This doesn't match the level of magic technology capable of creating man-made monsters. She pulled her hand back and reached a conclusion. It feels like a young child holding a high-end fishing rod but using it to dig a hole in the dirt. The technology itself is advanced, but the application, it's clumsy, even wasteful. Listening to Alice's words, Luca scanned the city once more. The sun was still bright, the streets were still clean, and the ant girls were still working in an orderly fashion. But looking at it now, those synchronized movements, those stiff magical patterns, and that mechanical rhythm of life, everything was covered in an indescribable sense of dissonance. Let's gather some more information first, Luca decided. This was the work he did every time he arrived at a city, measuring its true temperature with his footsteps and conversations. Central Commercial Street, an open-air cafe. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s was slowly stirring his coffee cup. He told Luca that he had moved here from a neighboring country 3 years ago. Since coming here, I've left everything to the ant girls, the young man said with a smile. Now I've almost forgotten how to start a fire to cook. I tried to fix a chair last month and ended up with a swollen finger, and I used to be a carpenter's apprentice. In a small park nearby, a housewife in an elegant long dress was idly feeding pigeons. Hearing Luca's inquiry, she had a somewhat vacant expression. Housework? Ah. Since the ant girls came, I don't have to do anything myself. Cleaning, laundry, cooking, even taking care of the children is left to the ant girls now. They're more attentive than I am, and they never get tired. As she said this, her fingers unconsciously twirled the edge of her skirt. The sunlight shone on her well-maintained hands. Her nails were neatly trimmed and her skin was smooth. Those were hands that hadn't touched housework in a long time. Human soldiers on patrol sat by the window of the cafe, sharing a piece of cake with their companions. Their armor was polished to a shine, and the long swords at their waists seemed more like decorations. One of them let out a yawn and looked out the window. On the street, a security squad of ant girls was patrolling, their carapaces reflecting the sunlight. Luca walked to the edge of the square, where a middle-aged man was lying on a bench, leisurely soaking up the sun. Safe? Of course it's safe, the man said, squinting. There are ant girls guarding the city, and mud golems guarding the gates. They patrol 24 hours a day, they don't slack off, and they don't doze off. He turned on his side and pointed to the street. Look at the residents here. Although they're all lazy, they're quite peaceful and united. After all, they don't have to do any work, and their basic needs are met. Hardly anyone has the spare time to commit a crime. And the man lowered his voice, it's very difficult to carry out terrorist activities secretly here. Luca was silent for a moment before asking the question that had been weighing on his mind, but what about people who hate monsters? There must be people who can't accept this lifestyle. The man laughed. There are no people who hate monsters in this city. Those stubborn fellows, they all moved away, moved to Goldport. He paused as if remembering something and added, by the way, you should be careful if you go there. There are many thugs and hoodlums near Goldport, the security is far worse than here. It's best not to go near there. Luca thanked him and left. He tried to walk up to an ant girl who was carrying a box to talk to her, but the ant girl just stopped her movements, turned her compound eyes toward him, and said in a flat tone, "Work, busy." Then she walked away. The bell of an item shop chimed as Luca walked in, only to find an ant girl standing behind the counter as well. She was using her forelimbs to organize the shelves while the actual owner, a chubby middle-aged man, lay in a recliner in the corner snoring loudly. Even more absurd was the church. Luca caught a glimpse of the scene inside as he passed by. An ant girl wearing a simplified priest's robe was wiping the altar, while another was organizing scripture books. Even the clergy can be replaced. Luca murmured softly. Just as Luca and Alice were planning to head to the Magic Research Institute, Luca spotted a small shop on a street corner. The sign was simple, with only a drawing of an eye and information shop written in the common tongue below it. And the figure sitting behind the counter. Amira, Luca sighed softly. Even though he knew this elusive information broker always appeared when needed, his mood still became complicated every time they met. Inside the shop, the snake-headed figure clearly heard her name. She whipped her head around and then performed a backflip. A standard spinning backflip, her snake head drew a graceful arc in the air, and she leaned forward slightly as she landed. Amira has arrived, she said in a drawn-out tone. Then she began to wiggle her hips and sing in that characteristic, slightly raspy voice. Advent of Love, this is, the song of fate rolling on the bedsheets is the. Luca automatically filtered out the lewd lyrics. I have information I want to know about the fire spirit, Luca cut straight to the point. Amira immediately stopped singing. She leaned forward, her expression switching from exaggerated performance mode to professional information broker mode with startling speed. According to Medusa, the fire spirit salamander is at Gold Volcano to the southwest. Her voice became clear and steady. In recent months, several human explorers and monsters have spotted salamanders' tracks there. The sightings are highly consistent and should be reliable. Salamander is very famous among monsters. Because of that, collecting this information was very easy. Amira tilted her head. Salamander is a world-renowned martial arts grandmaster, she especially loves teaching disciples. As long as you pass her trial, she will teach you everything she knows. Luca digested this information. A spirit who actively contacted the outside world and even taught others, would that make the contract easier, or more difficult? Is that so? He said finally. Anyway, thank you, Amira. He paused, a hint of sincerity in his voice. Since we met in Illabaruk, you've helped me quite a lot. Amira shook her head. If there's anything else you need, just tell me. At that moment, Alice took the jewel out of her pack. It glowed with a warm luster in the sunlight. Regarding this treasure, could you help investigate it? Alice asked. The holy wings at the Sabesa pyramid, Sphinx had said that gathering all 6 would awaken it. Luca didn't say much more, he nodded. Then please help us investigate this jewel. Leave it to me. Amira, retreating. With another backflip, she disappeared. Chapter 80, Magitech. The Glangard Magitech Research Institute is located in the northwest corner of the city, a massive building constructed of black and silver-white alloy. It lacks the carvings and decorations of traditional buildings, featuring only neatly arranged observation windows, crisscrossing magic conduits, and a constantly rotating receiving device on top, like a giant metal beehive. It's huge. Luca stood in front of the main entrance of the institute, looking up at the 7-story building. Sunlight shone on the alloy surfaces, reflecting a cold, hard luster. Entering the interior, the air was filled with the smell of ozone mixed with metal powder. In the spacious main experimental hall, dozens of mages in white robes were busy in front of various instruments. The radiance of magic circles and the cold light of magic screens intertwined, illuminating the design blueprints suspended in midair. On an experimental table in the corner, a gray-haired mage was debugging a person, the very same type of city defense guard Luca had encountered yesterday. The crystal in the person's eye had been removed, revealing the complex rune engravings inside. Ah, are you visitors? The mage noticed Luca and Alice and turned his head. His spectacle lenses were thick, his eyes squinting, and his face carried the exhaustion of long-term sleep deprivation. However, there are many confidential projects here, so in principle, we do not welcome visitors. Is this where the person was made? Luca walked a few steps closer, looking curiously at the fine parts on the experimental table. Gears, crystals, metal plates covered in runes, they were combined to form a shape that mimicked life. That is the essence of Magitech. Speaking of this, the mage's exhaustion dissipated a little. He straightened his back, his tone carrying obvious pride. This technology in Glangard is the most advanced in the world. From basic material synthesis to personality simulation, to group command networks, each one is a breakthrough. He picked up a glowing core crystal and held it up to the light as if displaying a treasure. Look at this. It can simulate basic consciousness reactions, allowing the person to understand complex commands and even learn simple work patterns. This is incomparable to ordinary magic puppets. Alice did not look at the crystal. Her gaze swept across the entire experimental hall, swept over the Magitech parts being dismantled and studied, and finally returned to the mage's face. She spoke, I am more interested in knowing, how do you make the ant girl obey orders? The pride on the mage's face stiffened for a moment. He put down the crystal, pushed up his glasses, and frowned slightly. This is a state secret. I can only tell you the parts that can be made public. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, but eventually continued, driven by a certain desire to confide. Simply put, it is to simulate the Ant Queen's commands. The social structure of the ant girl is based on the transmission of pheromones and magic power. The queen issues commands through specific frequencies, and the ant girl receives and executes them. Our technology can simulate that frequency. Alice's golden slit pupils suddenly contracted. Can humans actually do such a thing? She muttered to herself, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Then, where is the ant girl's queen? Alice's voice was kept very low. Since you are simulating her commands, the real queen must still be alive to continue providing command samples, right? The mage's expression changed completely. He looked left and right, confirming that no other researchers were paying attention, then lowered his voice and said, The Ant Queen is sealed underground. Sealed the Ant Queen? How could humans possibly do that? Alice's voice lost its composure for the first time. She took a step forward, her cloak hem slightly raised, and the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees. The mage subconsciously retreated, but soon steadied himself. He waved his hand, this is a state secret. Anyway, now the ant girl are all used by us. They work, humans enjoy the fruits, this is true harmonious coexistence, isn't it? His tone again carried that natural pride, as if describing a perfect solution. Luca looked at the mage's face, looking at the eyes flashing behind the thick lenses. This person truly believed he was doing the right thing. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward half a step, and said in as sincere a tone as possible, Please, can you tell us about the seal? I just want to understand, has human technology reached this level? The mage was stunned for a moment. He looked Luca over carefully, then looked at Alice, and then suddenly laughed. It seems you two really want to know. By the way, you two aren't spies from another country, are you? He said this with a relaxed tone, clearly not really suspecting them. Ordinary spies wouldn't be so conspicuous. The man was remarkably handsome, and the woman was so beautiful she didn't look human. But it doesn't matter if I tell you. The maid shrugged, turned to walk to the experimental table, and picked up a recording board. This isn't something that can be easily imitated. The technology to seal the queen involves research on magic power, the construction of consciousness cages, life support systems. This is something that can only be achieved by the world's most cutting-edge magitech. He spoke faster and faster, his fingers gesturing in the air. Do you know what the hardest part is? Queen-level monsters have too much vitality, simple imprisonment will be slowly broken, and simple suppression will cause resistance. Our solution is... He suddenly stopped, as if he finally realized he had said too much. He coughed and put the recording board back in its place. Anyway, all of this is very complicated. You just need to know that Glangard's technology is leading the world. Luca and Alice were both shocked. Alice was shocked that humans could actually develop technology to this extent, able to deceive the social instincts of a race, able to seal a queen-level monster. And Luca's shock was completely different. He was not shocked by the technology itself, he knew nothing about magitech, and those terms were just piles of vocabulary to him. He was shocked that this level of state secret, when he asked with a little pleading, a little sincerity, and a tentative inquiry. This mage in front of him had actually revealed so much. What was this? A researcher's desire to confide. Or was it that in Glangard, this secret wasn't actually a real secret? Or rather, no one thought it was necessary to keep this secret strictly. The mage looked at their shocked expressions and nodded with satisfaction. When they left the Magitech Research Institute, it was already dusk. Street lights turned on one after another, outlining the city's silhouette in the twilight. The two returned to their hotel room, the window facing the central square. Looking down from the third floor, the Ant Girl patrol team was changing shifts. Two teams of Ant Girl crossed in the center of the square, their carapaces colliding with a rhythmic clicking sound, like the gears of a clock meshing. Regardless of anything else, this city is still uncomfortable. Luca closed the window, blocking out the noise from outside, and then let out a long sigh. Those Ant Girl who had been deprived of their will, those monsters used as tools. Every time he saw their hollow compound eyes, Luca felt like a stone was pressing on his heart. He remembered the sky of Harpy Village, remembered the singing of the merfolk at Natalia Port. That was what coexistence should look like, with choice, with dignity, with warmth. I am also very annoyed. Alice sat on the edge of the bed, hands resting at her sides, her fingers sinking deep into the mattress. Her voice was very low, carrying a trace of anger. It's not because of the technology itself. Technology is innocent. What I'm annoyed about is that they use technology in this kind of place. She raised her head, her golden slit pupils appearing exceptionally bright in the dim room. And there is one more thing I can't figure out: where exactly is the Ant Queen sealed? If the opponent is human soldiers, how could the Ant Queen be defeated? Luca nodded. He now basically understood the range of strength for Queen-level monsters. Queen-level monsters could never be overwhelmed by the numbers of ordinary people. Luca generally wouldn't perceive the entire city on a large scale. He still respected others' privacy. When he was strolling through the city, he had roughly perceived the magic fluctuations around him as he passed by. That kind of pressure comparable to a queen level? None. And, under normal circumstances, the battle of a queen-level monster would leave obvious traces. After a great battle, powerful magic power wouldn't dissipate that quickly. Unless... Luca muttered. Unless they used other means. Alice took up his words, her eyes cold, not defeated head-on, but through traps, deception, or some kind of technology specifically targeting queen-level monsters. Silence fell in the room. The city lights outside the window leaked through the gaps in the curtains, cutting long, thin strips of light on the wall. Just then. Knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Luca looked curiously at the door. Someone's here. He stood up, walked to the door, kept his hand on the doorknob for a second, and then pulled it open. A young girl was standing outside the door. She was wearing a purple skirt that only reached the middle of her thighs, and a matching off-the-shoulder top made of thin fabric. Her long, silvery white hair with a hint of purple was neatly tied behind her back, the tips slightly curled. Her face was as exquisite as a work of art, her skin so smooth it didn't have a single pore, and her facial features were perfectly proportioned, so perfect that it lost its sense of reality. But what was most striking were her eyes. Those silver-gray pupils had no focus, just staring calmly ahead. "Excuse me, I am here to serve you." She spoke, her voice delicate and gentle, but her tone was rigid and mechanical. Luca was slightly stunned. He looked at the girl's skimpy attire, looked at the small, ribbon-decorated toolbox she was carrying, and then he realized what it was. "No, I don't need," Luca said softly. "But this is the meaning of my existence." The person took a step forward, guest, "Please let me serve you. My program includes massage, companionship, basic treatment, and..." She listed a series of functional names, each word spoken clearly and steadily, like reading a product manual. He wasn't ignorant of these, he had seen similar service industries on his journey, but the one in front of him was a creation of Magitech, a person manufactured specifically for this purpose. "Sorry, I really don't need it." Luca gently extended his hand against the doorframe. He noticed slight gaps in the person's joints, where glowing runes were vaguely visible. The person stopped. She seemed not to know what action to take at this moment, standing in place, her silver-gray eyes blinking, her body maintaining a slightly bowed posture, her arms hanging naturally at her sides, like a statue that had been suddenly paused. Luca gently pushed her shoulders, guided her out the door, and then closed it. The sound of the latch clicking was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. He leaned his back against the door panel, and let out a breath. Humans actually created this kind of thing. Alice's voice came from the bedside. She was crossing her arms, with an undisguised look of disgust, her golden slit pupils full of disdain. I thought Magitech would be used in more meaningful places. Luca turned around and walked to the table to pour a glass of water. I also think it's somewhat indescribable. He put down the water glass, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the side of the glass. The technology itself is not wrong. Being able to manufacture such a delicate person, being able to simulate complex movements and conversations. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. But to use it in this kind of place. He paused, unable to find the right words. Alice suddenly laughed. Well, refusing the person's service is commendable. She stood up from the edge of the bed and walked in front of Luca. Luca was still in his growth spurt, his height changing almost every day, and now he was about the same height as Alice in her human state. Alice looked up slightly, her golden slit pupils shimmering in the light. As a reward. She dragged out the tone, her finger lightly tapping on Luca's chest, then slowly moved upward, grazing his collar, and finally stopping beside his cheek. Her breath was very close, carrying a certain sweet, special scent. I will serve you personally. Luca's body stiffened. Alice's smile deepened. She didn't make any further moves, just maintained that posture, her golden slit pupils looking straight into Luca's eyes, as if admiring his reaction. The air in the room suddenly became somewhat viscous. Chapter 81, Riot. Early the next morning, the morning mist was thicker than usual, mixed with the dampness that hadn't dispersed from last night, shrouding Glangard in a hazy gray-white. When Luca and Alice left the inn, the familiar sounds were already echoing through the streets, the rhythm of the person beginning their daily maintenance. Luca rubbed his throbbing temples. When the morning light pierced his eyes, it brought a subtle, throbbing pain, making him squint involuntarily. Alice had really worn him out last night. By the time he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, a faint light could already be seen outside the window. In this world, Luca had to admit a fact, even though he could now defeat the four heavenly kings head-on, in a sense, he might not be able to beat a slime on the side of the road. Luca rubbed his waist. Alice walked beside him, chewing on a slice of bread she'd swiped from the inn's restaurant, and tilted her head to look at him. Are you not satisfied with my service? This was Demon King-level treatment. Luca didn't say much. At a time like this, if he annoyed her, he would be the one to suffer. The two were strolling along the central avenue when Alice pointed to a dessert shop that had just opened, saying she wanted to try their honey tart. Luca was just about to agree. Bang! The sound of an explosion tore through the silence of the morning. From the center of the city, the direction of the royal palace, came a dull, heavy sound, as if something huge had exploded from within, followed by a series of crashing sounds of shattering glass. The stone road beneath their feet vibrated noticeably, and dust fell from the eaves. Instinctively, Luca bent over, his hand on the hilt of his sword, and the first thought that flashed through his mind was Ilia's inverse cross. The texture of this explosion was too similar. Like that time at Natalia Port, the terrorist attack planned by Lazaro. That kind of explosion, deliberately created using special methods, aimed at achieving the maximum effect of panic. But it was unlikely. According to the intelligence gathered along the way, Ilia's inverse cross had been in a state of near dissolution after the death of Lazaro, and the remnants could not possibly organize an attack of this scale. And the defense system of Glangard. His train of thought was interrupted because the ant girls on the street, those who had just been silently cleaning the streets and carrying goods, suddenly stopped their actions in unison. They turned in unison toward the nearest humans. Luca's pupils constricted. He subconsciously drew the Gog sword, but the scene he had anticipated, them attacking humans, did not happen. The ant girls simply used their strength, which far exceeded that of humans, to pick up the people around them. A merchant opening a shop door, a woman pushing a stroller, an old man who had just bought breakfast and was preparing to go home. The ant girls' arms worked in coordination, lifting the humans as if they were handling fragile items, then turned and walked toward the royal palace. Time on the street stood still for a second. Then panic erupted. "Let go of me. Let go. Help. Help me. They've gone crazy. Run." Screams, cries, and the sound of running footsteps blended together. People scattered like a frightened flock of birds, but the ant girls were faster. They remained silent, intercepting everyone who tried to escape, fixing the humans firmly in their arms, and then joining the queue heading toward the royal palace. It wasn't just the ant girls. On the other side of the street, the mud person repairing the wall also stopped working. Their earthen bodies turned, their hollow eye sockets facing the chaotic crowd. Then, as if executing an order, they began to lift humans, and walked with heavy steps to join the ranks of those carrying people. A young man tried to resist, his fists hitting the carapace of an ant girl with a dull thud. The ant girl didn't even look at him, she just adjusted the angle of her arms to let him lean against her chest more comfortably. Luca stood in place, the Gog sword still in his hand, but he didn't know who to point it at. He couldn't feel any killing intent, couldn't feel any malice. Wails echoed over Glangard. From this street to the next and then to the square at the end of his vision, the same thing was happening all over the city. Luca closed his eyes. He spread his perception outward, like ripples from a stone thrown into water. His vision crossed the streets, crossed the rooftops, crossed the panicked crowds. He saw. In the central square, more than 30 ant girls formed a phalanx, each carrying 2 or 3 humans, marching in formation like worker ants carrying food. In the commercial street, several persons dismantled stalls that were in the way, opening up wider passages. In the residential area, ant girls entered houses through windows, gently carrying out people who were still asleep. All routes pointed to the same destination, the royal palace. His perception continued to extend, touching inside the royal palace. Many humans had already gathered there, surrounded by ant girls and person in the center. The people were cowering and crying, but no one was injured, not even a scratch. Then Luca probed his perception downward. Beneath the royal palace, something was interfering with his vision. Like a vortex under the water, it distorted all perception that tried to probe deep inside. Luca could only barely capture some vague outlines, a huge space, glowing runes, and some kind of rhythmic pulsation. "Oh my, this really happened." Alice's voice sounded in his ear, pulling Luca back to reality from his state of perception. He opened his eyes and saw the Demon King girl standing to the side with her arms crossed, a gleeful smile on her face that she made no effort to hide. The consequence of enslaving monsters. She tilted her head, her golden vertical pupils scanning the chaotic scene on the street, treating them as tools, stripping away their will, tampering with their instincts. Now the tools are executing the orders of their true master in reverse. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar cry came from not far away. "Stop, stop. Stay away from me." It was the middle-aged man who had spoken to Luca yesterday. He was cornered against a wall by an ant girl, his back pressed against the wall, his hands waving wildly in front of him. The ant girl walked silently to the man, opened her palm, and then gently lifted him by his collar. The man's feet left the ground, kicking wildly in the air. "Let go of me. I can give you money. Anything." The man's voice changed due to fear. The ant girl did not respond. She turned and joined the line heading to the royal palace. Just as she passed by Luca, the ant girl paused slightly. Her compound eyes turned toward Luca, the man being held in her hand still struggling and shouting. Then, she nodded at Luca. Then she continued on her way, disappearing around the corner of the street. Although the ant girls looked almost exactly the same, Luca recognized her. She was the ant girl who had helped him with his luggage yesterday. That tiny scratch on her carapace, the arc of her arm. Alice saw this scene. She shook her head, her tone no longer having the gloating from before, replaced by a complex calmness. They are not tools but living monsters. They have memories, can recognize you, and remember that you said thank you to her yesterday. She looked at the chaotic street. This is karma. Silence spread between the two for a few seconds. The chaos on the street continued, and cries came from all directions. Alice turned around, facing Luca directly. Her expression became serious. So, what are you going to do, fake hero? Luca pursed his lips. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping over the humans being carried on the street, the ant girls silently executing orders, and finally falling back onto Alice's face. He was silent for a long time. Long enough for a person to pass by them, the child in its arms having stopped crying, looking at the sky with blank eyes. I still can't let it go. Luca finally spoke, his voice very low. I don't want to let all this happen. He took a deep breath. I know this is humanity's retribution. I know the coexistence of Glangard is built on lies and slavery. But he looked toward the royal palace. At least, we must let the situation calm down. He turned back and looked at Alice. We have to go find the Ant Queen. Alice had expected this. She knew what kind of person was in front of her, the idiot who would willingly bear all the hatred in Parenset, the person who always wanted to find a way out in the clumsiest but most sincere way. She didn't sigh, didn't shake her head, just calmly accepted this fact. We should indeed go find the Ant Queen. Alice said, her tone returning to her usual calmness. I am also curious why the Ant Queen was sealed. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. There was more to this than met the eye. Seeing that Alice agreed, Luca breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders slightly relaxing. After all, it was the ant girls being enslaved, and the Ant Queen being sealed by humans. As the Demon King, Alice had every reason to stand by and watch, happy to see humans reap what they sowed. It wouldn't even be strange if she had pushed things along from behind. That she didn't stop him from meddling was already. That look of relief on your face is disgusting. Alice curled her lips. I'm just interested in the truth, Anne. She paused, her voice softer. I also want to see what the final choice of that sealed queen will be. Let's go to the royal palace first. He pointed to the center of the city. I just sensed that the ant girls are all heading in that direction. He remembered the existence that interfered with his perception underground. Under the royal palace, something is affecting my perception. I think it is very necessary to go there and take a look. Alice nodded. She didn't look at the royal palace, but raised her head and looked at the sky. Her ears twitched slightly. Your decision is correct. She pointed to the sky. The Ant Queen's command comes from the royal palace. She emits a special frequency of sound waves to give instructions to the ant girls. Alice narrowed her eyes. This sound wave also interferes with the thought circuits of artificial monsters. After all, the core of the person is sensitive to specific frequencies. Luca followed her gaze. The sky was still that foggy look, but he captured the sound wave. So that's it. He murmured, so this sound wave is the Ant Queen's command. Then, as long as he finds the source, finds that sealed queen. Let's go. He said, his voice returning to its usual firmness. Chapter 82 King Grangord. The outer walls of the royal palace cast long shadows in the morning light. When Luca pushed open the city gate, the hinges groaned dully, and the audience hall inside had completely changed its appearance. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, carving mottled patches of light onto the floor. The patches of light no longer illuminated the polished marble floor, but rather a dense crowd of huddled human males. They wore various outfits, noble silk robes, merchant waistcoats, and artisan work clothes, all now stained with dust, their faces filled with fear and bewilderment. They were gathered in the center of the hall, piled together like cargo. No one was tied up, yet no one dared to flee, for in the four corners of the hall, 8 ant girls stood silently. Their compound eyes scanned the crowd, arms hanging naturally, but that silent gaze was more intimidating than any chain. King Grangord was among them. The young king was surrounded in the very center of the crowd, his magnificent robe now wrinkled and wrapped around him, his blue hair sticking messily to his sweat-dampened forehead. He sat on the ground clutching his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly, his eyes fixed intently on the floor as if counting the veins in the marble tiles. The sound of Luca pushing the door open made everyone look up. At that moment, a suppressed gasp echoed through the hall. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the doorway, toward the figure walking in alone with a long sword hanging at his waist. Hope, like a faint flame, was rekindled in those pupils. King Grangord reacted the fastest. He jerked his head up, and upon seeing that it was Luca, a near-blinding light erupted in his pale green eyes. Luca. Hero. The king's voice cracked with emotion. He struggled to stand, but his legs gave way, and he sat back down. He simply knelt up, braced his hands on the ground, and shouted in Luca's direction. "Can you stop these monsters and help my people escape from here? I beg you. They are innocent." His voice echoed through the hall, filled with tears, despair, and the last shred of responsibility as a king, though that responsibility was twisted by fear. Luca's gaze swept across the hall. He saw the ant girls slightly adjust their stances due to his intrusion, their compound eyes turning toward him, but they did not attack immediately. He saw the mixture of hope and doubt in the eyes of the imprisoned men. Finally, his gaze fell back onto King Grangord's face. Luca shook his head. "There is no need yet," he said. A sigh of disappointment echoed through the hall. Several men who had already half-risen slumped back down. King Grangord's complexion turned pale at a visible rate. His lips trembled, and the light in his eyes extinguished bit by bit. But he was unwilling to give up, nor could he. He had seen it with his own eyes, just this morning, when the first explosion rang out. He saw the palace guards draw their swords and charge at the ant girls, those well-trained soldiers, those warriors he thought were enough to protect the palace, were easily subdued like children before the ant girls. He had seen something even more terrifying. The person guarding the city walls, those crystallization of Glangord technology he was so proud of, collectively stalled amidst the explosions, then the crystals in their eyes turned from blue to deep red, and they turned to join the ranks of those transporting humans. All defenses, all technology, and all the facade of harmonious coexistence crumbled in an instant. And now, the hero before him, who could easily handle the city-guarding person yesterday, was the last thing he could grasp. The king's teeth were chattering. He forced himself to take a deep breath, forced his trembling hands into fists, digging his nails into his palms, using the pain to stay conscious. "I beg you." His voice lowered, no longer a king's command to a hero, but the plea of someone with nowhere left to turn. "Anything I can do, I will grant you. Wealth, titles, land. Just name it. As long as you can ensure my people are safe and sound." Luca did not answer immediately. He took a few steps forward, the sound of his boots on the marble floor clear and distinct. He stopped 5 steps away from the king, and then, for the first time, truly looked directly at the king before him. Not looking at the young man who lazily sat on the throne, not looking at the ruler who pushed all state affairs onto the ant girls, but looking at the person who was now disheveled, trembling with fear, yet still pleading for his people. "Even if it might cost your life?" Luca asked. King Grangord was stunned. The color drained completely from his face, and even his lips turned ash-gray. Those pale green eyes widened, pupils contracting, his breathing becoming rapid. Everyone could see that fear, like tangible ice water, was pouring down over him. Time froze for a few seconds. Then the king's throat moved. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, something had shattered in his eyes, and something else had coalesced anew. "Even if it costs my life," he said. "I am the king. If my death can buy their safety, then so be it." The hall was deathly silent. Luca looked at the face before him, which had not yet shed its childishness, and looked at the weight of responsibility that finally emerged in those eyes. He nodded. Your people will not be in mortal danger for now. Luca turned and looked toward the corridor leading underground deep in the hall. Come with me for a moment first. He strode toward the depths of the palace, his direction clear. It was the direction of the underground entrance where his perception was being interfered with. King Grangord stood frozen in place. He looked at Luca's receding back, then at the subjects around him who were looking at him. In those eyes were confusion, worry, and a certain faint expectation. The king gritted his teeth and struggled to stand. His legs were still weak, but he braced himself by leaning on a minister's shoulder nearby, steadying his body. Regardless of whether he trusted the hero before him, he had no choice but to follow Luca now. He took a deep breath, turned to the crowd, and shouted in as firm a voice as he could. My people, wait for hero Luca and me. We will be back to save you soon. The voice echoed in the hall. There were no cheers, but the sobbing gradually subsided. Just as King Grangord stepped forward to follow Luca, the ant girls in the corner moved. 4 ant girls turned simultaneously, arms spreading, their carapaces clicking as they rubbed together. They took synchronized steps, closing in on the king. Luca's hand pressed onto the hilt of his sword, and wind began to gather at his fingertips. But a voice stopped all of this. Gentle, loving, bearing a certain maternal majesty, yet mixed with an ethereal quality like an underground echo. Enough, my lovely children. The ant girls stopped simultaneously. You are not his match, and I do not want you to get hurt if this continues. The voice continued, every word like a feather brushing over the surface. Since he wants to find me, I will deal with the 2 of them personally. The voice paused. You only need to guard these humans, and do not let them escape. Take good care of them, after all they are all precious resources. The ant girls lowered their heads in unison, their antennae twitching slightly. They responded in unison, as you command, Queen. Then they truly retreated to their original positions, resuming their guard posture, as if the interception just now had never happened. King Grangord's face turned pale. He could not hear the voice, only saw the ant girls suddenly stop, then respectfully retreat, which terrified him more than a direct attack. Luca withdrew his hand from his sword and nodded to the king, let's go. The underground passages of the royal palace were as intricate as an anthill. There was more than one staircase leading down. There were formally decorated staircases, narrow stairs used by servants, iron spiral staircases for maintenance, and even inconspicuous secret doors in the walls in a few places. Using normal methods to find the hidden, and Queen here would likely take time. But Luca did not need normal methods. He closed his eyes and spread his perception again. He felt it, that magical power. Different from the steady fluctuations of ordinary ant girls like worker ants, it was like the heartbeat of the earth, like a pulse formed by the convergence of millions of lives. This way. Luca opened his eyes and walked toward an inconspicuous corridor on the left. King Grangord followed behind him, walking cautiously with every step. His breathing sounded loud in the silent passage, his fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes, his knuckles turning white. After walking for about 5 minutes, the passage began to become damp. Water droplets seeped from the joints of the stone bricks on the walls, and the air was filled with the scent of earth, and a certain sweet fragrance, like honey mixed with flowers. Do you know why the ant girls rebelled? Luca suddenly spoke. His voice echoed in the passage, sounding exceptionally clear. King Grangord was startled by this sudden question. He stumbled before steadying himself, and stammered in reply. Why did such a terrible thing happen? His voice was full of confusion, genuine confusion. We didn't do anything bad. Luca stopped walking. He turned around and looked at the young king before him. That face was filled with innocence and grievance, like a wronged child. Luca sighed. King, your complete lack of self-awareness is the greatest sin, he said. King Grangord was stunned. Without sufficient awareness, your country will fall into darkness. Every word of his was like a hammer striking the king's heart. All your citizens will become slaves to the ant girls. Countless heavy tasks will be imposed upon you, hauling, building, cleaning, working 18 hours a day, without rest, without pay, until you collapse. His voice was calm, but the picture he painted made cold sweat break out on King Grangard's back. Your lives will no longer belong to you either. You will be classified and screened, the superior ones will be selected for breeding, and the ordinary ones will continue to work until death. Your children will be taken away as soon as they are born and raised to be more efficient tools. The king's complexion could no longer be described as pale, it was deathly gray, the despair of having completely lost all color. What such excessive things? He muttered, his voice sounding as if it were squeezed from deep in his throat. Luca shook his head. There was no blame in his eyes, only a clarity like a statement of fact. The excessive things you speak of are exactly what you have imposed upon the ant girls until now. Ah! King Grangard opened his mouth wide. That syllable stuck in his throat, neither coming out nor going down. His brain was like rusted gears, suddenly forced to turn, emitting a harsh grinding sound. What are you saying? I said, Luca stepped forward, his gaze looking straight into the depths of the king's eyes. First you must acknowledge one thing. The ant girls are not tools, but living, thinking, emotional monsters. Think carefully about what you have done to the ant girls. Luca's voice slowed, but every word was heavier. Separating them from their colony, making them treat human commands as the queen's will. Making them work all day, without rest, without entertainment, without choice. When they hauled cargo, you chatted in cafes. When they built houses, you sunbathed in parks. When they kept the whole city running, you even forgot how to light a fire to cook for yourselves. Luca paused. And as king, what choice should you make? Continue to turn a blind eye and enjoy the convenience they bring? Or open your eyes and admit that this harmony is built upon slavery? The king's lips were trembling. He wanted to refute, wanted to say it wasn't like that, wanted to say they were inorganic tools and should naturally serve us, but those words stuck in his throat like a fishbone. Because he remembered. He remembered 5 years ago, when the first batch of ant girls was introduced to Glangard, the minister's excited reports, from now on, humanity will be liberated from labor. He remembered 3 years ago, that ant girl who tried to resist. She just stood there, refusing to haul cargo that exceeded her load, and then the mage adjusted a certain device, and she immediately returned to normal. Those details he had deliberately ignored, those truths covered up by efficiency and convenience, now rushed back into his mind like a tide. Luca watched the changing expressions on the king's face, from bewilderment to confusion, from confusion to vague fear, from fear to a certain emerging realization. Although we haven't spent much time together, I trust my judgment and I trust you. There was a hint of warmth in Luca's voice. You are not a bad person. You are just too young, too lazy, too used to the path others have paved for you. He reached out his hand. Take up your responsibility, King. King Grangard looked at that hand. It was a warrior's hand, with calluses and scars. I will face the upcoming choices and their consequences with you. Hearing this, King Grangard was slightly stunned. Face them together? This strange hero, this person he had only met for the first time yesterday, this person who could completely turn around and leave to pursue his own goals, said he would face it with him. His brain was in chaos. Fear, shame, a sense of responsibility, a budding courage, all these emotions churned together, making his thoughts like a tangled mess. But gradually, the chaos began to subside. The king closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, the damp air of the underground passage filling his lungs, carrying the scent of moss and earth. When he opened his eyes again, something had changed in those pale green eyes. Childishness had not yet faded, but he was no longer naive. Fear was still there, but it no longer dominated him. Confusion was still there, but he had a direction. He raised his head, his back straightening bit by bit. The posture of always lazily leaning on the throne was gone, replaced by the demeanor of a king. His voice was still a bit hoarse, but clear. I understand. He looked at Luca, his gaze finally having a focus. Take me to see her. To see the Ant Queen. Luca nodded with a smile. Chapter 83, Silly. Guys, I was really busy today, managed to squeeze out a few words, please bear with it. Kneels down JPG. The air in the underground passage was becoming increasingly thick. The faint blue glow of the moss was gradually being replaced by another light source. Fungi emitting a warm orange-yellow light began to appear on the walls, alternating in brightness as if breathing, illuminating the increasingly wide corridor. How exactly did human power manage to seal the Ant Queen? Alice walked beside Luca, her fingers unconsciously stroking her chin, her golden vertical pupils scanning the unnatural chisel marks on the surrounding walls. And the person manufacturing technology. This level of magitech requires not just theoretical breakthroughs, but also a large number of experimental samples, failure experiences, and iterative improvements. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. Why would humans have this kind of technology? King Grangord followed 3 steps behind them, even deliberately lightening his breathing. Ever since Alice had suddenly appeared from the shadows. It really was sudden. 1 second there were only he and Luca in the passage, and the next second, that white-haired, golden-eyed girl was leaning against the corner, as if she had been waiting there the whole time. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. That sense of oppression. Although Alice had deliberately restrained the Demon King's aura, the natural deterrence of a high-level monster still caused a layer of cold sweat to seep from King Grangord's back. He dared not ask more, only carefully observing Luca's attitude, the natural bickering, tacit silence, and occasionally exchanged glances between the two all showed that they were quite familiar with each other. This hero was indeed not an ordinary person. The king silently noted in his heart. Luca did not answer Alice's self-talk. He was indeed thinking about those questions, but the more important task at this moment was to track the magical trail of the Ant Queen. But just as he concentrated, 3 figures suddenly squeezed into his sea of consciousness. No, to be precise, 4. Jipopo. The wind spirit sylph floated in the center of the mental space, hands on her hips, staring at the gnome, and Undine beside her with a look of wisdom on her face. Every time she said a word, she clapped her hands forcefully, the movement so large that even the air around her rippled. Jipopo. She clapped again, her green hair flipping upwards. Gnome sat cross-legged on a rock with her usual calm posture, but her brows were already knitted into a knot. Undine sat on a seat formed of ripples, hugging her knees, looking helpless. Brain blooming, Pajipo. Sylph clapped again, this time the force was too great, and she stumbled forward. Luca was stunned for a moment, his consciousness taking shape in the sea of consciousness. What's wrong, Sylph? You seem very strange. His voice echoed in the mental space, and just then, another figure squeezed in. Not a spirit, but... Is that so? Isn't she usually like this? Alice's voice rang out. The Demon King girl's mental projection appeared by the water, arms crossed, tilting her head as she watched Sylph, who was acting crazy. Luca turned his head sharply. No, why can you squeeze into my sea of consciousness? He paused. Alice, are you also my spirit? What kind of spirit are you? A dark spirit. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your spirit? Alice's projection rolled her eyes, and the next second, the real person walking beside him in reality reached out and precisely pinched Luca's cheek. Jipopo. Jipopo. Sylph completely ignored the unexpected audience and continued her clapping performance. Birdie Papa, Pajipo. She shook her head while clapping, her transparent wings vibrating at high frequency, scattering tiny specks of wind debris. Those specks should have been light magical light spots, but at this moment they were falling crookedly as if drunk. Undine finally couldn't watch any more. She sighed, her voice soft and clear. It's the influence of a powerful barrier. She raised her hand, and a clear water ball condensed at her fingertips. The surface of the water ball reflected the phantom of the surrounding environment. In those phantoms, countless fine threads could be seen, filling the entire underground space like a spider web. Undine explained, her gaze falling on Sylph. Sylph's thinking structure is inherently simple and direct. Now that it's being interfered with by the barrier, her head, which was already like a vacuum, has become even more tragic. Is this a barrier? Luca murmured. This was his first time coming into contact with the concept of a barrier. Gnome suddenly moved. The earth spirit stood up from the rock, her small figure exuding low pressure. She had endured for a long time, from the moment Sylph started Japapo until now. She had clapped at least 50 times. Pajipo. Pajipo. Sylph completely failed to realize the danger approaching and continued to shake her head. Little fish Bobo, Pajipo. Gnome walked in front of her, and then smashed a solid punch onto Sylph's head. Thud. Sylph took a punch, her body swayed, and her eyes turned into mosquito coil shapes. But she stubbornly blinked and continued to clap. Pajipo. Pajipo. Sun round, Pajipo. Gnome. Visible black aura began to emerge from the earth spirit. The next second, her fists turned into afterimages. Too fast for the naked eye to count, dense, rain-like blows all landed precisely on Sylph's empty head. Every punch made a dull thudding sound. Oh my! Luca covered his face, unable to bear watching. Through the gaps in his fingers, he saw Sylph being beaten left and right in the air like a human punching bag, her green hair like weeds trampled by a gale. 10 punches per second was not Gnome's limit but Sylph's limit. Sylph floated limply in midair, her eyes completely turned into swirls, still unconsciously muttering, "Pa gee. Pa." Then, with a poof, she drifted to the ground like a leaf. Gnome withdrew her fists, brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, and sat back on the rock expressionlessly, as if nothing had just happened. The sea of consciousness finally returned to silence. Luca exited the introspective state and opened his eyes. In reality, they had just arrived at the end of the passage in front of a huge arched gate. The door emitted a warm orange light, its surface covered with honeycomb-like patterns, pulsing gently like the breathing of a living thing. Behind the door, that massive magical fluctuation was close at hand. Chapter 84, The Mysterious White-Robed Woman. The door slid open silently before them. It retracted to the sides like the mouthparts of some living creature, revealing the scene inside. Then, Luca froze. The underground of Glangard was different from any image they had imagined. There were no damp caves, no crude dungeons, and it didn't even look like a lair for monsters. Before them was a massive, hemispherical space, at least 100 meters in diameter and over 30 meters in height. The dome emitted a soft white light, like artificially simulated daylight. And in this space, machines. Densely packed, incomprehensible machines. They emitted a low, rhythmic humming sound, mixed with the hissing of some pressure release, and a high-frequency oscillating whine. Thick, transparent pipes wound between the machines, with pale blue fluorescent liquid flowing inside. Mechanical arms hung in midair, with glowing magic crystals embedded at the joints, adjusting their angles from time to time. The walls were covered with hundreds of blueprints, fixed to metal plates with magnets. The blueprints were filled with dense formulas, rune arrays, structural anatomy diagrams, and a large amount of mysterious text that Luca could not understand at all. Some blueprints depicted anatomical diagrams of a person, with magnified views of muscle texture, skeletal structure, nerve nodes, joint transmission, magic circuits, and core crystals. Others were more abstract, like some kind of energy flow model, using lines of different colors to represent different magic. The entire space looked like a mad scientist's laboratory, or a futuristic factory, but it certainly didn't look like a dungeon sealing the Ant Queen. This is human technology. Alice's shock was unconcealed. Her golden-slit pupils scanned those machines, those blueprints, and those terrifyingly precise devices. Just as the two were stunned by the scene before them, a scream came from the laboratory. What is happening? A mage wearing a wrinkled white robe was frantically operating at a massive console. The console was 3 meters wide, densely covered with knobs, levers, buttons, and glowing crystal panels. At this moment, at least half of the panels were flashing red, emitting a harsh alarm sound. Why is the control ineffective? The mage's voice was tearful. He frantically flipped switches and slapped the panels, but the red light flashed more and more rapidly. This shouldn't be. The system should still be able to maintain at least. Luca and Alice exchanged a look and walked over quickly. Their boots made crisp echoes on the metal floor, but the mage, immersed in panic, did not notice them at all. What is this equipment? Luca poked his head to the side of the console, curiously watching the wildly jumping readings. He recognized some of the numbers: magic pressure, energy flow rate, temperature, but the units were ridiculously large. For example, the magic pressure reading was still climbing. What is the situation now? The mage was sweating profusely from anxiety. Hearing someone ask from behind, he replied subconsciously, I don't know. The spell structure of the seal has been broken from the inside, and now the control system has completely failed. The Ant Queen's thought waves and magic are leaking on a large scale. If this continues, her main body will. He stopped abruptly here, turned his head sharply, and only then discovered that two completely unfamiliar people had broken into this top-secret laboratory. Who are you? The mage's face turned pale instantly. He took a step back, leaning against the console, his hand trembling as he pointed to the door. Leave here immediately. This is a top-secret national area. Guards. Guards. Look at me and answer my question. Alice's voice was very soft, but it was terrifyingly clear amidst the noisy alarm. The mage's gaze turned to her involuntarily, turning to those golden slit pupils, and then his expression froze. His pupils dilated, his eyes became unfocused, his body relaxed, and his mouth opened slightly, like a marionette with its strings cut. A strange light flowed in Alice's eyes, and that light seeped into the mage's pupils as if it had substance. King Grangord ran in, panting at this moment. He braced his knees and caught his breath, looked up, saw the mage's dull expression, and then saw the lingering golden light in Alice's eyes. Please don't make things difficult for him, King Grangord said with mixed feelings. Luca nodded, pointed at Alice, then pointed at the mage, and made a listening gesture. King Grangord understood. He took a deep breath and nodded too. The mage quieted down. He spoke in a flat, waveless voice. The technology here, and the things we developed, were provided by someone for free. Provided for free. Alice was stunned when she heard these words. She had originally thought it was at most technical cooperation, trade, or theft, but for free. Who gave it to you? She pressed on, the light in her golden slit pupils growing brighter. The mage replied emotionlessly, I don't know either. Alice frowned. She could feel that this was not a lie, but that he really didn't know. She changed her way of asking. Don't lie, tell the whole story from beginning to end. The mage nodded dully and began to recount, his voice as steady as if he were reading a report. That was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Magic laboratory. At that time, he was only in his 30s, his hair hadn't turned white yet. He stared at the blue light spots gradually dissipating in the flask before him, and scratched his hair in disappointment. Failed again. The artificial life form in the flask can't even survive for a few minutes. He sat back in his chair dejectedly, covering his face with both hands. Even with our most advanced magic compressor, we can't achieve the ideal effect. How exactly can we extend her life? In the glass flask, the last glimmer of light dissipated. That was an experiment attempting to condense magic into a basic life form, the 127th failure. Creating artificial life is quite troublesome. A voice suddenly sounded. Clear and cold, without any fluctuation, like water flowing under ice. The mage looked up sharply. The laboratory door was clearly locked, and the permission authentication system had not been triggered, but a figure was standing by the experimental table, as if it had been there from the beginning. It was a tall woman wearing a pristine white experimental robe. She had bright red hair, which looked particularly jarring under the cold light of the laboratory. What stunned the mage the most was her temperament. She didn't look like a scholar, a merchant, or any human he had ever seen. She stood there like a precision instrument, every movement had no excess, and every expression seemed like the result of a calculation. "Who are you?" "This is a place where unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." The mage stood up, his hand quietly reaching for the alarm button under the table. But the woman didn't even look at him, instead walking towards the row of failed flasks. She picked up one of them, observed the residual magic traces inside through the glass, and said to herself, "The short lifespan of artificial life is due to a lack of magic element. You are trying to force magic into a life form, but the concentration and purity of the basic magic element are not enough. It's like watering seeds with dirty water, of course, the seeds won't sprout." The mage's fingers stopped on the alarm button. What the other party said was completely correct. This was one of the core conclusions their team had reached after 3 years of research. He subconsciously replied, "Indeed, the compression and purification of magic element are already at the limit. But this equipment is already the most advanced in the world." The woman put down the flask, the corners of her mouth curling into an extremely subtle arc. "Then, I will sell you technology that is more advanced than this." She took something out of her white robe. It was a palm-sized metal disc with a mirror-smooth surface, with a deep purple crystal embedded in the center. "This is the small magic element compression furnace. Its efficiency is 170 times that of your existing equipment, its energy consumption is only 1/3, and it can run continuously for 50 years without maintenance." The mage stared at the disc, his first thought being, "A liar. What, so it's a salesperson for magic tools?" He sneered, his hand pressing back towards the alarm button. "Who exactly are you? How did you get in?" The woman didn't care about his attitude at all. She calmly stated her name. "My name is Prometheus." She paused and added a sentence that baffled the mage. "I am the truth seeker who brings fire to humanity." Prometheus. The moment this name was mentioned, the mage's head began to throb, and he felt a pain originating from the depths of his soul spreading. But in an instant this pain disappeared. In the laboratory, the two looked at the touch of darkness at Luca's fingertips. Luca and Alice exchanged a look, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They had heard this name. Just a short while ago, in Paranset village, they learned from the Canaan three sisters about that mysterious existence, who was stirring up monster conflicts everywhere from behind the scenes. And according to the mage's description, this woman's image. Luca had seen it. The red-haired, white-robed figure standing in the haunted house. The woman quietly observing outside the mansion in the witch-hunting village. Both times they brushed past each other, and both times it left him with a certain indescribable sense of dissonance. He didn't expect her to be Prometheus. And this touch of darkness. Inside the royal city of St. Ilia, the two of them had already seen it once. "At first, I thought it was just a mage selling his own invention," the mage's narrative continued, his voice still flat, "but the magic tool she gave me was an incredible thing. Our team dismantled, analyzed, and tried to replicate it, but we couldn't do it at all. The principles were unknown, the materials were unknown, and we couldn't even understand the most basic magic conduction paths. That was technology completely beyond our level of understanding. Although we didn't understand the operating principles at all, we still used it. Because it was really useful." For the first time, a faint emotional fluctuation appeared on the mage's dull face, a complex expression mixed with shame, greed, and fanaticism. After that, Prometheus kept providing technology. Special magnetic field generation technology to stabilize magic fields. Space transfer technology for rapid transport of supplies. Also, neural simulation technology for artificial life forms, group consciousness control systems, high-density energy storage technology, and various others. He paused, his voice lowering. "We had no original technology at all. In fact, Glangard's magic technology only suddenly started in recent years. The king always thought this was the result of our serious research. The ministers thought so too. The public even more so. But in fact, he closed his eyes. Even under hypnosis, this sentence was incredibly difficult to say. We were just borrowing this technology of unknown origin all along. King Grangord's body swayed. He braced himself against the machine casing next to him, his fingers digging hard into the seams of the metal plate, and his young face instantly lost all color. What exactly is the identity of this Prometheus? Alice's voice went cold. What is her race? Human? Monster? Or something else? The mage shook his head. We only unilaterally accepted the technology. Not to investigate her affairs, that was the condition of the deal. So we know nothing about her. Name, background, purpose, all are mysteries. Alice pressed. Why did Prometheus provide technology for free? What is her purpose? She must have said something, right? The mage's body trembled slightly, but he still replied mechanically. The purpose of providing the technology seems to be to collect experimental data. For example, she once asked us to capture the Ant Queen, saying she wanted to collect magic fluctuation data, social structure data, and anti-seal capability data of Queen-level monsters. And her ultimate purpose? Although she didn't explicitly tell us, we learned about it indirectly. He looked up, his dull eyes looking towards Alice. It is to seal the monster with the highest magic power, the Demon King. What? Alice's pupils shrank. Golden light exploded in her eyes, and the magic fluctuations spread like a shockwave, blowing the blueprints in the laboratory until they rattled. The magic I control instantly disconnected. The mage's body went limp, and he slumped to the ground. He blinked blankly, looking around, then looking at his own hands, as if he had just woken up from a long dream. Huh? Strange. Why am I chatting here at this time? He muttered, then suddenly remembered something, his face changing drastically. Oh no. The control has completely failed. The seal is about to be completely broken. Ah, it's irreparable. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled towards the exit, finally seeing King Grangord standing to the side. Ah. King. The mage froze. Why are you here? Now is not the time to talk about this. Run, King. The Ant Queen is about to break through the seal. The entire control system is collapsing, and the seal binding her is disintegrating. King Grangord looked with a complex expression at this chief mage whom he had once trusted implicitly. Looking at the genuine panic on the other's face, looking at those eyes that no longer held the pride of a genius scholar, but only the shame of a swindler being exposed and the fear of imminent disaster. The king was silent for a few seconds, then spoke, his voice unusually calm. You escape first, don't worry about me. The mage froze, but king. This is an order, King Grangord said sternly. For the first time, his voice carried the majesty of a king. I order you to escape. Go and notify everyone who can still move, and evacuate to a safe area as much as possible. The mage opened his mouth, finally bowed deeply, and rushed out of the laboratory, looking back every 3 steps. After he disappeared, the laboratory fell into an eerie silence. The alarm sound had stopped at some point. The humming of the machines also gradually lowered. The light in those glowing pipes began to flicker uncertainly. Then, the sense of oppression came. From all directions, from under the floor, from inside the walls, from the air, a substantial, viscous magic pressure, like the water pressure of the deep sea, squeezed into the lungs bit by bit, pressing on King Grangord's heart. The blueprints on the walls fluttered without wind, rattling loudly, the machine casings began to groan under the unbearable load, the ground shook slightly, and small screws and parts fell from high places, bouncing on the floor. Luca turned towards the depths of the laboratory, where there had originally been a smooth metal wall, but now, cracks were beginning to appear on the surface of the wall. The real one is here, he said. Chapter 85, Ant Queen. A massive, materialized pressure of magic power surged from behind the broken wall, filling the entire laboratory. The outer casings of those machines began to deform, twisted by the pure magic field. The metal let out sharp groans, glass shattered one after another, and blueprints fluttered wildly in the invisible wind. A furious killing intent was constantly approaching. It was a hatred that had accumulated and settled for 5 years. Hatred for the entire race, hatred for the concept of enslavement, and hatred for every human who had enjoyed the services of Ant girls yet viewed them only as tools. King Grangord could not help but swallow. His throat was as dry as a desert, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest, each beat striking his ribs with pain. Sweat soaked his back, and that magnificent robe now clung to him like a heavy burial shroud. He stared fixedly ahead, at the darkness behind that broken wall. Then, she walked out. Her footsteps were light, yet they made the floor of the entire laboratory tremble. She wore a crown, which shimmered with a gentle, amber luster in the residual light of the laboratory. Her figure was much taller than an ordinary Ant girl, nearly 2 meters, but her proportions were still elegant. Her carapace was deep black, covered with delicate patterns, and her arms hung naturally at her sides. But most shocking were her eyes. The compound eyes remained a characteristic of Ant girls, but within those crystals, a clearly visible rage was burning. "I am the queen above all ants." Her voice was gentle and loving, like a mother's whisper when coaxing a child to sleep, but every word carried magic power, striking directly at the listener's soul. Her gaze fell upon Luca. There was scrutiny and vigilance in that look. "Human standing before me, what is your intention?" Luca stood straight, facing that pressure. He did not draw his sword, simply looking back calmly. "I am merely a fake hero," he said, then cut straight to the core. "Did you command this riot?" The Ant Queen admitted it candidly. She raised her head slightly. "That is correct. During the long seal, I could not move, could not speak, and even the most basic magic fluctuations were suppressed. But I still had thoughts. That is something no seal can completely imprison." Her voice lowered, as if recalling a long and painful time, 5 years. "I constantly condensed my thoughts, planting them like seeds into the cracks of the seal, bit by bit, day by day, spreading them to the outside. Those thoughts contained my anger, my sorrow, and the clearest command." She looked at Luca, light flowing in her compound eyes. "Fight against humans. But do not kill them. Bring them to me." King Grangord's breathing stopped. He remembered the humans being carried in the hall, remembered the precise and restrained movements of the Ant girls. It turned out that was not an accident, but a clear command. "I broke the seal with my own power." The Ant Queen took a step forward, and as that step landed, the ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. "Now, this broken seal alone cannot stop me." King Grangord took a deep breath, forcing himself to step forward. His legs were shaking, but he still stood beside Luca, facing the queen he had imprisoned for 5 years. "Queen, I have something to say to you." "Shut up." The voice exploded. It was no longer a gentle whisper, but a roar mixed with all the pain and anger of the past 5 years. The remaining glass in the laboratory shattered completely, and metal plates were blown away by the sonic wave. The Ant Queen stared fixedly at King Grangord, the rage burning in her compound eyes almost ready to erupt. "King Grangord, the human I most want to take revenge on is you. These 5 years, every day, every hour, every minute, I have been watching. Watching my children being used as slaves by you, watching them work like soulless tools until their carapaces wore down." Her voice trembled. It was fury suppressed to the extreme. "I watched you humans drink tea and chat in the sunshine, watched your children play in the park, watched you enjoy the conveniences bought with the blood and sweat of my children. And my children, they didn't even have the permission to stop and rest for a minute." She took a deep breath, the sound of which was like a low rumble before a storm. "I have been very composed. Otherwise, do you think those humans in the hall would still be alive? Do you think this city would still be intact? I only ordered them to be brought here, not massacred. This is already the greatest restraint I have shown toward my own anger." King Grangord's face was as pale as paper. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Luca listened quietly. He did not interrupt, did not refute, simply letting the queen finish everything she had to say. Then, he sighed softly. As expected, she needs to calm down first. He took a step forward, placing himself right between King Grangord and the Ant Queen. Sorry, I have no choice but to make you calm down first. The Ant Queen's gaze turned to Luca. He stood there like a mountain, steadily separating her from her object of revenge. He. You want to fight? A hint of gravity flashed in the Queen's compound eyes, but she did not show weakness in her words. You have real guts to take on me, the Ant Queen, as an opponent. Do you know what a Queen-level monster means? Do you know what I did in the seal these 5 years? I did not sleep. I was tempering myself, using the pressure of the seal to hone my magic and refine my will at every moment. After saying these words, she seemed to have gained some confidence. I am at least 3 times stronger now than when I was sealed 5 years ago. Luca nodded, his voice very light. Sorry, you have suffered so much pain, yet here I am blocking you. The Ant Queen sneered. Then why are you still blocking me? Because you are human. Because you want to protect your own kind. You say pretty words, but in the end, aren't you still standing on the side of humans? If you conquer this city, Luca interrupted her, his voice still calm, the human nations cannot remain idle. They will form a coalition army, in the name of liberating humans enslaved by monsters, and attack Glangord. By then, it won't just be the humans of Glangord who die, but your children too. The ant girls will suffer heavy casualties in the war. He paused. Humans and monsters, regardless of whether they have the desire for war, will erupt into a larger-scale conflict. Hatred will spread like a plague, from this city, to this country, to the entire continent. 5 years later, 10 years later, people will not remember that Glangord enslaved ant girls. They will only remember that monsters conquered a human city, and this will become a new excuse for war. Luca shook his head. I do not wish to see such a scene. I do not wish for the entire continent to be plunged into war because of this. He looked at the Ant Queen, his gaze sincere. I hope that, at least, you can talk to King Grangord. Before you act, before things become irreversible, talk. The Ant Queen laughed. That laughter was cold, cold as ice. You want me to swallow my anger? After experiencing 5 years of imprisonment, after watching my children be enslaved for 5 years, you want me to talk? Her voice suddenly rose. Are you pitying the victim, or hoping that I can forgive the perpetrator? You speak such high-sounding words, but isn't it just an excuse that favors humans? She no longer hesitated, the magic power within her body beginning to boil. The air in the laboratory began to distort, light refracted into strange rainbows, and the wreckage of the machines rose, floating in midair as if in zero gravity. Stop me first, then talk your big talk. The Ant Queen threw a punch that was like a mountain collapsing, slow and unstoppable. The magic power converged into a single stream at the moment of the punch, tearing through the air, carrying all the anger accumulated over 5 years, and blasted toward Luca. The airflow swept through, and everything still standing in the laboratory was blown away. King Grangord was knocked to the ground by the blast of air, and could only cling tightly to an exposed pipe. Yet Luca. He did not look at that punch. He did not even look at the Ant Queen. At the moment that punch was blasted out, Luca seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to look in a certain direction of the laboratory. There was nothing there, only the twisted shadows cast by the broken machines. But in Luca's perception, there was something there. A familiar, cold darkness. Seeing this action from Luca, the Ant Queen's anger reached its peak. This human before her did not even take her seriously. In the face of a full-power strike from a queen-level monster, he was actually distracted, looking elsewhere. The fist was already in front of Luca, the compressed air hitting his face first, blowing his hair into disarray. Yet Luca did not even turn his head, simply waving his hand as if brushing dust off his shoulder. There was no earth-shattering collision, no explosion, no shockwave, not even a ripple of sound. That fist, which had gathered all of the Ant Queen's anger and all of her power, stopped at a distance of 1 inch from the tip of Luca's nose. The Ant Queen only felt that she had struck a piece of soft sponge, all her power absorbed, dispersed, and dissipated by an endless body of water. She was horrified, and before she could withdraw her fist, a fist appeared before her eyes. A very ordinary fist, no light, no magic fluctuations, not even very fast. But she could not dodge it no matter what. She could only watch helplessly as that fist gently imprinted on her forehead. Thud. A very light sound. The Ant Queen's eyes widened, she felt a force spread from her forehead, like a warm spring breeze brushing through her brain, washing over her consciousness, washing over all her thoughts of anger and hatred. Darkness struck. She collapsed softly. Luca stepped forward, supporting her falling body. The Ant Queen's carapace was warm and smooth, like meticulously polished jade. Her eyes were closed, her breathing steady, as if she were asleep. Alice, I leave her to you. Luca gently placed the Ant Queen onto Alice's outstretched arms. Alice caught her steadily, her golden slit pupils staring at Luca, her tone carrying teasing. And what about you, fake hero who likes to meddle? What are you going to do? Luca raised his right hand. A trace of almost invisible darkness remained on his fingertips, like the faintest ink stain, slowly dissipating. I have sensed the aura of Prometheus. His voice was deep, she is nearby, peeking at all this. Alice's expression changed. I will go with you. Currently, only I can block the dark erosion. Luca squeezed her uneasy little hand, that hand was very cold, trust me, Alice. He looked into her eyes, word by word. I am very strong. Alice bit her lip. She had never felt so powerless, as a demon king, possessing the power to rule all monsters, yet at this moment, facing that strange darkness, she could only stand here. Because Luca was right. If she forcibly came into contact with that darkness, she could at most manage not to be eroded. And the purification power within Luca, which mixed holy element with unknown power, was the only currently known means to counter the darkness. As soon as Luca saw her expression, he knew what she was thinking. He let go of her hand and rubbed Alice's head. You are not a useless monster, he said softly, you are still needed here. After the Queen wakes up, someone needs to mediate, King Grangord needs someone to hold the fort, the chaos outside needs someone to control it. These things, only you can do. Alice lowered her eyes and finally nodded. Luca drew the Gog sword. He slashed lightly at the empty air in front of him. Where the blade passed, space was torn open, like a galaxy cracking in the night sky. Luca looked back at Alice, then stepped into the rift. The rift closed behind him, leaving no trace. The laboratory was terrifyingly quiet. King Grangord was still lying on the ground, his mind a blank slate. He had seen the Ant Queen attack Luca, seen Luca look behind him as if he were a fool. At that moment, he was so nervous that his heart felt like it was jumping out of his throat. It's over, the hero is distracted, he is going to die, and then everyone is going to die. Then the next second, that scene that filled him with despair was reversed. Luca waved his hand casually, nonchalantly catching that earth-shattering punch, and then with a simple straight punch, the Ant Queen passed out. His heart was like a roller coaster, he had never felt such ups and downs. So much so that he lay there blankly for a few minutes before shakily climbing up. His legs were still weak, but he held onto the wall and barely managed to stand straight. The Ant Queen slowly opened her eyes. She blinked blankly at first, her compound eyes reflecting the broken ceiling of the laboratory, and then memories flooded back, the seal, the anger, that punch, that nonchalant wave of the hand, that unavoidable fist. She sat up, her carapace making a slight sound as it rubbed together. She looked around, seeing the broken laboratory, seeing King Grangord standing blankly, and seeing the white-haired girl standing on the side with her arms crossed. When anger reaches the extreme, yet one is defeated so easily, even she felt a sense of unreality. It was like using all your strength to slam into a wall, only to find that the wall was made of cotton. All your power, all your emotions, all the meaning of your existence, vanished without a trace after the impact. Her mind returned to its usual calmness. She understood one thing: as long as that powerful human from a moment ago was still alive, she would never be able to succeed in her revenge. Then, she saw the guilt in the eyes of King Grangord. That kind of real, painful guilt that made him want to tear himself apart. And so the Ant Queen's anger reignited. "Put away your hypocrisy," the Ant Queen said coldly, her eyes full of disgust. "I will not beg for mercy, nor will I give up on revenge. Since that human didn't kill me." She stood up, her arms slightly spread at her sides. It was a battle stance. "As long as I live for one more day, even if it takes decades or centuries. Only by conquering this city and turning all humans into slaves will I be satisfied. I will make you taste the same suffering, working 24 hours a day, with no freedom, no choices, until your life is exhausted." She glanced over and only then noticed Alice standing to the side. Those golden vertical pupils were watching her quietly. "Who are you?" the Ant Queen asked warily. "As a monster, what are you doing here? Why are you helping humans?" She looked carefully at Alice's face. That face, exquisite, beautiful, possessing the unique charm of a monster. But more importantly, it was that aura, condescending yet not arrogant, with restrained majesty that instinctively commanded awe. "And those golden vertical pupils that I color, that gaze." The Ant Queen's expression froze. Her compound eyes turned rapidly, recalling the existence at the pinnacle of the continent, about that one who ruled over all monsters. Her knees went weak, and she almost knelt down. "Are you perhaps the demon?" "It is enough that you understand yourself," Alice interrupted with unquestionable majesty. "However, current events have nothing to do with my identity. I am merely a bystander." She paused, then added, "This man has something to say to you." The Ant Queen lowered her head. "Understood. I obey your command." Immediately, she raised her head and looked at King Grangord with an angry expression. "What do you want to say?" "You are the human I most want to take revenge on." King Grangord lowered his head. His shoulders were trembling, his voice was trembling too, but he said it. "If that is the case, then please go ahead." He raised his head, there were tears in his eyes, but his gaze was very firm. "I am willing to become your slave. I will use my life to repay the sins of these past 5 years. You can make me do the most arduous and exhausting work, you can make me sleep in the dirtiest places you can." "What kind of joke is this?" The Ant Queen's voice exploded. She strode up to King Grangord and lifted him up. "You are a king, aren't you? What is with that expression of yours? Where did your self-esteem and pride go? Kneeling on the ground and saying, 'Please let me be a slave,' is that something a king should say?" "I'm not joking, these are my true feelings," he murmured, but his voice had already weakened. "In exchange." He raised his head and looked the Ant Queen straight in the eye. "Please spare the other residents in the city. They are innocent, they just got used to it. They got used to having ant girls do everything, got used to not thinking, got used to laziness. The culprits are me, the royal family, and the mage team. Please, only punish us." The Ant Queen sneered. "So that's it, you're attaching conditions. Do you think I would agree to conditions proposed by a guy like you? Do you have any idea how much suffering you humans have caused my children? They were stripped of their will, working like machines until their carapaces cracked. Can you understand that kind of pain?" "I know." King Grangord's voice was choked with sobs. "I just found out. It's precisely because I found out that I must do this." He wiped his eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop. "Now, I have no right to ask for forgiveness. I know forgiveness is impossible. I know some harm cannot be undone. But at least let me bear it. Let me bear it alone." The Ant Queen fell silent. Her compound eyes stared fixedly at King Grangord. "If that's the case, then why still?" Her voice dropped, "Why only now?" King Grangord shook his head, his voice deep as if in confession. "We didn't notice. We thought ant girls were like emotionless inorganic matter, completely following orders and working like dolls. And as for the Ant Queen, we thought she was just a powerful disaster source that needed to be sealed, a demon devoid of any emotion. He smiled bitterly. We fabricated a complete lie for ourselves, and then lived in that lie with peace of mind. Until today, until just now. I only just realized that ant girls actually have emotions just like humans. The Ant Queen was emotional, her voice trembling. That's not it. My children and I are not emotionless tools. Just like humans, you have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. You feel pain, you feel anger, you want to protect important people. King Grangord finished her sentence. I only just found out today. Monsters have emotions just like humans. We never noticed. Alice spoke up at this moment. Doesn't the Ant Queen think the same way? The Ant Queen turned her head sharply to look at her. Thinking that inferior humans are emotionless trash, not worth caring about. Alice took a few steps forward, her boots making a faint sound as they stepped on the debris. She stood between the two, her gaze sweeping over the Ant Queen, and then over King Grangord. Or perhaps it's not just the Ant Queen, most monsters think this way too. She added silently in her heart, including the me from the past. As high-ranking monsters, it is very easy to develop such thoughts, Alice continued. Humans are weak, greedy, fickle, and untrustworthy. Such notions are deeply rooted in monster society. However, human emotions and monster emotions are very similar. She looked at King Grangord. Humans also have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They also sacrifice for their loved ones. They also suffer and repent after committing grave mistakes. The weight of their emotions is equally heavy. The Ant Queen fell silent. Alice's gaze turned to her. Subconsciously treating humans as slaves, if you hold on to such thoughts, you will make the same mistake. You will become another King Grangord, just with the roles swapped. Your people's initial contact with humans was also about wanting to understand humans, right? Wanting to see what this race that occupies most of the continent's land is really like. She looked at King Grangord again. Similarly, when you humans first contacted ant girls, you also wanted to understand monsters. Could these intelligent yet varied life forms coexist peacefully? Could you help each other? Alice paused for a moment, her voice softening. Of course, that is what I think. In the beginning, the thoughts deep down were not bad. No one starts out wanting to enslave anyone. No one starts out wanting to hurt anyone. It's just that as you go along, you forget your original intentions, you get used to the convenience, and you make up excuses. She looked at the two, complex light flowing in her golden vertical pupils. I hope you can deepen your understanding of each other, and then make a choice. Not a choice based on anger, not a choice based on guilt, but a choice from the heart after truly understanding the other party. The Ant Queen lowered her head, and after a long time, she sighed. I obey your command. I will reconcile with humans. Do not say you obey my command. Alice shook her head, her voice very serious. I want you to deepen your understanding of each other, and then you make your choice. The choice is yours, Ant Queen. You are the queen of this land, your people are waiting for your decision. She took a step closer and reached out to press her hand on the Ant Queen's shoulder. You are not inherently evil, nor are you a monster that views atrocities as pleasure. You are just too angry, so angry that you cannot see other possibilities. I trust your judgment. I believe you can make a choice from your own heart. Alice lowered her eyes, her voice as soft as a whisper. I will also support your choice. Whether you choose revenge or choose forgiveness, or choose a third path, as long as it is the path you truly choose. She sighed in her heart, if it is what you truly choose. The Ant Queen was silent for a long time. Time in the laboratory seemed to have stopped. There was only the hissing sound of air leaking from the pipes in the distance, and the occasional clatter of debris sliding down. Finally, she raised her head and looked at King Grangord. Are you truly sorry for all of this? Not just saying it with your mouth, but truly in your heart, the kind of sorry that is painful, full of regret, and makes you wish time could be turned back. King Grangord lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. When he raised his head, his face was covered in tear stains, but his eyes were very clear. Of course. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I even wish that it was me who had been sealed, wish that it was me who had suffered these past 5 years. He took a deep breath. We will make the people of the whole country express their apologies. I will tell them everything the ant girls have experienced over these 5 years, our lies, our sins. I will make it all public. They will realize their own mistakes, I promise. His voice became firm. We will establish relevant laws to guarantee your rights. The upper limit of working hours, the right to rest, the freedom to choose work, the right to receive payment, all the basic rights that humans possess, and girls will also possess. No, not just these, we will also compensate, using 50, 100 years of time, to slowly compensate. The Ant Queen looked him straight in the eye, her compound eyes not blinking. Do you swear that from now on, the same thing will never happen again? Not just laws, not just slogans, but truly, from the bottom of your heart, treating ant girls as equal, sentient beings. Alice shook her head to the side. She usually had a bit of a headache regarding the monsters under her command. In a sense, they were all too innocent. Easy to trust, easy to forgive, easy to be moved by sincerity. But on second thought, perhaps it was precisely because of this innocence that monsters were able to maintain a certain purity over the long years. However, there was no need to worry about these cute subordinates. I will be the backing that allows them to maintain this innocence. If anyone dares to exploit this innocence, I will make those people understand why a demon lord is a demon lord. That is certain. King Grangard's voice interrupted her thoughts. We have already understood that you possess emotions just like humans. You feel pain, you feel tired, you miss your family, you want to protect important people, you are just like us. He stood up straight. We will not let the same thing happen again. I swear by the bloodline of the Grangord royal family, and by the future of all humans in this city, that if anything similar happens again, you won't need to resist. I will destroy everything with my own hands. The Ant Queen looked at him. She looked for a long time. Then, the killing intent on her body completely dissipated. That tense, ready-to-fight posture relaxed, and her arms dropped naturally. Understood. Her voice was very light as a sigh. Then let it end here. Her long tense nerves quietly relaxed, and the Ant Queen felt a fatigue that went deep into her bones. 5 years of accumulated anger, released in an instant, then forcibly suppressed, and finally choosing to forgive. This process was too heavy. She looked at Alice. My children and I choose to believe in you. Believe in humans, believe in this king, and also believe in. She paused, not finishing her sentence, but the meaning was clear, and also believe in you, Lord Demon Lord. Alice nodded, the corners of her mouth slightly curving up. She turned and walked toward the exit, her voice drifting back. The two of you have a good talk. About the details of the compensation, about future plans, about how to make the city truly become a place of coexistence. She walked to the door and looked back once. King Grangord was bowing deeply, his head almost touching his knees. The Ant Queen stood in front of him, as if thinking about something. Alice turned and left, the sound of her boots stepping on the debris gradually fading away. Chapter 86, Prometheus. About 15 kilometers northeast of Glangard City, a solitary peak pierces through the cloud layer. It has no name, appearing only as an elevation figure on the map. The summit is perpetually shrouded in mist, the rock surfaces are covered in grayish-white moss, and sparse conifers take root in the crevices with twisted postures. Prometheus stands on the edge of the cliff. Her white robe remains motionless in the fierce gales, and her vibrant red hair looks like a cluster of burning fire amidst the mist, but those red eyes are as cold as deep-sea glaciers. She gazes toward the Glangard Palace, her vision piercing through the mist, the distance, and layers of buildings to see everything happening in the underground laboratory. The moment Luca looks back toward the shadows, Prometheus's brow furrows slightly. He found me. The voice is very soft, instantly torn apart by the mountain wind. But at this altitude, on this peak where no other living thing exists, this sentence should have belonged only to her. However, "Found what about you?" A male voice rings out in her ear, close enough that she can feel the airflow of his breath. Prometheus's pupils contract slightly. Luca is standing there, as if he had been there from the very beginning, and she simply hadn't noticed. He is curiously sizing Prometheus up. Prometheus turns sideways to size him up as well. He is a bit taller than when she observed him at the witch-hunting village, with broader shoulders, but he does not yet have the physique of an adult male. There are still some youthful contours on his face, but his eyes, something in those eyes has changed. It is no longer simple determination or confusion, but a sort of settled, tempered clarity. There are also the elemental fluctuations on his body: wind, earth, and water. 3 spirit powers operate harmoniously within him, like 3 different colored rivers flowing into the same sea. But deep within that sea, something else is surging. Luca speaks, his voice breaking the silence within the howling mountain wind. "That power on you, its holy element." Prometheus's eyelashes flutter ever so slightly. Bearing the bloodline of the original angel Lucifina, although the holy element within Luca has long since mixed with the unknown power deep in his soul to form a purification power that even he cannot fully understand, he has been able to perceive the existence of holy element ever since he first unsealed his mother's ring. It is an instinct etched into his blood. And this woman before him, she emits holy element, consistent with the power on his Gog sword. Luca continues to ask, "Are you an angel?" Prometheus frowns slightly. This was not within the scope of her predictions. According to her calculation models, Luca would need to at least successfully contract the fire spirit, experience several major events, and defeat all of the 4 heavenly kings before he would begin to investigate these concepts. And now, she does not answer but continues to size Luca up with a strange look. It is not the look one gives a person, it is the look one gives a sample, a data point, an ongoing experiment. Luca waits for 3 seconds, the mountain wind whipping the hair on his forehead to reveal eyes that are exceptionally focused at this moment. Then he reaches out his hand, grabbing toward Prometheus's shoulder. A faint magic is concentrated at his fingertips, enough to seal the movements of an ordinary monster. However, Luca's hand passes directly through Prometheus's shoulder. His palm sinks into her shoulder without hindrance and emerges from the other side, as if passing through a shadow. Luca is stunned. He withdraws his hand, turns his palm over to look at it, and then looks back at Prometheus's perfectly intact shoulder, his face practically screaming one sentence. "What the heck is this?" Looking at his expression, Prometheus's slightly furrowed brow actually relaxes. The irritation brought by variables outside of her plan has, upon contact with this sample, transformed into a deeper thirst for knowledge. This is, after all, the highest priority subject on her observation list, a hybrid abnormal individual. At first, she only needed to place observation eyes at key nodes to collect his combat data, magic growth curves, and psychological trajectories. But in the blink of an eye, this sample's growth speed broke through all predictive models. Now, even her own covert observation in person has been discovered. Thinking of this, Prometheus sizes up the person before her with increasing satisfaction. She leans forward slightly and speaks, "It's useless." Her voice has returned to its usual calm. A holy element energy field comes with its own phase isolation, interacting only with energy of the same dimension. What you are touching now is just a temporary manifestation of my gathered holy element energy, you can think of it as a projection. She pauses, seeing the flash of confusion in Luca's eyes, and habitually continues to explain. Simply put, as long as you do not take off that ring, and do not fully release the holy element within you, then to you, I am currently like a shadow. You can do nothing to a shadow. Cannot touch, cannot attack. Luca lets out an "oh," his tone sounding like he's saying "so that's how it is." Then he lifts his head and asks a more direct question. "You know me?" Of course, Prometheus answers without hesitation. "You entered my observation list a long time ago." Luca Hine. Father is the hero Marcellus, mother is the original angel Lucifina. A body mixed with human blood and fallen angel holy element. Her crimson eyes glow slightly. You are my ultimate sample, a hybrid of angel and human, the most perfect vessel for multiple powers in the mortal world. Every bit of your growth provides precious data for my research. Luca's expression turns cold. But he controls himself well, merely placing his right hand inconspicuously on the ring on his left hand. His fingertip touches the cold metal surface, ready to twist and remove it at any moment. What do you want to do, he asks. And what happens after you collect the data? Do not take off the ring. For the first time, a slight fluctuation appears in Prometheus's voice. Now is not the time. For you, for me, for this world, it is not yet the time. Luca's finger stops on the ring. He believes this warning. Not because he trusts Prometheus, but because he knows his own body best. He is well aware of that sensation of gradually becoming non-human when he uses purification power. But he is still frustrated. Talking to Prometheus is like solving a riddle without an answer. She reveals trivial matters without concern, like broadcasting experimental records, but as soon as it touches the core, the purpose, the why, she falls silent or says something ambiguous that sounds like it was plucked from a philosophy book. The mountain wind grows stronger, tearing a gap in the mist. Sunlight stabs down, cutting a sharp blade of light between the two of them. Luca knows she won't answer, but he asks anyway. There are some questions that must be asked even if one knows there will be no answer. It is a declaration of one's stance, a statement of attitude. Is goddess Ilias the mastermind behind all this? Prometheus looks at Luca with slight surprise. In this world where the vast majority of humans devoutly believe in goddess Ilias, doubting the goddess herself is a startling thing. As an angel, it is normal for Prometheus herself to deduce that all of this is related to the goddess, but as a human. From the time she began observing Luca, the things he has experienced have indeed been abnormal. Rationally speaking, these clues do indeed point to the possibility that there is a problem with the goddess herself. But rationality and faith are two different things. Even if most believers see contradictions, they will concoct their own explanations to maintain the integrity of their faith. But Luca, he skipped all the buffering stages and asked the most central question. As a researcher, Prometheus views all of this with sufficient rationality. But the person before her is abnormal no matter which angle he is analyzed from. His growth speed is abnormal, his power composition is abnormal, and his way of thinking is abnormal. Truly, a perfect abnormal sample. But she does not answer, only quietly watching Luca. Unable to get an answer, Luca sighs and extends his right hand, opening his palm. In his palm, that wisp of darkness is spiraling. It slowly rotates in Luca's palm, occasionally extending tentacle-like filaments before immediately shrinking back. What exactly is this? Luca asks, his eyes fixed on Prometheus. I saw it in Saint Ilia, this thing that erodes everything, twists life, and can even pollute monsters. What exactly is it? Prometheus looks at that wisp of darkness. After a long time, she speaks, uttering a single term. Holy element. Luca's hand trembles. What? Of course he knows what holy element is. He has holy element within him, it is a gentle and sacred power. Although it has mixed with that unknown power deep in his soul, part of its essence is still holy element. And this thing before him, this thing that erodes, pollutes, and brings madness and destruction, how could it possibly be holy element? Impossible, Luca's voice gets stuck in his throat. Prometheus gives him a deep, complex look. The path of inquiry is everything in life, she says suddenly, her voice drifting in the mountain wind. The meaning of existence is to practice. To reach the pinnacle and clarify the truth is the mission of my companions and me. She takes a step forward, the hem of her white robe passing through the rock as if passing through air. We are absolute seekers of truth. For the sake of truth, we can observe, we can experiment, we can wait, we can do anything necessary. Her gaze falls on the darkness in Luca's palm, then moves back to his eyes. Whatever stops us, even if it is a god, we will bare our fangs against them. Having said that, a pair of wings extends from her back. Pure white, soft feathers, every single feather is flawless, shimmering with a gentle luster under the thin sunlight, sacred and solemn. A halo manifests above her head, a soft ring of light emitting a calming and warm radiance. Until next time, hero Luca. In the very last instant before she is about to vanish, Luca keenly perceives that Prometheus's lock on the distant Glangard city is faintly dissipating. That was a subtle threat from before. If he had taken off the ring just now, she would have done something to that city. But with her departure, that lock is disappearing. Now is the time. In that split second when Prometheus's figure is about to completely vanish, and her attention is fully concentrated on maintaining the lock on Glangard city, and finalizing the observation data packaging. Luca's ring leaves his finger. His right hand grabs toward the outermost feather, which is briefly collapsing from a projected state to a physical state. His fingers touch the soft tip of the feather, and in the instant before the light particles completely dissipate, he peels it away from the vanishing energy structure. Prometheus does not notice at all. Her full attention is concentrated on three tasks: maintaining the lock on Glangard city, completing the data packaging for this round of observation, and ensuring the safe dissipation of her own projection. The faint energy fluctuation of a single feather, within her massive holy element, is like the ocean missing a single drop of water. Only Luca remains on the summit, along with the ceaselessly howling mountain wind. He looks down at his palm. The feather is pure white as snow and incredibly soft. At least I've gained something. Chapter 87, Aftermath. The inn-room was bathed in the warm light of dusk, with dust motes slowly drifting in the slanting beams of light. Luca sat on the wooden chair by the window, recounting every detail, and every line of dialogue from the confrontation on the mountaintop to Alice in full. When the last word fell, the room fell into silence. Alice stood by the window with her arms crossed, the setting sun gilding her profile, but a cold chill was frozen within her golden-slit pupils. She remained silent for a long time, so long that the chirping of birds returning to their nests could be heard outside the window, before she slowly spoke. "Is that the situation?" Luca nodded. She repeated those keywords one by one, each word like a cold stone thrown into the lake of her heart. Prometheus. Angel. It is very likely that this was orchestrated by Ilias. She paused, her gaze falling on Luca's face. That young face was now a tapestry of confusion, exhaustion, and a hint of wavering. Alice's voice softened. "Luca, I know it is hard for you to accept this for the moment, but—" "No need to comfort me." Luca interrupted her. He looked up, meeting Alice's gaze. "Ever since we experienced that incident at St. Ilia, we have had doubts about the goddess," he said softly, as if stating a fact that had long taken root in his heart. "It is just that back then, I was still holding on to a sliver of hope, thinking that maybe it was just someone else's doing." He clenched his hands on his lap, his knuckles turning slightly white. "But now, with an angel like Prometheus manipulating everything from behind the scenes, collecting data, observing experiments, if this is truly the goddess's will—" He didn't finish his sentence, but Alice understood. The room fell into silence again. Alice walked over to Luca, not touching him, just standing there. After a long while, she said in a low voice, "What will you do?" Luca took a deep breath. "Just as I said before, I will go before her and find the answer myself," he said. "Whether it is the goddess, an angel, or something else, I will go to the very end of everything and see with my own eyes what the truth really is." Alice nodded, reached out, and patted Luca's shoulder. Silence flowed between them, but it was no longer oppressive. It was a calm of facing the unknown side by side. After a long time, Alice spoke to break the silence. Her voice returned to its usual composure. "Prometheus said you are her best observation subject, and she started observing you a long time ago." Luca nodded, pulling his thoughts away from his memories. "Yes, she started observing me a long time ago. She even said that I am—" He paused, repeating the description that puzzled him, the most perfect vessel for various powers in the human world. He looked at Alice. Do you know what that means? Alice hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds, she shook her head. I do not know. She looked up and added. Maybe Tamamo knows. The room became quiet again. The sky outside was completely dark, and the footsteps and conversations of other guests echoed in the inn hallway, blurry and distant. Finally, one of the masterminds had been encountered, but the fog of truth had only grown thicker. The angel's purpose, the truth of the holy element, the goddess's stance, all the doubts were snowballing larger and larger. Luca sighed heavily. Let's take it one step at a time. Alice suddenly remembered something and asked. Can you show me that feather from Prometheus? Luca took out the pure white feather from the innermost pocket of his bag. It emitted an extremely faint, soft light in the dim room. Alice reached out to take it, but the feather passed straight through her palm. Just like passing through air or an illusion, her fingers grasped empty space, and the feather hovered in midair, slowly spinning. Luca had expected this. He extended his left hand, guiding Gog to condense a tiny trace of the holy element. That trace of power acted like an invisible thread, wrapping around the feather and anchoring it in the reality dimension. Alice raised an eyebrow, reached out again, and this time firmly caught the feather. She held the feather up to her eyes, her golden slit pupils carefully examining every inch of its texture. After a long while, she pursed her lips, her tone carrying a hint of confusion. It feels like ordinary holy element, pure and dense, but nothing special. Luca nodded. He extended his right hand, palm upward, and that trace of darkness appeared once more, slowly swirling. I dare not touch this feather directly with the purification power, he said, eyes fixed on the darkness in his palm. I am afraid of purifying the feather directly. But Prometheus said. He paused, his voice dropping. She said this darkness is also a holy element. Alice's pupils contracted sharply. She looked at the darkness in Luca's palm, then at the pure white feather in her hand, her brow knitting tightly. I cannot sense the similarity between them. Indeed, the feather radiated a warm, holy, and calming aura. While that trace of darkness was cold, decayed, destructive, and carried a malice that eroded everything. The two were like the poles of light and shadow. How could they be from the same source? Alice pondered for a moment, a flash of determination in her golden slit pupils. Let's leave this kind of thing for Tamamo to study. She understands the holy element, angels, and such things much better than I do. Luca nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the darkness in his palm. Prometheus's feather can be stabilized for a long time, but this darkness. His tone was filled with helplessness. I wrapped it with the purification power to prevent it from spreading outward, but it keeps spreading onto the purification power itself. It won't be long before it is completely purified and disappears. Alice watched the darkness struggling in Luca's palm, only to be constantly eroded and dissolved by the silvery white light, and nodded. Then I will go back to the Demon King's castle first and return soon. I will give the feather and this darkness to Tamamo, and let her analyze them. Luca suddenly remembered something and added. By the way, isn't Tamamo also interested in my purification power? Let her study that as well while she is at it. Although it might not be of any use. Alice nodded and carefully put away the feather and the darkness, which was contained in a silver-white bottle-like shape. I will be back soon, she said, then pushed the door open and left. The sound of footsteps faded away in the hallway and gradually disappeared. A few days later. In the central square of Glangard, the morning light shone on the fountain under repair, the water spray refracting into tiny rainbows under the sun. The streets no longer had uniform queues of ant girls, instead, there were scenes of humans and ant girls working side by side. Humans carried lighter building materials, while the ant girls used their strength to lift heavy stone blocks. Occasionally, snatches of conversation could be heard, although awkward, it was real. On the steps in front of the palace, King Grangord and the Ant Queen stood side by side, watching the departing travelers. I am truly grateful to you. King Grangord stepped forward and bowed deeply. This gratitude cannot be described in words. He straightened up, his young face no longer showing laziness or childishness, but replaced by a sense of responsibility that had settled in. Luca, you said that you are traveling for the sake of coexistence between humans and monsters, right? Your ideas have saved Glangard. If it weren't for you, this city might have already become a ruin, or turned into another slave camp. Luca shook his head, his tone calm. This was your own choice, it is not my credit. All I did was give you a chance to make a choice. No, King Grangard's voice grew firm. It was your words that made me realize the truth. Being completely oblivious is the greatest sin. I was truly too foolish. I have lived for so long yet never truly thought about these things. He looked at the people working together in the square, his gaze complex. I will take on my responsibility, and my people will take on their responsibilities. From today on, Glangard will no longer be a paradise built on lies. He turned back to look at Luca, his eyes sincere. Therefore, no amount of gratitude is enough. However, as for thank you gifts, because of the busy reconstruction, I cannot prepare anything good, but please feel free to tell me if you have any needs. As long as it is something I can do. Forget about thank you gifts, Luca interrupted him with a smile, then looked at Alice beside him. Alice. Alice lowered her eyelids, her expression looking somewhat sad. As for gifts. However, Luca recounted the matter of the slime. I asked what gift you needed, and your request is to help the slime. King Grangord was somewhat amused and helpless. After the city restores order, I will issue an order to establish a water source protection area, and develop water purification devices. Thank you, Luca said sincerely. This is what I should do, King Grangord said. Slimes are also monsters, protecting them is also a step in exploring the coexistence of humans and monsters. The Ant Queen spoke at this moment, her voice no longer containing the previous anger and coldness, but having gained a certain elegance and calmness. I have also realized my mistake. She looked at the ant girls who were working with humans in the square, warm light flowing in her compound eyes. Just as I love my daughters, there are deep bonds among humans. That kind of emotion of being willing to sacrifice for each other, that kind of courage not to give up on companions even in desperate situations. I have seen all of this with my own eyes. She turned her head to look at King Grangord, then at Luca. In the future, I will not treat humans as inferior beings. My daughters and I will continue to help humans repair this destroyed city. After that, she paused. My daughters do not dislike living in this city. They like the neat streets, they like the busy work, and they even like those noisy human children. If the people in the city do not mind me and my daughters, we will live in this city. King Grangord hurriedly stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. This city was previously called the city of the highest state of coexistence between humans and monsters. However, the truth was not like that at all. That was just a beautiful lie, a false peace built on slavery. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and his voice resounded through the square. Under the witness of hero Luca Hine, I swear, I, the current king of Glangard, will strive to build a society of true coexistence. It will not be about who enslaves whom, or who serves whom, but about mutual understanding, mutual help, and living together. He extended his hand toward the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen looked at that hand, was silent for 3 seconds, and then she extended her own hand and gently grasped King Grangard's. Then, I will build it with you, she said. I also want to explore the path of coexistence with humans. Not for revenge, not for atonement, but just wanting to see what that future is really like. Sunlight shone on their clasped hands, and on the faces of every human and monster in the square looking toward this scene. Watching this scene, Luca finally revealed the first truly relaxed smile he had shown in days. He nodded and said, "Anyway, we have to go, there are important things waiting for us to complete." King Grangard's face showed a look of regret. Is that so? That is a pity. I wanted to invite you to stay a little longer and see what this city looks like after its true rebirth. But he did not insist, just bowed deeply again. Eternal friends of Glangard, I pray for your safe journey. No matter where you go, as long as you need help, the gates of Glangard will always be open for you. The Ant Queen also stepped forward. Thank you, human hero, and... Her compound eyes turned toward Alice, pausing for a moment. Alice smiled slightly, speaking before she could. I am just a gourmet traveling. The Ant Queen was stunned for a moment, then she lowered her head. Thank you, traveling gourmet. Chapter 88, Nightmare Village. A few days after leaving Glangard, lead gray clouds began to gather in the southwestern sky. Luca and Alice traveled along a long-neglected gravel road. Their destination was Nightmare Village, a name they had heard by chance while gathering information in Glangard. It was in the refuge-gathering area of the central plaza, where an old lady wrapped in a thick shawl was tremblingly counting her luggage. When Luca stepped forward to help her pick up a small bundle she had dropped, he casually asked where she was from. I come from Nightmare Village, west of the city, the old lady sighed. I'm here to hide for a while, and will go back after that business is over. Luca froze. Ah. He looked up in shock, his voice rising involuntarily. Grandma, are you a nightmare? What are you saying? I'm a human. The old lady slapped the back of Luca's hand indignantly. What is going on in the minds of young people these days? Luca breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he could not sense the slightest fluctuation of magic element from the old lady. If she really were a nightmare, then some of his fantasies until now would be shattered. I'm sorry, he apologized hurriedly, helping the old lady retie her bundle. It's just that the village has that name, and I didn't react in time. The old lady shook her head. Although the name often causes misunderstandings, the villagers of Nightmare Village are actually ordinary humans. We farm, weave, and live our lives there, no different from anywhere else. She paused and looked toward the western sky. As for the name Nightmare Village, it stems from a disaster that happens once every 100 years. We call it the Purple Banquet. Every time that happens, the village. She didn't continue, just clutched the bundle in her arms tighter. Alice, who had been standing quietly to the side, spoke up. The cycle of the purple moon is exactly 100 years. Whenever the purple moon is full, nightmares possess abnormally powerful magic and... She paused, as if choosing her words carefully. A strong desire to reproduce. The night known as the Purple Banquet is the most suitable breeding period for nightmares. They will be active on a large scale that night, looking for suitable partners. The old lady nodded, her face turning pale. The time for the Purple Banquet is almost here. That's why old folks like me, and those who could scrape together the travel fare, have all come out to take refuge. As for those left behind, sigh. She didn't continue, just turned and left tremblingly. Luca stood where he was, watching the old lady walk away, then looked toward the west. I'll go take a look, he said. There should still be villagers in Nightmare Village who haven't left. If possible, I want to prevent them from being attacked. Alice turned her head, her golden slit pupils staring at him for 3 seconds before she rolled her eyes. Are you going there to beg the nightmares to attack you? Of course not. Luca said righteously. I just want to protect others. And if the nightmares really are going to be active on a large scale that day, someone needs to stop them from harming innocent villagers. Just say you want to see the nightmares, Alice interrupted him. You pervert. I don't. Pervert. Alice. Pervert. The journey to Nightmare Village was longer than expected. Most of the villages along the way had their doors tightly closed, no figures could be seen working in the fields. Even the wild dogs by the roadside ran past with their tails tucked, as if they had sniffed out the unease in the air. All along the way, Luca endured Alice's distrustful glares and the occasional pervert popping out. By the time the two finally saw the wooden sign for Nightmare Village, the shadows of dusk had already crawled over the mountains in the east. The village was nestled on a gentle slope in the valley, with wooden houses scattered about, and most of the chimneys on the roofs had no smoke rising from them. So this is Nightmare Village. Luca looked around, his brow slightly furrowed. It feels so lifeless. There were very few pedestrians in the village. Occasionally, one or two figures could be seen hurrying across the street, quickly disappearing behind doors. Most of the windows were tightly closed, some even nailed shut from the inside with wooden planks. The village in the twilight was shrouded in an oppressive silence, not even the chirping of birds could be heard. It looks like most of the villagers have gone out to take refuge, Alice said, her golden slit pupils sweeping across the empty street. However, she pointed to the small plaza in the center of the village, where many figures were gathered, mostly wearing simple leather armor and carrying weapons at their waists. They stood in groups of 2 or 3, the sound of their conversation drifting over, mixed with tension, excitement, and a certain, indescribable anticipation in their tone. It seems that, like you, there are still quite a few chivalrous people who rushed here upon hearing the news to protect the village. Alice's tone carried obvious sarcasm. Luca ignored her teasing and walked straight toward the plaza. He needed to understand more of the situation. The first person to talk to him was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, wearing coarse cloth clothes, his hand tightly gripping a rusty pitchfork. Seeing Luca approach, he immediately straightened his back and put on a resolute expression. I will never flee the village. To protect my hometown, I won't hesitate even if I have to face a nightmare alone. Luca looked at him, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. The young man noticed Luca's gaze, his face reddened, and his voice involuntarily weakened. Ah, don't look at me like that, I didn't mean anything about wanting to be pushed down, really didn't, ha 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 ha. He let out a lewd laugh. Alice stood behind Luca with her arms crossed, coldly spitting out 2 words. Pervert. The young man's face turned even redder. After stammering a few words, he shouldered his pitchfork and hurried away, his steps stumbling slightly. Luca sighed and continued walking forward. Beside the well at the entrance of the village, a young woman, who looked to be about 20, was drawing water in a leisurely manner. She wore a simple linen dress, but the curves of her figure beneath the fabric were graceful, and her movements while drawing water carried a certain composed charm. Seeing Luca approach, she looked up, revealing a face that could be described as beautiful. Those with a bit of money have already fled to other places, she said, taking the initiative, her voice soft. Those who remain are either those who couldn't scrape together the travel fare, or those who refuse to leave no matter what. Luca was silent for a moment, then took out a money pouch from his bosom. Big sister, why don't you go out and hide too? Come back when it's safe. The young woman looked at him in surprise, took the money pouch and weighed it, her eyebrows raising slightly. She sized up Luca again, from that handsome face still bearing the contours of a youth, to his figure, not robust but well-proportioned, and finally to the long sword at his waist that looked extraordinary. After a long time, she suddenly laughed, the sound like wind blowing through wind chimes. Little brother, do you know what kind of people are in this village right now? Before Luca could answer, she continued on her own. Most people have left during this special period, but there are also those who came specifically. A very small number are warriors who rushed here to protect the village. Her gaze swept across the direction of the plaza, her tone carrying a bit more mockery. But most of the others just want to come and be prey for the nightmares. They come here with all sorts of fantasies. She leaned closer, and a faint scent of soap drifted from her. Her eyes looked straight at Luca, her gaze complex. So, little brother, which category do you fall into? Are you a naive, hot-blooded warrior who wants to protect the villagers, or? She didn't finish, her tongue lightly licking her lower lip. Luca scratched his head and answered honestly. I'm here to protect the villagers. Ha ha ha. The young woman laughed, her shoulders shaking lightly. Everyone says that. Every single person who comes here says the same high-sounding words. She tucked the money pouch into her bosom, paused, then suddenly tilted her head, her tone becoming light. Do you want to come to my place for a cup of tea? There's still some time before dark, and I can tell you the story of this village. After all, since I've taken your money, I have to give you something. Luca just took it as hospitality, and since he really wanted to understand the situation, he nodded. Then I won't disturb. Before he could finish, his back collar was grabbed by a small hand. Alice had appeared behind him at some point, her golden slit pupils staring coldly at the young woman, her voice carrying undisguised hostility. Are you a pervert? A woman who looks slightly pretty asks you to go to her house, and you just go. The young woman was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh my, it was my mistake. I didn't realize you already had a companion. It's too late for me to leave now, you can't go far in a day. She turned to Luca and winked. So, little brother, I won't return your money. But rest assured, I will put it to good use, for example, buying a few more locks to nail the doors and windows shut tighter. Luca nodded and said seriously. Rest assured, I will protect you. Not just you, but everyone who has stayed in this village. The young woman looked at his serious expression, and her smile faded slightly. She was silent for a few seconds, then said softly. I wish you safety, little brother. Then she picked up the bucket and turned to walk toward a wooden house not far away. The sound of the door closing was exceptionally clear in the silent village. Pervert, Alice said from the side. Continuing into the village, outside a low fence, Luca met two girls. They looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, wearing patched, old clothes, standing hand in front of their house, their little faces full of unease. Seeing the sword at Luca's waist, their eyes lit up. Are you also here to protect the village? The slightly older girl asked timidly. Good luck. Big brother, the younger sister also said, her voice thin. Luca's heart softened. He crouched down to bring his line of sight level with the girls. Yes, I will do my best. Why didn't you escape from here? The two sisters looked at each other, and the older sister answered in a low voice. We don't have enough money to escape. If we leave the village and lose our land, we would have no choice but to end up on the streets and starve to death. The younger sister added. So we can't leave. This is our home. Luca was silent for a long time. He reached out and gently patted the sisters' heads, then took money from his pouch and stuffed it into the older sister's hand. Rest assured, I will protect this village, he said seriously. Lock your doors tonight, and no matter what sounds you hear, don't come out. It will be safe when dawn comes. The two sisters nodded vigorously. After Luca stood up to leave, and had walked a dozen steps, Alice's voice drifted over eerily. Pervert. Luca's steps faltered, and he turned back helplessly. They are still children. That's why you're a pervert, Alice said righteously. How much older do you think you are than them? Luca opened his mouth, but eventually gave up on defending himself and continued walking forward. The tavern in the center of the village was the only place with lights and the sound of people. Even from a distance, one could hear the clamor coming from inside. Outside the tavern, two men who looked like outsiders were arguing. A burly warrior with a face full of flab patted his chest, his voice loud enough for half the street to hear. This village will be protected by me. No matter what happens, I won't regret it. As for nightmares, I'll hack one down for every one that comes. Alice glanced at him and commented coldly. Pervert. The other tall, thin man didn't hide it at all. I came here to be violated by a nightmare, think of it as a reward for my long journey to get here. Hee, the once-in-100 years purple banquet. Luca. Alice nodded, her tone actually carrying a hint of approval. An honest pervert. Luca suppressed the urge to retort. He pushed open the tavern door. The air that hit him was turbid, mixed with alcohol, sweat, and some kind of cheap spice. In the small space, at least 30 people were packed in, most of them already red-faced from drinking. They were laughing and talking loudly, the topics inseparable from words like nightmare, purple banquet, and amorous encounters, their eyes burning with naked desire. As soon as Luca entered, a drunken man near the door looked up and squinted at him. "What's the matter, kid? This isn't a place you should be." He waved his hand. "You want to join in the fun at such a young age? Hurry up and leave." Luca's gaze swept over every face in the tavern, finally pausing on one rugged face. These people's physical condition looked uneven, a few indeed had the physique of warriors, such as the men who had advised him to leave. But most of them had the build of ordinary people. If one were to rely on these people to protect the village, it was definitely not worth expecting. After telling them to stay safe, Luca turned and left the tavern. Chapter 89, The Female Diviner. The setting sun teetered on the ridge to the west of Nightmare Village, dyeing the horizon a searing golden red. The eastern sky, however, had already settled into a rich shade of purple, like silk stained by spilled grape juice. The purple moon had yet to rise, but its power was already beginning to influence this land. Luca and Alice walked along the darkening street. Candlelight flickered sporadically behind the windows of the wooden houses on both sides, resembling pairs of eyes in the twilight. The air was filled with a tense silence, even the birds returning to their nests had quieted their chirping. Just beneath the old locust tree, at the edge of the village, a deep purple tent had appeared, though no one knew when. The tent was set up casually, its deep purple curtains drifting lazily in the evening breeze. In front of the tent stood a slightly worn wooden table, covered by a dark tablecloth embroidered with star and moon patterns, the corners of which were somewhat frayed. In the center of the table, a crystal-clear crystal ball rested silently on a silver stand, with mist seemingly flowing slowly within the sphere. And the figure sitting behind the table. "Young man standing there, would you like to have your fortune told?" The voice was like silk soaked in honey, lazy yet with a hint of huskiness. Luca stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. It was a woman wearing a pale red, pointed, wide-brimmed hat. The brim was pulled low, casting shadows that obscured the upper half of her face, revealing only her delicate chin and lips. She wore a pale red robe, the fabric shimmering with a velvet-like luster under the sunset's afterglow. The loose cut could not hide the beautiful curves of her figure beneath. Just by sitting there, she naturally became the center of attention. Luca couldn't help but take a second look. This figure inexplicably reminded him of Aluelma. That Nightmare Queen possessed a similar temperament, that lazy sense of mystery, that inhuman elegance. Come to think of it, tonight is the once-in-a-century purple banquet. Would Aluelma come? Luca shook his head, pushing the thought aside for the moment. He walked toward the tent and said politely, "Thank you for the offer, but we have matters to." "The village is like this anyway." The female diviner interrupted him. "Let me give you a free reading. Consider it a way to pass this last bit of daylight, or perhaps to satisfy my curiosity." She raised her hand and gently brushed her slender fingers across the surface of the crystal ball. The movement was casual yet elegant, and the mist inside the sphere began to swirl accordingly. Within the shadow beneath her brim, a gaze seemed to land on Luca's face. Luca hesitated for a moment. The sun was sinking rapidly, and the purple light in the east was growing thicker. He really needed to confirm the safety of those remaining in the village as soon as possible, but this female diviner appearing at this time, in this place. "Ah, thank you, Miss Nightmare." Luca nodded, his tone casual. The female diviner's fingers paused slightly on the crystal ball. Then she chuckled, her laughter like wind passing through eaves bells. "I will take that as a compliment on my beauty, dear guest. After all, being mistaken for a nightmare is quite a special compliment for a woman." She neither admitted nor denied it, simply lifting her head slightly to let the last ray of golden light from the west graze her chin. Only then did Luca clearly see her eyes. They were like wine, and her features were so exquisite they didn't seem human, her skin shimmering with a pearlescent glow in the dusk light. She examined Luca's face carefully, her red eyes moving slowly. After a long while, she clicked her tongue softly. Guest, your face is interesting." She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the edge of the table. You have the physiognomy of a peach blossom calamity. The lines between your brows are intertwined with peach blossom patterns, the corners of your eyes are tinged with red, and your nose bridge is radiant, tsk tsk. This is a destiny where you will be entangled by women wherever you go. She blinked, her long eyelashes casting fine shadows on her cheeks. How is it? Is the reading accurate? Luca was stunned, subconsciously touching his own face, and couldn't help but sigh. Ah! That is so true. Then, how can I avoid it? The female diviner, however, seemed very satisfied with his reaction. She stood up and walked around the wooden table, the hem of her pale red robe swaying gently with her movements, revealing the tips of her shoes adorned with small silver bells. She stepped forward and leaned in slightly, her nose almost touching Luca's face. The twilight light hit from the side, illuminating the delicate curve of her cheek. Luca could smell a faint fragrance on her, like night-blooming violets mixed with the scent of old book pages, cool and detached, yet with a hint of sweetness. She sniffed gently as if savoring some rare spice. And the scent on you, dear guest, is very special. It is like a field warmed by the sun. She stepped back half a pace and shook her head, her tone actually carrying a bit of regret. There is no saving it. Even if you were to ruin your face and scar it, your peach blossom luck would remain just as strong. This is an attraction that radiates from the soul, having nothing to do with physical appearance. Luca really couldn't help but retort. So your fortune-telling is just based on how people look? Of course. The female diviner shrugged. This is the most authentic face reading, observing appearance, temperament, and demeanor. Appearance is the manifestation of the soul, temperament is the accumulation of experience, and demeanor is the current state of mind. She tilted her head, her eyes flashing beneath the brim. Just tell me if it's accurate or not. Luca was silent for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but chuckle. It is quite accurate. He paused, his gaze becoming serious. However, compared to my peach blossom luck, there is another thing I would rather know. The person before him was undoubtedly a nightmare. That inhuman beauty, that naturally radiating magic that drew attention, and the pure, powerful fluctuation of the magic element. Fortunately, there was no scent of blood on her, no malice, only a sense of curiosity. This made Luca's tense nerves relax a bit. He spoke again. Miss Nightmare, can you tell me about your kind? About tonight, about the purple banquet, about what you truly want. The female diviner examined the human before her carefully. When he exposed her identity, a trace of surprise did cross her mind. This human was more perceptive than he looked. But soon, that surprise subsided. Because the human before her was very special. He clearly knew she was a nightmare, a monster that might attack the village tonight, yet there was no fear or hatred in his eyes. He just looked at her calmly. Just by looking into his eyes, one could feel a strange sincerity, and just by listening to his words, one couldn't help but want to lower their guard. The female diviner did not admit to being a nightmare, that was a principle. But she did not deny it either. She simply sat back down and tapped her fingers on the table. Do you know the purpose of the nightmare here tonight? She asked in return, her voice returning to its lazy, husky tone. Luca nodded, repeating the information he had learned. I heard that because tonight is the moment when the nightmare's magic element is at its peak, the nightmare wants to take this opportunity to increase their companions. Through some method. The female diviner was silent for a moment. The sun sank another notch, and the purple sky light in the east was almost swallowing the last of the azure. Unfortunately, tonight is somewhat different. She lifted her head, her wine-colored eyes staring straight at Luca. Previous purple banquets were indeed like that. When magic element reaches its peak and the desire for reproduction surges, we seek suitable partners to continue the clan. That is an instinct written in our blood. She paused, her voice lowering. But tonight, there is another purpose. A purpose beyond increasing companions or satisfying desires. Luca's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned forward. What purpose? The female diviner winked her left eye. He. That is a secret. She stood up and began to pack up the items on the table. The crystal ball was carefully tucked into a velvet pouch, and the tarot cards were neatly stacked, her movements unhurried. Luca watched her pack and suddenly said, "Then I will follow you." The female diviner's hand stopped in midair. She turned her head, her eyebrows rising slightly beneath the brim. "What?" "Wherever you go, I will follow," Luca said matter-of-factly. "Until you tell me that secret or until I see with my own eyes what will happen tonight." The female diviner stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Even for a big sister like me, I don't like boys who pester me." But she didn't actually drive him away, she just continued packing. Luca stood to the side, watching her dismantle the tent, fold the fabric, and pack all the items into a leather suitcase. The female diviner's movements were elegant and practiced. Luca watched quietly, while Alice stood not far away with her arms crossed, her golden slit pupils narrowing in the twilight, as if scrutinizing something. After finishing, the female diviner picked up the suitcase and turned around. Luca followed immediately. For every step she took, he took one too. When they had walked 20 meters to the fork at the edge of the village, the female diviner stopped and sighed softly. "What exactly do you want?" Luca spread his hands. "I just want to help. If you have any difficulties, perhaps I can." "You cannot help." The female diviner interrupted him, a trace of exhaustion appearing in her voice for the first time. "This is a matter for the Nightmare Clan, outsiders cannot intervene." The twilight breeze blew a few strands of hair from beneath her brim, the color shimmering in the dusk light. "I know Aluelma," Luca suddenly said. "She and I are friends. If you have no intention of harming humans and have no malice, everything can be discussed." The female diviner froze. She turned around, her wine-colored eyes staring straight at Luca, as if judging the truth of his words. Several seconds later, her expression changed, that layer of lazy camouflage faded slightly, revealing the genuine surprise beneath. "You can say the Queen's name," she said softly, her tone complex, "and you are speaking the truth." She was silent for a long time. The purple in the east had almost swallowed the entire sky, leaving only a sliver of residual gold in the west. Finally, she took a deep breath. "Follow me." Chapter 90, I am here to join you. The village chief's home was situated at the highest point of Nightmare Village, a two-story wooden house that looked quite old. Several strings of dried herbs hung under the eaves, swaying gently in the evening breeze and emitting a faint, bitter fragrance. When Luca followed the female diviner and pushed the door open to enter, candles had already been lit inside. An orange glow filled the not-so-spacious living room, illuminating the faded tapestries on the walls and wooden shelves filled with old books. Beside the oak table in the center of the living room, a woman was slowly standing up. She wore a dark green knee-length dress, with delicate vine patterns embroidered on the hem. Her beautiful short green hair was neatly trimmed, the tips slightly curled outward, accentuating the graceful lines of her neck. Most eye-catching were the red pendants hanging from her ears, which glowed with a warm, crimson luster in the candlelight. Even without intentionally sensing magical fluctuations, Luca could tell at a glance that this village chief was also a nightmare. She was absurdly beautiful. That kind of beauty was a refinement no human could possess. Every curve of her features was just right. Her skin glowed with a pearl-like, delicate luster in the candlelight, and her wine-colored eyes rippled with light. As she lifted her gaze and lowered her lashes, a careless charm clung to her brows. "Welcome, Mr. Hero." She spoke, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. "I am the village chief of this village." Her gaze swept over Luca, then lingered for a moment on the face of the female diviner, who was shrugging and spreading her hands behind him. A trace of surprise flashed in her red eyes, but she quickly returned to calm. "Hello." Luca nodded politely in greeting. The village chief sat back down and made a gesture of invitation. Luca sat on the chair opposite her, while the female diviner leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. The village chief's gaze fell back onto Luca, examining him carefully from head to toe. She tilted her head slightly. "Lord Hero, why are you here?" Luca sat up straight, his expression serious. "I came here to protect this village, which is about to be attacked. I heard that tonight is the Purple Banquet, and the Nightmare Clan will be active on a large scale. There might still be villagers in the village who haven't had time to evacuate." The village chief raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, she couldn't mistake Luca for those human bait who rushed over upon hearing the news, their heads filled with unhealthy thoughts. She glanced at the female diviner obscurely, her fingertips tapping the tabletop 3 times, extremely lightly. Magic flowed quietly within her, like a stream of melting ice and snow. She spoke, her voice carrying a hint of just the right amount of worry. That's a relief. There are indeed some old people and children in the village who haven't left, and I was just worrying by myself about how to protect them." Luca's gaze fell calmly on her face. "I have no ill intentions," he said straightforwardly, his tone honest. "I saw your little move just now. You don't need to act in front of me." The village chief's fingers stopped. Luca's voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. "As long as you don't force humans and don't harm others, everything else can be discussed with me. I am not here to fight, I am here to understand the situation." The female diviner sighed and walked over from the doorframe. She stood between Luca and the village chief. All right, stop probing each other. This Mr. Hero. Well, his name is Luca. He figured out my identity at the village entrance earlier, and even offered to help. When I said it wasn't necessary, he followed me all the way here." She paused, her expression becoming somewhat strange. "He also said that he knows the queen. He is friends with Lady Aluelma." The village chief's eyes widened suddenly. "You know our queen?" She blurted out, her voice full of surprise. "Yes." Luca nodded. "She and I are friends. We met during a previous journey." He paused and added, "I know she isn't some cruel monster. Although she is always lazy, under her leadership, I feel that your Nightmare Clan wouldn't be inclined to do anything harmful or evil." He looked into the village chief's eyes and said earnestly, "And I also felt it, there is no scent of blood on you, no malice. At least before seeing me, you didn't intend to harm anyone." The village chief fell into deep thought. She knew her own queen too well. Lady Aluelma hated all forms of restraint, racial responsibility, reproductive obligations, the development plans of the clan. These were all troublesome matters in her eyes. She always lived as she pleased, like an unpredictable wind. Such a queen, becoming friends with a human. And still, this one before her. A hero who looked so serious, full of protection and justice. The village chief re-examined Luca. He had the youthful, naive contours of a boy, regular features, clear eyes, and a clean temperament unique to young people. And even more attractive was the aura he radiated, sunlight, fresh grass, and some kind of special lingering charm that gave people an indescribable attraction. The village chief felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. It couldn't be helped, she was a nightmare, after all. She naturally had low resistance to excellent males, especially those who seemed to carry an aura of attraction. However, she didn't force herself to look away or hide that momentary loss of composure. Instead, she examined the human before her with increasing satisfaction. Seeing the village chief fall into deep thought, and then the look in her eyes as she gazed at him becoming somewhat fiery, Luca coughed helplessly. "So, what exactly are you trying to do? Can you tell me? A purpose other than increasing your companions and satisfying desires?" "Ahem." The female diviner coughed heavily, reached out to pull the village chief up from the chair, and dragged her to the corner of the living room. The two nightmares turned their backs to Luca and huddled together, whispering to each other. Luca didn't intentionally try to catch exactly what they were saying, but he still occasionally caught a few words. Is he trustworthy? The Queen's plan. Risk. Alice had entered the room at some point and stood silently beside Luca. She crossed her arms, her golden slit pupils sweeping over the two whispering figures in the corner, then glanced at Luca, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. Popular men really have it hard. Luca looked at her helplessly and didn't respond. After about 3 minutes, they finished their secret conversation, turned around, and their expressions had become much more serious. The village chief sat back opposite Luca, hands folded on the table, as if about to announce some important decision. "We do not trust humans," she said straightforwardly, carrying a certain heavy undertone. "This is not directed at you, Mr. Hero. This is the experience accumulated by the Nightmare clan over hundreds of years." She paused, a trace of fatigue flashing in her wine-colored eyes. "Nightmares, ecologically speaking, need to reproduce with humans. This is our way of survival, just as plants need sunlight and water. However, human villages and cities do not accept us." Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the ceramic cup. "We can use our beauty to conquer all males, I don't deny that, and because of this, human females are quite exclusionary toward us. They view us as threats, as monsters who will steal their husbands, sons, and lovers. For so many years, they have tried every means to completely exclude us from human settlements." The diviner added from the side, "So we can only hide our true forms and live a wandering life. Hiding in small villages, disguising ourselves as ordinary human women, living for a few years or a dozen years, and when we are suspected, we quietly leave and change to another village. One village after another, drifting everywhere, like duckweed without roots." The village chief nodded, closed her eyes wearily, and then opened them slowly. "We are tired. Tired of the days of hiding, tired of having to repress our instincts with fear every full moon, tired of a life where we can never show our true faces." Her voice lowered, but it carried a sense of determination. "We long for a peaceful home. A place without hunger, without fear, where we can live happily. A place, a village that belongs to the Nightmares." She lifted her head and looked straight at Luca. "Keeping human males as precious companions and building a village belonging to the Nightmares, this is our dream." She paused. "My family has been the village chief of this village for generations. For hundreds of years, we have taken root in this village, increasing our companions little by little, changing this place little by little. Now, it is the most important step to fulfilling our wish." She looked at Luca, her eyes complex. "Of course, the specific plan. I cannot tell you that." She sighed, her tone softening a bit. "Because you are the Queen's friend, I am willing to tell you this. If it were any other human, we wouldn't even show ourselves, we would just act according to the plan." She stood up and made a gesture to see him out. "Leave, hero. Do not stop us. This is the long-cherished wish of the Nightmare clan for hundreds of years, and we will not give it up for anyone." The living room quieted down, the candle flame flickering slightly in the air, casting swaying shadows on the walls. Luca was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly spoke. "Why would I stop you?" Both Nightmares were stunned. "Because we are going to attack humans and increase the number of monsters," the female diviner asked tentatively. Luca shook his head and asked a more direct question. "Will there be casualties? Will any humans die in this attack?" The village chief shook her head immediately, her tone certain. "Human females may all be transformed into our companions, so we naturally won't harm them. As for human males—" She paused, a subtle expression appearing on her face. "They are our precious source of companions. We don't have enough time to cherish them, so how could we harm them?" Luca nodded. "As long as you don't force others and don't harm others, and they are willing, I have no reason to stop you. In this way, you are part of human-monster coexistence, and I will protect you so that you will not suffer persecution again." He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "I've traveled for so long that I know what most males are like. To say I should stop them from, well, having contact with Nightmares, isn't realistic. Just like those warriors who rushed into the village, I think they are desperate to live with the Nightmares." He thought of the men in the tavern with eyes full of desire, the young man at the village entrance who said he definitely didn't want to be pushed down, and the warrior who bluntly said, "I came here specifically to be violated by a nightmare." Mutual consent, no coercion, no harm. Luca summarized, his voice very soft. I naturally have no reason to stop you, and I don't really want to say anything more. He looked at the two nightmares' faces and said earnestly, if you can live in peace with humans and build a village belonging to the nightmares in a way that both sides are willing, so that your kin don't have to hide any more, that sounds like a good thing. He paused and added a sentence, but I hope you can give human males normal rest time. After all, the physical constitution of humans and monsters cannot be compared in the same way. The living room fell into a long silence. The village chief and the female diviner looked at each other, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. As a human, he not only helps monsters but also wants to protect them. After a long while, the village chief murmured, her voice so soft it was like she was talking to herself, what a strange human. The female diviner nodded, her wine-colored eyes staring at Luca, as if she wanted to get to know this person all over again, strange, but not unlikable. The sky outside the window had completely darkened. In the eastern sky, the purple moon finally rose completely, and the pure purple moonlight sprinkled onto the earth like a thin veil, covering the entire nightmare village. The purple banquet had officially begun. Chapter 91, Guts. Guts sat at the darkest table in the corner of the tavern, his rough fingers tracing the cold surface of a ceramic wine bottle. Outside the window, the halo of the purple moon was thickening at a rate visible to the naked eye. That purple disk hanging on the eastern horizon was exceptionally full tonight. He set down the bottle, leaving a ring of moisture on the wooden tabletop. I wonder if that boy from this afternoon has left yet. This thought popped up without any warning. Guts frowned, a faint stinging sensation coming from the scar over his right eye. He raised his hand, his fingertips brushing over the hideous scar that ran diagonally from his temple to his cheekbone, his thoughts drifting away into the halo of the purple moon. Drifting back over 30 years, drifting back to Lamina. Guts's father was a man from Lamina, a taciturn stonemason with large, thick palms capable of precisely chiseling the most delicate angel wings on the church's stained glass windows. His mother was from a certain port, she spoke with a soft lilt, and would hum sailors' songs to Guts at night. That spring, over 30 years ago, his mother took young Guts and left Lamina, saying they were going to visit her family. Guts remembered how his father stood at the city gate waving, his tall figure gradually blurring in the morning mist like a melting wax statue. They stayed in his mother's hometown for 3 months. One sweltering summer night, the news spread like a plague, Lamina had been massacred, and not a single soul in the entire city had survived. What does massacred mean? 5-year-old Guts asked, looking up at his mother. His mother didn't answer, only pulling him tightly into her embrace. He felt warm liquid dripping onto his head, one drop at a time. Later, his mother said that his father had turned into a star in the sky, and would always watch over him. Guts would lie by the window every night looking for it, but there were too many stars in the sky, and he couldn't distinguish which one was his father. He only gradually understood one thing: he would never see his father again. The rugged face in his memory grew increasingly blurred as the years passed by. In the end, only a few fragments remained, the warmth of a rough palm brushing over his head, stubble dusted with stone powder, and that waving figure in the morning mist at the city gate. This was death. A separation that lasts forever, the pain of fading memories. His mother gradually pulled herself together. She took up sewing work, raising Guts stitch by stitch. Guts looked a lot like his father, with a large frame. By the age of 10, he was already a head taller than children his own age. His mother would always touch his head and say, "You need to grow up tall and strong, just like your father." Meanwhile, rumors from the outside world grew like wild weeds. Some said the Demon King had ordered the monsters of Lamina to rise up and slaughter all the humans in the city. Some said the Demon King had ordered outside monsters to invade Lamina and join forces with the monsters originally living there to kill every last human. There were countless versions, but the core was the same: the monsters of Lamina had also taken part. But there was another image in Guts's memory, very blurry, like looking through frosted glass. It was probably the summer he was 4, when he was chasing butterflies on a cliff outside Lamina. His foot slipped, and he ended up hanging off the edge, his fingers digging into the soil as gravel tumbled down. A passing slime sister saved him. Her transparent body shimmered with a light blue luster in the sunlight, and her soft arms extended like jelly, firmly wrapping around his waist and pulling him back to safety. His parents were incredibly grateful, and invited this wandering slime to stay at their home temporarily. Her name was... Guts couldn't remember it, only that she liked to stretch her body in the afternoon sun like a pool of moving blue jelly, and she liked to poke Guts's chubby cheeks with her soft hands. "Guts, you have to marry big sister when you grow up." She would always tease him like that. Guts nodded earnestly. "I will grow up fast, grow tall and strong, and then marry big sister." Slime sister smiled like a blooming flower. That was the brightest smile in Guts's memory. When her eyes curved into crescent moons, the whole room seemed to light up. "I'll be waiting for you, Guts," she said, her voice like wobbly jelly, soft and sweet. When his mother took Guts away from Lamina, Slime sister said she had made new friends, and wanted to stay in Lamina for a few more days. She stood at the doorway waving, the sunlight making her body look translucent and azure. That was the last time Guts saw her. The purple moon had completely risen. The purple moonlight filtered through the tavern's dirty window, cutting a cold, hard streak of light across Guts's face. He didn't dare think too deeply. He was afraid that the truth was that Slime's sister was also one of the killers. He was afraid that the blue figure who had saved him, teased him, and said she would wait for him to grow up, also had his father's blood on her hands. Before his mother passed away, Guts knelt by her bed and swore to take revenge for Lamina. By then, he was already a tall young man, and the sword at his waist was honed sharp. His mother shook her head, her withered hand trembling as she brushed his face, her voice as soft as a sigh. "The monsters of Lamina, they wouldn't do such a thing. Mom lived there for 10 years and knew many monster neighbors, they were all good children." She gripped Guts's hand tightly, her nails digging into the calluses on his palm. "Live a good life, my son. Do not hate monsters, hatred will only destroy you." Before she could finish, her hand fell limp. Guts knelt before his mother's grave for an entire day. At dusk, he stood up, shouldered that heavy greatsword, and began his wandering. But hatred is a strange thing. Guts did hate monsters. He hated that they had destroyed his home, killed his father, and shattered his life into pieces. But every time he encountered a lone, weak monster on the road, when he raised his sword and saw the pure fear in their eyes, that image would always appear before his eyes. The blurry blue figure, hands cupping his face, a light voice saying, "I'll be waiting for you, Guts." He couldn't bring his sword down. He had tried 3 times. The first time was a lost harpy, the second was an injured spider girl, and the third was a lamia cub trembling behind a tree. Every time, at the very last moment, that blue figure would appear between him and the sword's edge. So, although he wandered in the name of taking revenge on monsters, his sword had never truly been stained with monster blood. This made him hate himself even more, hate his own weakness, and hate that blue shadow rooted in his childhood memories that he could never dig out. The scar over his right eye began to sting again. Guts pulled back his thoughts, his fingers pressing hard against the edge of the scar, using the pain to keep himself sober. This scar was left in Iliasbaraku. At that time, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the flame demon swordmaster Granbelia, wanted to occupy that city. Guts stepped forward, not out of justice, but just wanting to find a powerful monster to fight, wanting to use battle to fill the void in his heart. Admirable courage, Granbelia only said this one sentence. Then a flash of fire streaked by. Guts didn't remember the specific process, only the overwhelming scorching heat, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. When he woke up again, there was an extra scar on his right face, from his temple to his cheekbone, the skin charred and curled, later scabbing and falling off, leaving a hideous chasm. Strangely, not a single human died in Iliasbaraku. Guts himself only had a scar left on his face, his life preserved. He didn't want to think about why. Thinking would bring more pain, like maybe monsters aren't all monsters, or maybe hatred itself has no meaning. He could only hold on to the obsession of revenge, like a drowning man clutching a piece of driftwood. Even though the driftwood was rotting, letting go would mean sinking. Later he heard that a young human hero had repelled Granbelia. This news astonished Guts. He had faced that flame demon swordmaster personally, although he was defeated in an instant. That overwhelming power, that feeling of helplessness as if facing a natural disaster, he would never forget in his lifetime. To think there was a human capable of resisting the 4 heavenly kings. Guts had complex feelings about martial arts. Initially, it was for revenge, but in the day-after-day swinging of the sword, honing, and training, he had indeed found a sliver of peace. Sweat washed away his thoughts, muscle soreness masked the heartache, and when he was fully focused on his sword moves, he could temporarily forget the blood red of Lamina, forget his mother's withered hands, and forget that blue smile. So he also wanted to meet that strong individual, wanted to see what the person who could repel Granbelia actually looked like. He recalled the descriptions he had heard in taverns all over the place, as well as the crude portrait on the city bulletin board: purple hair, young, clear eyes, and a long sword with a strange design often hanging at his waist. The portrait gradually merged with the young man who had pushed open the tavern door that afternoon. "You have to be kidding me," Guts muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously gripping the wine bottle. "Is it a coincidence?" Bang! The tavern door was shoved open violently, the door panel slamming against the wall with a loud bang. The rowdy tavern fell silent instantly, all eyes turning in unison toward the entrance. The delicate-looking young man from that afternoon was standing there. The light of the purple moon shone in from behind him, casting a pale purple outline around his body, and what was even more shocking was that 2 nightmares were following behind him. With unearthly beauty and faint fluctuations of magic radiating from their bodies, they stood quietly behind the young man. The people in the tavern were stunned. Why would nightmares follow a human? The purple moon had already risen, shouldn't they have started hunting by now? The young man stepped forward, his voice echoing clearly in the silence. "I have something I want to tell you all. About tonight, about the nightmares, and about the future of this village." His gaze swept over every face in the tavern, finally resting on Guts's face for a moment. The look in his eyes was calm, devoid of hostility, yet possessed a power that made it impossible to look away. "Those willing to listen, please follow me to the square in the center of the village," Luca said. "I will explain everything clearly." He turned and left, the nightmares following closely behind. The tavern was quiet for a few seconds, then the crowd began to stir. Some hesitated, some were curious, and some wore malicious smiles. After all, the nightmares were right outside. In the end, everyone stood up one after another and followed them out. Guts sat where he was, staring at the empty wine bottle on the table. The reflection of the purple moon flickered slightly on the surface of the clay bottle. He remembered his mother's withered hands, the smile of the blue slime, and Granbelia's flames that could sever anything. Then he stood up, hoisted the greatsword leaning in the corner, and walked toward the door. The threshing ground in the center of the village was the most spacious place in Nightmare Village. Usually used for drying grain, it was packed with people tonight. The remaining villagers, warriors who had come seeking pleasure, and a dozen or so nightmares standing quietly at the edge. Luca stood on a millstone in the center of the threshing ground. The light of the purple moon poured down like liquid mercury, dyeing him, and everything around him a faint purple. Guts stood on the periphery of the crowd, his back against the rough trunk of an old locust tree. He watched the young man on the millstone, looking at his clear, determined profile in the moonlight. Luca began to speak. His voice was not loud, yet it strangely carried across the entire threshing ground. He spoke of the wandering history of the Nightmare clan, how they had been ostracized by humans, and how they longed for a peaceful home. He spoke of their true purpose tonight, not slaughter, not coercion, but the hope to settle down in this village on equal terms. Guts listened, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the leather wrapping on the hilt of his sword. Everyone, humans and monsters alike, looked into the young man's eyes and listened to his voice, unable to muster even a shred of doubt. It was as if what he said was the most natural truth, as if everything was meant to be this way. When Luca said, "As long as both sides are willing, without coercion or harm, nightmares and humans can coexist peacefully," low murmurs arose in the threshing ground. But there was no fierce opposition. Eventually, the villagers and the outsiders nodded one after another. Some did it out of sympathy, some out of a nothing-to-lose mentality, and others. Guts saw the tall, thin man from earlier that afternoon, who had bluntly said he wanted to be violated by a nightmare, rubbing his hands in excitement. Luca began to set the rules. Monsters and humans were forbidden from harming each other, nightmares were forbidden from using mental interference, and forcing humans to settle was prohibited. Everything was to be based on consent. Also, the conversion of human females into the nightmare race must be done voluntarily. He added one more thing, his tone somewhat helpless. Humans must also prioritize their own bodies and engage in activities within a normal, healthy range. Sustainable development is important. A few suppressed laughs broke out in the crowd. Guts did not laugh. He leaned against the tree trunk, the metal guard of the greatsword pressing against his shoulder blade, sending a cold sensation through him. He looked at Luca in the moonlight, at that young yet unusually composed face. Coexistence between humans and monsters. Why would this young man do such a thing? Monsters had clearly committed so many atrocities against humans, the blood of Lemina, the tragedies in other cities, and the countless travelers who had vanished in the wilderness. His father's blurred face flashed through his mind. Guts's fingers tightened abruptly, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "Do not hate monsters, my child." His mother's dying words drifted past his ears. "I'm waiting for you, Guts." The blue slime's voice seemed to come from very far away. The two voices tugged at each other in his mind. Guts closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in front of the millstone. The crowd automatically cleared a path for him. This one-eyed man with a scarred face, and a great sword on his back did not look like someone to be trifled with. Luca stopped speaking and looked down at him. His gaze was calm, as if waiting for something. Guts spoke, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against something. "Why do you want to achieve coexistence between humans and monsters?" The question was simple, but it carried the weight of 30 years. Guts couldn't remember the later conversation clearly. He only remembered Luca jumping down from the millstone and standing in front of him. The two were of similar height, but Luca looked younger, and his shoulders were not as broad. They talked for a long time. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, and the nightmares left as well, leaving only the two of them in the threshing ground, along with a white-haired girl in the distance, arms crossed, leaning against a tree. Luca said a lot, about what he had seen on his travels, about the roots of the misunderstanding between monsters and humans, and about the cycle of hatred and the possibility of reconciliation. But Guts remembered the most crucial sentences very clearly. The Demon King did not order the monsters to slaughter the humans of Lemina. Luca's voice was very soft, yet it struck Guts's heart like a hammer. "I have met the 4 heavenly kings, and learned about that history. There was a deeper reason behind that massacre. The monsters and humans of Lemina were all innocent." Guts stared into his eyes, trying to find traces of a lie. But there was only sincerity in those eyes, along with a trace of compassion. "If you are willing, I can take you to find the truth," Luca said finally, "but for now, at least you can know that the monster friends in your memories did not harm anyone. They are innocent." The purple moon rose to the zenith, its radiance at its peak. The entire nightmare village was shrouded in a soft purple glow, as if sinking into a tranquil dream. Guts stood alone at the edge of the threshing ground, his great sword stuck in the soil beside him. He rubbed his temples, trying to clear his chaotic thoughts. The conversation with Luca was like a dream. Those words circled in his mind, but he couldn't grasp a clear thread. Only one sentence was exceptionally clear. The monsters and humans of Lemina were all innocent. That was enough. Guts raised his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the scar on his right eye. The pain was still there, but it was no longer burning. it had become a dull, bearable existence. Slime's sister was innocent. This thought was like a key, opening the door that had been locked for 30 years. Behind the door was not the rage of revenge, but a desolate emptiness. But in that emptiness, something was growing. Guts drew his greatsword, the metal gleaming with a cold luster under the purple moon. He hoisted the sword, turned to look outside the village, toward the direction of Lemina. For the first time in over 30 years, he had a goal other than hatred. "I'm waiting for you, Guts." The voice in his memory became clear, filled with smiles and expectation. Guts took a deep breath of the night air soaked in the purple moon, and responded softly. "I'm coming for you." He took a step, left Nightmare Village, and walked into the purple moonlight. Ahead lay a long road, but this time, he knew where he was going. Chapter 92, The Legendary Nightmare. The morning sunlight slanted in through the window lattice, dyeing the wooden floor a warm golden hue. Luca stood by the window, watching the village gradually regain its vitality. Smoke rose from the chimneys of several houses, and villagers and members of the Nightmare clan walked side by side at the street corner. Although they still kept a polite distance, the tense vigilance seemed to have faded somewhat. He saw a scene of human and demon coexistence once again. And this time, it was a choice made by both sides, a choice made with his own insignificant help. Thinking of this, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Luca's mouth. But the smile did not last long. The shadow of Guts emerged from the depths of his memory, that man with a scarred face, carrying a great sword, those eyes burning with hatred and hope under the purple moon. The massacre at Lemina. It wasn't just that everyone had died. Luca lowered his eyes, his fingers unconsciously stroking the window frame. He didn't tell Guts that sentence. All the monsters died as well. He didn't know what Guts would do after learning the truth, nor did he know what the final outcome was for that monster friend who had been on his mind for so many years. He had no way to save someone who was determined to die. Knock, knock. The knocking pulled Luca back from his thoughts. He turned to look at the bed. Alice was still curled up in the quilt, her long white hair spread on the pillow, her breathing steady and long. Her tail was pressed outside the quilt, and the edge of the quilt was about to slide to the floor. Luca walked over, bent down, and gently pulled the quilt up to cover the tail that was exposed outside. The Demon King girl in her sleep moved, muttered something indistinct, turned over, and fell back into a deep sleep. Luca opened the door quietly and walked out. The village chief was standing outside the door. In the morning light, her short green hair shimmered with a fresh luster, and the red pendant by her ear swayed gently. Her expression was somewhat helpless. "Lord Luca, could I trouble you to go and comfort Lady Lilith and Lady Lilim again?" she said softly. "They are still quite restless, didn't sleep all night, and won't let us near them." Luca nodded, not surprised, of course. "It's normal that they don't trust me, after all, they just had their seal broken. Anyone would need time to process it." The village chief gave a bitter smile. She recalled the chaos of last night, the scene of the two ancestors being easily taken down by a human, and then crying in each other's arms, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. It wasn't because Luca's proposal was bad, on the contrary, his terms were too generous, so generous that all the Nightmare clan felt it was unreal. Time turned back to last night. When the purple moon rose to its highest point, the female diviner finally revealed the ultimate purpose of this purple feast. She knelt in front of the magic circle in the center of the village, her long pink hair hanging to the ground, magic element flowing out of her body like water, pouring into the ancient runes in the circle. 500 years ago. Her voice trembled due to the massive loss of magic element. The legendary nightmare of our clan, the sisters Lilith and Lilim, were sealed here by a hero. Luca stood by the edge of the circle, looking down at the lines that were gradually lighting up. The gog sword at his waist shimmered with a calm luster under the purple moonlight. "Tonight, I will offer my own magic element as a sacrifice." The female diviner raised her head, her face devoid of color, but her eyes were resolute, to break this 500-year seal. The village chief supported her from the side, her lips pressed tightly together. This was a ritual that the Nightmare Clan had been planning for 100 years, and tonight it finally reached the last step. Luca did not stop her. He knew that even if he didn't agree, the Nightmare Clan would quietly break the seal on some unknown purple moon night. Rather than letting things get out of control, it was better to just stand here and watch. In case the sisters Lilith and Lilim were some heinous monsters, even if it meant being hated by all the Nightmare Clan, he would choose to finish them off with his own hands. The light of the magic circle reached its peak. Dense magic element rose like mist, condensing into a vortex in midair. In the center of the vortex, two figures slowly emerged, embracing each other. Lilith and Lilim. They looked almost exactly the same. The same golden long hair cascaded to their waists like a waterfall, and the same wheat-colored skin shimmered with a delicate, pearl-like luster under the candlelight. Their features were so exquisite they didn't seem mortal, and the eyes that slowly opened were a deep violet. Just one look was enough to make one unable to look away. The only subtle difference was the curve of their chests. The older sister, Lilith, had a slender figure with subtle curves. The younger sister, Lilim, was plump and full, mature and alluring. Ho-ho. Lilim opened her eyes and lazily rubbed against her sister's cheek, her voice sounding like it was dipped in honey. After 500 years, we have finally broken the seal, sister. That damn hero must have never thought that his seal would one day fail. Lilith gently stroked her sister's hair, her violet eyes full of affection. Yes, yes, Lilim, sister is also very happy. 500 years is too long, so long that I almost forgot what you look like when you smile. The sisters hugged each other tightly, and the surrounding magic element surged due to their emotions, rippling through the air. Then Lilith's gaze fell on the strangely shaped long sword at Luca's waist. Sister Lilim also noticed it, her voice sinking. That child's sword, could it be the fallen angel's sword, Gog? Lilith took over, her expression complex. That's right, someone is standing in front of us with this sword again, 500 years later. Her gaze shifted from the sword to Luca's face. Under the purple moonlight, that young face, still retaining the contours of a youth, was like an old, faded painting suddenly being traced again. He looks so much like him, Lilith murmured, that damn hero from 500 years ago. Lilim also stared at Luca, her nose twitching. And this scent, it can't be wrong. He must be a descendant of the hero who sealed us, although it's mixed with other scents. At the root, it still has that damn familiarity. Luca was not angry at the term, damn hero. He took a step forward, his eyes filled with pure curiosity. Could you tell me more about it? He didn't feel the smell of blood from these two sisters, not that unwashable stench accumulated from too much killing, which put him at ease, and he even had the leisure to chat more. Old-timers from 500 years ago knew so much. The wielder of the sword, the hero from 500 years ago. Luca asked sincerely, could you tell me more about these things? What kind of person was he, why did he seal you, and also? Humph, why should I tell you? Lilim snorted coldly, interrupting Luca. She lifted her chin, her golden hair moving without wind, and the magic element around her surged like angry waves. I'll make sure to get back at you for the 500 years of pain from being sealed. Sister, let's attack together. Lilith didn't speak, but she also gathered magic element. A violet halo condensed into a ball in her palm, and the sisters stood side by side, just like they had fought side by side countless times 500 years ago. Don't. The female diviner hadn't finished saying the word don't. The next second, two thud sounds. It hurts, sister, woo-woo. Lilim hugged her head and squatted on the ground, tears rolling down like broken beads, her golden hair disheveled from the violent movement, and a large, red, swollen bump rising in the center of her head, still steaming slightly. Woo-woo, Lilim, don't cry, woo-woo. Lilith also squatted to the side, comforting her sister while rubbing the top of her own head, where there was also a steaming bump. She cried even harder than Lilim, tears sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto her skirt, creating dark, wet stains. Two legendary nightmares from 500 years ago were crying in each other's arms. Luca stood in place, maintaining the blocking and counterattacking posture from just now, He had simply used the end of his scabbard to tap them twice. Sigh. The female diviner sighed. She recalled the conversation with Luca last night. At that time, she was curious about how this hero met the current queen, Aluelma. Luca's answer was only one sentence: "We fought twice and I won." The female diviner had been praised as a genius by her clan since she was young, and her magic element was unmatched among her peers, which made her secretly proud, until she had the honor of seeing Queen Aluelma from afar at a festival. Just the tip of the iceberg revealed by that lazy queen made her kneel on the ground, and it took all her strength just to lift her head. And this person in front of her had defeated such an existence. Therefore, when Luca calmly proposed the idea of human-demon coexistence and listed a series of rules that seemed like restrictions, but were actually protections, the nightmares did not raise any objections. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they didn't dare. Why? Because she had big breasts and a perky butt. The female diviner had indeed had that thought. Seduction was the innate instinct of a nightmare, and it would be strange not to be tempted when facing such an excellent male. She had even thought of several versions of chance encounters and spending time alone plans. Then she noticed the white-haired, half-human, half-snake monster who had been standing not far away. Those golden-slit pupils swept over calmly, like thin ice on a winter lake. The female diviner shivered and quickly put away all her thoughts. Forget it, it's better to just honestly follow the rules. At this time, Lilith and Lilim finally calmed down a little from the intense pain and tears. The female diviner seized the opportunity and quickly explained everything that happened last night, from Luca's appearance, to the agreement of human-demon coexistence, to the fact that the Nightmare Village would officially accept them. Upon hearing this, the sisters looked at each other. "You mean, this descendant of the hero?" Lilith pointed at Luca uncertainly, "Is here to help us. He proposed a plan for peaceful coexistence between humans and the Nightmare Clan," the female diviner nodded. "And it has already been accepted by the villagers." Lilim rubbed her still aching head, and asked in a low voice, "No strings attached? You don't want us as slaves? You don't treat us as tools? As long as you follow the rules, do not harm humans, and do not force humans, all interaction will be based on consent," the female diviner said. "Everything else is free." The sisters fell silent. When they were sealed by the hero 500 years ago, the world's attitude toward monsters was that existence is a sin. Waking up 500 years later, a human with the same aura and holding the same sword stood before them and said, "As long as you act within the rules, I won't do anything to you." Lilith opened her mouth, wanting to say something. She should hate this human, hate his bloodline, hate the sword at his waist, and hate that calm, infuriating gaze of his, which was exactly like that person from 500 years ago. But she turned her head and looked out into the village through the crack in the wooden window. There were members of the Nightmare Clan walking side by side with humans on the street. Their proximity was still unfamiliar, even a bit stiff, but they weren't guarding against each other, they were just learning how to get along. This was the first time in 500 years she had seen humans and monsters not as enemies, but as neighbors. "We," Lilith began, her voice hoarse, "do we have our own village now?" The village chief said, "Yes, Lady Lilith. This village has always been a stronghold for the Nightmare Clan, and now, we can finally stop hiding our identities." Lilim sniffled, tears welling up again, but this time not because of pain. Finally. She hugged her sister tightly, her voice muffled in Lilith's shoulder, "Sister, we finally don't have to wander anymore. 500 years of wandering, 500 years of hiding, living like rats in the shadows of human cities." The Nightmare Clan had long ago abandoned the ambition of conquering humans and expanding their tribe. Those grand visions had been eroded bit by bit during their long drift, leaving only a small, extravagant hope in the end. A piece of land where they didn't need to hide, a place that could be called home. "We." Lilith hugged her sister tightly, tears blurring her vision, "We finally have our own habitat, our kin of this era, we finally." She couldn't continue. The sisters wept in each other's arms, 500 years of grievances pouring out at this moment. Luca said nothing and left quietly. In the morning, Lilith, having regained her composure, was finally willing to recount the past. We followed Lady Alice Fitz 8. She sat by the window, sunlight dancing on her golden hair. She was the demon king of that era, powerful, beautiful, and proud, and we sisters swore to be loyal to her forever. Lilim continued, her voice still nasally from crying. Then that hateful hero came, he defeated Lady Alice Fitz and he. She couldn't continue, just rubbed her eyes hard with the back of her hand. Lilith also lowered her eyes. Luca was silent for a moment, then asked softly, the name of that hero. The sisters looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. We can't remember. We only remember that he looked a lot like you. The shape of his brows and eyes, and that infuriatingly calm expression. Lilim paused, his aura was also very similar, that scent. She suddenly looked up, stared at Luca's face, and licked her lips. Can we taste it? We just want to confirm if it's really that similar. Lilith also looked at Luca, a certain longing appearing in her purple eyes. Yeah, just a small taste. Before Luca could figure out how to refuse this outrageous request, a cold voice came from the doorway, no. Alice had woken up at some point. She was leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed, her golden slit pupils sweeping coldly over the sisters. Lilith and Lilim froze at the same time. Those eyes, that aura, that pressure emanating from within. You are. Lilith's voice trembled, the current demon king. The sisters hurriedly rose from their chairs, their knees buckling as they prepared to bow. Alice raised her hand to stop them. No need for formalities. Let go of the past and live well. Yes, yes. Lilith and Lilim replied in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. When they straightened up, the frustration and grievances on their faces were gone. The sisters looked at each other, a subtle light brightening in their eyes. So that's how it is. The current demon king has impressive methods. She easily enchanted this powerful human to be one of her own. No wonder the hero's descendant would help monsters, no wonder he proposed human-monster coexistence, no wonder he was so tolerant of the Nightmare Clan. Everything makes sense now. Lilith's mouth curled up slightly. Lady Alice Fitz 8, rest in peace, the current demon king has found the best way to take revenge. Not killing the hero's descendant, but making him the demon king's partner and bearing offspring for the demon king. Lilim also couldn't help but laugh out loud. She imagined this serious-looking human taking care of the demon king's baby in the future, imagined his offspring having half the demon king's blood flowing through their veins, and imagined him potentially being whipped hard by the demon king's tail at any moment for not taking good care of the little demon king. So satisfying. The resentment that had been pent up for 500 years was finally released today. The sisters looked at each other and smiled, smiling especially brightly. Luca and Alice looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. After the sisters were taken away by the village chief to be settled, only Luca and Alice remained in the room. Didn't expect Heinrich to be my ancestor. Luca looked out the window, his voice carrying a sense of unreality. He grew up listening to the stories of the hero Heinrich. The epic of that legendary hero defeating the demon king and saving the world was a classic sung by countless bards. He never thought that the hero praised in those yellowed pages had a blood connection to him. Actually, when Lilith and her sister said that the hero had defeated the demon king Alice Fitz 8, he had vaguely guessed it, but when it was truly confirmed, he still felt a subtle sense of daze. Alice looked at his profile, something slowly burning in her golden slit pupils. The descendant of the hero Heinrich. The bloodline of the primordial angel. And this young man in front of her was still growing at an astonishing speed, becoming more dazzling every day than the previous one. This kind of gene as a father. Alice couldn't imagine, if combined with a female possessing the demon king's bloodline, what kind of existence the offspring would be. Her fingers were unconsciously curling the corner of her clothes, a burst of heat in her heart. She calmed down and made a decision. Absolutely must not let other vixens get close to him even a little bit. Luca looked helplessly at the female diviner who was almost hanging on him. Can you stand further away? No, the female diviner said righteously, her arms wrapped tightly around Luca's waist. I'm calculating for you. You were the one who said you wanted me to calculate for you again. As she said this, she took a deep breath. The pleasant scent, sunlight, grass, and some kind of lingering charm made her reluctant to let go. The cold, sharp gaze from behind pierced like an ice pick, making her spine numb. But the female diviner gritted her teeth, and insisted on rubbing for 2 more seconds. Worth it. She reluctantly let go, stepped back half a step, and said seriously, still the same woman-trouble face, no matter where you go, you will be entangled by women. Your fate is flooded with romantic entanglements. Luca sighed, is there no solution? Yes, she said seriously, settle down in this village. Luca was stunned, huh? This way it can be avoided. The female diviner blinked, look, Nightmare Village has beautiful mountains and clear waters, neighbors are harmonious, villagers all like you. If you stay here, you don't have to worry about being entangled by women and monsters outside. Luca couldn't help but support his forehead with his hand. Alice, let's go when the luggage is packed. He turned, took a step, and walked away without hesitation. The female diviner shouted at the receding figure, I suggest you be careful, don't be targeted by other monsters, especially high-level monsters. Luca's footsteps paused slightly, but he didn't look back, just waved his hand behind him. The morning wind blew through the old locust tree, at the village entrance, leaves rustling. Alice walked from behind, passed by her, snorted, and snatched the purple hair in her hand. The female diviner curled her lips, then felt a bit lost. She watched the 2 figures walk out of the village entrance one after another, gradually becoming smaller along the mountain road in the southwest direction. The purple moon's halo had long since dissipated, the morning sun magnificently covering the valley. Nightmare Village, in this brand new morning, truly began a new life. Chapter 93, Village of Noblewomen. In the afternoon in Glangard, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains of the inn window, casting soft diamond-shaped patches of light on the floor. Luca sat by the window, holding a half-cup of cooled black tea, his gaze drifting past the rim of the cup to look outside. On the street, ant girls and humans worked side by side to repair the pavement damaged by the riots, the sound of hammers and conversation weaving into a long-lost rhythm of peace. A week had already passed since that night of the purple moon in Nightmare Village. Alice occupied the very center of the bed, curled up among the fluffy bedding like a lazy cat. Sunlight slid over her white hair, flowing into a fragmented river of light beside her pillow. Luca had long since given up on waking her. Every attempt only resulted in half an hour of her staying in bed, and a journey filled with huffy complaints. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out just then. Luca sensed that the visitor was a Glangard diplomat he had met once before, and said softly, Mr. Witt, please wait for me at the reception hall. Very well, Lord Luca. This was followed by the sound of footsteps gradually fading away. Luca set down his teacup, casually draped his red cloak over his shoulders, and softly closed the door as he left. In the meeting room sat a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray formal suit. The fabric was crisp but the style simple. His sideburns were already touched with frost, but his back was held perfectly straight. He first bowed slightly, then raised his head, a certain hope settled in his eyes. Pardon the intrusion, Lord Luca, his voice was low and steady. I am the diplomat of Glangard, Herman Witt. There is a matter I wish to consult you about privately. Please speak, Luca made a gesture for him to continue. The diplomat began, it concerns a village to the west of the city, known by the locals as the Village of Noblewomen. He took a map from his cowhide briefcase, and spread it out on the table. A thin red line started from Glangard, winding westward for several hundred kilometers before stopping at a tiny ink dot labeled Village of Noblewomen. The Village of Noblewomen has a population of less than 1,000 and is famous for tourism and handicrafts. The diplomat's finger tapped the map. The scenery is pleasant and the atmosphere is elegant, Every spring and summer, many travelers visit, drawn by its reputation. He paused, withdrew his hand, and clasped them over his knees. However, over the past 3 years, we have received many reports of male adventurers disappearing. After heading to the village of noblewomen, there is no further word of them. Luca's gaze fell upon that ink dot. The sunlight outside was fine, yet it could not pierce the shadow that quietly gathered between his brows. What about female adventurers? Not a single disappearance. The diplomat's smile was somewhat strained. If it were bandits, why would they only target male outsiders? He sighed and continued his narrative. I personally went to investigate twice. The first time was 3 years ago, staying for 5 days as an ordinary traveler. The village is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say, cobblestone streets, rose-covered walls, and the scent of black tea always wafting from the tea houses. The villagers are all elegantly dressed ladies, gentle and polite in their conduct. And the Lord? Alice's voice suddenly came from the side. The monster lord girl stood there, though it was unclear when she had arrived. Her long white hair was draped lazily, but her face, still showing traces of sleepiness, bore a rare sharpness. The diplomat was startled by this sudden question, and hurriedly rose to bow. This is Miss Alice. The lord is named Cassandra. I met her once. She is a young and beautiful woman, elegant in speech, and has the village's affairs at her fingertips. Cassandra. Alice repeated the name, her golden vertical pupils constricting slightly as she fell into a rare silence. That silence caused the previously peaceful atmosphere in the reception hall to suddenly grow heavy. The diplomat looked at Alice and then at Luca in confusion, not daring to speak out of turn. Alice? Luca asked softly. Alice lowered her eyes, her eyelashes casting small shadows on her cheeks. It's nothing. Continue. The diplomat swallowed and cautiously resumed the topic. During my first investigation, I found no abnormalities. The villagers were friendly, public order was good, and there wasn't even any petty theft. My conclusion was that those disappearance cases might just be exaggerated rumors, or that the adventurers encountered other accidents in the mountains. He paused, his voice dropping lower. But that was just self-deception. Based solely on the fact that those who vanished were all men, even a child would know what was going on. He didn't finish, but Luca understood his meaning. Monsters had attacked them. The light outside seemed to dim slightly as clouds slowly crawled across the sun, casting moving shadows on the street. 2 years ago, we dispatched an elite squad of 12 people to head to the village of noblewomen at night to subjugate the suspicious monsters. The diplomat's voice became dry. The captain was a veteran who had participated in the war with Noah, and the members were all experienced warriors. He did not continue, but simply shook his head slowly. Luca gripped his teacup. The temperature coming from the porcelain wall was already cold. Every single one of them was killed in action, the diplomat said calmly, though his knuckles were white from the force of his grip. We received no battle reports, there were no witnesses, and we couldn't even recover their bodies. It was as if they were swallowed by the night mist of the village of noblewomen, disappearing completely. He raised his head, looking directly into Luca's eyes. That is a group of very powerful monsters. They disguise themselves as elegant noblewomen and entrench themselves in that beautiful village, killing and eating people without any bottom line, and we in Glangard can do nothing against them. Luca did not look away. In those tired eyes, he saw something familiar, the kind of determination to reach out and grasp hope even when it seemed incredibly slim. So we could only turn a blind eye, the diplomat gave a bitter smile. Indirectly blockading the roads leading to the village of noblewomen, and forbidding men from going there. Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, pretending the problem doesn't exist. But this time when you went to investigate, Luca said, the situation had changed. The diplomat nodded. Yes. 2 weeks ago, I entered the village of noblewomen for the 3rd time as an envoy. The village's exterior was still beautiful, the roses were blooming more vibrantly than in previous years, and the tea house's biscuits were baked golden and crisp. But when the Lord, Cassandra, received me, she said one thing. He paused. Mr. Witt, your blockade is making us quite lonely. Too few guests are coming, and the sisters are getting a bit dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. The diplomat closed his eyes, as if the memory of that day still made his spine go cold. She maintained an elegant smile as she spoke, and the way she held her bone china teacup was impeccable, but I understood, it was an ultimatum. He opened his eyes and turned to Luca. We had already intended to seek aid from King Sabesa and Queen Noa. Even if we had to bow our heads to foreign nations, even if we would be mocked for not being able to handle monsters within our own borders, it would be better than watching more young people go to their deaths. His voice suddenly choked up for a moment, then quickly steadied. But now, Goddess Ilias be praised, we have finally welcomed a powerful hero like you. The diplomat rose from his chair, solemnly straightened his collar, and then slowly bowed his body. You have already done enough for Glangard. His voice was low and restrained. You quelled the riots, you persuaded the queen. Almost all the credit for this city's rebirth belongs to you. We shouldn't have opened our mouths to ask you for more. He paused, a trace of trembling finally leaking into his voice. But I don't want to see young soldiers die at the hands of those monsters like that anymore. I sent them out with my own hands. Before they departed, they were still smiling and saying, Uncle Hermann, let's have a drink together when we get back, and then not a single one returned. The diplomat Hermann Witt buried his head even lower. I am entreating you privately, Lord Luca. Not as a diplomat, not representing Glangard, but simply as a useless commander who cannot protect his subordinates. I beg of you, please help us one more time. The room was so quiet that the hammering from the street outside could be heard. Luca stood up and walked over to Hermann. He bent down, supporting those arms that were somewhat thin from years of reviewing documents, and helped him up. This is also what I want to do. His voice was calm, but it made Hermann snap his head up. Not for a reward from Glangard, not for the fame of a hero. It's simply what I have been doing all along my journey. Let's go, Alice. Luca did not look back, but his voice carried a certainty, the certainty of knowing that someone would always follow behind him. Alice walked to Luca's side without speaking, only raising her hand to smooth a crumpled corner of his cloak. The clouds outside moved away, and sunlight once again filled the room. Hermann stood in place, watching these two young figures walk toward the door side by side. He wanted to say thank you, he wanted to say to be extremely careful, he wanted to say he would prepare a victory feast in the city, and wait for their return, but all the words were blocked in his throat, turning into a silent, deep bow made with all his strength. At the doorway, Luca stopped his pace. Mr. Hermann. He did not look back, his voice steady. Those 12 soldiers, what were their names? Hermann was stunned. When we return, Luca said, please tell them to us. The door closed softly. The diplomat stood alone in the sun-drenched room for a long time, not moving. Outside, the repair work on the street continued. The sound of hammers, the chatter, the laughter of children in the distance, woven into the heartbeat of this city's rebirth. Hermann Witt walked to the window, watching those two figures as they gradually walked further away, the red cloak fluttering gently in the afternoon breeze like a fire that would never be extinguished. He suddenly remembered many years ago, when he was still a young diplomat, he had seen a desert sunset in Sabesa. The sky that day was burned into a solid sheet of crimson gold by the sunset glow, so magnificent it made one want to weep. At this moment, he felt the same way. Goddess Ilias be praised, he murmured, tracing a prayer gesture over his chest that had long since become unfamiliar. Chapter 94, Cassandra. The path to the village of noblewomen was lined on both sides with neatly trimmed rose bushes. Pink and white flowers unfurled their petals in the afternoon sun, and a sweet, cloying fragrance floated in the air. If not for knowing what the destination was beforehand, this would truly be a picturesque country path that puts one at ease. Luca and Alice walked side by side, their pace unhurried. Did I tell you? Alice spoke up suddenly, her golden slit pupils gazing at the vaguely visible outlines of the cottages ahead. During the Demon King ceremony, the first heir to the Demon King must face a powerful monster in single combat. Only after achieving victory can they be officially crowned as the Demon King. Luca nodded. That was a topic they had discussed during their journey, about the inheritance system of Monster Society, and about the proof of strength. Yeah, you mentioned that. What's wrong? Why bring it up suddenly? Alice was silent for a few seconds. Bees buzzed back and forth within the rose bushes by the roadside. My mother, Alice Fitz-15, had Cassandra as her opponent during the ceremony. Luca paused his steps. He turned his head to look at Alice. There was not much expression on her exquisite face, but something complex flowed deep within her golden slit pupils. So that means Cassandra is a Demon King level monster. I'm not entirely sure, Alice shook her head. Mother rarely mentioned that battle, but the fact that Cassandra could participate in the contest for the throne itself indicates she possesses considerable combat strength. At the very least, she shouldn't be an opponent that the ordinary four heavenly kings could easily handle. Luca frowned. He wasn't worried about whether he could defeat Cassandra. After fighting Aluelma in the arena last time, and having obtained Undine's power, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. If he went all out, he was confident he could defeat most opponents. But the problem was that monsters generally have tenacious vitality. Cassandra was able to fight Alice's mother during the Demon King ceremony. Even if she lost to a Demon King. An existence like that would only have even more tenacious vitality. If he failed to kill her in an instant, how many innocent people would her death throes affect? The travelers in the village, the surrounding villagers, those ordinary people who might just be passing by and knew nothing. Don't worry. Alice's voice interrupted Luca's train of thought. She turned her head, a faint smile on her lips. Let me assist you this time, she said. You go and evacuate the crowd, and I will draw her attention. Once she reveals an opening, we will strike together. Luca looked at those golden slit pupils and smiled. I'll leave it to you, Alice. When the village of noblewomen appeared at the end of his field of vision, the afternoon sun was gilding the entire village in a layer of soft gold. The cobblestone streets were clean and tidy, lined with 2- or 3-story brick-and-wood houses, with blooming sky sunflowers placed on the windowsills. Under the awning at the entrance of a tea-house, several ladies wearing elegant long dresses were chatting softly while holding bone china teacups. The sound of a piano drifted from afar, playing some kind of soothing melody. Everything was beautiful, everything was just right. However, Luca's steps stopped as he stepped into the village entrance. His expression darkened in an instant. The smell of blood. A thick, overwhelming stench filled his nose. Those noblewomen in elegant clothes, those ladies wafting with the faint scent of perfume, every single one of them was wrapped in the aura of blood. Not just one life but many. That aura had seeped into their skin, their hair, and every fiber of their clothing, becoming a part of their existence. Luca's gaze crossed the street and fell upon the 3-story Western-style mansion in the center of the village. White exterior walls, blue shutters, delicate ironwork decorations on the roof, the sunlight shining on it should have made for a warm and bright scene. But just the aura wafting from it made Luca feel the heavy weight of hundreds of lives. Anger surged from his chest like magma. Killing intent leaked out uncontrollably, veins bulged on his forehead, his fingers clenched into fists, and his nails dug into his palms. That urge surging from the depths of his bloodline to tear everything apart almost broke through the dam of his reason. Then, a cool, strong hand grasped his. Calm down first. Alice's voice was very soft, but every word clearly drilled into Luca's ears. Her golden slit pupils were fixed on the mansion in the center of the village, where there was a faint, lingering sense of being watched. There are still quite a few travelers in the village, Alice said. Look over there. Luca followed her gaze. There were 2 tables of guests in the tea house, all female, who were leisurely drinking tea. On the street, there were a few female travelers carrying backpacks, who were picking out handicrafts displayed on roadside stalls. Luca closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes again, the rage in his eyes had subsided, leaving only a cold, settled clarity. "Evacuate the crowd first," he said. Splitting into two paths was the simplest plan, and also the most effective. Cassandra had failed in her bid for the throne against Alice's mother back then, and she must hate Alice's family, especially the bloodline of the demon king that ran through them, to the bone. If she sensed Alice's aura, her attention would be completely drawn. This was Alice's task, to wander around in the shadows, lurking like bait to hook the gaze of that poisonous snake. And Luca's task, to pretend to be an ordinary traveler and send the innocents in the village out one by one. When he entered the tea house, those ladies were discussing which tailor in the village had the best craftsmanship. Luca sat down next to them, ordered a cup of black tea, and began the most difficult performance of his life. "Ladies, forgive my intrusion," he flashed a gentle smile. "Are you here for a vacation?" 20 minutes later, he stood at the tea house entrance, watching those four ladies walk out of the village while chatting and laughing. One of them even turned back and waved her handkerchief at him. "Remember what you said, handsome. I'll be waiting for you at the Glangard guest house." Luca maintained his smile and waved in acknowledgement. Once their figures disappeared around the corner of the road, that smile faded from his face. Next were the travelers picking out handicrafts by the street. "Miss, your hair accessory is really beautiful. Did you buy it locally?" "Oh, I suggest you go check out the jewelry stores in Glangard. The craftsmanship there is more exquisite. As it happens, I'm heading back. Would you like to go together? I can be your guide." 30 minutes later, another group of people left. Then there were the female merchants resting by the roadside, sisters traveling together. "Yes, ma'am, as long as you leave here, I'll go on a date with you." "Kiss you?" "No. It's not that I can't. Yes, Glangard, I live there. You can just go to the guest house and give the name Luca. I'll be waiting there to give you a kiss." When the last female traveler ran away blushing, Luca stood under the old elm tree at the village entrance and let out a long breath. After selling his looks for most of the day, he had finally evacuated all the travelers. He turned and walked back into the village, beginning to wander around. Those monsters disguised as noblewomen saw this young man alone, and their eyes lit up one by one. "Sir, would you like to come to my place for tea? The black tea I brew is one of the best in the village." Luca waved his hand, his steps not stopping. "Oh my, don't be so cold. My place is just ahead, and I have some very nice collectibles." Luca didn't even turn his head. He didn't have the habit of talking to the dying. "Hey, you man over there, stop." A crisp female voice came from behind him. Luca turned a deaf ear and continued walking forward. "Hey! I said stop, didn't you hear me?" Footsteps approached rapidly, and then a figure blocked Luca's path. It was a young girl who looked no more than 15, or 16, with beautiful long golden hair tied into two long pigtails hanging down her back. She was wearing an exquisitely crafted white dress with intricate lace embroidered on the hem, and matching small leather shoes on her feet. Her fair cheeks were slightly flushed from running, and her heterochromatic eyes were glaring at Luca with anger. "I told you to stop, are you deaf?" She put her hands on her hips, trying to put on a fierce expression, but that puffed-up look made her look more like a bristling kitten. Luca stopped his steps, his gaze falling on her. He didn't speak, just watched her quietly. That focused, burning gaze, as if it could see right through someone, made the girl's face flush instantly. She subconsciously lowered her head, not knowing where to put her hands, then suddenly lifted her head again and glared fiercely at Luca. "You say something. What's the meaning of staring at me all the time?" Luca averted his gaze, his voice calm. "I am the novice hero Luca, young lady. Is there something you need?" The girl was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't expected this person's attitude to change so quickly. She put her hands on her hips again and cleared her throat. "I am Emily, the only daughter of the Lord Cassandra." She looked Luca up and down, a flash of curiosity in her eyes. Could it be that you are here to see my mother? Foreign travelers always want to visit her, my mother is very famous, you know. Luca didn't answer, just continued to look at her with that burning gaze. Emily blushed again from his gaze and stomped her foot. Say something. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain the dignity of a lord's daughter. Fine, since you've come all this way, why not go see my mother? You can't have come all this way for nothing, right? Luca finally nodded. Please, I'm counting on you. Emily's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. That smile was too pure, completely unlike the expression a bloodthirsty monster should have. Then, follow me. She turned and skipped ahead, her twin tails bouncing with every step. Luca followed silently behind. The lord's mansion was larger than it looked from the outside. Passing through the ornate iron gate, there was a short cobblestone path lined with white roses on both sides. The three-story main building had 6 French windows on the front, all of which were currently open, with white curtains fluttering gently in the afternoon breeze. When Emily pushed open the heavy door, a tall woman in a maid outfit was already waiting in the foyer. She was half a head taller than the average woman, with a robust yet elegant figure. Her black maid uniform was well-tailored, and her white apron was starched stiff. Her black hair was pulled back into a meticulous bun, and her face wore a professional smile. Welcome, Lord Luca. She bowed slightly, her voice deep yet soft. The master is waiting for you. Luca's gaze lingered on her for a moment. It was that look again, that same intensity, a gaze that seemed to pierce through the soul. Emily immediately ran between them, standing on her tiptoes to block Luca's line of sight, her small face flushed red. Hey! Why are you staring straight at another woman again? Luca withdrew his gaze and shook his head. My apologies. Please lead the way. The maid Lacroix smiled slightly, seemingly unbothered. Lord Luca, this way please. She turned and led the two through the foyer, into a corridor covered with a deep red carpet. Oil paintings hung on both sides of the corridor, all landscapes and still lives. The names on the signatures were ones Luca had never heard of. Emily followed beside Luca, stealing glances at him from time to time, then quickly looking away. They were brought to a luxurious large living room. The room was at least 60 square meters, covered with a carpet of intricate patterns, and the walls were covered in dark gold wallpaper. Above the fireplace hung a large portrait of a dignified and beautiful woman, wearing an elaborate gown with a reserved smile on her lips. Below the frame was a line of gold-stamped lettering, Cassandra. You sit for a moment. Emily pointed to the sofa by the window. Mother is still handling some things, she'll be here shortly. Luca sat down on the sofa, but Emily didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat opposite him, resting her chin in her hands, looking at him with sparkling, heterochromatic eyes. Hey, you're a traveler, right? She asked enthusiastically. So where are you planning to travel to next? Luca really had no interest in talking to a person who was about to die. But he suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and replied expressionlessly. I came from the southern Ilias continent, and my destination is the Demon King's castle in the north. The Demon King's castle. Emily's eyes went wide. That's a very distant place. What have you encountered along the way? Have you seen any powerful monsters? Have you fought any battles? She wouldn't stop asking, questions firing like a machine gun. Luca only replied briefly, not wanting to say a single extra word. But Emily didn't care at all. Just looking at that face she wanted to peel off and keep as a collectible. Even if the human in front of her was talking about how he walked on his 2 legs, she could listen with relish. Whenever Luca mentioned a place name, she would exclaim, wow. When Luca mentioned encountering a storm at sea, she nervously clutched her skirt, and when he said he arrived safely at the port, she let out a long sigh of relief. Judging by appearances alone, this was completely the image of a carefree young lady, full of curiosity about distant lands, yearning for adventure, and possessing a childlike longing for the outside world. Luca looked at her, his nose filled with the smell of blood. Those devoured adventurers, those hundreds of heavy human lives. His expression did not change in the slightest. 10 minutes later, the living room door was pushed open. "Sorry to keep you waiting." A woman's voice came, and Luca looked up, his gaze falling toward the doorway. It was a mature woman who looked to be in her 30s. She wore a perfectly tailored red gown, the hem sweeping the floor, the neckline cut just right. Her long golden hair was coiled into an intricate bun on top of her head, revealing a slender, fair neck. Her features were impeccably exquisite, and her heterochromatic eyes were exactly the same as Emily's. Cassandra. Her gait was graceful and composed, every step seemingly carefully calculated. It was neither too fast to appear impatient, nor too slow to appear lazy. A faint scent of perfume mixed with the smell of blood, drifting into Luca's nose as she approached. Luca couldn't help but frown. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Luca." She smiled and sat down on the single sofa opposite Luca, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment. "I heard from LaCroix that a young hero was visiting our village, but I didn't expect such a handsome young man." She turned to Emily, her tone gentle yet unquestionable. "Then, Emily, you go out. I have something to discuss with our guest." "Please wait a moment." Luca spoke, interrupting Cassandra. The mother and daughter both looked at him. Luca's gaze fell on Emily. "Miss Emily, could I ask you to stay here?" Emily blushed and froze. She looked at her mother, her eyes full of confusion. Cassandra raised an eyebrow slightly, but quickly returned to her composed smile, and nodded gently at Emily. Emily sat back down on the sofa, but this time she was no longer chattering. Instead, she sat quietly to the side, stealing glances at Luca, and then at her mother from time to time, as if guessing what would happen between these two. Cassandra saw everything but asked nothing. She turned to Luca and continued in that elegant, proper tone. "I heard from LaCroix that you are a traveling hero, who just happened to pass through our village. Although the village of noblewomen is small, it has quite a few sights worth seeing. Why not stay in the village for a few more days?" She began to recount interesting anecdotes about the village, where the roses bloomed best, which tea house had the most famous pastries, and in which season one could see the most beautiful scenery. Her speech was elegant and her wording proper, just like any hospitable lord receiving a traveler from afar. Luca hummed and ahawed in perfunctory agreement, his gaze occasionally scanning the sky outside the window before returning to look at Cassandra. Cassandra was not angry, just looking at the face of the human in front of her made her feel quite pleased. She maintained her perfect smile and continued to talk about those trivial topics. Emily, sitting to the side, gradually relaxed. Having heard her mother talk about these things countless times, she was already bored, and her attention was focused more on this young hero who spoke very little but had such a strange look in his eyes. What a pleasant conversation. Cassandra finally stopped talking and leaned forward slightly. "Before I knew it, it's already this time. Why not stay for dinner? My chef's skills are quite good, especially the roasted lamb chops, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, paired with our local red wine." When she said this, her tongue inadvertently licked her lower lip. The movement was quick and subtle, but Luca caught it. Luca suddenly smiled. It was a very handsome smile. That was the mother and daughter's first reaction. The smile made his face, which was originally just decent, instantly come alive, and there was something in the curve of his eyes that made it impossible to look away. Cassandra froze for a moment, and then, something flashed in the depths of her eyes. She quickly covered it up, but that momentary appetite had already been revealed. She suddenly felt some regretting that she hadn't been firm in making Emily leave. She wanted to enjoy this feast all by herself. "Mr. Luca," she tilted her head slightly, her smile still elegant, "did you think of something interesting? Could you share it with us, mother and daughter?" Luca opened his mouth. Splat. Blood splattered everywhere. Warm, scarlet liquid sprayed onto the intricate patterns of the carpet, onto the white walls, and onto Emily's stunned face. A hand pierced through Cassandra's chest from behind. That hand, wearing a black glove, was now covered in blood. 5 fingers protruded from Cassandra's chest, the fingertips still pinching something warm. Cassandra looked down at the hand in front of her chest. Her lips moved, but she couldn't make any sound. Her eyes were full of disbelief. She hadn't even sensed any aura, any murderous intent, any sign of approach. He might not necessarily have anything interesting to tell you. A voice came from behind her. Alice peeked out from behind Cassandra, her golden slit pupils crossing over her shoulder to meet Luca's gaze. Her face was splattered with a few drops of blood, yet she smiled nonchalantly. "But I certainly have something you'd be interested in that I want to share with you." She squeezed her hand gently inside Cassandra's chest. Cassandra's body convulsed violently, then her head hung down limply. Blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, dripping onto the chest of her red gown, merging with the color of the clothing itself. The living room was terrifyingly quiet. Emily sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the scene, her face splattered with her mother's blood, her mind a blank slate. Chapter 95, The Corpse is Speaking. Fresh blood gushed from the large hole in Cassandra's chest like a fountain. The warm, viscous liquid splashed onto the intricate patterns of the carpet, onto the dark gold wallpaper, and onto Emily's dull face, her golden hair, and her white skirt. The young girl looked as if she had been doused in red paint from head to toe, with only her wide, heterochromatic eyes standing out starkly amidst the bloodstains. Alice frowned with a hint of disgust. With a casual flick, she tossed Cassandra's mangled body toward Emily as if discarding something filthy. The body, having lost its support, slammed heavily onto the girl, knocking her to the ground. Alice shook the blood from her hand, the droplets scattering onto the carpet and blooming like tiny plum blossoms. She spoke with an expression of disgust, her tone filled with disappointment. "So weak, Cassandra. To think I went out of my way to circle behind her, only for her not to even notice my presence. And this kind of trash dares to claim they've vied for the throne of the Demon King. Indeed, truly weak." Luca shook his head and stood up from the sofa. He walked over to Cassandra and looked down at the still twitching monster. Even with her heart crushed, she could still cling to life. The vitality of monsters is truly tenacious. But other than that, she was worthless. Any one of the 4 heavenly kings could easily kill her. Luca recalled the battle plan he had formulated with Alice earlier. Alice would feign stealth in the shadows to attract Cassandra's attention, while Luca would evacuate the crowd in the open, and then the two would coordinate from inside and out. He hadn't expected the first step of the plan to go wrong. Cassandra hadn't even noticed Alice's feigned stealth. So the two decided to play along. Luca continued to attract her attention openly, while Alice went straight behind her, waiting for the best opportunity. From beginning to end, this so-called Demon King level duel was like a joke. To think that someone of your caliber dares to vie for the Demon King's throne. Alice looked down from above at the mass of twitching flesh on the ground, her tone dripping with mockery. "I suppose my mother must have spent a great deal of effort to avoid killing you. After all, she had to control her strength. If she had accidentally killed you, that ritual would have been far too boring." Cassandra's mangled body twitched violently. She opened her mouth to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. Her heterochromatic eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. She could accept defeat, but she could not accept being humiliated like this. Especially being humiliated by the daughter of Alice Fitz. M.O. Mother. Emily finally snapped out of her stupor. She gently pushed away the Cassandra pressing down on her, and pressed her trembling hands against the large, bleeding hole in her mother's chest. Blood gushed between her fingers. No matter how hard she pressed, she couldn't stop it. "Mother. Mother, don't die. I'll go find a doctor, Her voice caught in her throat, for Alice was walking toward her. Those golden slit pupils watched her calmly, like a butcher eyeing a lamb for slaughter. Emily's legs went weak, and she nearly lost her footing. But she gritted her teeth, stood up shakily, and spread her arms to block Cassandra. Stay away," she shouted, her voice sharp with fear. Alice stopped. She looked at the blood-covered girl, shivering yet still standing in front of her mother, and suddenly sighed softly. Sigh. There was no mockery or contempt in that sigh, only something complex and indescribable. Emily was stunned. She didn't understand why this terrifying monster had stopped, or why she had sighed. But her expression brightened. Perhaps she could. Then she felt a chill behind her. A warm, slimy thing, like a tongue, wrapped around her from behind. M.O. She didn't even have time to let out a cry of sorrow. Emily's vision spun, and the last thing she saw was a patch of flesh-colored mass, that was her mother's body, deforming, stretching, and devouring like a melting wax figure. Then, everything fell into darkness. Cassandra's body recovered in an instant. Viscous, transparent liquid oozed from the edges of the large hole in her chest, solidifying rapidly upon contact with the air to form new granulation tissue. The granulation tissue intertwined and fused, like countless tiny snakes weaving a new body. Her skin began to melt, and her dress was soaked through by bodily fluids, turning into a film that clung to her body before being quickly absorbed. Her entire outline became blurred, fluid, and amorphous. Finally, her body completely transformed into something else, a massive, constantly writhing mass of flesh-colored substance covered in mucus. That was her true form. Cassandra. Alice looked at her, her golden-slit pupils filled with disdain. As a supreme-level monster, your ugly state, which is worse than maggots in a cesspit, makes even me feel sorrow for you. I can't even imagine what you would do if you became the Demon King. Swim in excrement with all the other monsters. Beside her, Luca couldn't help but gasp. Alice's attack power was a bit high today. Cassandra's voice came from deep within the mass of flesh, muffled as if separated by a membrane. Shut up. Daughter of Alice Fitz, what do you know? Her flesh began to erode everything around her. The carpet on the floor was covered, decomposed, and absorbed by the flesh, the white wallpaper on the walls curled, withered, and vanished as if burned by fire, and countless tiny flesh tentacles hung from the ceiling, growing slowly like stalactites. She forgot my teachings. At the center of the flesh mass, Cassandra's voice said coldly, "This is a world where the strong prey upon the weak only serve as food for the strong. I gave her life, so naturally, I can take it back. Rather than letting her be killed by you, it is better for her to become a part of my strength." Luca didn't even bother to speak to her. Because he knew that in Cassandra's eyes, morality, values, and ethics did not exist. There was only strength, only predator and prey, only the concepts of strong and weak. There was nothing to say to such a person, no to such a monster. The flesh mass spread faster and faster. The floor completely disappeared, revealing the soil beneath. The walls were reduced to mere frames. Sunlight from outside shone through the gaps in the flesh tentacles, casting dappled, distorted light and shadows. The ceiling completely turned into writhing, flesh-colored matter, with mucus occasionally dripping down, creating tiny craters on the ground. Hee hee. Cassandra's laughter came from all directions, muffled as if echoing in a sealed jar. This place is already equivalent to the inside of my body. You are now standing in my stomach, breathing my air, and surrounded by my bodily fluids. She turned toward Alice, her voice filled with triumph. Damned daughter of Alice Fitz, without your sneak attacks, you are vulnerable before me. You haven't learned much of your mother's skills, have you? The flesh mass began to contract. The walls of flesh squeezed inward from all sides, and mucus surged from every direction. You too, enjoy the feeling of your bodies being dissolved and slowly digested. Enjoy this process slowly before you die. This is the final mercy I grant you. Cassandra thought of something, and her voice became sharper, filled with decades of suppressed resentment. Daughter of Alice Fitz, the scene of being defeated by your mother back then is still vivid in my mind. That ritual, with so many monsters watching, I was trampled underfoot by that high and mighty woman like a dead dog. The flesh mass writhed even faster. But I am different now. Having absorbed hundreds of high-quality humans, my power has reached a new height. Her laughter was filled with madness. The current me could definitely defeat your mother. It's a pity she died, killed by a lowly, weak human. Otherwise, I would really like to let her see how strong the opponent she once disdained has become. Alice sneered, "You really do love making excuses, Cassandra." Her voice was not loud, but it was piercingly clear. Back then, now. You are always obsessing over these things. If it weren't for that back then, now I have already. Always finding reasons for failure, always making excuses for the past, always thinking that you were just unlucky. Alice's tone was filled with disdain. It is precisely because of this that you will never obtain the throne of the Demon King. It's not because your strength is insufficient, it's because you were never worthy. Do you understand? You were never worthy. The writhing of the flesh mass paused for an instant. Immediately, Cassandra's voice became even sharper. And so what? Your useless mother became the Demon King, and what happened? She advocated for harmonious coexistence with weak humans, only to end up being killed by a lowly, weak human. What a disgrace to the Demon King realm. Her laughter was filled with malice. And I heard that you are just like your stupid mother, advocating for some coexistence of humans and monsters. TSK, a second-rate heir to a second-rate Demon King, why did you come here? To kill me, your mother's arch-rival. My mother's arch-rival. Alice laughed. The smile was faint, yet it made the surrounding flesh mass tremble. I will say it again. As for a maggot writhing in a cesspit, do you think you are worthy? She took a step forward, and the chunks of flesh beneath her feet automatically retreated, not daring to touch her. I am no longer lost. Alice said in a calm voice. That idiot hero was right. If we want to truly achieve coexistence between humans and demons, we need to start from the present, rather than just clinging to the idea of a permanent solution while searching for answers. If I did that, I would never find the answer. She lifted her head, her golden slit pupils staring straight into the depths of the flesh, where Cassandra's true body resided. And you, Cassandra, acting recklessly and slaughtering the innocent, are the scum currently hindering the coexistence of humans and demons. As the Demon King who manages all demons, I will purge you today. Ha 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 ha. Cassandra's laughter made the entire mass of flesh tremble. Predators and prey coexisting. What world's truth is that? You are even more foolish than your stupid mother. The flesh tightened suddenly, and mucus surged in like a tide. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. Weak humans are only fit to be food. Coexistence, peace, those are all fantasies of the weak. The strong should devour the weak, that is the truth of the world. Just then, Luca took a step forward. The moment that step landed, the surrounding flesh contracted violently as if burned by fire, and the mucus parted automatically, revealing a clean path. First of all, I am not an idiot. Luca said seriously to Alice. Pfft. Alice covered her mouth with her small hand. Luca also smiled. Secondly, subjugating evil demons is always the duty of a hero. He took out half a wooden sword from his embrace. That half-sword had been with him for a long time, now it was only half the length of a normal longsword, its body rough, as if it had been snapped off from some wooden object. It still had burrs on the edges, and even the tip was blunt. Cassandra was stunned for a moment, then laughed even more crazily. Ha 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 ha. A piece of broken wood. You want to use this to kill me? This is your so-called hero who subjugates evil. You're killing me. Luca said nothing, simply raising the half-sword. I will let you die at the hands of the weak humans you speak of, he said. With this piece of wood that you find ridiculous. Cassandra's laughter stopped abruptly, she felt a certain scent of death. Taste my mucus. Cassandra crazily channeled all her power, the flesh rotating like a vortex, the mucus sweeping in like a storm, and the entire space trembling violently. Then, pfft. The attack missed, that position was empty. Cassandra froze. The next second, the world in her eyes began to tilt. The walls were spinning, the ceiling was spinning, and that rough wooden sword arced across her field of vision. Then she saw a beautiful spatial rift. silver, flowing, like a rift where the galaxy was overturned. Beneath the rift was a headless body. That body was wearing the red dress she was familiar with, the incision at the neck as smooth as a mirror, without a single drop of blood flowing out. Ha! That is my body. No, impossible. Cassandra's lips moved, emitting a faint sound. Her consciousness was dissipating, her vision blurring, but that unwillingness was still burning. I am a powerful demon capable of rivaling Alice Fitz 15. I absorbed hundreds of humans. I should have become stronger. I should have. Her words were intermittent, getting lighter and lighter. Save me. When the last two words were spoken, she didn't even realize what they meant. A predator who believed in the survival of the fittest, crying out, "Save me," before death. Her pupils gradually dissipated, leaving only a dead gray. Cassandra was dead. Alice looked at the head rolling on the ground and couldn't help but shake her head. An old thing that only takes pride in the past, not even as good as the four heavenly kings. She said. Her last words were actually "save me." It's ridiculous that such a person also believed in the survival of the fittest. After Cassandra died, those writhing chunks of flesh instantly lost their vitality. They went limp and withered like melting snow, finally turning into pools of foul-smelling liquid that seeped into the ground. The walls returned to their original state, the ceiling returned to its original state, the floor was gone, revealing the soil beneath. The entire mansion returned to its original architectural structure, only it was empty. Rapid footsteps came from the hallway. The maid Lawn rushed into the living room, her black bun disheveled from running, her maid dress covered in dust. Her gaze swept across the empty room and finally landed on the head at Alice's feet. "Master." Before the words could finish. Pfft. The half-sword pierced through her forehead and out the back of her head. Lan's body froze in place, her eyes wide, her lips still holding the shape of the word "master," and then she fell straight down. Luca withdrew the wooden sword and lightly flicked off the bloodstains. He looked down at the corpse, his face devoid of any expression. Alice just glanced at it and said nothing. The maid, Lawn, one of those noblewomen, died after her master whom she had served for who knows how many years. It was only fair. "Let's go," Luca said. He tucked the wooden sword back into his embrace and turned toward the door. Sunlight shone in from the open French windows, casting bright spots of light on his back. Alice followed behind him, her steps as light as if she were on an outing. The two walked out of the mansion, out of the garden where the roses had withered, and out of this once beautiful, now desolate village of noblewomen. Yilin rubbed her dizzy head. She and her companions were walking on the road to Glangard, their steps somewhat unsteady. What happened just now? Oh right, there was a very handsome youth who smiled and said a bunch of things to them, and then they inexplicably started walking toward Glangard. The youth said that as long as they went to the inn in Glangard, he would give them a kiss. A kiss. Yilin walked, her steps getting slower and slower. Wait. Why go to Glangard and share a kiss with her companions? I want to be kissed by him alone right now. She stopped abruptly and spent a great deal of effort coaxing her companions away. Turning around, she impatiently walked back toward the village of noblewomen. By the way, the perfume on those noblewomen smelled so good, and their cosmetics were very high-end, she had to ask where they bought them. That Lord Cassandra's skin was incredibly good, she must be using top-tier products. As she thought about this, she quickened her pace. The silhouette of the village of noblewomen gradually appeared at the end of her vision. That three-story Western-style building, those beautiful brick and wood houses, that cobblestone street. Yilin's steps stopped. Her eyes were wide, her mouth agape, but she couldn't make a sound. At the entrance of the village, a small mountain was piled up. It was a mountain formed by countless chunks of flesh. The chunks of flesh were big and small, some with complete shapes and others shattered remains. Mixed among the chunks of flesh were tattered clothes. Those elegant, exquisite, expensive clothes were now piled together like trash. Yilin could recognize those clothes, the light purple dress, the dark green long skirt, the deep purple robe. They all belonged to those noblewomen. They were all dead. What shocked her most was a female head placed at the very front of the small mountain. She recognized that face. The elegant and composed Lord Cassandra, whom she had met by chance while wandering in the village a few days ago. At that time, she had even kindly asked if she wanted tea, saying that the tea house in the village had new, top-quality black tea. At this moment, that face was facing her, eyes half open, pupils already dissipated. The entire small mountain of flesh was covered by a water barrier floating in the air. The water barrier was transparent and clear, like a giant soap bubble, completely isolating the smell of decay. Sunlight shone on the water barrier, refracting into fine rainbows. In front of the small mountain of flesh, there was a clay monument built from soil. The surface of the monument was flat, as if it had formed naturally. A line of text was carved on it, the handwriting neat and powerful, as if carved with a sword tip. Cassandra and her kin slaughtered thousands of human lives here. They have been executed. Luca Hine, Alice Fitzfaderub. Yilin stood there, stunned for a minute. Ah! The scream pierced the quiet of the afternoon, startling the nearby flock of birds into flight. On a distant hillside, two figures stood side by side, watching the girl who was screaming and running away. "Let's go," Luca said. He turned, his red cloak lifting gently in the wind. Alice took one last look at the mountain of flesh, one last look at the clay monument, and then followed his footsteps. Chapter 96, Salamander. We will always remember everything you have done for the city of Glangard. Hermann Witt's voice choked with emotion. The diplomat, having weathered such a massive upheaval, bowed deeply. Luca patted his shoulder without saying much. Some promises require no words and some wounds require time. Their journey continued. A few days later, the silhouette of Gold Volcano appeared on the horizon. It was an active volcano that spewed smoke and clouds all year round, its body a rusty red, like iron-rich blood flowing from a wound ripped open in the earth. Hiss, it's so hot. Luca wiped the sweat from his forehead. The moment he stepped into the volcanic cavern, a wave of heat washed over him. Dark red light seeped from the cracks in the rock walls. It was the pulse of magma flowing deep within. A small cluster of water clouds condensed above his head, drifting along with his footsteps and drizzling down rain. Ever since gaining the power of Undine, his perception of the elements had become exceptionally keen. He could see the trajectories flowing in the wind, touch the steady pulse deep within the earth, and listen to the breath of every drop of water. Even in this scorching volcano, he could sense the flow of fire. Stranger still, he could not only perceive it but also manipulate it. The rain cloud accompanying him above his head was just a small experiment. Salamander is famous as a martial artist among the monsters, and it's basically common knowledge that she lives here. Alice walked beside him, glanced at the rain cloud above Luca's head, and rolled her eyes. "Can't you just walk normally?" "It's cooler this way," Luca answered earnestly. Alice couldn't be bothered to pay him any more mind. There are many magic swordsmen who want to become Salamander's apprentice, but they've all been turned away. She continued, "She is very picky, she only looks at comprehension, not status." "Is that so?" Luca's eyes lit up. Along this journey, he had gained a deeper understanding of the power of the four spirits. Sylph is the embodiment of wind. The contractor gains enhancement of movement, entrusting wind to movement, with footwork like the wind. Once an ordinary human swordsman gains Sylph's recognition, they can walk upon the wind, and their sword strikes are swift as the wind. Gnome is the embodiment of earth. The contractor gains enhancement of the body, entrusting earth to the body, with physical strength improved in every aspect. Undine is the embodiment of water. The contractor gains enhancement of the heart, entrusting water to the heart, with perception and spirit becoming clear as water. The state of clear mirror, still water, is the ultimate manifestation of Undine's power. And Salamander is the embodiment of fire. The contractor will gain enhancement of technique, entrusting fire to technique, with skills reaching the peak of perfection. The power of fire is not brute force, but the ultimate understanding of the proposition of how to fight. Luca had a vague feeling that the reason he could be so compatible with the three spirits was precisely because he had attained deep enough insights in the three realms of movement, body, and heart. And to gain Salamander's recognition, he needed to make a breakthrough in the realm of technique. Yo yo yo, I smell Salamander's scent. Sylph flew out of Luca's body, chirping with joy as she floated excitedly forward. The next second. Hiss hiss hiss, it's so hot. She bolted back into Luca's body, clutching her wings, and blowing on them in the sea of his heart. Luca and Alice. Gnome and Undine. In the sea of his heart, Gnome watched this scene expressionlessly. Undine turned into a puddle of water, too lazy to move. Luca's mouth twitched. Sylph, do you know where Salamander is? Sylph blew on her still smoking wings, tilted her head, and thought for a moment. She's inside, just keep going straight. Luca really couldn't understand why the wings of a projection in his heart's sea could still smoke. I see, thank you, Sylph. Sylph shook her head. You're welcome. She suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the puddle of water nearby. Undine, can you help me cool down my wings? Undine, who had already melted into a blob from the heat, frowned and encased Sylph in a water sphere. Sylph immediately struggled inside the water sphere. Glug, glug. Luca, Alice, and Gnome. Let's go. Alice took the first step. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature rose. Dark red magma began to seep from the rock walls, and the air twisted into ripples. The rain cloud above Luca's head evaporated faster and faster, forcing him to increase the intensity of his control. Just then, a rustling sound came from ahead. A figure poked its head out from around the corner. It was a dragon maiden. A huge green maw filled with sharp white fangs, and the upper body of a bewitching woman poked out from within. She rubbed her eyes and then saw Luca. The dragon maiden froze for a moment, then grinned. Her luck was really good today. She had food delivered to her doorstep just after waking up. The next second, her vision blurred. That human was already standing in front of her before she knew it, one hand pressed over her mouth, and the other tapping on her scales, emitting a crisp dong, dong sound. Dragons are truly synonymous with powerful creatures. Luca clicked his tongue in wonder, his fingertips tracing the scales. Even such a weak dragon maiden can possess scales of this hardness. The dragon maiden froze. She wanted to move but found the other's hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She wanted to breathe fire but found the flames in her throat extinguished as soon as they rose. The dragon maiden trembled, not daring to move an inch. She suddenly remembered that just a moment ago, she had thought today was very lucky. Now she felt that today might not be so lucky after all. Luca was still studying her teeth. Ha, this hardness, it's far worse than Granbelia's scales. He gave a gentle pry, and the dragon maiden's hardest tooth snapped off. Luca froze, looking at the broken tooth in his hand, feeling a bit awkward. Sorry, I thought it was the same hardness as Granbelia's scales and didn't control my strength well. The dragon maiden was on the verge of tears. She only hoped this human wouldn't snap her to death like a biscuit. Perverted hero. Alice's voice drifted over coldly. Luca helplessly released his hand, and left the dragon maiden behind to continue forward. Behind him, the dragon maiden collapsed to the ground, taking a while to recover before scrambling to escape deeper into the cave. Finally, they reached the deepest part. This was a huge cavern with a boiling lake of magma in the center, and waves of heat washed over them. In the center of the magma lake was a protruding rock, and a figure stood upon it. She had wheat-colored skin, and her slender body was enveloped in scorching flames. Her appearance was strikingly heroic, with the sharpness of a martial artist between her brows and eyes. The muscle lines of her arms and waist were smooth and powerful, the traces of 1,000 refinements. Hello, Salamander. Luca spoke, his voice echoing in the cavern. I am Luca Hine, and I have come here to ask for your power. Salamander's gaze fell upon Luca. Hello, hero Luca. Salamander spoke. I know you have come here to seek power from me, and I also know that Sylph, Gnome, and Undine have already lent you their power. She leaped down from the rock in the center of the magma lake, stepping on the magma, as if it were flat ground, walking toward the shore step by step. Generally speaking, demonstrating your power to me is the requirement of the trial. She paused. However. Oh right, Luca, Alice suddenly interjected. I forgot to tell you earlier, Salamander is Granbelia's master. Luca was slightly stunned. Granbelia, the flame demon swordmaster, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Back in Ilias Baruku, he had personally experienced her sword technique. It wasn't just fast or strong, every strike was precise to the extreme, as if it were an inevitability condensed after a billion refinements. If that was the result of Salamander's teaching. Luca's respect for the fire spirit before him deepened. Hearing Alice's words, Salamander shook her head, though a trace of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Teaching her is a thing of the past. A flash of pride crossed her eyes. Her current strength has already far surpassed mine. Salamander looked at Luca again. Actually, you have already demonstrated your own strength. I saw the situation where you suppressed the dragon maiden just now. She looked at Luca with satisfaction. Your control of force was precise, your use of the 3 spirits was tacit, and you didn't truly harm the other party from beginning to end. You are very clear about what you want. She paused. And you have been in the state of clear mirror, still water the whole time, haven't you? Clear mirror, still water, is the ultimate manifestation of Undine's power, entrusting the heart to water and observing all things with a clear heart. Ordinary contractors can only briefly enter this state during battle, requiring extremely high concentration. I am a bit curious. Salamander's eyes lit up. Maintaining clear mirror, still water requires extremely high concentration. Why do I feel that you have been in this state the entire time? Luca thought for a moment. Because I can always feel the flow of water. It was not a state he actively entered, but rather how it always was. Just like a fish living in water, it doesn't need to deliberately feel the water. Sylph flew out, chattering. I know. Let me say it, let me say it. She impatiently blurted out everything about Luca's abnormalities after Undine's trial. How he comprehended clear mirror, still water the moment he gained the power, how he could perceive the existence of wind, earth, water, and fire, and even how he could directly manipulate wind, earth, and water. And he can maintain clear mirror, still water all the time now. Not entering but all the time. Sylph put her hands on her hips. Impressive, right? Salamander's brows arched slightly. She was silent for a moment, re-examining the human youth before her. According to her description, you yourself have already become the 3 spirits. Her tone revealed intense interest. This is not the state a contractor should have. A contractor borrows the power of the spirits, but you. She stepped closer, and the flames around her danced more violently. You have become them. Luca didn't understand what this meant, but from Salamander's gaze, he saw a certain excitement. How truly interesting. Salamander smiled, the smile of a martial artist seeing an unknown challenge. I am willing to entrust the power of fire to you. She impatiently grabbed Luca's hand, and a burst of scorching light flared up. Luca felt something surging into his body, scorching, restless, and full of vitality. That was the power of fire, completely different from the lightness of wind, the heaviness of earth, and the softness of water. Fire is burning, it is the ultimate of technique. The light dissipated and Salamander vanished. In the sea of his heart, deep within Luca's consciousness, a ball of flame quietly rose. Come, try to see if you can manipulate fire. Salamander's voice rang out in the sea of his heart, filled with impatient excitement. Luca smiled slightly. He extended his consciousness and touched that newly born power. The surrounding magma lake suddenly became restless, and crimson magma rose from the surface, twisting, deforming, and condensing in the air, gradually outlining a shape. It was the image of Sylph, a silly smiling face, a swaying figure, and a pair of wings that were currently smoking. "You really can do it." Salamander's voice of pleasant surprise exploded in the sea of his heart. As a fire spirit who had survived for who knows how many years, Salamander had seen countless geniuses. But she had never seen a person like this. This was not learning, this was instinct. "Then, I will teach you the use of the power of infernal fire," Salamander was about to speak. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the entire cavern seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, with rubble falling from the ceiling with a clatter. The magma lake raised huge waves, and scorching liquid splashed all around. A figure smashed down from the top, landing heavily in front of Luca and Alice. Rubble flew, and dust filled the air. In the dust, a figure slowly stood up. Black-brown scale armor, a burning greatsword, and those eyes that always burned with fighting spirit. Magic Swordsman, Granbelia. Chapter 97, Refighting Granbelia. Guys, Happy New Year. Truth be told, although Granbelia still maintained her usual poker face, her brain had already stopped functioning. Following the orders of Demon Lord Alice, she was searching everywhere for the culprit who stirred up conflict among monsters, the woman named Prometheus. At the same time, she was also investigating the source of the dark power that had eroded her last time at St. Ilia. Today she happened to pass by Gold Volcano and on a whim, decided to visit the mountain that raised her, the residence of her master, Salamander. However, just as she reached the cave entrance, she sensed that her master's aura had vanished. Granbelia's heart nearly stopped for a moment. She rushed into the depths and saw this scene. Her master was gone, and in her place was that brand new, scorching aura on Luca, an aura she couldn't be more familiar with. The power of the fire spirit had been contracted by him, and her master was currently inside this boy. Granbelia's hand, gripping her sword, froze in midair. She looked at Luca expressionlessly, and Luca looked back at her. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Her toes curled slightly inside her leather boots. However, neither Alice nor Luca paid it any mind. On the contrary, they both felt this entrance was very characteristic of Granbelia. "Granbelia, is there something you need here?" Alice asked, her tone casual, assuming she had come to report the results of her investigation. Granbelia immediately knelt on one knee and lowered her head. "I am very sorry, Demon Lord, but I have not discovered anything useful." She paused, then looked up. "However, I have recently heard some bad rumors and plan to head to Fairy Island soon." Alice nodded. "Is that so? Thank you for your hard work." Once the business was finished, the atmosphere quieted down. Then, Granbelia felt a gaze. A scorching, battle-hungry, undisguised gaze. She looked toward the source of the gaze, and Luca was looking at her with a smile on his lips. She had seen that smile before, on the ruins of the alternate space in St. Ilia, in the town of Iliasparaku, and in her recent recurring dreams. "Since we've finished discussing business, let's talk about something else," Luca said. "What is it?" Granbelia was slightly stunned. What else could they possibly talk about? Need you ask? Of course, it's about a battle. Luca smiled, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost overflowing. Granbelia met those eyes, and in an instant she understood. The corners of Granbelia's mouth curled up slightly. The two needed no more words, both knew what the other was thinking. "Here?" Granbelia asked, glancing at the surrounding lava lake from the corner of her eye. If they fought here, the lava would splash, the cave would collapse, and her master's home would be destroyed. Although her master was currently inside Luca, Granbelia subconsciously still didn't want to destroy this place. Luca shook his head. He had naturally thought of this too. Where is the nearest sea area? The North Sea region to the north. Granbelia stood up. "I will lead the way." She did not wait for Luca to answer. Her leather boots sank deep into the rocky ground, then she kicked off with force. Boom! A loud noise exploded, the ground cracked, and Granbelia turned into a streak of crimson light, instantly piercing through the top of the cave and speeding off toward the north. Luca looked at Alice. Alice rolled her eyes. Go on, go on. Luca smiled and his figure flickered. He didn't violently break through the cave like Granbelia did. Instead, he turned into a streak of silvery white light and darted out through the opening Granbelia had made. Two battle maniacs. Alice muttered, slowly walking toward the cave entrance. The North Sea region. The boundless blue sea surface extended to the horizon, with twilight spilling over it, glistening. Flocks of seabirds flew by, their pure white wings shining brilliantly under the twilight. Beneath the sea surface, schools of fish could be vaguely seen swimming past, and occasionally, the shadows of sea monsters would flash by. Boom! A streak of crimson light descended from the sky and smashed into the sea surface. A massive sound exploded, the seawater was pushed aside, splashing up waves over 10 meters high. After the spray dissipated, Granbelia stood on the sea surface, her reddish-brown short hair gently fluttering in the sea breeze. Granbelia looked up at the setting sun in the distance. The sunlight was blinding, but she did not look away. She remembered the first time she met Luca. At that time, he was still an Ilias Baruku, his skills were unrefined, and his fighting style was immature. The second time they met was in the alternate space of Saint Ilia. That time, he held her off while heavily injured and saved her life. Later, she heard that he had defeated Aluelma at full strength head-on. She knew very well how strong Aluelma was. That lazy nightmare queen, if she got serious, her chances of winning were slim. Yet Luca had won. And now, this was their third meeting. He had already contracted her master. This boy's growth was endless. Every time they met, he brought surprises and never ceased to be interesting to her. She suddenly remembered how Aluelma had been acting lately, that typically lazy nightmare queen who lately spoke of nothing, but how Luca is this, and Luca, Luca, Luca. Every time she spoke of him, there was a certain glint in those red eyes. Granbelia didn't know what that light was, but she knew that every time she saw Aluelma like that, a strange feeling of irritation would well up in her heart. Just like now. The sea breeze blew, bringing a salty, damp scent. Granbelia shook her head, shaking the inexplicable irritation out of her mind. She looked down at the sea surface, the seabirds were still circling nearby, and the monsters in the sea were still swimming about. Given the intensity of the battle between her and Luca, if these creatures were caught in it, they would undoubtedly die. Ordinarily, she wouldn't care about this, but she suddenly thought of Luca. He would care. If these innocent creatures died because of their battle, Luca would be unhappy. Granbelia didn't know when she had started caring about whether Luca would be unhappy or not. But she did care. She sighed and then, she closed her eyes. An invisible dragon's aura spread outward from her as the origin. As a flame demon swordmaster and a powerhouse of the dragon race, the dragon's aura she released at this moment was enough to make any creature tremble instinctively. The seabirds fled in terror, letting out shrill cries. The monsters in the sea dived frantically, wishing they could burrow into the seabed. All living things were fleeing this sea area. Granbelia opened her eyes and looked at the azure sky. This was also the signal she was conveying to Luca. I am here. Whoosh! A silvery white streak of light pierced through the sky. The speed was incredibly fast, as if space itself had been torn apart. The streak of light shot over from the distant horizon. Rumble. The streak of light stopped abruptly in front of Granbelia. The residual force, not yet spent, rushed into the sea. In an instant, the world changed color. Thousands of tons of seawater were blasted into the sky by this force, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, as a massive curtain of water shot up into the sky, blotting out the sun. The twilight shone through the water curtain, refracting countless iridescent rays of light. Then, the water curtain fell, covering the sky and earth. Splash! Tens of thousands of tons of seawater crashed back into the sea, kicking up layers of huge waves. Water mist filled the air, obscuring all vision. Granbelia did not move. She just watched the blurry figure behind the water curtain quietly. The water mist gradually dissipated, and the figure finally became clear. Luca stood in midair, and behind him, the sunlight refracted through the water mist that had not yet completely dissipated, forming a complete rainbow. The rainbow spanned the sky, spilling seven-colored light. And Luca stood right in front of the rainbow. His magic power lingered in the atmosphere, intertwining with the light, making the rainbow look like wings growing from his body. The light radiated behind him, shrouding his entire being in a layer of holy halo. Granbelia watched this scene. The sunlight was blinding, but she could not look away. She suddenly couldn't tell whether the setting sun hanging in the sky was the sun, or if he was the true sun. "Well then, let's begin, Granbelia," Luca said, his voice calm, but his eyes burning with scorching fighting spirit. Chapter 98, Just You Wait, 7.5K Burnout. Hum. Two magical powers erupted simultaneously. A strange humming sound swept across the ocean, as if heaven and earth were trembling for this battle. The silver-white light leaped forward like lightning, roaring as it pierced the sky. Wherever it passed, the seawater was cleaved open. On both sides of the smooth cut, the water stood upright like it had been sliced by a blade, forming an unfathomable trench. That trench extended all the way, rushing straight toward Granbelia. The two stalemated for an instant. The crimson magical power had just erupted before it was instantly crushed by the silver-white light. It felt like using a paper shield to block a torrent. The power of the hellfire that Granbelia took such pride in was fragile and defenseless before Luca's full-force strike. The silver-white light drove straight in, roaring forward. Boom! This strike slammed into the sea surface, exposing the seabed. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater seemed to freeze for a moment before erupting with a collapsing roar. Seawater backflowing, bedrock shattering, air pressure exploding, all kinds of sounds mixed together like a dirge for the end of the world. Granbelia was blasted away, plowing a trench dozens of kilometers long across the sea surface. She tried to stabilize her figure, her feet constantly tapping on the surface of the sea, each step kicking up monstrous waves, but that force was too strong. She simply could not stop. After dozens of kilometers, she barely managed to steady her body. When she stopped, her black-brown dragon scale armor was already tattered, large patches of scales were curled and shattered, revealing the blood-soaked flesh underneath. There was a wound on her right arm deep enough to see the bone, and blood dripped from her fingertips into the sea. However, as frightening as it looked for a dragon person, this was no different from a scratch. A dragon person's recovery ability and life force intensity were among the best of all monsters. Such an injury would have caused a human to faint long ago, but for Granbelia, it was merely at the level of needing to be taken seriously. Furthermore, causing such massive destruction to the environment itself indicated another thing. Granbelia had performed a perfect deflection of the force under this strike. She had not taken it head-on. The one standing here was not the dragon person from the ruins of St. Ilia, who had been eroded by darkness, and knew only how to brute force her way through. Rather, she was the four heavenly kings of the Demon King's army, the flame demon swordmaster Granbelia, whose strength, technique, mental clarity, and state were all at their peak. Too strong. Granbelia raised her head and squeezed these words out from her throat. Her voice was very soft, like a sigh. She looked down at her hand. The web of her thumb was split, and the hilt of her sword was covered in blood. In that last strike, not only did she deflect the force, but she also attempted a counterattack. Her sword technique had also blasted toward Luca, and she had also unleashed her full power. But her move had been completely shattered. Luca's sword had slammed directly into the weakest point of her sword momentum, causing her move to fall apart halfway through. That feeling was like a net you had meticulously woven, only for someone to see through every node at a glance and then, with a gentle tug, tear it to pieces. It hadn't even been half a year since Luca left the village, right? Half a year ago, he was still on Ilias Baruku, needing Alice's help to escape from her hands. Half a year ago, he was still a youth with unskilled techniques, relying only on instinct to fight. But now... The corners of Granbelia's mouth suddenly curled up. The arc grew larger and larger, and larger, until it finally lifted upward completely out of her control. Adversity. Complete adversity. Yet it was precisely this kind of adversity that made Granbelia's blood boil even more. Come on. She raised her head, and her crimson magical power ignited once again. This time, the flames were even more intense and purer than before. As soon as her words fell, Luca arrived. The silver-white stream of light instantly crossed dozens of kilometers, and the Gog sword slashed fiercely at Granbelia's chest. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing exploded. That immense force was such that even with a dragon person's physique, Granbelia barely managed to withstand it. Her face paled, her throat tasted sweet, and a mouthful of blood surged up uncontrollably, only for her to force it back down. In terms of pure power, this strike did not compare to the earth-shattering one from before. But this strike was more lethal than the previous one. Luca was in the state of clear mirror, still water at all times. His perception was like mercury spilling on the ground, seeping into every crack, and his judgment was like a mirror reflecting all things, revealing every minute detail. The timing, angle, and force of every sword strike were the most accurate control of the situation. Granbelia was actually only in her 20s this year. She was also a genius. When she first started practicing martial arts at a young age, she had already comprehended clear mirror, still water. Otherwise, she could not have become one of the 4 heavenly kings, nor could she have been accepted as a disciple by Salamander. But the state of clear mirror, still water required a high level of concentration to enter. Luca's first strike, while it didn't severely wound her, had enough impact to leave her mind blank. That was a pure physical impact, a vibration that even a dragon person's physique could not be immune to. In that instant, her consciousness had drifted, her concentration had been interrupted, and so she had failed to dodge the sword strike. Granbelia knew deep down that she could not continue like this. If she only thought about retreating, organizing her physical state, or re-entering the state of clear mirror, still water at this moment, she would fall completely into Luca's rhythm. She would be beaten for the entire match and then, at some point, fall completely. She could not retreat. No matter how severe her injuries were, no matter how great the disadvantage, she could not retreat. She forced herself to gather her breath and launched an attack. Blood-splitting thunderous thrust, gale. Blood-red flames ignited on the tip of the great sword in her right hand as she thrust forward. The thrust was as fast as lightning. Before the sonic boom could even ring out, the sword tip had already reached Luca's chest. Bang! A flash of cyan-green magical power passed by. Luca's sword arrived later but struck first, hitting the flaw in Granbelia's sword momentum with absolute precision. That flaw was extremely small, so small that it could not be distinguished by the naked eye, so small that an ordinary swordsman would think it was an illusion even if they saw it. But in the perception of clear mirror, still water, that flaw was as clear as a torch in the dark night. Granbelia's sword move stopped abruptly. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, but that she had no choice. Her sword momentum was broken, her magical power backlashed, and her face turned pale again as she could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood, which sprayed out. And Luca's sword was already slashing again. Clang! 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 The continuous attacks were like a violent storm. Granbelia could only passively block. With every block, a heavier force passed through the sword body and into her body. Her dragon scales were shattering, her muscles were tearing, and her bones were groaning. But she did not fall. While spitting blood, she continued to block Luca's attacks. Each sword strike could be the last, and every second could be her last, but she simply would not fall. A trace of admiration flashed in Luca's eyes. This was Granbelia, this was the flame demon swordmaster. Even when in such a desperate situation, her sword remained steady, and her eyes remained unwavering. Suddenly, Granbelia swung her sword. That strike looked unremarkable, just a forced, struggling pull, with speed and force much weaker than before. In the midst of Luca's storm-like onslaught, this sword strike seemed out of place, as if it were a struggle she had casually swung out while exhausted. But Luca felt his heart skip a beat for no reason. Wrong. This strike came too coincidentally. In the perception of clear mirror, still water, Luca could see the flow of magical power within Granbilia's body. At this moment, the magical power she had just gathered should have been near exhaustion, and should only be able to barely maintain her defense. But the moment this sword was swung, he perceived some kind of abnormality. The trajectory of that magical flow didn't look like a struggle, but rather like it was gathering strength. Granbilia's technique had long reached the realm of the peak. Such an unremarkable-looking sword strike shouldn't be her level. Unless Luca's sword had already moved to meet it. Under the infusion of earth power, the Gog sword was coated with a thick, earthy yellow magical power as it slashed toward Granbilia's strike. The moment the two swords met, boom! An earth-shattering crimson magical power erupted suddenly. The magnitude of that magical power far exceeded any strike Granbilia had displayed before. It did not gush out from Granbilia's body, but exploded from her sword, as if she had compressed, hidden, and accumulated all her power within this one strike, waiting only for this moment to detonate. Chaotic blade, blazing inferno. Countless rays of fire erupted from Granbilia's sword. Each ray of fire was a lethal slash, and each ray of fire was enough to severely wound an opponent of the same level. The firelight surged from all directions surrounding Luca. He was being pinned down by the Granbilia in front of him. That seemingly unremarkable sword strike was now like a maggot on a bone, tightly entangling his sword. He couldn't pull away, couldn't dodge, and could only watch as those countless lethal moves approached. If it were an ordinary person, like Cassandra from the village of noblewomen, they would only be waiting for death at this moment. But Luca was not Cassandra. He suddenly exerted force with his right arm, his muscles bulged, his veins popped, and even space itself was shattered under this strike. Crack, where the Gog sword slashed down, space shattered like a mirror, revealing the deep darkness behind it. And in that darkness, silver fragments flickered and flowed, like a brilliant galaxy. Granbilia was blasted back 100 meters by this strike. The power of that sword was too great. She couldn't resist it at all and could only let her body fly backward. Her chaotic blade, blazing inferno, was interrupted, and those newly formed rays of fire dissipated in midair, turning into tiny sparks that vanished. Luca took a step forward, stepping into that spatial rift. In the next instant, space rippled 100 meters above Granbilia. Luca stepped out from those ripples, as if returning from another world. Not a bad strike. Luca looked down at Granbilia below, his gaze shifting. That last strike was indeed exquisite. Compressing and hiding all her magical power, then detonating it at the most unlikely moment, that was not just the pinnacle of technique, but also precise control over the opponent's psychology. If Luca hadn't possessed clear mirror, still water, and if he hadn't perceived that abnormal flow of magical power, this strike, even if it couldn't severely wound him, would have caused him quite a bit of trouble. Then, Granbilia, take this move of mine. Luca raised his left hand, and silver-white magical power surged from his body. This time, it was completely different from before. Endless magical power surged from every inch of his skin, and every pore of his body, but it did not disperse. Instead, it continuously gathered toward a single point above his left hand. The magical power gathered more and more, becoming thicker and thicker. At first it was just a point of light, blindingly bright, then it was the size of a fist, then the size of a head, but the condensation did not stop. That ball of light continued to expand, growing larger and larger, brighter and brighter. 1 meter in diameter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, and it was still growing. The silver-white light became brighter and brighter, so bright that Granbilia had to squint. Luca held that star with his left hand. The star was incomparably huge, like a bright moon that had fallen into the mortal world. Its surface was constantly surging with silver-white electrical arcs. Every time those arcs jumped, they left tiny cracks in the void, as if even space itself could not bear the weight of this star. Granbilia looked up at the star. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but could not make a sound. Too big. Too bright. Too strong. Of course she wanted to interrupt this strike. Anyone could see that the power of this attack was extraordinary, and if it were allowed to fully form, the consequences would be unimaginable. But she couldn't move. That last chaotic blade, blazing inferno, was a strike that had pushed her past her limits. That strike had exhausted her last bit of strength. Now the magical power in her body was like a dried-up riverbed, empty, and the speed at which she could gather magical power was far too slow. She could only watch helplessly as that star grew larger and larger, brighter and brighter. Rumble. The silver-white magical power constantly leaped and condensed, finally converging into a pillar of light that soared into the sky. That pillar of light pierced through heaven and earth, reaching the firmament above and the seabed below. Within the pillar of light, that huge star slowly rose, like a true celestial star. Luca's voice rang out, "Take this, Granbelia." He waved his left hand gently, and the star descended from the sky. Like divine punishment, like destiny. The star left a silver-white trail in the air, a trail that spanned the entire horizon, and did not dissipate for a long time, as if the sky had been sliced open with an eternal wound. Wherever the star passed, space trembled. Visible ripples spread out from around the star, that was space itself groaning in fear. Granbelia frantically agitated her magical power. She wanted to release chaotic blade, blazing inferno, wanting to use the power of that strike to offset even a little bit of the star's power. She knew she couldn't dodge it, this move was too big, the coverage was overwhelming, and there were simply no blind spots. Her magical power finally ignited again, crimson flames dancing on her greatsword. Then, hum! The silver-white light engulfed everything. In that instant, Granbelia felt as if she had fallen into another world. Around her was not the sea, not the sky, but endless silver-white. That silver-white was warm yet cold, bright yet void, as if it were the beginning of everything, and also the end of everything. Her crimson flames, amidst the silver-white, were like a tiny wave, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Boom! After swallowing Granbelia, the star showed no signs of slowing down. It roared violently as it rushed into the distance, crushing through the sky, the clouds, and everything that stood in its path. That light illuminated the entire northern sea. Although the sun had long since set, the whole world was even brighter than at noon. In the distance, there was an uninhabited island. The island was not small, spanning dozens of miles in diameter, with mountains and forests. The edge of the star grazed the edge of the island. With just a graze, the entire island instantly evaporated. Rocks, soil, trees, everything, turned into nothingness within that silver-white light. Not even ashes were left behind, nor was a sound made, it simply ceased to exist. Further away, the seawater was boiling. From the seabed to the surface, the entire sea area was boiling, with hundreds of millions of tons of seawater evaporated by the high heat, turning into steam that blotted out the sky. That steam rushed high into the sky, condensed into clouds, and then fell as torrential rain, but when the rain fell within the range of the star, it also evaporated instantly. The star continued forward. It crushed across the sea surface, leaving a massive trench on the seabed. That trench was bottomless, over 1,000 meters wide, and hundreds of miles long. Finally, the power of the star began to wane. It flew further and further away, becoming dimmer, until it finally turned into a speck of light at the edge of the horizon and exploded with a roar. The light of that explosion, even from hundreds of miles away, was still blindingly dazzling. Luca stood in the air, looking down. After a long, long time, that silver-white magic power finally dissipated slightly, revealing Granbelia beneath it. She stood in midair, though she no longer had the strength to maintain a standing posture, barely hovering in the air by sheer will alone. Looking down, she was drenched in blood, and deep within her wounds, even her bones had been worn away significantly. Through those bone-deep wounds, one could see her internal organs, which she had tried her best to protect but were still severely damaged. Her heart was still beating, her lungs were still rising and falling, but those movements were becoming weaker and weaker. Her injuries could no longer be described as just gruesome. This strike from Luca had nearly cost her her life. "That's enough," Luca said softly. His voice was very soft, but in the silent night sky, every word was clearly audible. This was an acknowledgement, and also a declaration that the battle could end. Granbilia's body swayed a few times. She raised her head and looked at Luca. The seawater evaporated by the high heat turned into steam, rising up like a white veil, covering most of his body. Through that steam, one could vaguely see the silver-white magic power continuously flowing around his body. That magic power was not violent or ostentatious, it was just flowing quietly, yet it exuded an invincible aura, like a mountain, like the deep sea, like the firmament. Invincible, huh? Granbilia murmured to herself. Her voice was very soft, so soft it was almost inaudible. But her lips were moving, her throat was vibrating, and her heart was speaking. Invincible. These 4 words echoed in her mind. Then. Invincible. I don't understand. Boom. The crimson magic power suddenly surged. That magic power was so strong, so intense, and so scorching that it far exceeded any previous time. It illuminated the seabed once exposed by the shockwave, lit up the seawater rushing back in the distance, and illuminated Granbilia's scarred body. She spread her left arm, and the dragon might that swept across the world gushed out like a tide. At this moment, this pressure was no longer an intangible aura, but had condensed into substance, like a great mountain, pressing down on Luca. Chaotic blade, myriad feet of chi flames. Granbilia's voice was solemn and scorching. Every word and every sentence was like a verdict. Crimson flames condensed on her great sword, the embodiment of all her power, all her will, and all her pride. The flames expanded, blotting out the sky and dyeing half the heavens crimson. This was her strongest ultimate technique. Now fully unleashed, it was naturally not as weak as when she had used it tentatively at the beginning. She transformed into a stream of crimson light, charging toward Luca. Wherever that stream of light passed, space itself burned. Crimson flames spread through the void, leaving behind a trail of fire that lingered for a long time. Luca watched that stream of light. He perceived Granbilia's state at this moment. But Luca did not stop her. Because he was a warrior, and Granbilia was also a warrior. Furthermore, Alice was nearby, so Luca naturally did not worry that Granbilia would be in any mortal danger. Then, let's continue. The silver-white magic power surged again. 2 streams of light, from both ends of the sky, rushed toward each other. One crimson, one silver-white. One was the flame that burned everything, the other was the light that embraced all things. Boom. The moment the 2 lights collided, a blinding white light was emitted. The strength, intensity, and heat of that white light instantly turned the world into a stark white. Even beyond the northern sea, countless marine creatures were burned by this intense light and instantly blinded. Following this, it seemed as if the entire northern sea was trembling. The space at the point of impact itself was trembling, twisting, and wailing. The moment the seawater came into contact with the aftermath of the collision, it was physically erased. The seabed was exposed, the exposed seabed was torn apart like tofu, the crust was blasted away, and huge boulders shot into the sky, only to rain down like fire, crashing into the sea and stirring up monstrous waves. The next moment, a massive mushroom cloud rose up. That mushroom cloud was so large, so high, and so spectacular that it would leave anyone dumbfounded. It rose from the sea surface, pierced through the clouds and reached the stratosphere. The top of the mushroom cloud even reached the edge of the atmosphere, where the starry sky began to twinkle, and supersonic shockwaves swept in all directions. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. That was a strike akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. If it weren't for Alice being nearby to handle things, Luca truly wouldn't have dared to fight like this. With the power of this strike, if there hadn't been a powerful individual nearby to protect the area, who knows how many innocent lives would have been caught in it. Whoosh! Before the rising mushroom cloud could dissipate, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from within the thick smoke, and a figure was blasted away. It was none other than Granbilia. She flew backward like a cannonball, her body tumbling continuously in midair. Her dragon scale armor had completely shattered, with only a few fragments left hanging on her body, on her body, new wounds kept opening up, and blood sprayed into the air, leaving a long trail. After trading that move just now, both of them were in a state of near exhaustion. And because they were too close, both had been slightly injured by their own moves. Among them, Luca had the advantage. His physical strength, reinforced by Gnome, far exceeded that of an ordinary person. More importantly, his techniques for dispersing force were equally excellent. At the moment of impact, he diverted a portion of the force into the surrounding space, into the void beneath his feet. So, although he was also injured, his condition was much better than Granbelia's. He further suppressed Granbelia, but because of her excellent skills, he ultimately did not achieve a decisive victory. Granbelia was blasted away for dozens of miles before she could barely stabilize her figure. She gasped for air, blood continuously gushing from the corners of her mouth. Her internal organs were severely damaged, and every breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. If not for her dragonkin physiology, she would have already died 100 times over. But she was still standing. Silver-white magic power spread over, and Luca launched a pursuit without a moment's delay. He knew he couldn't give Granbelia a chance to catch her breath. The dragonkin's recovery ability was too strong, and if he gave her even a few seconds, she could recover a portion of her combat power. If he wanted to win, he had to strike while the iron was hot and completely crush her. Bang 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 bang. Attacks like a storm of wind and rain came one after another. Luca's movements were so fast that he left afterimages in place. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to capture. With every sword swing, several afterimages appeared simultaneously, and with every breath, he would launch dozens or even hundreds of attacks. Granbelia had no power to fight back. She could only barely block, could only barely dodge. Her swordsmanship was still there, her consciousness was still there, but her body could no longer keep up. Every time she blocked, she felt her arms were about to break. Every time she dodged, she felt her body was about to fall apart. The more she fought, the more alarmed she became. Not because of Luca's power, she had already anticipated Luca's power. But because of Luca's fighting style. This style of fighting, this continuous attack like a storm, this suppression that gave the opponent no chance to catch their breath, she had seen it before. Aluelma, the Nightmare Queen, who was actually most skilled at hand-to-hand combat. And when she got serious, her fighting style as a martial artist was exactly like this: no flashy moves, no complex techniques, just the simplest, purest, and most violent continuous attacks. Luca had integrated Aluelma's fighting style into his own swordsmanship, forming his own unique style. In a sense, he did it even better than Aluelma. Rumble. Luca's Gog sword swung out. The force within the sword pierced through, crossing dozens of miles in an instant, and finally slammed viciously onto the sea surface. The strength of that force caused the sea surface to explode instantly, sending water splashing into the sky. Those splashes shot up 1,000 meters into the air, then fell down like a deluge, forming a localized rainstorm. Some attacks also landed on the isolated islands. Those islands were no larger than a few hundred square meters, and the larger ones were only a few miles in diameter. Luca's attacks landed on them, instantly smashing them to pieces. Rocks collapsed, the land sank, and the entire island completely disappeared from the sea surface within a few breaths. Granbelia possessed the powerful physique of a dragonkin. Even taking one or two such attacks to the face was nothing to her, as the hardness of her dragon scales and the recovery power of her dragon blood allowed her to withstand blows that ordinary people could not imagine. But she couldn't withstand Luca's high-intensity, continuous attacks like this. She felt as if she were being continuously beaten by countless hammers, and every strike added another crack to her body. Those cracks kept accumulating and deepening. Eventually, there would come a moment when she would completely shatter. Granbelia lost focus for a moment, and in that instant, her chest took another sword strike. Pfft! She vomited a large pool of blood, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. With no other choice, she gathered all her strength to create distance and retreated violently, pulling back dozens of miles in an instant. She stopped in midair, her brows tightly furrowed. It won't do. She couldn't go on like this. Her current state was already approaching her limit. If she were suppressed by Luca for a few more rounds, she would truly die. No matter how strong the Dragonkin's recovery ability was, it couldn't withstand such continuous, severe damage. She needed a chance. A chance to counterattack, a chance to turn the tide, a chance to land even just one final blow. A chance for victory. It's over. Luca's voice interrupted her thoughts. Luca saw that Granbelia still wanted to squeeze out her life force to unleash one final blow. He dared not let Granbelia continue like this anymore. She would really die. Granbelia looked up and saw Luca standing in the distance, his gog sword held high. Then, he swung it down. Chaotic blade, myriad feet of chi flames. Countless beams of fire erupted from Luca's sword, each beam being a fatal slash, each beam sufficient to severely injure Granbelia in her prime. Hundreds and thousands of beams of fire surged from all directions, surrounding Granbelia. Granbelia was slightly stunned, because this move was her ultimate technique. It was the move she had just used to attack Luca. In that instant, countless images flashed through Granbelia's mind. Then, the firelight swallowed everything. By the time Granbelia realized what was happening, she only saw the brilliant galaxy within countless spatial rifts. Her sternum was shattered, her internal organs were also severely damaged, and the flesh on her body held out for an instant before being ground into a mist of blood. Her consciousness began to blur, and her body began to fall. Luca flashed in front of her, blocking all the aftermath of the countless beams of fire, and reached out with his other hand, steadily catching her falling body. Holding the unconscious Granbelia, he slowly descended onto the sea surface. The seawater parted automatically, revealing a dry patch of rock bed. Alice appeared in front of him, who knows when, and helped lay Granbelia down gently. Alice glared at him fiercely. The meaning of that glare was clear. "You just wait." Luca watched as Alice began to treat Granbelia's injuries, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 99, 3 Jewels. Alice closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied, and the surrounding space seemed to quiet down along with her. Luca could feel the magic power in the air beginning to converge toward her. Then, she began to chant. The voice was different from usual, it lacked laziness or casualness, carrying instead an ancient, solemn rhythm. Every syllable seemed to contain some kind of power, causing slight tremors in the air. Dividing my life, sharing with the masses. The lamp of life igniting once again. The moment each word fell, he felt the magic power in the surroundings vibrate. The next instant, a soft light surged from Alice's hands. It spread like flowing water onto Granbelia, wrapping her entirely. Granbelia's wounds, the deep slashes visible to the bone, the pulverized bones, the shattered internal organs, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye under the illumination of that golden light. Flesh regrew, bones reconnected, and skin covered over once more. Even the parts that had been crushed into a bloody mist seemed to experience time flowing backward, reconverging and returning. In an instant, when the golden light dissipated, not a single scar could be seen on Granbelia. Her breathing steadied, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Truly amazing. Luca couldn't help but exclaim. "Enough, don't just stand there." Alice's voice came, sounding somewhat weak. Alice's complexion was frighteningly pale, and her originally rosy lips had lost their color. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Restoring a powerhouse at the Demon King level was clearly a significant burden for her. Luca wanted to say something, but Alice had already waved her hand, signaling him not to waste words. He nodded, said nothing more, and bent down to pick up Granbelia. The body of a dragonkin was much heavier than an ordinary human's, but with Luca's current strength, this weight was nothing. He adjusted his posture, letting Granbelia's head rest on his shoulder to ensure she wouldn't be uncomfortable. Then, he drew the gog sword with his right hand and swung it forward. The blade cut through the void, and a thin fissure appeared where the blade had passed. The fissure was just a line at first, then slowly opened, revealing the deep space behind it. Hold my hand tightly. Luca extended his left hand. Alice took his hand. Her hand was very cold and soft, completely different from the hand that had released such powerful magic just moments ago. Luca gripped it tight and took a step forward. The two of them, along with Granbelia, stepped into the fissure together. The next second, the space closed behind them. Gold Port. This was a busy little port facing the northern sea. On ordinary days, merchant ships, fishing boats, and adventurers heading to the volcano gathered here. It was currently morning, and the port was bustling with people coming and going. In a quiet alley, the space suddenly rippled. Like a stone thrown into water, the air began to twist and fluctuate. Then, three figures stepped out, Luca, Alice, and Granbelia, who was being carried in Luca's arms. No one noticed them. Luca confirmed the direction, carried Granbelia out of the alley, and walked toward a hotel near the port. The landlady was a human woman in her 40s. Seeing Luca carry a woman covered in blood, she was startled at first, but seeing Alice following behind and noticing the woman's steady breathing, she didn't ask further questions. After working in this business for so many years, what kind of strange guests hadn't she seen? One room. Luca said. Something quiet. The landlady nodded and handed over a key. The three went upstairs and entered the room. Luca gently placed Granbelia on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Granbelia frowned in her sleep, turned over, and continued to slumber. Then, let's go find a ship to the Hell continent first. Luca turned and said. Alice sat on the only chair in the room, and rolled her eyes upon hearing this. I really don't know what you're insisting on. You could clearly just jump straight to the Hell continent. Theoretically, as long as he knew the specific location of the Hell continent, he could indeed jump there one step at a time. It's not the same. Luca shook his head, his expression turning serious. Our destination is indeed the Demon King's castle, but if it were just about arriving, flying there or using spatial movement would indeed be faster. However, our goal isn't just to arrive. He paused and continued, experiencing the journey, catching Prometheus, and uncovering the source of that dark power. These are our true goals. If we skip the journey, we might miss key clues. Alice looked at him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She certainly knew these things. As the Demon King, she knew better than anyone how many secrets were hidden on that road to the Demon King's castle. The dark corruption in St. Ilia, the magic tech scam in Glangard, the war in Paranset, Prometheus's shadow was everywhere, and every place pointed to that dark power. And Luca, this meddlesome hero, could always find things in these places that even she, as the Demon King, might not have discovered. What you say is true. She nodded, no longer insisting. The port. The afternoon sun spilled over the sea, sparkling. On the distant horizon, several fishing boats were returning, and seabirds weaved between the masts. On the dock, sailors were busy loading and unloading cargo, merchants were shouting their wares, a bustling scene. Luca walked along the dock, his gaze sweeping over the moored ships. He was looking for a ship to the Hell continent. The Hell continent was the main habitat of monsters and the location of the Demon King's castle. Luca found several sailors resting at the end of the dock. They were sitting on wooden crates, smoking pipes and chatting. Seeing Luca approach, their gazes fell on him simultaneously. Excuse me. Luca said politely. I'd like to ask about something. An older sailor exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, Go ahead, young man. What do you want to ask? I want to go to the Hell continent. Is there any ship that can get there? As soon as these words fell, the expressions of several sailors changed simultaneously. It was a complex expression. The older sailor was silent for a while, then slowly shook his head. Ever since the Lemina massacre, there have been no ships to the Hell continent. The Lemina massacre. Luca had heard this name before. It was a tragedy that occurred 30 years ago on the edge of the Hell continent. It was said that the monsters there rioted and slaughtered all the humans in Lamina. Since then, the relationship between humans and monsters had deteriorated sharply, and the shipping route to the Hell continent had been completely severed. Furthermore, the sailor continued, the edges of the Hell continent are all steep cliffs. Even if a ship took you to the foot of the mountain, you couldn't climb up. Those cliffs are hundreds of meters high, smooth as mirrors, without even a place to step. Luca asked curiously, what about before the Lamina massacre? How did humans get onto the Hell continent before? The sailor exchanged glances with his companion, hesitated for a moment and then spoke. It was by transporting them up with Garuda girls. Garuda girls, a type of harpy, were huge, incredibly strong, and capable of carrying people in flight. Before the Lamina massacre, they were an important means of transportation connecting the human continent and the Hell continent. Humans going to Lamina all did it this way. The sailor said. People would first take a boat to Lamina port, then the Garuda girls would transport the humans up to the Hell continent. Those big guys were steady and fast, making several trips a day. Luca's eyes lit up, where are the Garuda girls now? The sailor went silent. The young sailor next to him opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was stopped by a look from the older sailor. But the young sailor still couldn't help but speak. I don't know. After Lamina was destroyed, all the Garuda girls disappeared. Maybe. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear, they might have all died in the massacre. Luca's heart sank. Hey! Another sailor next to him suddenly reacted and covered the young sailor's mouth. Are you crazy? That guy is a hero. The young sailor's face turned pale instantly. The hero was the symbol of the Ilias Church, the spokesperson of the goddess in the human world. To ordinary humans like them, the hero was a sacred and inviolable existence. And what they had just said was, to some extent, questioning the church's official narrative. If considered blasphemy by the hero, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sorry. The young sailor waved his hands quickly. I didn't say anything just now. Please forget it. Luca looked at his terrified expression and sighed inwardly. He knew what these sailors were afraid of. The authority of the Ilias Church was almost absolute on this continent. Questioning the church's narrative, especially regarding sensitive events like the Lamina massacre, would result in being expelled from the church at best, or executed as a heretic at worst. I am a hero who has not been baptized, so please rest assured. Luca softened his voice, trying his best to appear harmless. Besides, he paused, looking into the young sailor's eyes, I have also heard different things about the Lamina massacre. Can you tell me what actually happened? The young sailor was stunned. He looked into Luca's eyes. Those eyes were clear and sincere, without the slightest bit of the high and mighty arrogance common to church heroes. He hesitated, looked around to confirm no one was paying attention, and then lowered his voice. Please don't go spreading this around. Luca nodded solemnly. The rumor that humans in Lamina were slaughtered by monsters is actually not accurate. The young sailor's voice was very low, almost drowned out by the noise of the port, but every word clearly reached Luca's ears. To be precise, both humans and monsters were slaughtered to the last one. Luca's pupils contracted slightly. Why are you so sure? He asked. The old sailor took a deep breath, as if recalling something terrifying, because we saw it with our own eyes. Not long after the Lamina massacre, several ships ventured close to that sea area. We wanted to see if there were any survivors, even if it was just to collect the bodies. But when we got close, what we saw. His voice began to tremble. On the cliffs by the sea, there wasn't a single harpy. All those Garuda girls who usually circled the dock were gone. And on the sea was covered in corpses. Not just human corpses, but also monster corpses, harpies, fishmen, sea monsters, densely packed, covering the entire sea surface. The older sailor next to him sighed and added. This definitely wasn't done by monsters. Even if monsters fight, they wouldn't slaughter their own kind like that. It was done by something else, something we cannot understand. Luca fell silent. A name surfaced in his mind. Prometheus. That red-haired woman in the white coat, that truth-seeker who claimed to have brought fire to humanity, that angel who provided magic tech behind Glangard. If the Lamina massacre was her doing, then how much innocent blood was on her hands? All right, enough gossip. The older sailor stood up and patted the young sailor's shoulder. If we keep chatting, the captain is going to yell. He turned to Luca, his tone carrying a bit of advice. Forget about the Hell Continent, young man. No ship can get there now. Unless you can fly there, don't even think about it. And he seemed a bit traumatized. I don't know what happened in the Northern Sea last night, but it was like the end of the world. First came a series of loud noises, and then the Northern Sea was as bright as day. I reckon no one will dare to go out to sea for a while. Even if you want to go to Natalia Port, there are no ships. Is that so? Luca felt a bit guilty. Thank you all, I have things to do, so I'll be going. He hurriedly turned and left. Hotel room. When Luca pushed the door open, Alice was sitting by the window, looking at the seascape outside. Granbelia was still sleeping on the bed, her breathing steady, and her complexion had regained much of its color. What did you find out? Alice asked without turning her head. Luca sat on another chair and recounted what he had heard at the port. The truth about the Lamina massacre, that both humans and monsters were slaughtered. The disappearance of the Garuda girls, perhaps they were all dead, or perhaps there was another story. And the sailors' distrust and fear of the church. Of course, he specifically emphasized that there were no ships sailing to the Hell Continent because of historical issues, and it had absolutely nothing to do with his battle last night. Absolutely nothing. Alice sneered after listening. Luca and Granbelia might have had a good fight, but Alice had been busy all night. If she hadn't been protecting the area, this region might have been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. And the human hero who advocates for human-monster coexistence would have a body count high enough to compete for the top 10 on the Holy Magic War leaderboard. As for the Lamina massacre, Prometheus, she said, her tone flat, but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The Lamina massacre was 9 times out of 10 her doing. I think so too. Luca nodded. But the motive? Why slaughter Lamina? It was just a city where humans and monsters coexisted, not some strategic location. Motive? Alice sneered. What other motive is needed? In the eyes of someone like her, humans and monsters are probably just samples. Slaughtering a batch of samples to collect data is probably as natural to her as us stepping on a few ants. Luca clenched his fists. Ants. This word reminded him of Glangard. Those controlled ant girls who had become slaves, in Prometheus's eyes, they were probably just samples too. However, there is a practical problem now. Alice changed the subject. No ships, no Garuda girls, how are you going to get to the Hell Continent? Luca pondered, is flying there the only way? No, there is another way. Alice stood up and walked to Luca. In the end, we still have to rely on a Garuda girl. Luca was stunned. Didn't you say the Garuda girls might all be dead? All dead? Who said that? Alice raised an eyebrow. Luca's heart skipped a beat. You know where there's a living Garuda girl? I don't know where there is a living Garuda girl. Alice shook her head, then continued amidst Luca's disappointed expression, but I know where to find a Garuda girl who can be reborn. She walked to the window and pointed to the western horizon. Not far to the west of here, there is a place called the Shrine of the Divine Bird. The legendary Divine Bird sleeps there. Divine Bird? A flash of insight crossed Luca's mind. The Divine Bird you mentioned, could it be? That's right. Alice turned around, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It's a Garuda. If you can awaken her, she can carry you to the Hell Continent. What conditions are needed? He asked directly. Collect the 6 jewels. She pulled the small cloth bag from Luca's backpack and poured out its contents. 3 crystal-clear jewels glowed with a soft light in the sun, 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 green. Aren't these? Luca looked at these 3 jewels, holy wings. Alice said this name. I had you collect these things before because I knew they would be useful sooner or later. In that case, only the other 3 jewels remain. Luca looked at the 3 jewels in his hand, then looked at the western horizon outside the window. Chapter 100, The Female Pirate. We need to gather information about the orbs. Luca walked along the streets of Goldport, his gaze sweeping over the shops and pedestrians on both sides. 6 orbs. Red, yellow and green were already in hand, the remaining 3, purple, blue, and silver, were missing. Meanwhile, Alice, walking beside him, wasn't listening at all. Boss, how much for this grilled fish? That stall over there smells so good. Oh, this candy looks good. Luca sighed helplessly. Alice's passion for gathering information on food far exceeded her passion for gathering information on the orbs. In the hour since they had left the inn, she had already eaten at 3 snack stalls, bought 5 bags of candy, and packed 2 servings of grilled squid as emergency rations. Someone is calling me. A familiar voice drifted over, but Luca ignored it. Let's go, Alice. He pulled Alice, who was still hesitating in front of the candy stall, along. This place is a bit strange, I'm even starting to hear things. He glanced at a trash can by the side of the road. It's me, darling. The trash can suddenly hopped twice, making a clattering sound. The lid was pushed open halfway, and half a snake head poked out. Amira, the information broker and an old acquaintance of Luca, was currently poking half her head out of the trash can, her snake tongue flicking in and out, wearing that signature fawning smile. Luca. Alice. Why are you hiding in there? Luca stepped forward and looked down at Amira in the trash can. Isn't it dirty? He frowned. I think you should pay more attention to hygiene. It's not like that. Amira waved her hands quickly. It's because Goldport is the headquarters of the Ilias Inverse Cross, and I have to be careful not to get caught. Luca's brow furrowed even deeper. In Nataliaport, he had killed their leader, Lazaro, with his own hands, and ever since then, he had assumed the organization was on the verge of collapse. Isn't Lazaro dead? He asked. Does the Ilias Inverse Cross still have the capability to capture monsters now? Amira's expression froze instantly. Ah. Lazaro is dead. Her eyes went wide. When did that happen? A few months ago, Luca said calmly. In Nataliaport. I killed him. A few months ago in Nataliaport. Amira muttered, repeating his words, her eyes dazed. Then she shook her head violently. That's not right. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Luca keenly caught the anomaly in her words. What did she mean by it shouldn't be like this? Could it be that in the intelligence she possessed, Lazaro shouldn't have died? No, it's nothing. Amira quickly regained her fawning expression. Even if Lazaro is dead, I'm still just a weak monster, she said exaggeratedly. If I run into any surviving members of the Ilias Inverse Cross, I won't be able to fight them off. So it's better to hide. Fine. Luca didn't press her. Everyone had secrets they didn't want to share. Amira had helped them a lot along the way, and if she didn't want to talk about it, Luca wouldn't force her. And most importantly, Amira's expression suddenly turned serious. Luca thought she was about to impart some important information, so he couldn't help but listen intently. I'm stuck in the trash can and can't get out. Luca. Alice. The two of them were silent for 3 seconds. Luca took a deep breath. All right, I'll start telling you about the orbs, Amira said solemnly. I found information on 4 orbs. 4. Luca's heart stirred. But Amira held up her fingers and then folded them down one by one. You've already obtained the red, yellow, and green ones, right? Luca nodded. So this last one is what you need. Amira held up her last finger, her eyes sparkling. The purple jade is in the possession of the legendary female pirate, Celine. It is her favorite item among all her treasures. Celine. Luca rubbed his chin. He was not unfamiliar with this name. While wandering around the port gathering information, he had encountered many treasure hunters, bounty hunters, and all sorts of strange adventurers. What they talked about most was the legendary female pirate, Celine. Even after 50 years, the legend of the female pirate Celine remained the most passionate topic in the hearts of countless sailors. It was said her treasure was worth more than a kingdom, that her ship could sail to the ends of the earth, that she herself was stunningly beautiful yet ruthless, and it was said. There were too many legends, it was hard to distinguish truth from fiction. But one thing was certain, countless people had searched for 50 years, and no one had found her treasure. According to rumors, Amira lowered her voice, when Celine set sail for the last time, she had that purple jade with her. And after that, her pirate ship mysteriously vanished, along with all the treasure on board, and along with her, disappearing into the vast sea. She paused, then said word for word. Therefore, if you want to obtain the purple jade, you must find the missing pirate ship. Luca was silent for a while. Are there any other clues? Not for now, Amira shook her head regretfully. But I will continue to ask around for you. You can rest assured when I, Amira, am on the job. Oh, right. Amira suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth, opening it wider and wider, to a degree impossible for a human. Luca instinctively took a step back. Then, Amira spat out an orb from her mouth. The orb was crystal clear, glowing with a faint orange light, similar in style to the 3 orbs Luca already had, only the color was different. I got this by chance while investigating. Amira wiped the saliva off the orb with her sleeve, and handed it to Luca. Victory belongs to you, so you should be the one to hold it. Luca took the orb. Thank you, I will treasure it. He solemnly stowed the orb named Victory into his bag. Well then, I'll go back to hiding in the trash can. I'll let you know when I get any useful information. After saying this, the snake head retracted, and she disappeared entirely into the trash can. Luca looked at the trash can, which seemed to clash with the style of its surroundings, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Forget it, as long as she's happy. The two continued walking forward. They walked out of that street and came to an open area near the port. The sea breeze blew in, carrying a salty, fishy scent. In the distance on the sea, a few fishing boats were slowly docking. Alice suddenly spoke. I know about the blue orb and the silver orb. Luca's footsteps halted, and he turned to look at her. Tell me more. Alice took a bite of the grilled fish, chewed it slowly, swallowed, and then spoke. Do you remember what happened at the underwater temple? Back then, the Kraken Museum mistakenly thought you had come to steal the orbs. Luca nodded. That was a few months ago. At the South Sea Temple near Natalia Port, he and Alice had gone to help the mermaid Mel deliver a marriage vow, but as a result of a series of misunderstandings, the Kraken Museum had started fighting with Luca. To prevent humans from collecting all the orbs to resurrect the divine bird, the silver orb and the blue orb are kept by the demon lord, Alice said. Placing them in the deep sea, where humans find it hard to tread, is the best solution. Luca was thoughtful. Indeed, if the orbs were hidden in a deep-sea temple, guarded by powerful monsters, humans would find it very difficult to obtain them. The world's oceans are divided into north and south, and each sea area is managed by its own queen, Alice continued. The Queen of the South Sea governs the South Sea, and the Queen of the North Sea governs the North Sea. So the blue orb is placed at the South Sea Temple near Natalia Port, and the silver orb is placed at the North Sea Temple near Gold Port. Luca's eyes lit up. The whereabouts of the blue and silver ones were now confirmed. Then we should go right now. What's the rush? Alice rolled her eyes at him. The blue orb is at the South Sea Temple, and the silver orb is at the North Sea Temple. Which one do you want to go to first? Luca pondered for a moment. Geographically, Goldport was close to the North Sea Temple. Logically, he should go to the North Sea Temple first and get the silver orb. But... I see. He rubbed his chin. Then the only thing we don't know is the news about the purple jade on the Selene. He looked toward the port. I heard from sailors that the Selene once docked at Goldport. If there were clues about the Selene here, perhaps he should investigate that first. But Amira was here helping to gather information. With her abilities, she should be able to dig up more, and if he and Alice stayed here, aside from waiting, there didn't seem to be much they could do. Why don't we go to the South Sea Temple near Natalia Port first? Luca made his decision. He looked at Alice, a flash of seriousness in his eyes. I suddenly remembered one thing I need to investigate while I'm at it. Alice was slightly taken aback, then she remembered. At the Queen's Cup, Luca's decisive battle with Aluelma. That battle was earth-shattering, but just at the height of the battle, a tsunami suddenly struck Natalia Port. At that moment, his and Aluelma's powers had indeed erupted, but the direction was upward and outward, not toward Natalia. That tsunami that struck Natalia seemed more like it was guided by some external force. Someone had disguised it as the aftermath of their battle and deliberately created that tsunami. Luca didn't know the purpose. But to be able to create a tsunami at such a time, and in such a place was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The source of that power was worth investigating. And the South Sea Temple was right near Natalia Port. But I think there's a high probability that Prometheus did it too. Luca rubbed his chin. She has been observing me the whole time, and has the power to do this. I have no objections, Alice shrugged. You can decide. She took a bite of the grilled fish, and added nonchalantly. As long as your goal isn't to go see that mermaid, Mel. Luca answered seriously, of course. I still need to borrow the Jade of Guidance from Miss Mel to go to the underwater temple. It's not that I want to visit her. This was the truth. Heh. Alice scoffed twice. Luca decided not to respond. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.